are both sighting the same star, you're in celestial navigation, that's the same direction. So you're not sighting like a common point, but you're sighting a common direction. You don't have that as a point in celestial navigation, only as a direction. That is universal. It's the same for everywhere on Earth, has the same direction.
Yeah, that's actually a good way to put that. I like that. It's a direction. That's nice and elegant. Anyway.
That's how they're referenced in the manual, by two angular measures.
Yeah. So, and by the way, that has nothing to do with the triangles I was mentioning before. Triangles I was mentioning before are the ones that you can use after you already acquired the angles to find your position. And either they're spherical ones or they're going to change with the longitude because the Earth is assumed to be a sphere in the process.
Now I'm with RC Meisty. You never should have brought it up.
Right. Right, because the initial argument was that right triangles are required to be used in a sextant in celestial navigation. That's actually not true.
So when we do it, though, we do use those 3 points, though, right?
Oh my God.
There's no right triangle involved anywhere in celestial navigation.
There's no parallel lines involved anywhere.
There are. In celestial navigation, there are.
Not the way he described it. They're not parallel lines.
They're used as parallel. So yeah, they are.
That's fine. You can use a screwdriver as a hammer if you want to, but that doesn't make it a hammer. There's also lots of people going around there saying girls that have penises between their legs. That doesn't make them a girl.
Go back to the fucking point.
Like, my God, though. Come on, you guys. They're parallel lines, but we don't want to define them as such. We're going to call, or they're triangles, but we want to call them parallel.
Look, listen, all right? Whether we do it as parallel or whether we do it as 0.000000001 degree, right? That measurement, right? We would literally more or less
doesn't make fucking parallel lines, dude.
No one's saying they're actually parallel. No one's saying they're actually parallel.
Yeah, the point is we would get pretty much the exact same result.
Yeah, but it's like you guys are allergic to triangles. You don't want to admit that it's a fucking triangle. You keep going.
It isn't.
The conversation could be easily ended by just saying, "Yeah, it's a triangle."
We already said it in actuality.
What would we do with that? What would we do with that information? What would we use that for?
What information?
The fact that it's a triangle and those two lines are not parallel, what would we use that information to do to get us more accurate?
It's just reality. I don't give a fuck how you use it.
We already conceded that.
What is the actual practical application of using those lines as not parallel?
Hey,
what's the purpose?
If reality's not practical for you, it's not my problem.
That's not what's being said, you lying asshat.
Well, that's what you just fucking said.
No, because that's definitely not what I said. If you want to lie about my position again, you can do it, but I'm still going to call you out.
Okay, clarify your position again then. Let's hear it.
My position is, it's impractical to apply the less than 1 arcsecond difference to a celestial object and come up with a different result. If it's less than 1 nautical mile, it's completely pointless.
Okay, and
There's no reason to treat that as a triangle.
And I'll repeat what I just said. If reality doesn't work for you about it being a triangle, totally fine by me. You can call it what you want.
I never said reality didn't work for me. What I said was what's practical to use it as is that those lines are parallel. Because for reals,
but they're not fucking
how
parallel,
they're actually measured here on Earth to the precision that we have available. If it's a problem how people actually accomplish things that you've never accomplished yourself, you can just go fuck yourself.
Oh, here we go. Oh, isn't that sweet?
All right, anyway,
if I could go fuck myself, I wouldn't have to go out on a Saturday night now, would I?
That's
but
true.
anyhow,
anyway,
yeah, it's not my fault that you
let me try to clarify one thing.
Huh?
Celestial navigation is a technique, right? And when you're doing this technique, those lines are not forming triangles. In this technique of finding your position, you can say that in real life they should be forming triangles. We don't deny that. We consider that many times, but that doesn't change the fact that within this technique of finding your position, they do not form triangles, right? Which is the flat Earth claim. It might not be yours, it might be not anyone in this room, but it was the flat Earth claim, and that's why we debate triangles so often in celestial navigation, because of this flat Earth claim that in celestial navigation, triangles are used. No, they are not. Even though they might form a triangle in reality, they're not used in celestial navigation.
Is that why you guys are hypersensitive about the word triangle right now?
Can we
Nobody's
stick with-
hypersensitive.
it's-
You just keep
Yeah,
misunderstanding
yeah,
the topic.
nobody's
You're
like
hyper precise.
Come on,
Right,
Doofus.
thanks for talking over me again.
Oh my
you
God.
keep telling me that you don't talk over me, but you keep doing it.
I
So
didn't tell
what
you I
I
don't
was
talk
going to
over
say
you.
after finishing my sentence was that you guys keep getting the terminology wrong and the methodology wrong. That's what we're here to tell you about, is that you keep getting it wrong.
Well, I'm telling you that the lines obviously aren't fucking parallel.
All right,
Those
all right,
triangles.
Let's move on.
Right.
guys. Come
Until
on.
you know the methodology, you can just shut it.
Right. They're triangles, not
Okay,
parallel lines.
Hey, Gas
Okay.
Scalpel, I got a question for you.
What?
What's pi? What's pi? Do you
It's
remember?
it's actually a fraction. It's a relationship.
Number-wise, can you tell me what the number is, just briefly?
No, because you don't put fractions like that in the numbers. It's not useful. It's a relationship.
Gotcha. But my point is that usually when people say what is
3.14 blah 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 blah.
Yeah. Usually they just call it 3.14. Well, that's
Yeah.
incorrect because it's actually much longer. What
But
they're
that's
saying
because
is
you should never be put. Yeah, but listen, that's the whole point. You shouldn't be taking that
He doesn't
fraction
talk over
and
people, by
trying
the
to put
way.
it into a number, though, dude.
That's not my point. My point is that it's so
It's mine.
the difference is so small
Oh, damn.
that that's what they're saying. It's functionally parallel in the calculations. I get it.
And yeah, all right. Let's move on now. All right, what's up? Okay, what we do? Okay, so where were we at? Okay, yeah, there you go. So we got the lines. They're effectively parallel. Okay, whatever. Okay, go on, Bacon. You had a point. I think you were going on about the.
Yeah, had I? Well, I can just move on then from that drawing, because I mean, if those lines have always the same direction, then the what's changing is actually the angle of your horizontal or the angle of your vertical. So as you approach the orange line that reaches the center of the Earth, your vertical would be exactly aligned with the orange line, right? So as you go away from that point, this creates an angle between your vertical and that orange line, which is the zenith angle, and it correlates directly with the arc on the surface of the Earth. So your zenith angle is exactly the same arc as the one formed in the surface of the Earth from your distance to the GP. That's why you can use the zenith directly as a distance to the GP on a sphere, right?
Mm.
So yeah, that's pretty much what you expect to do on a sphere. It doesn't make a lot of sense on a flat Earth.
All right. So now, you flat earthers in the call here, in this whatever, right? Any questions? Because yeah.
Well, Arma, your original point was that we discuss these things, and the claim constantly stands that triangles are needed in order to use a sextant, and it comes back to us another day later, like, oh, you need to use a right triangle to use a sextant. No, that's the point that you were making originally. They don't want to learn that that's not the case.
Is there not a right angle from the GP to the star to make a right angle there, right?
Right. And if you assume that makes a right triangle with your observation, then you're assuming the Earth is flat.
Which no one does when doing celestial navigation.
Everyone does. Everyone does.
No.
All right. Well,
I don't know. I never got into the celestial navigation thing. I would love to see a flat earther actually do a celestial navigation
Me
with
too.
flat Earth,
yeah,
whatever.
I think we would all like to see that, but it's not going to happen.
Thing is, they'll just access the almanac, right? And they'll get the data.
Right. The almanac
Yeah.
is built on a celestial sphere, for sure.
Yeah.
You see where
it's
this
all
is going,
globe
right?
math. It's all globe math in the almanac. If you use the almanac, you're toast.
Yeah.
Oh,
globe
you
math
can
that works.
think that like the sky is rotating around the North Pole and the GPs are following, like, because essentially the GPs of the stars change their longitude all the time, and they repeat every sidereal day, and they don't change their latitude. So if you try to translate that into a flat Earth, you're gonna get like a sky that's rotating around the North Pole, and
Right, and-
that still doesn't make the angle and distance make sense. It still doesn't make sense on a flat Earth. And even if you try to do that and use 60 nautical miles per degree, which is what we use, the circles don't actually intersect where you actually are. Mainly when you're
You
in the
could probably
same
get it.
hemisphere.
You could probably get it straight if you just put like a curved lens or something in the sky or something. You can make this
No,
all work.
yeah, but if you do that to get 60 nautical miles per degree, then the circles at the surface are going to be circles, right?
It'll be circles, yeah.
Yeah.
Th-
So, but
they-
if you do
they-
that, they
they
don't
wouldn't.
overlap. Sorry, go on.
Right.
What?
I was just saying, if you do that, they don't intersect where you are on a at least on the A map. You can try to with other projections.
Well, yeah, we got to get a map. First thing we got to do is get a map.
Cool. In the meantime, celestial navigation already exists.
Yeah, and it works on a ball. There you go, flat earthers. Correct.
You know what would really blow your mind? Bacon shows you stars going east and west at the same time.
What are you talking about?
Remember that, Bacon?
Yeah, Gio was showing that to someone yesterday, I think. Let me see if I
Did you
can
say there's
find
a star going east and west at the same moment?
No, stars plural. In one observation, stars traveling east as well as other stars traveling west in the same image.
Well, yeah, it's sort of like if you look at like a clock, like the face of a clock, the hands of the clock, as the hands are going around, you know, let's say let's take the minute hand as it gets, you know, to the 9, 10, 11, 12, it's going left to right. But after it gets down, you know, 3, 4, 5, 6, when it gets down to, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8, it's going right to left.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
And it
it's
took
exactly
about
the
an hour to
analogy. I was-
explain that. Go
yeah,
ahead.
that's exactly the analogy I was trying to make to explain another flat earther on the Kiwi server.
Yeah, I don't know that you could fully call it though, like east to west. It's a little tricky if you're calling it east to west though, because it's a rotation of stars that's at a distance. But perhaps you could describe it like that. Yeah.
I mean, if you're looking south, east and west are like left and right, right?
Right. So yeah, if you're looking south, you're going to see some stars going east to west and some going west to east as they're circling. And same if you look up at Polaris, it's going to be the same thing.
Yeah.
My only thing is that it's a little bit relative because
Oh.
you're looking at a circle of stars, you know, from a distance.
True.
So it's a little hard to really
where
call it.
where are the stars going? Where are the stars going
Poles.
west to east?
Below
At the
the yeah, when you look to celestial pole, either of them, below that point, they're going the opposite direction because they're rotating, right?
No,
Just
that's
like a pointer of a clock
I
is
don't,
going
I don't
left
know
to
about
right.
this one.
Okay, if you want to take like a hardline approach to it, where you're looking at a celestial pole, the stars above that point are moving toward the west, toward your west, but the things below that point are moving toward your east. It's about where you are. It's your perspective.
I don't know. NASA says you know, except for Polaris, they're all moving east to west or whatever it is.
Yeah, they're GPS.
Oh, I got it.
The
got it,
celestial
Jeremy.
sphere is. The celestial sphere is for sure. But
All
if you're
the
looking at
stars,
it from
they
your
say.
position, right, the celestial sphere is rotating toward the west from our position, from our perspective. That's what it looks like to us. However, if you're standing there looking at the celestial pole directly, then it looks to you like your cardinal east and your cardinal west. The stars are moving toward the east instead.
I got a perfect example,
This
Jeremy.
was goofy.
You're hovering
Go ahead.
over a roundabout fixed in the center of the roundabout above it. And now it's rotating, and the people on it appear to be going from your east to the west. Now it starts to turn around, right? Now where's it going? West to east. Oh, now it's turning around again. They're going east to west. That's where you're seeing the stars circling at the poles. You see it?
So when we look up at the North Pole,
Yeah.
sorry, when we look up at the North Pole, you're saying we can see the stars moving east or west, depending on if they're on the top or the bottom or whatever.
Yeah, you're just staring at a roundabout. And of course, around the top, they're going east to west. And it curves around, and you can see it curving around. Now it's going west to east. Curves around, it's going east to west. It's just like a roundabout.
Yeah, but
yeah,
Of course,
but
the rotation is the same. It's the same rotation. They're all circle, doing the same circle, but relative motion.
don't you start chronic.
yeah, but Jeremy, even
Yeah, but-
Geo explained it to you in the most simplest terms. Just answer, yeah, I understand, or but not yeah, but.
I get it, but I don't like it.
Okay.
I
Reality
don't
is
get
not
why you
like
like
it
it as well.
defined to you liking reality or not. Come on, man.
That's
I don't
right.
like it.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't like to refer to it that way. Is basically what Jeremy is saying. Because it's
I
kind of
get
silly
it,
to
but-
say. It's kind of silly to say that the stars underneath are going toward the east, even though our cardinal direction, that's exactly what they're doing. But the actual entire celestial sphere is all rotating the stars from east to west.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, like if you took like a ceiling fan, like in a room, you have a ceiling fan that you could say that that's like Polaris and the stars all. But it's like if you're looking up at that fan, you can see blades that are moving left to right and some are moving right to left as it's rotating. But if you were to look at it from like above, the whole thing is just rotating in one direction. So it's all east to west for all of those individual relative positions. But if you're just looking at it from one position, you're going to see stars going left to right and some going right to left, technically, from your view.
Hey,
It doesn't
Chronic,
really move. It doesn't really mean they're moving west to east because that would mean the fan would have to be moving the other. It would have to be going the other direction. So it is kind of like it's like a relative perspective thing.
Hey, Chronic.
I'm confident you could put a curved lens. Oh, go ahead.
I just had something I need clarified. There's a like the orbit of the Earth form an ellipse, right?
Mhm.
And that ellipse precesses, and you also have the tilt of the axis of rotation,
Mhm.
and that also precesses compared to like the stars, right?
Remember what
Are
RC
those two
Meister talked about?
precessions? Sorry.
Remember what RC Meister talked about? We had the topic; it was all settled. Now you're gonna bring up more things to confuse.
Well, but
people.
I thought we were kind of done, weren't we?
Oh, you just
With that
bring
topic?
All right.
Oh, well, that's something I was curious about. I can save that for later if you want.
I mean, if there's nothing else to discuss, I'm happy to hear it. But
Right. Yeah, I just want to know if those two process at the same rate.
intuitively, I would say probably not. But I'd have to think about it a little more.
Yeah, one is due to one is related to our orientation in 3D space. The other one's just rotated, or one's related to our orbit alone.
Yeah.
The two are independent.
One is Kepler's third law, completely separate and
Which one?
independent from the non-circular orbit of Earth around the sun.
Right, it's
Yeah,
precession
but,
forward.
Yeah, it's precession.
Yeah. Its precession is independent, like is not related. Its orbital precession is, as far as I know, unless I'm mistaken, it's not related in any way whatsoever to its the precession, the axial precession.
Right, it'd be like a form of tidal locking that we don't currently have a term for because it doesn't really happen.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hey,
so
Jeremy, check the chat. I put a picture. I stole Bacon's picture.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah,
What's
it's
up?
pretty easy to see there. Yeah, they're moving east to west or west to east.
okay, how's like there are many definitions of year, right? You have the tropical year, you have the year which is like a period of the Earth's orbit, right? But if the orbit is precessing, like the ellipse of the orbit is precessing, when exactly it's considered that you have like one orbit, right? is when you reach that same angle, or is it when you like reach the peak of the ellipse again? Did that make sense?
Kind of. Yeah. Let me think about that.
I'm gonna just send a drawing that might clarify what I'm asking. So I'm starting at point A, and
That's kind of cool.
does it complete at point B or point C, or neither?
I mean, and let me think. Yeah, let me think about this. Your drawing's a very extreme example, obviously, but
Yeah, it's exaggerated.
yeah, very exaggerated.
Oh, that's actually interesting.
Um,
I know I did that. It's cool.
you have to think about that a little more. Probably are B and A. I mean, B and
Same
A in
angle.
your diagram are the same angle. They're equal angles,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
And C is the only different angle, correct?
yeah. It would
It's
be
a
like the other
larger
peak.
angle. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think intuitively it would be C, but obviously not that exaggerated. It'd be incredibly small.
I would think intuitively it would be B, right? Because
Mm.
if you want to know how many orbits, like how many times did the Earth orbit the Sun, you would think how many times it went, 360 degrees.
I mean, have people measured the rate of the orbital precession? I don't even know.
I don't. Me neither.
I don't know.
Because I know there are all those values are changing. Like there's the tilt itself changes the precession, the direction it's pointing toward. It's changing. There's an elliptical orbit. The elliptical orbit itself is precessing, and I want to have those sorted out because.
But for your diagram doesn't matter. Axial tilt, precession of the axial tilt
Yeah, I know that.
has
Yeah.
no influence.
Those are just things because if you wanted to compare observation of like thousands of years in the past with the current ones, you would need to factor in all those changes, right?
Yeah. Depending on how, so on long time scales, thousands and thousands of years, you would need to take whatever precession rate you calculated and propagate it forward to whatever in time to whatever your current day observation is, or something like that. Or I
Right.
guess backwards in time. Either way, propagating forward.
Because that I found a PDF that was saying that the equinox in certain places in like there are some very old constructions that were built based on the equinox, and they're aligned to this day.
Well, how old though?
One of them is 400 years old. I think that's quite little amount of time, right?
Yeah, very small. Yeah.
But there should be like I think a noticeable difference because if the axial tilt if the precession would change the position of the equinox, I think it should be measurable a little bit. Because it's like 400 years of 25,000 years, but like if you split the angle in 260 degrees, it's not that small of a value, But anyway, I wanted to be able to factor all those motions in but yeah, that's all.
Yeah, the idea is that you would be able to, or you can. You just need to find what sort of estimates or any ideas of the orbital precession, the rate of orbital precession, because I think we know pretty well the rate of axial precession, the axial tilt precession, based on pretty old observations. But the orbital precession is what I'm less knowledgeable about.
Right. Well, thank you anyway.
Yeah, I think we see
if
it.
You figured that out, you let me know.
I mean, I would just do research, but just take time to sort of read different stuff. I think we have a pretty good idea of Mercury's, right? Mercury's precession of its orbit.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, down to like at least 6 figures, right?
Yeah, that's pretty.
Because I think the discrepancy between Newtonian and Einsteinian was like in the third figure of a degree, right?
Yeah.
Over a couple hundred years.
Yep. Anyway, we should get Jeremy's astrophysics guy onto this, maybe. I know.
Jeremy's astrophysics guy?
Yeah, he has
an
a guy.
astrophysics guy?
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Interesting.
So put him to work on this.
Oh, since no one's bringing anything up, then I have another question.
I got a bunch of astrophysics guys. What do you need?
Okay. Just forget it. Just forget it. It's fine.
You don't worry about it.
You remember you said the time of those observatories could be 2 minutes off?
The Hawaii ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Where is that time comes from? Because it's like someone's
it's a meta.
watch?
No, it's basically on the system that runs those telescopes. Whenever images are taken, there's a huge list of telemetry data, basically a huge list of data that's time stamped, and it's saved in the header information for that image, basically.
Have you ever even looked through a telescope?
Yes, Jeremy. And so one piece of information they save is the timestamp, UTC timestamp for that image, for the start and the end, timestamp for that image. So,
but like,
does that come from? I guess it's based on whatever timekeeping is used in the system, in the computer system.
Right. So it's just a local. It comes from the clock of the computer. Just that's it.
Basically, yeah. I would say yes, most likely yes. It could use some other standard that I'm unfamiliar with, but
Right,
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Usually computers aren't 2 minutes off, right?
Yeah.
And an observatory, I would expect to be there to be like a concern to be precise in the time, maybe, or there's no reason why you would be concerned with being a couple of minutes off.
I mean, there's different circumstances for like different cases, but I don't know. Did we confirm that that's the actual cause of the slight difference? Was, you think, the timestamp?
I think so.
Could not
because,
be anything else.
Well, not that I can. I mean, that was corrected for refraction, right? Already.
Yeah.
Right. And it comes from observatory, so I don't think there's any deep correction to make there.
Yeah.
And the circles were overlapping. I mean, they were intersecting like very close to the same spot. So because they were like all intersecting at basically the same point, I think the right ascensions and declinations were like very spot on.
Yeah. If I recall though, the 3 stars I gave you, 2 of them were nearly overlapping perfectly.
Yeah. But where they overlap also, like, where those circles intersect also was intersecting to the 3rd star, which isn't that easy to happen if you don't have good data. And the latitude was very close, like was almost dead on the latitude. The only thing missing was like the longitude, and was missing by 40 kilometers, which is like the worst, worst site I ever fixed, the worst position I ever fixed.
Yeah, I also think the even the 3rd star that was more significantly farther separated on the sky than the first 2 was still actually quite close in the sky, right? Like the 3 that I gave you weren't, at very, very different, completely opposite directions in the sky or anything. I'm almost certain.
I have that saved. Let me take a look.
Yeah, I'm almost certain I just pulled up 3 images that were like taken maybe 6, it's like 3 months apart, but they were of almost the exact same portion of the sky. Maybe a little bit different, but they weren't, opposite sides of the sky or anything.
Right. Yeah. The third one wasn't that far. It was just.
Yeah.
Let me see. It was about 25 times 60 nautical miles. How much is that?
25 times 60?
Nautical miles, yeah.
I don't know, 140 something?
About
1500?
Yeah, about 1,700 miles.
I don't know.
How far they were.
I mean, you're talking nautical miles instead of like degrees on the sky.
Yeah, 25 degrees.
Yeah, on the sky.
Let me show you exactly how it looks like.
That sounds about right. That might be too large actually for my expectation, but
yeah, it's on Livestream on text.
Yeah. So that looks about right. Like the center of those two circles projected onto the celestial sphere is what, 20 degrees different?
25.
25 degrees, yeah.
I think that, just check. No, between 20 and 25. About 20 actually.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so yeah, it sounds to me like the most plausible explanation is just the clock was off by 2 minutes, about 2 minutes.
Yeah, it could be. It definitely could be. I could also give you many other examples from that observatory, but they're, like I said, they're mostly going to be sort of in that, maybe in like a 30-degree radius part of the sky, because I'm only interested in, for my work, only a specific part of the sky, not like
Right.
everywhere,
Yeah, it makes sense. I would expect at least they would be all in the same latitude, more or less.
Yeah.
Because you have it pointing at one position and you have the sky rotating, so it wouldn't change the declination of the celestial bodies you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, anyone has any more boring subject to bring up?
Well, some people might argue our discussion is boring, but
Yeah. I think it probably sounds very boring.
Oh, you asked me earlier the combined brightness of two stars. Why were you asking that?
Because I was getting the brightness of stars to take into account in my software. So you like Protothad, he's working on something similar to what I'm doing, but in reverse. And we're starting sharing some code. And when you're doing that in reverse, you need to know how bright the stars are, because you want to pick the brightest one available, because they're easier to sight.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a couple of stars that were actually binary stars, so they look like they're a single spot, but they're two different stars, and each one has its own magnitude. And when you see them as a single spot, they look brighter than the individual stars.
Yep.
Yeah. But actually, he found a software that already calculates that. It was giving a little bit of a different value than the website you sent me, but I think the calculation that he was sending was taking into account how far they were apart.
Sure, but if your aperture, if whatever you're using to measure the brightness covers the profiles of both the fully covers the profile of both stars, then their separation shouldn't matter. Does that make sense?
You mean like if one isn't covering the other and they look like a single spot, it doesn't matter how far they are apart?
Yeah, there's a widely used like framework for doing these types of measurements. And what's used most often, or actually there's two different methods that you can use. One is called aperture photometry. So you just take a circle basically and you fit a circle to the center of the target, whether that's a binary or whatever. And then you can adjust the radius of that circle. So if it's a binary, if it's two stars that are separated by some amount, it doesn't matter what their separation is. You can just make the size of that circle, that aperture, cover all of the entire target and then some, further out. And all you do is you integrate you just sum basically the light, the total light inside that aperture
Circle.
or annulus or circle, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
A second method is it's called point spread function or PSF photometry. So it's actually fitting a profile, like a radial profile
What's a profile?
like imagine a star like on an image or something, and that star, you can, if you measure the intensity of light on all of the pixels that star covers, right? You just measure, what the value of that intensity is. However, it's measured and registered on the detector. And if you plot that, you'll see that it gives essentially a Gaussian profile in 2 dimension, in X and Y. Does this make sense? I could find like a
No idea what's a Gaussian profile.
yeah. I can give
But I'm fine with the explanation you gave so far. You don't have to go that deep.
Okay. So anyways, if you have two, I put an image in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
So that this is like a visualization of what's called the point spread function. So anyways,
Is that similar to that diffraction pattern you have?
Yeah.
That's
It's similar to the Rayleigh criterion, diffraction pattern, stuff like that. But anyways, this so if you have binary stars that are very close together, then their two individual profiles, their point spread functions will overlap significantly, and you won't be able to resolve them.
right. So you can just add them up, right?
Yeah, exactly. But in both methods, you're just summing the total light together, regardless of how separated they are. Even if they're very separated and their profiles are very apparent, like their profiles are separated sufficiently, you can still sum their
I think there's something that I cannot take into account, which is that when one start to block the other. So if that happens, then you're gonna get them getting dimmer, right? And I'm not gonna take that into account because I'm not taking into account the drift of the stars.
Mm-hmm.
And this API that I'm using, I think it takes that into account because there's a binary pair called Regio Centaurus, or I think it's actually the same as Alpha Centauri, right?
I don't know the
That's a
first
different
word you
name.
said, but yeah.
Regio Centaurus. Rigel, yeah.
I think that's a different star system, but I don't recall off the top of my head. But
right, so I think one is in front of the other, like currently.
Mm-hmm.
So if you add them up using our equation, you get them a lot brighter than what you get from that API. That API says it's actually dimmer than it is. So I think one is in front of the other. That's why that equation is giving me a brighter value than the actual one. Does that make
Sure,
sense?
but it's not always in front of the other, right?
Yeah,
they
yeah,
would be
sure.
orbiting.
But
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to take that into account. You know? So that's
No,
why I'm
no. Yeah,
relying
you
on
would. Yeah. You would not, but I think the main point is that it should not matter if whatever other software you're using. Well, sure. I mean, I guess that would be a difference, but do you need to know that for whatever
Actually, I don't even
application?
need a precise value for magnitude. I just need to know which one is brighter than the other so I can sort them by how bright they are.
Oh, okay, that's easy then.
Yep.
Yeah. You know, there's some estimates that are like, you know, a majority of all star systems are in binaries.
Majority?
Yeah. I think there's some estimates that are like 70% or something, maybe even larger. Obviously, the error bars are pretty big, but
Can they merge?
oh yeah, yeah. You can
But
have
I guess that
convent envelope evolution. You can have a bunch of different scenarios that have been seen empirically. Like the
do
envelope,
you have
of
like
one
gifts
of
of
like
that
a
or something like that?
yeah, like the envelope of like a larger star, you know, starts like starts getting stripped by like a more massive primary star, you know, star or something like that.
Right, right.
Yeah, yeah. Bunch of different scenarios like that.
I guess theoretically, when a binary star, like while they're orbiting each other, they should lose a bit of energy from gravitational waves, shouldn't they? Shouldn't they?
Yeah.
And they would collapse at some point. But I think that's longer
Time
than
scales are way long. Yeah,
that's longer than the life of either star, right?
yeah. The time scales are incredibly large.
Isn't that convenient?
Well, in some cases, the time scales are not that large, and we see emission from some of those systems. We call them
Emission of gravitational waves?
No, not gravitational waves. We call them
Emission what?
LMXRBs, or low mass X-ray binaries. So that's one situation where the time scale is not longer than the age of the stars.
So what happens when they get closer to each other?
Yep, and the more massive component strips material from the companion and starts emitting X-rays in a like a sort of what's that called? I'm forgetting the word, but like a jet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at the poles. And if
Like
the jet is aligned with the
The word you're looking for, I think another word you might have been looking for is like electric, right?
yeah, maybe it's electric currents too, could be. Yeah, maybe. Anyways, that's just one example. There's many more, but I don't specialize in those topics, but they are pretty cool to study, I think.
it sounds like it.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be on a planet in one of those systems. So, or maybe you would be, I don't know.
Well, binary systems don't sound like stable systems. They can develop life. I mean, do you have planets orbiting binary system in a stable way?
Yeah, many. Well, I mean, no system is stable for an infinite amount of time, but
yeah, you don't need that. You just need enough, right?
yeah, but many of them have been discovered and studied and characterized. But
so how is it orbited then? Like, does it orbit both at once? Does it passes in between them, like for me an H sign?
we've seen examples of all of the types, and there's a classification system and everything. So they're P type and S type, and they basically correspond to circumbinary, so the planet orbiting both of the stars on the outside of both stars, and circumstellar, so binary system with a planet orbiting just one of the stars.
How? I mean, is the other star also orbiting that bigger star?
Yeah. Well, they're
Like it was another planet?
The two stars are orbiting their common Barry center, and then one of the stars has a lower mass component orbiting its Barry center, and that lower mass object is the mass of like Jupiter or something. There's at least a dozen or more of these cases. Some people call them Tatooine planets because you would see two, if you were on the surface, you'd see two stars in the sky.
Is it a Star Wars reference?
Yeah. Yeah.
Or is it the other way around? Did Star Wars name the planet Tatooine because of that? Maybe.
Oh, true. Good point. I don't recall off the top of my head if there's a known class of planet that has that figure 8 orbit, but I think simulations have been done. Like there's been simulations and models that predict a planet in that scenario that orbit would be stable for some long amount of time until it became unstable. So maybe it's definitely a shorter time scale than other standard P type or S type orbits. So maybe as a result of the lower time scale for that evolution of that orbit until it becomes unstable, maybe that is a selection of, or that's like an effect that affects if we can discover them or not, you know?
Well, you can't say that you have no solution for the three-body problem.
Well, I mean, of course, but
yeah, I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
Guess you already heard it.
Who was that? I forgot who was saying all that stuff. It was.
I don't remember. I think New Perspective brought it up once.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
He wasn't the only one. I heard that from other people, but I think that was the most recent one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, I have to run. I'll catch you later, though. See you.
Yep.
Okay, since everybody's so quiet, how about I throw a question out there?
What do you got, SE? These guys just bored us to death.
Okay, we'll spice it up a bit. What is a woman?
Don't do that.
They don't know, bro. They don't know. Nobody knows anymore. It's a whole new world, bro.
It's idiocracy. We have to all pretend now.
Well, they asked an American judge, Supreme Court judge.
Yeah, she was the diversity hire.
Yeah. And what was her reply?
I'm not a biologist. I'm just a stupid bitch.
Yeah. Yeah. No takers? Bacon is usually the first one to speak up. You there, Bacon?
Sorry, what was it?
What is a woman?
I don't know
Come
how
on.
to define it.
Oh, come on.
Well, I think I can recognize one when I see.
You would think so. Then you get her home. The next thing you know, maybe not.
No, the only woman I'll bring home, I already did that. No surprise. So that's fine by me.
All right, I'll try another one since no one wants to take this one. Can something apparent block your view of something?
Rainbow blocked my view of a cloud, apparently behind it.
That sounds like a yes.
Well, let's make it a solid object. How about that?
Define solid.
Not a cloud. Because somebody was telling me today that, who was it? Or was it yesterday? That the apparent horizon was blocking the dam.
Oh, I heard that. Yeah, but his numbers were all over the place. They were really low numbers. Like it was blocking 6 feet at 3 miles. It's like, dude, how about observation height 1 foot to 15 miles? It's like no apparent blockage.
Yeah, but then he took it back. Then he said the water. Then he changed that. Back to, yeah, it was all over the place, like you said.
Just the other day, I heard Netflix's stock is plummeting. Because people don't like the woke shit, the woke programming.
Their business model can't compete with like something like YouTube or something. Netflix's business model's old, even though it's like brand new. It got old fast.
But I never liked Netflix ever. I signed up for free and I had to terminate the same night. I spent less than an hour and I realized it was bullshit because so much of what I wanted to watch wasn't there. And then I asked somebody who loves Netflix, I'm like, dude, but it doesn't have this, and this. And they go, oh, just give it a month and then it'll be there. And then give it another month and it'll be gone. I'm like, wait, what? They're like, yeah, they just have this bubble and they just bring things in. And in order to bring it in, they got to move stuff out to make room. And it's like, wait, I'm subscribed to this shit that costs me I don't know. It's so cheap. I subscribe yearly and it's an ever-expanding catalog where Netflix is just a revolving catalog, revolving things in and out of a small bubble, so to speak. That's not a good business model. It should be ever-expanding.
You said something about the woke movement affected it?
Oh, I'd like to think so. Because everything Netflix produces is absolute garbage. Like they gender swap, race swap people just for sake of doing it. To be woke. Stupid.
Well, they're taking away Disney's privilege status because the woke movement there. So that's good news. Because they wanted to fight.
Too little, too late, if you ask me.
Well,
I think they're
it's
doing
a
it just
message.
well, they're doing it just to save face, probably.
Well, look, they wanted to go against the bill, right? In Florida.
Yeah.
They wanted to go against that bill that teaches 5, 6, 7, and 8-year-olds about sexuality and about, transgenders and all that stuff, right? So Disney decided to fight that bill, and the people didn't really like that too much. So, anyways, apparently they're gonna take away, because I didn't even know this. They had some sort of special status, Disney in Florida, and they're gonna revoke that from them.
Oh, you mean the state is? I thought you meant Netflix was.
No, the state of Florida. Yeah. The state, the governor.
Okay. Sorry, that's what I meant by too little, too late. Was I thought you were referring to Netflix had a special status for them.
Oh, this is way bigger, than Netflix. Yeah.
It's probably a tax status or something.
I'm not sure. I heard it today, but it was like a glancing thing.
Hey, fuck you, Essie.
Hey, up yours, Turnip.
How did you know it was me?
With a voice like that, he asks me, "How did you know it was me?"
Well, I don't know
Good to have
anybody
you.
else.
Everyone's quiet today, bro. I never seen so many people so quiet in here.
Was going hard all day.
We were just hoping you'll leave.
They're hoping I leave? Thanks,
Yep.
Bacon.
You're hope. Just kidding.
Is that Bacon?
That's
Should I
Bacon.
recognize
All we're
you?
missing is some eggs.
That's not bacon, fuck. Because I'm Canadian and I love bacon up here in Canada. I don't like that bacon guy.
In America, we call it Canadian bacon. I guess you guys just call
You
it.
don't even know what bacon is. What are you talking about? You don't even
Is there
know what
more?
bacon is up there.
Is there more than one type of bacon?
No,
Yes,
there is
there's
only
more
one
than
type
one
of
type
bacon.
of bacon.
There's only one type of bacon, and America has it, and not Canada. Right.
Jeremy,
Here's
you
just
are
bacon.
fucked.
Canadian bacon is like a really amazing ham.
That's a new way to say ham. All right.
It's called P-mail.
That's just another word for ham. Canadian bacon.
Yeah, no shit.
We actually have bacon. Bacon.
No, you don't got shit because you're American.
Dude, your bacon don't look like our bacon when we cook it up.
That's right.
You
You're
got some
doing it
other
wrong.
shit. You got some other shit. I don't know what you got.
We
Yeah,
got
we even got
Canadian bacon.
We even got a cheese named after us.
American
you never
cheese?
heard of Canadian cheese?
No.
Canadian cheese? Come on, man. We put bacon. We get some real bacon, mix it with some eggs, and put some American cheese on it, and you got yourself a nice little sandwich.
No American cheese.
Yeah, we put the
You're fucking
American cheese
Putin.
right on it.
It is pronounced Putin. Do not fuck with me. I tell you to fuck. Hey, Effie, fuck you.
One thing
Fuck
the
with Canada.
Americans do right is steak and eggs.
Yeah.
You might have us on that one. I don't know. I never had steak and eggs in Canada, but I fuck with Canada though. You guys are cool. I used to go to Montreal all the time when we were
I
kids.
fuck with Canada.
You got some
Canadians are
badass
cool guys,
truckers.
you know.
Badass truckers too.
Yeah, we're one of the fucking meanest truckers out there.
I don't know. Have you ever seen Over the Top with Sylvester Stallone?
Oh
Fuck
yeah.
yeah.
That's a badass trucker.
Harry chases down that motherfucker in his day cab. Oh no, it wasn't a day cab. He did have a bunk on, didn't he? But he was bobtailing. He didn't have a trailer. That guy behind me is really pissing me off with his car. I'm gonna burn it tonight. I'm just kidding. Okay, somebody else can take it over if you want. I mean, you don't
I
gotta be so.
tried with what is a woman. I tried with obstruction. I thought that one was gonna start it, but
Is something gonna start a
there's no takers.
conversation in here?
No takers tonight. Turnip.
What is Canadian?
What is Canadian?
Who is your
I
king of
am.
Canada?
Turnip
I am
represent us
Canadian.
tonight.
SC is Canadian. Joe Guy Sensei is Canadian. Do you need any more proof? Here's another thing, Canadian. Moose.
We as Canadians also have an accent, believe it or not.
No, we don't. Shut your mouth. Eh?
Hey.
What'd you say?
Scalpel.
No, no.
Got-
No.
They're gonna start doing it now.
No. Get me out here. No.
What's this all about?
What's this all about, yeah?
No. See, when we get mad, we sound like donkeys.
Fuck you.
We do.
Asshole.
Fuck off.
You. I already did that to SC. The room is completely quiet. It comes in, hey, SD, fuck you.
See? Okay.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you can't get away from it. Even if we wanted to, we can't stop saying "a." Trust me, we really want to.
If anybody that doesn't know turnip, that's how he says hi to his buddies.
What's up? It's a trademark. I got my own emoji and commands and everything. It's called a greeting. Not too many greetings going on in here tonight, I'll say. Hey, we got Issa in here now. Maybe some conversation will start up. Issa, tell me you got something on your mind, bro.
What up?
You got something on your mind, bro?
Not really. I'm chilling right now. What's good?
Oh shit!
I just hopped in. Who's that?
It's turn.
Oh, what up, brother?
I got some on my mind.
You got something on your mind, bro?
Yeah, man.
Okay, you tell the room.
Are you America?
No.
Are you Europe?
No.
Where you at? You sound America. Don't be lying.
I'm not American. I am from over there.
Canuckin.
Oh.
I am from the Canadian side.
You Middle Eastern?
No.
The nice American.
Australian?
I very well could be from Australia, yes.
He's fucking with you.
You do not sound like Australian. All right. So, is SC here
Boy.
still? Give us your
Is it not
Canadian.
because they don't sound like this? What's the matter with the way I'm talking?
You don't have to be, but I was going to use it as a random target. But let's get the Canadian equivalent to JFK and Martin Luther King. Y'all got any equivalents?
The time that we burned down your White House and the time that we burned down your White House.
Do you guys have people that we're going to try to change the world that got assassinated?
Nah, we're boring up here. We don't got figures like that. Sorry.
No, they just
we got Wayne Gretzky. How about that?
Hold on. I could say, you could totally say this year, up till this year, we didn't have anybody. But you could definitely say this year a target could be, I don't know. I don't want to say it, but Trudeau.
Oh,
Canada's
Don't say that
headlines.
name again. Shame on you.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
His fucking headlines in the news reads "Man slips in the rain."
Stand there for weeks on end. No, one of them.
I'm sorry. It's not that I'm like, oh man, I can't wait for that guy to get assassinated. It's not like that or anything. Like, I don't think the guy should die. I just don't think that he should be the fucking prime minister. That's not too much to ask.
Protest here, like full on peaceful protest. Meanwhile, the States is doing it so much better. They're not holding up any traffic, no nothing. No blockades, nothing.
Hold up to get people's attention.
Yeah, that's the point of a protest, is to get people's attention. I mean, like, what's the fucking point of standing on the sidewalk and just people drive by and don't give a shit?
I don't know how it feels, but I know it seemed like from the reporting, at least, it got some stuff done.
Damn straight it did.
We need more of that. I got a riddle for you. Nothing at all.
Say again?
I can't set a ball, but am nothing at all. What am I?
Something about a ball? Nothing at
all. One last time, because you clipped again.
I figured because we're saying ball, it might be relevant. But I dance at a ball, but am nothing at all. What am I?
Dance at a ball. Shoes? was dancing with the ball. They're also not shoes or something. So I don't know.
I give up.
Come on, Don. What is it? We give up. You got us. We're all stumped.
I'd say. Oh no, I can't say that because that's a ball. Fuck.
He won't tell us for 3 hours. We'll forget about it, and he'll act like we've been thinking about it for 3 hours. It's post show will come along.
it.
So I know how this plays
I'll
out.
be the idiot. I'll be the idiot. It's a disco ball.
That's a good it's a good guess, but my wife had to put me on game. I was when I heard the answer, I was thinking of
Or your
disco ball.
pager's going off.
It's not it. The answer is a shadow.
Oh fuck.
Oh. Shit.
That's a good one,
God
Don.
damn.
That was one of your best ones, actually.
Why didn't I think of that?
That was one of your best ones, Don. Yeah.
Looks like what is always coming, but never arrives.
Bro, the
Yeah,
wife
but
was
is a shadow actually nothing though? Is a shadow nothing?
The shadow's nothing, yeah.
I would debate that. I think a shadow is fucking something.
Okay,
Absence
what
of
is
light.
it?
Absence of light.
Well, I mean, it's got to be something because it's number one. It's got a fucking name. We're naming it. Fucking exists. God damn it.
Does it? What?
Why
Three-dimensional?
it exists? Because
Three-dimensional?
we can see the fucking thing.
You don't see it.
Oh my god, Jeremy, please
Shadow,
don't.
you don't see a shadow.
You don't tell me in your life. Don't do this.
You can't see it. You can't see what's not there.
Essie, come on, you're still here, right, man? You see shadows, bro.
Are these shadows
What
in
do
the
you
room with
think?
you right now?
What do you think is on the other side of the fucking moon? It's called a goddamn shadow.
Now that's a special kind of shadow.
There you go. Hey,
We can talk about that.
yeah, that's special kind of shadow. That's a whole lot of
How
fucking
many
something, isn't
dimensions
it?
does a shadow have?
How many what?
How many dimensions does a shadow have?
How many
Spatial
what?
dimensions. Spatial dimensions does a shadow have?
Yeah, I know. You keep saying the same word, and I'm gonna keep saying how many what?
Dimensions. Spatial
Dimensions?
width, length, height.
It's a fucking shadow. I don't fucking know. I didn't even know it had dimensions until you said it.
Jeremy's
Does
coming
it?
out with some brilliant questions tonight.
I like this guy.
So you're telling me a shadow has dimensions?
No, it
He's
doesn't
asking
have
you.
dimensions. Yeah, it doesn't have dimensions. You think it's a thing or something?
It is a thing because I can see it.
How many? Well, how many dimensions does it have?
There on the ground.
How many dimensions?
I got
Do
one
you know
that
what
follows
dimensions
me.
are? Do you know what
I know what
dimensions
dimensions are. Yes.
are? All right. How
Which
many does a
dimensions
shadow
are you
have?
talking about?
Spatial dimensions.
Like measurements or like fucking?
Yeah, spatial dimensions. Length, width, height. 3D.
How thick is it?
Okay, so
Yeah,
I
how
would
thick is it?
say it all depends on how tall the person is.
If I get a darker shadow, does that make it more or less thick?
No, if you get a darker shadow, that means you're more of a dick.
Does it make more or less? No.
Is the shadow a thing or a lack of a thing?
It's
shadows in the room with you
it's
right
a
now.
thing, god damn it! You're fucking calling it a shadow. I'll fucking
How
fight
many
it.
dimensions
I'll
does it
fight it.
have?
I don't
How
know.
thick is it? Does it get thicker or thinner with darkness?
35. Fuck it.
Level.
It's got 35 dimensions. There you go. Why are you giggling? That's a number. I already told you I don't fucking know.
I know, no, because it doesn't have any dimensions.
It does not have dimensions, but it is so a thing.
It definitely doesn't have the third dimension.
He said it's a thing. Does that mean it's physical?
Yeah, it's calling back
An
to
object.
Oh, you don't want to
I
argue
mean,
that, Oblivion.
You're
I
inadvertently
can't touch it, I
arguing for
can see
2D
it.
objects right now.
I can't hear it, but I can touch it. I mean, I can't touch it. Sorry.
Shadow. Shadow.
A shadow. Yeah. Okay.
No,
okay.
you can't
Let's.
touch it.
Yeah.
Not
I
even
can
tangible.
only
This
see.
supposed thing.
I can only see a shadow. I can't touch it. I can't smell it. I can't taste it or touch it. Right? I can only one sense it.
Yeah, but a
You can see
shadow,
it.
is it a thing or is it it's an effect of a thing, right?
It's an illusion.
You need a light,
I
you
would
need an
say,
object.
yeah, I would say it's an effect. That's more prominent. I wouldn't say it's a thing necessarily.
Right. Yeah.
Right? But I wouldn't say it's not a thing. I mean, I wouldn't say that.
I actually never thought of this before. This is intriguing. Actually, I never.
Oh, we went
Like,
in hard
bro,
on shadows.
you gotta realize when you say, "Hey, shadow's not a thing, bro." Shadow, that sounds fucking. Whoa, bro! What do you mean shadows aren't a thing?
We went in hard on shadows one day in Gems because they were trying to argue for two-dimensional objects, and they tried using a shadow as one of them.
Well, no, that's not the case because, like I said, it all depends on what. Like, okay, so if we're not talking about human no more, we're talking about a shape. It would all depend on what the shape is. I mean, I don't see why you couldn't have a fucking 3-dimensional fucking shadow if the thing itself is 3-dimensional, right? I mean, I've never done it, so I don't fucking know. Like, I'll be the guy that says I don't know. Like the moon, right? We thought we knew what the fucking thing was, and now it's back to being a mystery. We don't have no goddamn clue what that thing is.
They landed humans on it. What are you talking about?
Oh, shut up, Jeremy. Fuck.
You said, bro, retro reflectors. One word.
I can't even take you serious sometimes.
Let's talk about a real mystery now. The lunar eclipse, right? The solar eclipse, sorry. When the moon goes in front of the sun, right?
Years.
Yeah, so now we have what they say is a solid object, the moon, going in front of the sun and blocking the light. But when the moon approaches the sun, we don't see it until it hits the sun in front, and then we see just a dark spot, and we just see it getting bigger and bigger. Then this thing blocks the light, then leaves on the other side and is not ever seen. How does that work?
Do you want me to answer? Or?
Yeah, anybody, yeah.
I mean, I don't think anything you said is true just now about what it is.
Say again?
I don't think that it's happening like the heliocentric model describes it. I don't know what's happening. I know they don't know. They got a good guess, maybe, but it's just a guess.
How about a baller? Any baller want to tackle that one?
Yeah, you don't want my answer.
No, your answer is there is no answer.
I could steel man their argument, probably, I think.
Yeah,
they'd probably say, well, what do you mean see it? See it. That means light reflecting off it. Well, if light, the sun, is coming to the earth, right? And it's blocked by the moon, there's not enough light reflecting back off the earth, back onto the moon in order for you to see it. So what do you see? Just see the blue sky. I think that's what they'd say, or something like that.
Wait, what? What are we talking about? What?
Oh, here we go. Arm bars, the hardcore heliocentric.
What
He was saying
he mumbles a lot, but
I know who he is. I was attempting to steel man the argument as to why he said that in a solar eclipse you don't see the moon approach, but then it starts to apparently blocks the sun, and then starts to unblock the sun, and you still never see it as it goes away. And he asked if any Glover here explain it. So then I said I could steel man the argument, and I said, well, what does it mean to see the moon, right? That's light reflecting off it to your eyes. So the sun comes to the Earth, reflects off the Earth,
Uh-huh.
and illuminates the sky, right? So we see the sky, but we don't see the moon because not enough light reaches the moon, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, it's the exact same reason why, like a daytime moon, you have like the dark, like the shadow part of the moon, like it's blue, because there's no light that's, like getting to your eye, and so all you're gonna see is the atmosphere that's there, instead. Like, and by there I mean like, like because the moon's obviously outside, like the bluish like atmosphere that we kind of see in the sky, right? So the light that's scattering in the atmosphere, making the sky blue, right? That's bright, obviously. So we're gonna see that instead of the no light that's coming off of the moon in that shadow part. So just like that with the eclipse, it's just all of that where there's no light being bounced off the moon. So just think of like daytime moon, the blue part of it, like the blue shadow part of it, but that's all of the moon, all right? And then when it's obviously when it's going in front of the sun, obviously, I mean it's still a physical thing though. So obviously it's still going to block out the sun. And yeah, you could say oh well, it's no longer blue, it's black now because obviously it's blocking the sun, and that's because the sky is also pretty much black, right? Because there's no scattering, because there's no scattering of the light, in the atmosphere, making it blue and shit. And I'm probably overcomplicating this, but yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it's not a big thing. Yeah, I don't know.
So
I
yeah,
made
I
that
don't
way
know.
too
It's not a
complicated.
big thing. That's your answer. Yeah, I don't know. It's not a big
Well,
thing.
because I overcomplicated it, so I totally lost you guys. So I'm just like, whatever. Let me just fucking wrap it up. It's basically who was the guy who was talking before?
Oblivion.
It's basically what they said. Yeah, Oblivion. It's basically what you said, more or less. Yeah.
So would you say that that's the explanation for why we can't see it approaching the sun and leaving the sun, but when we do see the moon during the day, it's when it's much further away from the sun? Is that what you're saying?
Say that again. I'm sorry. I was just reading something. Go on. Sorry.
Would you say that that's why we don't see it approaching a solar eclipse or leaving a solar eclipse, but you do see it when it's much further away from the sun during the day?
Yeah, because when it's much further away, that's usually at that angle where you're gonna see the light bouncing off of it, and then that light is obviously gonna be that's what you're seeing. Yeah. So anytime you see the moon, that's obviously because there's light bouncing off of it. Yeah. Obviously, yeah. I mean, I can show you. Like, I mean, like I've shown this in like a Blender before, but like I have it in Blender where it's surprising how accurate it is, like to like reality, where I have the moon like kind of like like orbiting around like the Earth model that I have, whatever, and I have like a pseudo like atmosphere going on, and basically I have it where if the moon is like like approaching the sun, whatever, you don't see it at all, but if it's once distance away, you start seeing like that crescent shape to it. And it's like spot on to like reality.
How is that physically possible? You just said words and you went into a computer. You think you can recreate? You think you can recreate in real life?
I'm just saying that I can match reality though with like what I have, whatever. And I'm just saying like it more or less shows the same thing where obviously daytime moon, the whole blue thing, and and obviously
in a computer program.
Don't see it.
In a computer program.
The point. Yeah, but the point is just to show though that it would work very similar, where you have the atmosphere, being blue and shit. Look, I'm trying to multitask right now. I'm sorry, hold on, give me like 2 seconds. Hold on.
So what he's saying is modeling correlates with what is described
in a computer program.
Yeah, modeling.
Yeah. Well, no, that's not that. If you want to call it that, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, check it out. Because we all have time, right, to look at this. So let me real fast. Check it out. And once again, it's just like Oblivion said. Like it pretty much does the exact same thing. So Blender, there's it's a 3D modeling program, but also you could do like renders in it, right? So if you wanted to make like the CG movies or like CG effects, whatnot, like you could do that here, where you can actually render shit. With cool, lighting and shit. So, there's pretty, the math for the light, is pretty legitimate. It bounces and shit and whatnot. So let me real fast pull it up real fast.
How about in your garage? How about in your garage in real life, out of the computer? You think you can like show a demonstration of that?
I mean, well, if you did it in your garage, for you to do the whole eclipse thing where you're not seeing the moon, you're gonna need like some kind of like atmosphere, and that's gonna be kind of hard to like produce like on like a like a smaller scale. You know what I'm saying? Because like with the atmosphere, right? Like you know how it's there's sort of like a fog effect. Like the further you look out, the thicker it kind of gets. So like mountains will appear bluer in the distance, right? You would need to pretty much replicate that on a small scale where you would have to have like a fog kind of. So I guess you could produce it on a small. I guess it's not impossible, but
there's no fog
yeah,
when there's no fog when there's an eclipse. It's a perfectly clear sky. You see absolutely nothing. You don't see a moon. You see nothing. It's just the sun. It's a normal day, and then all of a sudden you see a shadow there. You don't see anything approaching. You see a shadow. It blocks the light, makes the daytime night. Then this shadow, what that's in front, leaves, and we see no trace of it. Nothing. Not a trace around the corner, around the nothing.
Okay, so you took my fog thing out of context. What I was saying is the atmosphere is kind of like a fog. Like the further you look out, the thicker it's it appears. That's the sky, So I'm saying the atmosphere is sort of like, it has like that fog effect. The same thing when you're in a fog, it always seems like you're in the middle of it, right? Like whenever you look out, it starts to like layer and layer to the point where you just can't see anything after a certain point. I'm saying the atmosphere is very similar to that. And so obviously if you get to a point where you're so far out, of the atmosphere, like if you're like pretty much outside of it, or, if you're to the point where you're just so far away, it's going to get to the point where the atmosphere is just going to completely block that thing out. Right. And so,
how about if I had a huge spotlight, like as bright as the sun, let's say, and I turned it on, what do you think would happen then?
Well, So the sun's brightness, obviously, the sun, if it's bright enough, obviously it's going to shoot through all that. And so the idea is that with the moon, obviously you're not going to see the dark part of it because there's no light bouncing off of
we
that.
Don't see any of it. We don't see any of it. That's my whole point. We don't see it at all.
It's fine. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, you're not supposed to because there's no light that's bouncing off of it for us to see it.
What? The brightest thing in the sky and the biggest rock in the sky is approaching the sun, and we can't see it.
Well, because the angle that we have, you wouldn't be able to. The light that would be bouncing off of the moon, we wouldn't get that angle. We wouldn't be able to see that light, when the moon is approaching the sun. So we would literally get only the dark side of the moon when it is approaching the sun, and because it's dark, obviously there's no light bouncing off of it. So yeah, it's completely invisible in this, in this regard.
How? What's blocking it? What's blocking it from you to see it? You're saying because of the sun is shining on this huge rock, it's disappearing?
No, okay, so one side the light is bouncing off of, is shining, okay, so one side the light is shining and then bouncing off of that one side, and obviously on the other side there isn't that, all right? That's how light works, right? You have one side that's lit, one side that isn't, because obviously the light is coming in from one direction, right? So when the moon is approaching...
Wrong. Light goes in all directions. You're going to tell me if there's a sphere, you won't see, like, around the edges? You won't see any light around the edges? At all? Nothing? Zero?
Well, it depends on the scale of the light source. So if the light source is larger than the object that is casting its light on, then yeah.
Like the sun? Like the sun?
Yeah, with the sun, yeah. So, that's fine, yeah. So with the sun, it will cast a little bit. But once again, though, the distances matter.
How come we don't see at all? How come we don't see at all of it? Nothing. We don't see the moon approaching zero. This huge rock, 4,000 miles across, is able to approach the brightest object and cast and block it, but we don't see it at all.
So what are you saying what are you saying we should see then in terms of the moon? Like, are you saying we should see like a halo, like a sort of like ring of light approaching the sun? Because if we assume, like what you said earlier, where the light, if the light source is bigger than the object that it's casting its light on, then there would be certain angles where the light is sort of kind of wrapping around. I don't know, whatever. Just tell me what you think you should be seeing, and then I'll just sort of I'll tackle that.
Well, I'm asking you how we don't see it. I think we should be seeing the moon. That's what I think. I think we should be seeing something.
Yeah. Okay. So how
didn't catch it. The biggest rock in the sky, 4,000 miles across, approaches the biggest light in the sky, millions of miles across, whatever it is. And we can't see it approaching. It blocks the light. Right? Then it leaves. And we never see this object.
Yes.
That is that to you. That there's nothing. There's no there. That's
No, there
perfectly
isn't.
normal to you.
Because you got to understand why we see things in the first place. We see things in the first place because there is light bouncing off of it, right? So if the moon, this giant rock in the sky, right, if it is at an angle where we can't see any light bouncing off of it because the sun is going to is because of this weird angle, right? Then we're not going to see the moon. There's no light bouncing off of it.
There's no weird angle. It's in front of you.
Yeah.
And the sun. It's directly in front of you. There ain't no weird angle. It's right there, right in front of you.
Yeah, so we're not going to see
every
it.
other angle, as it approaches, it changes all. You could have all the angles you want, but you never see it ever in any angle.
Yeah, and we don't expect to see it either.
You don't expect to see it. You.
A lot of people
Don't say we. Don't say we.
Fine, a lot of people, excluding you, obviously, but a lot of people don't expect to see it because if you actually, do like the math, it wouldn't. Why would we see anything? It doesn't make any sense. We need light to bounce off of something to see it, and at that angle, we would not see any light bouncing off of the moon. How many times am I going to repeat
what
myself?
Angle? What angle is that?
The angle that we have, where the moon is right in front of us, and the sun is also right in front of us, and the moon is about to eclipse the sun. We're not going to see any light at that angle.
Yeah, but it's coming from the side, right? The sun, the moon is coming from the side, right?
Are you saying we should see a crescent? Is that what you're saying? We should see a crescent?
I'm asking you why we don't see anything. Don't ask me. I already answered you. I'm saying we should see something at some point.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. SC Montreal, are you still asking this same question?
Would you like to answer it?
Tell me you're not asking the same question. Have we not?
Would you like to answer it?
Let me guess what the question is. Is the question about seeing the moon just before an eclipse?
Yes.
Oh my God.
And after. Yeah, go ahead, answer it. Go ahead. Oh my God. Be bald, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I guess
I'm not even going to go through this with you. I made videos about this. I've explained it to you, and you're still asking the same question.
Dude, if it offends you, there's a escape button there. Just press it and go away, or tell us what it is.
Just dump it out right here.
Or let me and my buddy here continue our conversation. If that's okay with
SC
you.
Montreal, why are you still asking the same question though?
Why am I still
I'm so curious.
What concern is it of yours what I do?
Because this has already been answered.
So you think you answered the question. So you're the authority of the sun and the moon.
Explained it to you. I've already explained it to you.
Fine. Would you care to explain it to everybody else?
No.
What makes you think I hold your opinion in any value? What makes you think I hold your opinion in any value?
Because you're asking the same exact question, which has already been explained to you.
So you explained it to me. I tell you now, either explain it to me, say it again, or go away. I really don't care what your opinion is, dude.
So you forgot.
Let me say it again. I really don't care what your opinion is. To me, you're not important, bro.
So why ask the question then?
I was talking to somebody else, and you came in to antagonize. Is that what you came to do? To antagonize?
Here is the practical demonstration. I'll share it just for you.
I really don't care what you do. Understand that. It's not important to me at all.
Here's the practical demonstration I made just for you.
SCY, when it's like, come on, you're so adversarial right now. Let's get some.
He's the one that's adversarial. Would you like to step up to the plate there, Bubba? Would you like to explain that to us?
If we comment,
or do you just want to be adversarial?
There's the practical demonstration answering your question. Why we can't see the moon during a new moon through a solar filter.
It's not about the new moon, you moron. What were we talking about here now? Did I say anything about a new moon? I'm
as the
talking
moon
about the
approaches
solar
the sun.
eclipse.
Okay.
So as the moon approaches
I'm
the sun,
talking
just
about the
before.
solar eclipse.
All right, let's
Yes,
take turns.
as
Let's
the
take turns.
moon.
Okay, SC, you've posed a question. Now let's give him a chance to respond and make sure it's
Who are you?
relevant.
Are you moderating or are you
Well,
antagonizing?
I'd like to listen, and I'd like to help.
So
let's
shut your mouth then and listen. Either add something to the conversation or
You're calling people morons, rumpus in the conversation. Let's get some
no,
warning.
I'm calling you. I'm telling you either talk to me nicely or shut your fucking mouth.
So let's keep it fun, but let's have them. I want to stand up for your point, SE. But
I don't care what you think. I don't care what you think, dude.
You gotta stop talking while
You're
I'm
not
talking.
important. I don't care what you think, dude.
You're interrupting like crazy, bro.
Shut your mouth. I'm
You're
talking with
interrupting like
B-Ball.
crazy.
Shut your mouth.
Hey, bro, you're interrupting like crazy.
Shut your mouth.
Okay. What's your answer, buddy? I'm very interested
Shut
in
your
what
mouth.
doesn't want to listen.
I'm not interested in you.
Happening right now, as usual.
Yeah, what you're doing right now ain't gonna work with me, dude.
Well, you calling him a moron ain't gonna work with me. While you're dumbass.
Shut your mouth. I don't care what you think.
Yay! Lies
Yay.
exposed.
Shut
Lies
up.
exposed.
Sit down.
Look,
I love you,
So, B-Ball,
challenging the
go ahead.
clip.
What is your explanation about the solar eclipse? You came into White Knight for what was my friend, the guy I was talking with?
Yeah, I do appreciate you focusing.
I don't
on
care
us.
what you think, dude. Not a bit.
Just ask me a question. You don't care
I
what I
couldn't
think.
give a flying fuck what you think.
You sound so intelligent.
Nothing.
Right?
I don't care at all what you think, dude.
Do you care that when I'm talking, it feeds back for everybody? Do you care about that?
I don't give a shit because what you're doing ain't gonna work with me.
You just care about yourself, but you want people to care about you?
No, I don't care what you think. You're not gonna get away with what you think you're doing, dude.
Homeboy.
It's not gonna work, boy.
Time out yourself for calling someone a moron.
Sit down and shut your fucking
Time
mouth,
yourself
boy.
out.
And know your place, boy. Fetch me some
Time
water,
yourself
boy.
out, Canada.
Come on, can we go back to debating? Come on, this is getting stupid.
Thank you. Nice to talk to you, bro. So let's continue, me and you. So what were we saying?
Okay. So your argument is that we should see something. My argument is that we shouldn't because the angle, right?
Okay, what angle is that? Because it comes in all different angles, as I explained to you, sir.
Okay, so the angle is it's getting to the point where so when you have the moon approaching the sun, right? We're getting close to like a straight line, all right? Like obviously eclipse would be a straight line, it would be the sun, the moon, and then obviously the earth at that specific point that we're at, it would be like a straight line. But when the moon is approaching the sun, we're getting pretty close to that, right? So
right.
If you think about it like that, when you have the sun, the sun's light hitting the moon, right? On what it's going to be hitting at more or less, like half of the surface, all right? So like around that, it'll be a little bit more, I guess, because the sun is technically, larger than the moon, but the distance also kind of matters too. But the point is, though, more or less 50% of the moon is going to be lit, and then 50% is not going to be lit. All right. And I've said this before, I'll say it again. The 50% that isn't lit, that's the part that is facing us. So we should not see that. All right. And so answer me this, all right? If the moon, like, let me actually just give you this. If the moon isn't being lit by the sun, do you think we should see it at all? Let's just get that out of the way first. All right. Because I need to see, like what your understanding
is not lit by the sun. If we should see it, that's the question you just asked me.
Yeah. If it's not lit at all, it's just, should we see it?
No, I don't think we should see it. No, if it's not lit, how are you going to see it, dude?
Okay, fair enough. All right, so now the reason why I brought that up is because I'm saying that pretty much the side that we're seeing is just that. It's not lit, all right? So we should not see that lit side, the unlit side, all right? That's kind of the point.
What do you mean by lit? You mean it's like a bulb, or it's being shown on? It's that lit is a reflection, is what you mean, right?
Shown on, yeah, sure. Like the light from the sun is bouncing off of one side. That's the lit side, all right? And the unlit
lit side, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's a side that is unlit, right? Yeah. So
facing us, or the side we should see.
What now?
Because you said the side we're seeing we don't see, so that kind of struck me as a little weird.
Semantics. I'm just saying the side that's facing us. There you go. How about that? The side that is facing us is the unlit side. That is and so we should not see that. That's my argument.
Yeah, it's okay. That's what I thought you meant. Just okay.
Yeah, I know. I worded it stupidly. I get it.
Okay, could continue. So we have one side that's being lit.
Yes.
And one side that's not being lit, right?
Yeah. So now we can actually look at it as one side that we should see and one side that we shouldn't see. All right.
No, we should look at it like this. We should see one side and we should see a shadow on the other side. That's what we should like normally think of, right? Not disappearing. That's not a normal thing, right?
But you okay? So
when you shine something on one side, you see a shadow on one side,
yes, that's
right?
fine.
And then you see the lit part, correct?
But early, yeah, that's fine, correct. But earlier you conceded that if no light was being shined on, what was the word? Shown. If no light was bouncing off of the moon, right, that you would not see it. All right.
Obviously, it would be total darkness, right?
Well, listen.
If there's no light, it would be total darkness, right?
I'm saying specifically for the moon. I'm not. This is a weird hypothetical where only the moon has no light bouncing off of it, and we still have light, entering the atmosphere. We still have light.
That's La La Land, so I'm not going to concede to that. No,
okay, how about this?
Now you're in fantasy land.
Fine.
Yeah.
No, okay, fine. I won't make it.
That's somewhere in your brain. This is occurring.
Fine. How about this? All right. We have a giant wall now in front of the moon. Okay. So now no light is going to reach the moon, all right? But we still have daytime here on Earth, okay? So there's light blocking, there's no light that's actually getting to the moon, okay? Should we see the moon now, okay? We're still in daytime, but there's a giant wall in front of the moon, so no light is able to actually bounce off of the moon, okay? Should we see the moon?
Dude, you can hypothesize anything you want. Just explain
to me. Answer the question.
What do you mean answer that? You're talking stupidities. You have the biggest rock in the sky. I don't want to play games with you, bro. You have the biggest rock in the sky. It approaches the sun. Why don't you see any of it? As it approaches, it blocks the sun. It's a solid object, right? Then it leaves and you don't see it. Answer that question, man. Don't play games with walls in the sky and just tell me why that happens.
Let me try and explain this once again to SE Montreal, because obviously the first time we went through this for almost an hour, he still doesn't understand it. So you have a really, really bright light shining on your face as you're trying to see something that's not lit from the side that we see.
Right. Now, when that thing... Like what? Give me an example here on Earth. Go ahead. Give me an example, Smarty Pants.
Listen, think about this. When you're driving at nighttime and someone's approaching you with high beams on, can you see anything else but those high beams?
Well, no, that's not an analogy. That's not a good analogy. No. Let's have somebody approach from the side. You're talking head on, right?
Yeah, a cop pulls you over. He's got his lights fucking on you, right? And before he obstructs the light, if he doesn't obstruct the light that's shining on you, you're not going to see anything on him. Even if he's wearing a fucking...
fine. Now, how about when the... Yeah? Are you done?
Yeah, tell me when you're going to see him. You're going to see him when he obstructs the light, right?
Tell me when you're done and I can speak.
No.
Okay, so now, the cop approaches you, you see a headlight, you don't see him. When he leaves... And to the side, and you look. Do you see the cop car when he leaves? When he passes by you?
No, the light is still
shining on you. The cop car has disappeared. You don't see the cop car?
The light is still. SE Montreal, listen to this, right? You have a really, really bright light shining in your face. Can you see anything else but that light?
What does that have to do with the scenario we're talking about?
Everything. That has everything
no, it has
to do with it.
nothing to do with it. You don't have just a bright light shining in your face. No.
This is the problem. You only see the light, SE Montreal. You only see the light.
You only see the light. There's three objects here. There is you, the light, the sun, and there's a big rock that comes in between you.
Yes, I understand. We understand that.
Right.
But the light, the bright light in your face is not allowed to see anything else but that light. Don't understand why that's
wrong. So how come you can see the shadow then? How come you see the shadow when half of that light is shining on it? Right? How come it's not blocking it then?
Half of that light, because by the time the moon is eclipsing the sun, now you can see the outline of the moon, blocking the light
Right.
from the
Just
sun.
magically like that, right? Just magically you can see just
How
a
is
shadow.
that
You don't see
magic?
the outline of the moon. You just see a
How is that
shadow.
magic? Because the moon's not emitting any light.
So the light doesn't go around this sphere. It just magically,
Yes,
the
it
whole
does.
thing disappears. Everything. You don't
Yes.
see no contours. You don't see no craters on the around. Nothing.
No, SC Montreal, because
Only in
it's
your
not emitting
brain, bro.
light.
Only
It's
in
not.
your brain.
It's not emitting any light, man. It's really
Okay, so
simple. You're
recreate that.
purposely not understanding this. You're
No,
purposely
I'm
not understanding
understanding
this.
it perfectly.
Well, look at my
And if you watch it, no. If you watch the little short video I posted, which is a little 1-minute video, pretty much explains exactly what we're talking about.
No, that's a joke what you posted. I want you to make a
That's
recreation.
exactly what
I want you
that's
to let me
exactly.
speak. Don't interrupt me. I want you to make a video, a real video this time. Get a light bulb, get an object, small object, make it, don't interrupt me. Make the same scenario, make that object approach the light, not be seen, cast a shadow, and leave again. Do
That's
that.
exactly what I did.
No, you didn't do that. No, you
Yes,
did
I
not
did.
do
Okay.
that.
So let me explain the video that I posted.
No,
I
don't
have a light
explain it.
source.
Show
I have
what
a
I
light.
just
Hold
said.
on. Don't. I didn't interrupt you. Then don't interrupt me. I have a light source, right, shining on my phone, right. I have a which is covered by a solar filter, so I only see the light source. Then I have a basketball in my other hand. Do I see the basketball? No, I don't see the basketball, which is in front of the light. Then I move the basketball in front of the light, and the ball
Hold on. Is the
eclipses the.
basketball
Hold on, I'm not
shining the
done.
same
Hold on,
luminosity
I'm
as the
not
moon?
done.
Nah,
Hold on,
You're
I'm
not
not
going to get
done.
away with
I'm
that.
not done. You're not gonna cut me off. I'm not done. I was cordial to let you speak. Now let me speak.
Okay, fair enough.
I
Go ahead.
pass the ball. I pass the ball in front of the light, right, which eclipses the light. Then you can see the outline of the ball. Then I drop the solar filter, and then look, you can see the ball in my hand, which is in front of the light.
That's not a good recreation. You don't need a solar filter. When an eclipse occurs, you can look up in the sky and you see nothing. You don't see nothing. You don't see no moon. It's a perfectly sunny day. And then all of a sudden, you just see a shadow there. I want you to recreate that kind of
Why would you
scenario.
expect to see it? Why would you expect to see it?
Why would? Because I'm a normal human being. Why would you not expect to see it?
Because there's a really, really bright light shining in your face.
It's not shining in your face. Not at all.
Yes, it is.
No,
The sun
wrong.
is.
And if it's
when you
bright
look-
enough to shine in your face, it should be bright enough to light up the side of this huge 4,000-mile rock. Why doesn't it do that?
How much of it do you think should be lit?
I don't care. We should be able to see something.
You're
The
claiming
point
that
is-
some of it should be. You're claiming that some of it should be seen, right? How much of it do you think should be seen? And how
That's
big
not
of an
the
angle do you
issue.
think that
I don't
should be?
care if it's a quarter, a third, a fourth. I want to see the side of the moon when it comes near the biggest, brightest object in the sky. Yet we see
How big of
nothing.
an angle? How big of an angle do you think that should be?
Don't ask me questions. You recreate your fantasy.
So again-
I'm here doubting your fantasy. You came in here to white knight. Don't ask me what angles I expect to see. I expect to see the biggest rock in the sky when it approaches the brightest thing in the sky. That's what I expect to see. Now you tell me why that's being disappeared.
Next time you're driving at night and someone has high beams coming towards you, you tell me how much you can see.
When the car passes by you and you give him the finger, yeah, you can see him.
Yeah,
Because you
when the
just gave
car
him the
passes
finger.
by you, when the car
Try
passes by
again.
you, hold on, when the car passes by you, the light's no longer shining in your face.
Exactly. So when the moon is on the side,
different.
right?
That's
It's
different.
no longer shining. It's no longer. It should be right on the
that's
side of
different.
it.
That's different.
Exactly.
The entire time of the eclipse, the sun is still shining directly in your face, before and after the eclipse.
Stop flapping your jaws and recreate me this scenario. This is
I already
against all
did. If
physics.
you can't,
No,
I
you
already
didn't.
did. If you can't
Yeah,
understand what I did, then that's your problem. And
Well, that's your
just
problem. You put a sun filter there. You put a basketball there that has nothing to do with reality. Absolutely
you're gonna
nothing.
continue to ask the same question without at least trying to recreate it yourself, and then you can answer your own question.
Listen, dude, I poke holes in your fantasy model and you don't like it. That's not my problem.
There's no holes. There's
if
no
you
holes.
want to believe
No,
in the
it's not.
shadow giants, if you want to believe in the bullshit, you go right ahead.
There's a hole in your understanding. That's the problem.
No, you didn't explain it. I showed you the hole. I showed you the problem. Somehow you believe that a sun could make something disappear in the sky. Now you gotta explain that, not me.
And I absolutely explained it and demonstrated it. I'm sorry you don't understand.
Not to my liking, and I don't care if you don't like it. I'm sorry that you don't accept that I accept your bullshit. It's never gonna happen.
It's not bullshit, but also real fast, we actually could replicate this pretty well. Actually, if you were Earth is Life, right? If you were to do this in a dark room, right, and have like a really dim like flashlight or something, so it's not lighting up the entire room, right? What you could do is, you know, you could because then it'll be a lot more obvious. You know, what I'm saying that because I know with the solar filter that kind of gets the point across. But if you just had like the flashlight and then you kind of had like maybe like I don't know, like a baseball or something, you brought that in front of the flashlight. Then obviously you're not seeing the baseball because the room is dark, and then you bring it in front of the flashlight, it would eclipse the flashlight. And to take this even further, right, what you could do is we could even add a quote unquote like atmosphere kind of thing where maybe we have a camera. Now this would be going like way beyond though, but if you had like a camera inside like maybe like a glass box, and then you put like maybe like some like a smoke like a smoke machine with smoke in there, that would act as like an atmosphere kind of thing, right? And then do all that, whatever, you would get like the exact same thing. With that being said, that's a lot of fucking work though. But I think the dark room one works too, though. The dark room example works too. I you know what I'm saying? Like the solar filter worked, but I think the dark room is undeniable though. You know what I'm saying?
Don't forget now, we're talking to a genius called Earth is Life that went and bought a auto
When did
level,
I ever?
and he
When
didn't
did I
buy
ever
a
claim to
story
be a
pole,
genius?
the idiot.
When did I?
He
Now
thought he
we
could use
want
a
to
building
change.
in the
Now we want to
distance.
change the subject. Now we want to change the subject. I
Yeah,
know.
why
I
don't you
know
let me
that.
finish my sentence?
I know.
You embarrassed
Whenever I
that you
did
bought an
that,
auto level without a story pole?
no, actually, I bought them both at the same time. Actually,
Yeah, no,
so
you
guys
didn't.
you
You
guys
liar.
claim.
No, you
guys
didn't.
claim.
No. We had to
Yeah,
tell
I
you
did.
you need a story pole
So
for your auto level.
you can claim whatever you want, and I'm sorry that when I did that, that completely ruined flat Earth. So you're welcome for that.
What did you do? You went and you bought a pole, a story pole, and you put it in a water on a beach, and you took a picture, and you said that's level water. Wow,
I said that's sea level.
Place to talk
No, I
here?
said that's
Wow.
no, I said that's sea level.
Sea level, yeah. You took a story pole, you planted it on the beach, and you said sea level. Wow, you're a real character, dude.
That was mean. That was mean sea level. Yep, I was 11 feet above mean sea level, and the
Yeah, that
crosshairs
was
are hitting
really
well
fun.
above.
We laughed at that.
The crosshairs were hitting well above 11 feet. So you tell me what's going on there. So
this is the
anyway,
guy that takes an auto level.
you can go and you can try and recreate anything, because I don't think you've done pretty much anything except for except for debunk your own flat Earth by looking at the moon and looking at the sun. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah. This
What
is a
else do
guy
you
that
have?
takes an auto level and looks 16 miles across water, and he wants to measure a hotel in the distance. This is the intellect we're talking about here.
Where the
bro.
crosshairs were hitting a 15-story building. I know that's devastating, man. Pretty devastating.
He used the building. He used the building as a story pole. Oh my God, this guy's true genius.
There's nothing wrong with that.
There's actually nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that at all. I mean,
because we know the height of the building is
use an auto level 15 miles away.
Is the building at a lower elevation than my location?
What are you talking about? There's nothing wrong with that. I've took my auto level out. I've took my auto level out to the beach and fucking seen the horizon above the fucking crosshairs. Can I go out and can I go out and use that as proof for the flat Earth?
Well, I don't know. Well, I didn't see you're roboting, man. You're roboting. Brian, you're roboting.
But look, you don't use your auto level to look across oceans and fucking. Dude, that's fallacious, man. If I could use that as proof, I'd have proof already for flat Earth. Just pick a time when the fucking horizon's at the crosshairs or above the crosshairs.
The thing is that people have actually done it over land too, and showed that there's certain things that fall below eye level, not just over water.
Why don't you go out every evening? Why don't you go out there in the evening and get some?
It would. I'm not gonna
with your
waste my
auto level
time.
and show us what it looks like. Hold on, show us what it looks like. Show us some comparison shots and see how the.
So if I went
crosshairs
out at
move
night, it would be. If I went out at night, it'd be pointless because it'd be too dark to see the crosshairs. So that would be pointless.
Use lights.
So that picture that you took of that hotel, right? Where you claim there's 15 stories missing, right? Due to Earth curve, right? Is that what you claim?
No, it's a 15-story building, and the crosses are above the 15-story building.
Okay, so what's causing that
right
obstruction?
at the top?
Right. What's causing that obstruction from your point of view?
That's obviously the water, right?
So there's a 150-foot hump of water between you and the hotel?
No, it's a drop. No, we're not going to go through this hump or drop thing.
Of course we're not, because you know where this is heading. And you're going to be made to look like a complete, you know what?
No,
How is that?
it's because you guys don't understand how drop works, but you know.
And don't try to rescue him. So how does it work? There's an actual drop of water there?
What, rescue me? Rescue me?
I use auto levels for a living.
Go ahead, Essie.
We know how drop works.
Come on,
Go
people.
ahead. Go ahead,
So
Essie.
there's
You
a drop of
explain it to
water
me.
there? There's a 150-foot drop of water between you and the hotel, and that's what's causing the obstruction?
Obviously, if the crosses are hitting above the building, there's something going on there. We know the building is not at a lower elevation, don't we?
That's not what I asked you. It's not what I asked you. I asked you if the water is causing the obstruction, right?
Yes,
and you
the water
said
is causing the
yes.
obstruction. The
And
water
you
is,
said
yes, the water
obviously.
is dropping away. The water is dropping away.
Then I asked you if there's a hump of water, and you said no.
No, it's not a hump. It's a drop.
So there's a drop of water causing obstruction between you and the hotel. Did everybody hear that?
Yes, everybody heard that. There's a drop. There's a drop. The land drops away from the
Not
horizontal.
The land, there's water.
The water
said
drops
the
away,
water.
and the land. The water and the land drops away from the horizontal.
So there's
Yes.
okay. Everybody heard that, right?
Yeah,
Yes, everyone heard that.
Okay. So are you
I
saying
hope it's recorded. I
Oh,
hope
okay.
I hope we're recording.
I hope so too, man. So now you're saying that there's a 150-foot drop of water.
I've answered this several times. How many times are you going to ask the same question?
So no, you didn't answer it. You said the water, you said the land drops away. So I want to make it perfectly clear to everybody. Between you and the land that has dropped away, there's 150 foot of water, correct? Causing the obstruction, correct?
Yes, SE Montreal.
Everybody heard that?
Yes, go on.
Yes.
Look, they say
You hear that, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah.
This is the genius.
Yes.
Yeah,
called
no,
people.
The water is up. The water is obstructing half of the building.
Yeah, they say that it's like
is that so hard to
1% curve. Hold on, you say it's 1/10 of 1% curve, but you got a big hump of water dropping it just because it's lower.
Nobody calls it a hump. Only you guys
no
call it.
angle change at all. That's
Nobody
a hump.
calls it a hump except you guys.
Not really.
Nobody calls it a hump except you guys.
Drop.
Do a blink test. Do a blink test and tell me any other way to describe it.
Oh my God! How many times have I posted my blink test? Do you want me to post it again?
You're showing a hump.
I mean,
Brian, what blink test? You're letting him off the hook, bro. He just said there's a 150-foot hump of water.
There's no. I never. When did I ever say hump? Did I say hump? You're putting words in my mouth now.
Okay, not hump. Okay, my mistake. I apologize. You said there's 150-foot water blocking 15 stories of water between.
There's a drop. There's a drop due to curvature.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's a drop, how could it be blocking something?
Because it's looking over a curved surface, which is exactly what a curved surface would do.
Now you're changing your story. Before you said.
Which is exactly what I would expect to see over a curved surface.
Right, but what do you say when we don't?
Hold on, Brian, please. You're changing your story now, bro.
Nope, nobody's changing anything. Here's my blink test.
I don't care about a blink test. What's blocking the view between you and the hotel?
The
What's
water.
blocking the view?
The water. The water.
The water.
There's the blink test.
Exactly.
So obviously it's the
So you're
water,
saying
right?
there's a hump of water between you.
I never said it. Did I say a hump? You keep putting words in my mouth, SC Montreal. I
So
didn't say a
the
hump. That's
water
what
is
you
not
guys
okay.
say.
Call it a mound. Call it a mound, SE.
It's a mound. It's a mound. So the water is lifted in order for it to block that 15
No, it's not.
stories.
It's dropped away. It has dropped away.
What has dropped
which is
away?
what I would which is exactly what I would expect over a curved surface.
What has dropped away? Be specific.
The water and the land.
So exactly. So if at the base of that
Go ahead,
hotel, right?
Say hump again. Say hump again.
I'm not
Call
going to
it a
say
hump
hump
again.
I know because you're triggered with that word. Okay, let me ask you a question. The front door of that hotel and the top of that water, there's 150 foot difference, right?
Roughly.
So how is that possible then?
It's
the water is
probably
lifted.
about less because it's over a curved surface. This is where the point of contention is. You don't believe it's curving, right? But obviously the
asking
water is
you.
obstructing something.
So there's a drop then.
Okay, guys.
Yes,
so how
there
about
is
this?
a drop.
Okay. How about this? All right. You have your table, right? You lie your camera on your table, right? And you're leveled with the the table more or less, I guess, whatever. The point is your camera's on top of the table and you have chairs at the edge of the table, right? And now the chairs are being cut off by the table, right? Because obviously, okay, so the part of the chair that you're not seeing is below the table, all right? That's what's going on with the earth, all right? The buildings
You can't have it both ways, man. You either have water blocking the view or you don't. Now, in order for that water to be blocking the view, it has to be higher than your eyesight.
No, it doesn't have
There's
to be
no
higher
two ways,
because
or it's dropping, like you say, right?
yes, it is dropping because that's exactly what we would expect over a curved surface.
So where does the water start to drop from?
Immediately at your feet.
Sorry?
It starts immediately at your feet.
That's not what the picture you show. It looks like the water is going up and then dropping at a certain point. It doesn't look like it's dropping immediate from your feet.
You know what? You can believe whatever you want, SC Montreal. The Earth is round. I'm
you
sorry.
can believe
I'm sorry
whatever you want.
I'm sorry these images trigger you so much.
Wait, hold on. Let me calm this down. Let me calm this down a little bit.
I'm
SC, give me
very
1
calm.
second.
I'm asking you a question and you can't handle it.
This is so
SC, let me
clear.
ask him a question real quick, SC. One question. Let me ask him this. Because he's described a table and chairs, the table blocking the chairs. I got to ask him this. I got to ask this. I've got to. One question. Okay, so if you come back later on and you shot the same exact shot and the chairs were higher than your crosshairs later on, okay?
Yeah, then it's the atmosphere thing. I get that. I know.
So then you would say it was Earth curve before, but now the light's being refracted. So what the hump that was there, or the mound, or the drop, whatever you want to call it, is now gone. And now we're looking at the crosshairs below the ground of the building, and now there's no drop. What happened?
Then we would know that we couldn't use that because obviously there's something weird going on in the atmosphere.
Okay, the blink test, is it at the same distance? Are you at the same distance when you do that blink test?
Obviously
same height,
not.
everything?
No, I'm not.
Did you just hear what he said? I see. He just said that it would be weird. And we know not to use that. So
because there's weird stuff going on in the atmosphere. Yes. Why would I use
the only time you're going to get shots like that is in the heat of the day?
Or dropping below the horizon. If I leveled my water level, right,
bro,
and I was looking out, and hold on. If I took my water level out there and I leveled it, and the water was above the crosshairs, I would be like, "What the fuck is going on?"
Yeah, but listen, the only time you're going to get shots like you got, is when the sun is beaming on the fucking water, bro.
No, dude, I've lived. Listen, man, I've lived here for almost 5 years, and I've gone to that same place many times.
Sometimes you live in the surfing capital, bro. You live in the surfing capital of the world.
It always.
Hey, have you noticed this, B-ball? When you look out the distance, you can't. The waves that you're seeing, the 6 foot waves on the shore, or 3 foot waves, or 5 foot waves, or whatever. Have you noticed that you can't see them till they get close? Okay, when you look out further, they join together, right? I mean, you've had enough experience. Yeah, so you can't make out waves, but you know that they're out there, right? You just can't see them. So what? Even if the seas are and the seas are usually a little bit bigger than the surf. So if you have 4 to 5 foot waves, then you generally have about 6 to 7 foot seas. So the further out you get, the bigger the waves, but you can't see them. So what you think you're looking at flat water, right? But you're not.
Brian, if I'm above the waves, they're not going to make a difference. Okay. If I'm below,
they're not going to make a difference.
If I'm putting my camera like right on the surface of the water, then yes, the waves are going to block a hell of a lot because the waves are above me.
Dude, we done proved that wrong a million times.
That's not the same when I'm above the water.
Dude, you didn't see the video I put out with Jose saying right there? It was a short video that he pretty much. In fact, I'm gonna post it in live stream. He goes to a usual spot and he's 15 foot high in elevation, and he's looking at a lighthouse like about 4 miles away, and there's some 3 foot waves coming in, maybe 4 foot. He said 5, whatever you want to say. They're not 15 foot waves, yet they blocked the freaking building, and they blocked boats that are only a few miles away. So it can't be Earth curve. So how's that happening with the waves that are under his feet? These waves are under his feet. But
there's no way
video and you give it a look, so you don't make that claim no more.
There's no way that if I'm above something, like if there's a wave that's 3 feet and I'm 6 feet above that 3 foot wave, that wave is gonna block something.
Bro, sometimes when you look, sometimes if you look straight out, the horizon is fucking higher than level. So don't tell me there's no way, bro. Look, I'm gonna post this video.
I've never seen that.
Watch it so you don't make that claim no more because it's not honest.
I've never seen that.
George, man, it took all your people to have seen this horizon over.
Yes,
Jesse Kozlowski, Last Spark King.
I know why.
Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you. Yes, and we understand why that happens. That doesn't happen here.
Hey, okay.
It will happen there. Go there at night, bro.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't happen here.
How do you know? You haven't even done it.
Because it doesn't happen here, Brian. I've been to that same place. I don't even know how many times.
Go at night, bro. It's a totally different scene.
That wouldn't make a difference, Brian. It wouldn't make a difference.
Well, then why don't you try it, B-Ball? I mean, you're just going to say, nope, it won't make a difference.
You know why?
I'm not going to try it.
Why? Because if I go and do that, you'll come back and say the same shit.
No, I'm going to say, get somebody with a laser beam. Get somebody with a laser.
I'll be like, look, Brian, here's evidence it didn't happen. I won 3 times at nighttime. And the crosshairs are still hitting above this building.
Okay.
Oh, well, you don't know what's going on in the atmosphere.
How do you know that's going to happen? How do you know that's going to happen if you haven't tried it? I'm telling you, I got more experience in this area than you do. Okay? And I know what happens. I've got way more experience in this area than you do, bro. So if you haven't tried, hold on, I'm not finished. If you haven't tried it, how do you know it's not going to work, bro?
Because I know it's not going to work. Because I've
so you're gonna try and make an argument just because you know, even though I can show you it not happening. I mean, it happening. You know it won't happen.
Yeah, just like you to do. He knows how it is. He knows.
I want you to do the same. Okay, Brian, since you own an order level, do the same thing. Take it out to the beach.
I've done it, bro. What are you talking about?
Where?
How do you think I know this shit?
Okay, please post a video where you've done it. Then that way I can see it.
I got a video early on my channel with a 1 mile horizon, bro. Okay, look, George is fucking. I'm telling you, people on your own team, George, Jesse Kozlowski, and Spark.
Yes.
I mean, Timothy Osman. Okay, went out to Salt Lake, and Jesse Kozlowski. Hold on, I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna post it. Quit interrupting.
And they explained why that happened, right?
You can explain it however you want, but you're saying it won't happen.
It won't happen here.
Oh, it won't happen there. Just everywhere else. They're not there.
Won't happen here.
How do you know you haven't tried it? You're not being honest, bro. You can say, I don't think it. If you're going to be honest, you say, I don't think it'll happen there. The only honest answer is.
All right, let me ask you this. What conditions do you think would make that happen?
Anything but the sun beaming on your ass. Beaming on the water.
No, give me specific. Like what would have to be present?
Evening, right before the sun goes down. I'm gonna answer
hot
them.
water, cold air, hot water.
No,
What
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what time of year.
Do you
Just go
think it
there.
would happen in?
Go there, fucking
Do
right
you,
before the sun sets, and you're gonna get a different fucking view. Trust me.
do you
Or go right after
do you
the
think it would
sunset.
happen if? Do you think it would happen if the air and the water temperature were roughly the same all the time?
I don't think that has any shit to do with it, dude. Because I've seen it all.
I think it has a lot to do with it.
I've seen it winter, summer. Listen, I've seen it winter, summer, spring, and fall. What it is it could be temperature because the sun's beaming on the water, you know. But I've seen it all 4 seasons, bro. And if you don't try it, you're only on. Hold on, goddamn, dude. Every time I go to talk, you fucking start talking, dude.
We don't have all 4 seasons
That's
here,
what
man.
he does. It gets you all riled up. Let him
You're
talk,
at the
man.
same. He's at the same latitude I'm at, just about. I'm at 29. Where are you?
22.
Okay, well you're not that far. You're only about 400 something miles lower. But I will say, yeah, it's warm. It's a warm climate here too. But your only honest answer is saying that I don't believe. I don't believe it'll happen here if it's something you haven't tried. If you get somebody shining a laser at you during the daytime, you won't see it, bro. I mean, I've only seen one video where they picked it up in the day, and that was but if you do it at night, and you could shine the laser on the first floor of the hotel, and you'll see that lit up too. Dude, how do you know, bro?
No,
this
you
is
won't.
shit you
No,
haven't
you
even
won't,
tried.
Brian, I've been here for 5 years, man. I've been here for 5 years, and every time I go
So
to
you
that
haven't
beach,
tried it
the
for 5
buildings
years.
every time I go to that beach, the buildings look exactly the same.
I see the same shit in the daytime too, bro. I see the same shit in the daytime.
They're always obstructed. Yeah, you know what you're looking at? You're looking
No,
at
they're
Earth
not,
curve, man.
bro.
You're
Go
looking
on
at
a
Earth
calm
curve.
day in the evening. Go when there's no waves.
How many times do I have to go? You tell me.
Once. Go when
I've filmed it 8 times, but I've gone many more times.
Okay, go one time like I'm telling you to. Go after the sunset. Go after the sun sets, and go on a day that's where the surf's only a couple feet. Try it and see what you see.
What do you think? Okay. Let me ask you. What do you think I'm going to see? Do you think I'm going to see the buildings? Do you think I'm going to see the trees in front of that building?
I don't gotta think what you're gonna see, bro. I know what you're gonna see because I fucking
tell me
see it
what,
myself.
what am I going to see? You tell
You're
me right
gonna
now.
see
What am
lower
I gonna
down.
see? 'Cause
You're gonna see
because
further down the building.
Check this out. I'm going to make a prediction, right? I'm going to do this for you, right? And I'm going to go there in the evening, and then I'm going to show you that I'm not going to see. It's going to be exactly the same, right?
Okay.
So, and when I come back and I show you this video, what are you going to tell me then?
Okay,
What
this is
excuse
what I
are you
want you
going
to
to
do.
make?
We'll put some money up, okay? But listen, I got 2 things. Show me the surf report and prove the date that you're doing it. Just go after the sun sets and show me a surf report of that day.
What
And
does
I'll
the
bet money.
surf
I'll
report
bet you
have to
whatever you
do?
want to
If I'm
bet, bro.
gonna
Up to $500.
If I'm going to be 11 feet over the water, what the hell is a surf gonna do for me? Because I'm well above the water.
Why are you worried then, B-ball?
I'll show you the surf
Okay, well
report.
let's just make a friendly $100 bet.
The tide is going to show probably 1 or 2 feet, because that's what it usually is here.
Then you should not be worried, pal.
I'm not worried at all. I'm really not worried at all. Trust me.
I know you're not. Okay?
And I guarantee when I go and film this when the sun is probably about to go down, and I'm gonna go
after the sun goes down. As the sun goes down, or after.
I guarantee you're gonna make some sort of other excuse for what's going on, because it's
now. Let me tell y'all what's really gonna happen. We're never gonna see this video because when he goes and sees it, he's gonna fucking come up with an excuse in his head and not post the video.
Oh, I'm gonna do it. Watch, and then we'll see what your excuse is then.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay.
You've made a lot of claims, Brian, and I've debunked you on several of them.
Okay.
This
I've seen it with my own fucking 2 eyes, bro. Okay.
This one is going to be no different, Brian.
Okay,
This
you
one is
say
gonna be no
that.
different.
If you're so sure of that, then fucking then do it. Okay.
will.
God damn. Okay. Now, what are you gonna say when it does happen?
I'm gonna say you're right. Holy shit, you were right, and I will
Let me tell you what's really gonna happen. B-Ball will never say I'm right. We'll never see this video, people, because it's what happens at
you
night.
will. No, you will. You'll see it. I promise.
Nighttime's the best time, people. It's when
I
don't know.
Everyone that's listening right now. I promise you, I will make this video. Do you want the auto level too?
Just show me the day. Show me the surf report of the day, and prove that that's the day you're out there doing it. Yes. I know what you're gonna see, bro. You're talking out of ignorance. You've never done this.
Okay, listen. You want me to use the auto level?
Yes. What good would it do if
I'll
you
use
didn't?
the auto level. I'll bring my P900. I'll use my auto level, and you will see it. And I'll make this.
I'll bet you $100 you don't see what you see in the daytime. You want to bet?
Okay. I want you to tell me that I'm going to see the trees in front of that building.
You'll see part of them, if not all of them. Depends.
Okay.
Wintertime, you probably see them all. Summertime, you probably see part of them.
Wintertime,
you'll see something different every time you go, bro.
There's no wintertime here, man.
You'll see something different every time you go, pal.
There's no wintertime here.
Bro, it's. I'm telling you, I'm in the same climate as you almost. Okay.
No, you're not. It gets cold.
I know there's no winter time. I know there's no winter like fucking. There's no snow. It don't snow here, but I'm just saying it still gets colder, right? What's the temperature of the water in the wintertime? What's the temperature of the water in the winter?
It's always between 70. It's always between 70 and 80 degrees.
Yeah, 70's fucking freezing ass fucking cold too. Jump in some 70-degree water. Is it comfortable to swim in 70 degrees? I heard you, bro. You're gonna interrupt me saying all year round, all year round, all year. Dude, God, you make it. Listen, if you ever 70-degree water is fucking cold as fuck, ain't it? A lot of surfers wear spring suits in 70-degree water, don't they?
Probably. I don't know. I don't surf, man.
Yeah. Well, you've been there for 5 years. You should know everything. You know the way you talk.
Yeah, I don't surf, but yes, the water. Yeah. The water is somewhat cold sometimes, but it never drops below. It never gets about 60, 50. It never.
Right, so it's the same thing here, okay? But it's cold.
So the temperature here, in the daytime is usually between 80 and 85 degrees all year round.
No, it gets hotter than that in the fucking dead of summer and colder than that in winter. Yeah, you're giving us an average.
Maybe
bro.
maybe 90, maybe.
Yeah, but in the wintertime it's a little colder. You know, I'm not saying it snows.
No, it never gets.
But the water gets colder. I didn't say. What do you mean it never gets colder? It never gets colder than 80? Ever.
Yeah, probably at nighttime. Yeah, I'll give you that nighttime.
Nighttime.
But man, listen, I've debunked you on so many things, and this is gonna be no different. I'm just telling you right now.
Okay, well, you're talking out of ignorance. When you do it, we'll have this discussion after you've done it.
You're gonna have to make a whole nother excuse when I do this.
No, I'm not, bro. I know what you're gonna see, bro. I do this, bro. This is what I do. Okay, this is what I've done. Okay, you are talking out of ignorance, bro. Don't make no more claims that are unnecessary. You don't need to make any more claims. You've stated your case.
I debunked you with the triangle. I debunked you with this 24-hour sun, and this one is going to be no different.
Oh, I found some questions with this 24-hour sun too, man. I wanted to point out. I wasn't happy with the whole fucking fact that they're saying that it started here, but maybe I'm not going to say that for sure. That's it's a little suspicious, but I can't prove it either way. But does he have any proof of where he's at? I mean, this ain't the point I wanted to bring up.
Where he's at?
Does that guy show proof of where he's at?
The guy made an entire documentary in Antarctica. You can watch it.
If you're at the South Pole, okay, if you're at the South Pole, right by the celestial South Pole, why would the sun move up and down? Because with similar pictures at the north. Oh no! Goddamn, dude! Why do you got to jump in there? Let me finish my fucking question, bro.
South Pole, man.
Okay, then
he's not at the exact South Pole.
Okay, so where is he at?
McMurdo Station.
Okay, do you know the coordinates of that by any chance?
You can look it up on freaking Google Earth, man.
Okay. All right, I'll look it up. I mean, this is something he should have posted. If this is proof for a 24-hour sun, it's a big deal. And if I would like to see proof. The two things I would request is a GPS or something proving where you're at, and then the fucking sun. But where they changed that video and said that it started in the beginning. There's a glitch right fucking after the beginning when the clouds start to come in. Just watch it, and you could watch it in slow motion. You'll see the glitch.
Brian.
And at the beginning, let me tell you my problem with it. At the beginning, there's a little cart parked Can you still hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, there's a little cart parked off to the right at what's supposed to be the new beginning of the video, the true beginning. Okay, and it's showing a shadow. Okay, because the same cars come in to and cars park right there toward just right after the beginning. The car that you see there at the very beginning is parked. It looked kind of funny, dude. So so it caught my attention. It's showing a shadow that's running perpendicular to the screen. And I know it's a fisheye lens, but all the other shit over there are casting similar shadows to everything else, except that one little object that they inserted at the beginning. And right after that, when that thing comes, that it glitches out of the film. That's right when the glitch is when that thing fucking leaves the film. So what I want you to do is just take a look at it. You can't miss it. It looks like a little cart off to the right at what they call the beginning. It looks artificial to me, man. And tell me what you think. Is that worth even looking into further? Because it's still not a continuous 24-hour cut.
Yeah, it is. It is 24. It's more than 24 hours. You know.
Yeah, but it's not without a cut though.
Listen, you can watch a live football game and see a little bit of a glitch. Does that mean the football game is fake?
Oh?
Come on,
no,
man.
but if I see if I'm seeing a fucking hold on, if somebody's using it as proof and I see the fucking shadow go in the wrong direction on a field goal post, then I'm gonna fucking and you trying to use it as proof of something?
Brian, check this out. Go to Google Earth, right? Go down to type in McMurdo Station, right?
Yeah.
Go there on Google Earth, and then click Street View, and then click on one of the blue lines on the screen. You can go there and see it for yourself.
When did they add Antarctica? When did they add Antarctica in Google Earth?
I don't know when they added it. It's there, man.
Okay, good. Good. I haven't looked recently.
I'm looking at it right now. I'm on Street View looking at standing in Antarctica.
Let me tell you what it looks like to me, man. And I could be wrong. I'm not going to make a definite claim, but where that shadow is to the off to the right at the beginning, because that's where he had to do something. He had to put something in there to make it different than all the rest of the fucking scene. And it just looked like something artificial. And when it glitches, it seems to it's gone, you know. And that could be, you know, but he only shows that part in fast motion. So is there somewhere I could go and see it, the whole thing from beginning to end in regular speed?
You say use Google Earth and you can go down there and click on it, but you can see it for yourself. How can you see it for yourself if you're using Google Earth? You haven't been down there.
Oh my God. Are we really gonna do this?
Yes, we are.
Same way you use Street View. Same way you use Street View anywhere else.
Have you been down there and seen it for yourself?
Nope, I haven't been to Italy either, man. But I can travel there using Google Earth.
Yeah, North Korea doesn't exist.
Right.
Oh, really? That's the excuse you're going to use? Okay, the UK doesn't exist. US doesn't exist. You're saying do something provided by Google Earth, which you cannot go to on your own, can you?
You can. What you can do is you can watch the video in question, right? Hold on, let me finish. You can watch. Yes, you can. You can watch the video, right? And then you can see. You can watch the video in question, right? And then you can click on the Street View and go there, and then be like, oh shit, those are the same exact buildings in this video.
Which part of Antarctica can you go to?
McMurdo. Well, this one has McMurdo Station.
Right, so the only parts you can go to is McMurdo Sound.
You can go to other places.
Where?
Yeah, and whether or not it's important that you go to any other random ass place that you want to go, the places that you can definitely go without having your own team to rescue your ass, those places you couldn't. Those places are places that you are allowed to be able to see.
Can't go to Italy.
Those places are the places that you're allowed to be able to see the sun up for 24 hours at a time.
You just said where you are allowed to go.
Also, if someone's over talking you, okay, hold on a second. Kawasaki.
No, where are you allowed
guys,
to go?
One at a time. Hold on a second. One at a time, guys, please. And if someone's over talking, you don't. I mean, maybe call for a mod or something. Don't just start screaming.
Look, there's Observation Hill right there from the video, Brian. There it is, on Street View.
Okay, yeah. Okay, observation hills, and that's good enough. That's good enough proof where he's at. It looked kind of like a split screen, you know, but I'm not going to make that claim yet. I'm still in the middle of analyzing it, but I was going to see if I could get a reason why the shadow on the cart at the beginning, right when it starts, before they run it. Okay, what he does. Okay, two things. One thing is when they first go to start it, he puts it on a spot that's the same as the end at that spot, but then he rewinds it just a little bit more when he goes to start it. Okay, and then then he stops it again, and that little cart thing is there with a shadow perpendicular to the screen. I'd like a answer on that. You know, what is that? How is that shadow running perpendicular and not line up with any other shadows? But besides that, I was going to say, is there continuous footage from beginning to end? Okay, that's the regular speed, because that didn't have any where the whole way it's one speed. You know, is there original footage or something close to original from beginning to end that's uncut, or you know, it could be little clips as long, you know, but it's regular speed.
So you want something that's not time lapse.
Yeah, well, a continuous time lapse, if nothing else.
That's gonna be kind of
And that, no, in other words, he's speeding it up and slowing it down. He's what you showed me is it speeds up and slows down the time lapse. Even I just want the regular time lapse speed from beginning to end, right?
More footage of everything.
No, I'm not
Because
asking for
enough
nothing
footage
magic.
is
It might
never
be
enough
out there.
footage.
I'm asking. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. I'm asking, where can I find the time lapse at a continuous speed from beginning to end, from where he started to end? You know.
So
Yeah, I
if you watch
posted one that was just 24 hours time lapse.
I've watched
That's
several
a
times,
consistent
man.
24 hours at the same rate.
if you watch the original interview, they go over the original footage.
Right, he does. Right, he does it a couple times, but it's never continuous from beginning to end.
So what else? Like, what else do you want, man?
That's it.
I think you're grasping at straws here, man. You really are.
What do you mean? I'm grasping at straws. You wanted me to look at it and scrutinize it and see if I could.
You're trying so hard to find something wrong with it.
I'm scrutinizing it, bro. What do you think scrutinizing it is?
The original video is more than 24 hours. It's actually almost a day and a half.
Okay, where's the original video?
Hold on, I'll post it again.
That's not grasping at straws. I'm just asking to see the video that from beginning to end. That's you know, a constant high speed, whatever. Not grasping at straws, dude. For fuck's sake, man. I'm supposed to be scrutinizing this to see if I can't find any problems with it. Then I'm gonna have to fucking, you know, concede. Okay, but that's what I'm doing, is trying to find problems. I'm not grasping at straws. I'm seeing if I can find any anomalies,
trying
right?
to problems. There are no problems, man. You're gonna find if you continue to look for problems, you're gonna be finding problems everywhere you look, man. You're gonna say, oh,
what are you talking about,
this
bro?
little shadow? What about this little shadow here? Why did this shadow go to the left and not to the right? Oh, what about this part? It glitched out a little bit. You're gonna continue doing that and not looking at the full picture.
Dude, the truth speaks for itself, T-Ball.
The sun is going in a circle around the camp.
Hold on, wait. Let me defend myself here. This dude already come out with a fucking apology of fucking why fucking, you know, it didn't really start here, you know, and fucking. Okay, so you're knocking me for fucking scrutinizing the shit after asking me to fucking do it. And then you're saying I'm looking for every little. This dude already fucking did some shit that wasn't fucking wasn't forthright, you know. Now he comes up with a video explaining. He comes up with a video explaining, you know. Well, I you know, my editor did this. It wasn't forthright, but this is how it really was, you know. And you're knocking me for fucking. You're knocking me saying I'm gonna find shit wrong with it that's not wrong when I haven't even made any claims yet.
Because it's not made for people that are worried about the Earth is flat. It's made for people who are interested in what's going on down in Antarctica. It doesn't.
You present it as proof, bro. If you're gonna present it as proof, then it's got to be fucking. It's got to be consistent, right?
The sun is traveling around the viewer 360 degrees in Antarctica, which is impossible on a flat Earth. Simple.
Okay, now if you can prove disclaim, okay? They tried to do it once and they fucking had to come out with an apology video and re-edit the fucking video. And so now that video you're trying to use as proof, I'm asking for the original since they've already tried to use it once and now instead of saying it's 2 days, they say it's 36 hours of fucking sunlight. They tried to make it look like 2 days or something. I'm saying that's possible. I'll give them that. I'll give them the possibility of that. But if you're using it as proof, then fucking I'll accept their apology. I'll look at it again and see if I find something wrong. If I don't, then I'll concede.
Brian, what do you think they're doing here? Do you think it's all a farce? You think they're just fucking? It's all edited. It's all fake.
No, I think they edited it in to get a 24-hour sun. Yes, I do.
So why is it that other channels have shown this? Are they editing it too?
What other channel?
What other channel? Possible on a flat Earth.
What other channels, B-Ball? Where are these things at?
There's several other channels.
Okay, well, the ones y'all presented, we fucking showed the flaws, and this happened to be one of them. Okay, and the guy come out and fucking apologized and showed us what it should have been.
He didn't apologize. No,
he said, sorry, sorry for fucking that I fucking didn't start at the beginning. He said it was his editor.
How was that an apology?
Because he's fucking trying to. Whatever. What do you call it?
He put a camera on a building in Antarctica. Right?
Okay, but you're presenting it as proof.
And the sun went around him in a circle. How is that possible?
Okay, then it should be no problem to prove it, right? It should be no problem.
There's two videos showing the same thing.
Show me the other one.
The other one is a straight shot. There's no edits at all in that one.
Okay, well I'll look at that one too. Any of them you gotta look at.
It's the one with the watch. You know that one? The one where you're looking at the sun that has the watch at the bottom of the screen?
I think I remember something with the watch. So you want me to look at that one again?
He did that one too.
Okay, and it's lined up right from start to finish?
Yes.
Okay, can you post that one? And post and see if you could find fucking like I said, a continuous clip from beginning to end of the one you presented as proof.
I gotta go back to my history.
It might be, but I'm gonna.
Are you gonna post one where the clouds repeat, or the one where there's like a kind of some kind of weird sun?
No, it's not a weird sun. It's just the lens.
They did it forensically in Photoshop. It definitely looked like a fake sun to me.
Definitely does look.
It's not a fake sun. It's not a fake sun.
What the fuck is this? What has this come to? These are adults, right? Jesus Christ.
The sun does look retarded in that shit. You know it does, doofus.
Here's what I got a problem with.
Which have different refractive properties or reflective properties.
It don't matter. At the naval station, they had 3 years of fucking footage. Okay, and the camera cut off every night. The shadow would go all the way around to how far it goes. Like only like 10 hours in part of the year. It had the year up. It's showing the years and time days flick by real fast. But every night there's a fucking cut. And in the height of the summer of the Antarctic summer, it's only dark for about 5 hours. But but it still the shadow resets, and it's for 3 years straight. And like I said, Jaron did the shit on his show, and he fucking called, and the fucking lady said that he fucking I think it was email, but they said that they responded and said that it saves time as the camera shuts down at dark and starts back up at daylight to save computer space. And so that shows 3 years of fucking of no 24-hour sun. Okay, so that's why I'm a little bit skeptical, man. Just if you want to know.
Right, that's not 90 degrees south, though, is it?
No, it's in Antarctica, though.
It's not 90 degrees south, though, is it?
Yeah, but Antarctica is in the Arctic Circle. It's in the Antarctic Circle. Okay, so everywhere 23 degrees and lower, okay, should get a 24-hour sun.
So I posted the video
When
where the
specifically, because if I put myself right on It's the other way around. If I put myself right on 67 degrees south, what one time of the year can I observe a 24-hour sun?
So you got to be So as far if you're talking latitudes, you got to be if you are at 67 degrees at the sun's zenith for you, the sun will be at 23 degrees in the sky. Okay, at the sun's at its lowest point, it'll be at half a degree in the sky. So you'll see about half of it.
All right, let me try this one more time. What one day throughout the year can I be at 67 degrees south and see a 24-hour sun?
I'm not exactly sure on that. I think about I don't know, a month, maybe a couple weeks. That's a guess.
No, there's only one day, and it's damn near Christmas. This is the only day at 67 degrees south that you would ever see a 24-hour sun.
Okay, so how many? Okay, so there's only one day. Okay, so are you saying that the naval stations are lower than 67 degrees? Is that what you're saying? That there's part of Antarctica that stretches out past the Antarctic Circle?
There are little bits of it that do, but we're talking about.
Are there naval bases though? Are there naval bases? Or military
naval
bases?
Base. Why does it have to matter whether it's a Navy base?
Military. Sorry.
Yeah. Why does it matter if it's a naval base or not?
Because that's where they had the flags in the circle and all that with the 24-hour camera. That's where that's the topic
not necessarily military that they do that at.
Okay, well, it's irrelevant.
Okay, then.
No, irrelevant. But okay, they were supposed to be in Antarctica. Okay, and they're supposed to be a 24-hour sun. Okay, so let me ask you this:
not everywhere, and not every time that it's 24-hour sun for every location. Every location varies.
At the celestial South Pole, how many days of 24-hour sun do we get?
6 months.
6 months. Okay, and only one day at 23 degrees.
67 degrees south. Yes.
67. Okay, so at 27 degrees away. Okay, so yeah, at that degree. Okay, so what is it? The tilt's 23.6. So that should be
0.67.
0.4 within the range of getting a 24-hour sun. Yeah, any day at all. Okay, so now let me ask you this. So in between the two, so if we are at, let's just say 79 degrees, we get 3 months of sun, like halfway in between the outside of the Antarctic Circle.
Thereabouts. It's not a linear relationship, but thereabouts.
Okay. Now, but pretty much everywhere except on the outskirts, there's more than one day, though, right? Are you making the claim that that base was on the outskirts, and that there was one day with a continuous sun?
I'm not exactly sure where that base in particular that they were talking about is, or whether or not the person who made the video, this is Jaron we're talking about, has actually done enough digging to see whether or not there was at least one day where there was 24 hours.
So you haven't even seen it then. So you don't. You're just talking out of blindness.
Right. What he said in that South Pole, which we found out later was not the case, and then now the video has since been corrected. Right.
Okay.
Right. This is we're talking about the same person who did that.
Okay, if it was corrected, then where was it then? You said you seen it corrected. Okay, I don't believe that, but it's possible. You might be right. I'll concede that you might be right, but I don't believe you. Where was it then? If it wasn't Scott Station,
that would be the McMurdo's, not Scott Station.
Never said it was. I'm just saying you watched it. You said they corrected it. Where is it? I think you're full of shit. I apologize if I'm wrong, but
okay.
Sorry?
Well, let's see where McMurdo's located. Hold on.
Was it McMurdo?
Yeah.
That's where I thought it was. I never heard. I never knew
I went to Street View, right? And I'm looking at the actual point where they had the camera.
Yeah, that platform, that little platform with the 4 rails.
Yes, I'm gonna screenshot it.
For what?
platform at the top of that building. That's where they had the
Oh,
camera.
I was already satisfied with. If you said you seen it on Google Earth, I believe you on that. You ain't got to do the screenshots and all that. I'm good. I trust you on that. It was a fair question, though. I just wanted to
No,
know.
get out of there.
If it's going to be used as proof, then I just wanted, a witness to attest where it was at, or GPS. Google Earth shows it. I'm good with that. Because if Google Earth shows it, anybody can find it.
So look, I gotta go. Be on the lookout for that video, Brian. I'm gonna make it just for you.
That's fine, B-Ball. Are you going to send me the original, bro?
Yep, I'll send you everything.
All right. Thank you, man. Good talking. Yeah, and that same video, I'm not sure if I put it in, but it shows Ranty at I think his viewer height is 6 feet. He's looking across the that one channel with the fucking where they talk about the tides are so big of a swap. I forgot the name of it, but it's over in UK, and he's I think 6 foot, and he shows the waves, and they're like about a millimeter, a couple centimeters. There's no wave. In other words, there's no wave, and then a bird. And the bird's blocking the buildings across the channel, like about I think it's like 12 miles away. It might be 20 or something, but I think it's like 12 or 20 miles somewhere in that vicinity. And he proves, I mean, I thought we've already debunked this with him, but we got to go over it again. But yeah, so the water, so a tiny little wave, much less a big ass wave where B-Ball lives, surf capital of the world. But and he did admit that you can't see the waves when you're looking long distance. You don't have the angle to see waves. So in other words, basically they blend together. He wasn't going to deny that. He knows that. I'm not saying for sure that making a difference, but it shows you that you can't distinguish the waves. So I'm just making that claim that the waves do blend together. You can't see them, but in this video I'm about to post, it shows Jose and Randy chatting. And he says right there, because Rumpus is like, it's impossible. It's geometrically impossible. Yeah, well, it might be geometrically impossible, but he shows 15-foot viewer height with a 3 to 4 foot wave blocking a fucking lighthouse. Okay, he's way above the waves. Okay, and then I think in the same video I got Ranty showing hardly no waves at all blocking shit in the distance. The point is shit in the distance moves around a lot. And it's not reliable. It's not what auto level is made for. That's why he was laughing, talking about him using a freaking building as your story pole. That's crazy. That many miles away.
Crazy.
Later down the line, it's like, dude, we've already fucking demonstrated, and that's the best evidence is from their own side showing shit and working it out, discussing it, and then somebody else fucking, or either maybe even the same people later down the road making the same claim that's already been debunked by them. But it's called what do you call it when you get evidence from the person? It's critical freak or contentious fucking evidence, or forgot what you call it, but it's got a name for it, from evidence from the opposing side. is better evidence.
Jeremy's beloved hostile witness.
That is it. Hostile witness. That's the best evidence you can get. Is evidence backing your argument from the person you're arguing with.
Yeah, I always said a 2-foot wave, let's say 2 miles away blocks, a 20-foot building, 20 miles away.
I don't know about that. I'll have to run the numbers.
But that's a contention for the globe because that would cause a big problem for them.
If it's far enough, then yeah, but it has to be literally far enough, and also it depends on how high you are. How high you are too? Because if you're above the wave, then that's not going to happen. But if you're like,
then you didn't watch the video, bro. What for the last time, for fuck's sake? Okay, I posted a video.
I did watch it, but I mean, it didn't block that much though.
It blocked fucking above his feet, didn't it? Which is geometrically impossible.
Yeah, if I can add something, the wave height might not be obstructing the physical distance, right? But it's causing that illusion. It's causing that angle change or putting enough moisture in the air to cause more obstruction. Maybe the air above the waves are more dense, so a 4-foot wave and a 6-foot viewer out in the distance is blocking more than 4 foot. But whatever's blocking
That's just logic.
Yeah, one thing that we do know that it's not curved water. It's not physical, especially when it's static. When waves are involved, I think a lot more comes into the form there because you have a lot of water vapor moving around, wind blowing the tops of these waves, into mist, and that's creating obstruction also. So I think y'all are trying to make it a physical thing where it might not be.
Yeah, but I mean, like, how much do you really expect these waves to, like? I mean, like,
Yeah,
I
just
understand.
put the numbers to it, right? I mean, that's what you need to do because you have a model. Instead of
Yeah.
thinking logically and going out and doing observations and knowing that the distance that you're looking over has nothing to do with Earth curve, yet that boat or that buoy or whatever is obstructed on different days because of the conditions, then you have your answer right there, man. You don't need this.
Yeah, and if he wants to know, Rand showed a bird blocking a 2-story building.
That's fine. I'm just saying it depends on, like, the wave is gonna block but so much. Obviously, if it gets it gets to like a mountain, it's never gonna block the entire mountain. That's just silly. So I mean,
No, it's not silly. It's not at all. You're thinking just because a small wave, like a penny, can block the moon or whatever. It depends on a lot of different factors. You can't just take one of them and say it won't. Well, then you should know that now that it can happen in many different ways, and that's what we're viewing. You don't see too far or see less of something because of things. You just see what you see because of the conditions and the factors that are in that
But
view.
the wave isn't gonna block out the mountain unless you're like really close to it, or
Dude,
you're below.
maybe repeat it one more time and just forget about everything I just said, and that way we'll know you're being ridiculous.
No, the wave is okay. I don't listen. It's not gonna block out a mountain. That literally doesn't check out. It does not. That's silly. That's ridiculous. You block out some stuff, but it's not gonna block out a mountain. Like you can use this on like
That's
shorter
a silly
distances.
statement.
You can use it on shorter distances, sure, but on like longer distances, once you start getting like couple of like tens of miles, like it's not gonna block out a mountain. That's silly. All right, it could block out maybe a little bit of a boat. That's fine because the boat's on the horizon. A few miles and fine, whatever. But
Yeah, whatever. I
tens
mean,
of
I don't know
miles.
why anybody's going to listen to you now because it would depend on the distance of the mountain, the size of the wave, the viewer height, the conditions of the day, the angle of the light.
fine,
You're not
but
mentioning any of that. You're just cutting in
that's
and
fine.
saying you're just going to cut in now and repeat that it's silly that the mountain is obstructed.
Well,
No,
okay.
but
So yeah, no, I agree with you. It depends on certain things, but obviously, if the wave, I've said this already. I mean, if the wave is like 4 feet tall and you're taller than that, then you're not really gonna. It's but if you're below 4 feet, let's say for example you're like 2 feet, whatever, and the wave is 4 feet, then you can get a lot of obstruction. That's fine. You know what I'm saying? But it really does depend. And
did you not hear what I said?
I heard what you said, but that doesn't check out. It doesn't. Like you gotta give me an
it does
example where it
check out.
does. Give me the numbers where. Give me the
He
numbers
says
where
it doesn't check
then.
out. Hold on, he says it doesn't check out, but Jesse Kozlowski and Tim Osmond went to Great Salt Lake with no waves, and the Great Salt Lake blocked half of Knob Hill, a fucking mountain, without any waves, dude. So what are you talking about, bro? You're talking out your ass.
I was talking strictly the waves. I'm not talking about this other shit. I'm talking about strictly the waves. All right. If you want to say like atmosphere, that's a different story. I'm talking about strictly waves right now. All right. So your little whatever you just gave me that literally does not count because I'm talking strictly waves. You understand that, right?
Remember, your theory would work if you could see forever, but you can't.
Okay. Once again, I'm talking strictly waves. All right. I'm not talking about like perspective. I'm not talking about
say that
atmosphere.
Some bulgy waves can block a whole continent if it's in the distance, not because curving, because the waves are lapping up over the object that's being diminished by a long distance perspective.
You can see forever. You can see millions of light years.
No, you can't.
Well, that's another thing. But look, the point is, all right, not gonna have a fucking wave block a fucking mountain, okay? The only way that would be possible, okay, is, all right, you were, let's say, like below let's say you were lower than 4 feet, you know, or no, I think that's actually really it. Actually, no, yeah, because even if the mountain was like, let's say 1,000 miles away, even if it was small enough, because of how perspective works, it would still be.
Okay, let me ask you a question. How far would a mountain have to be away for that lighthouse in the video I posted? If there was mountains behind that lighthouse, how far away would they have to be for that lighthouse? It's about 3 miles away. The lighthouse is about 3 miles away. How far do you think the mountains would have to be for the lighthouse to block the mountains? Because the waves block the lighthouse, and the waves are 3 foot from a 15-foot pier height. Sorry.
Where's the timestamp? I need a timestamp.
It's their whole topic of discussion. So the whole video, whatever that is, I think they said it's a lighthouse.
Yeah, but I don't see the lighthouse though. Give me a timestamp. I need
whatever they're talking about, bro. The whole movie. I mean, the topic of the video, any of it.
Well,
I don't know. Whatever they're talking about, that thing is. They called it a lighthouse. Okay. I don't know.
Now I gotta actually watch the video in full and hear the audio and. Oh boy.
There's no flat earthers, bro. It's strictly ballers, man. What are you scared to watch it for?
I'm not scared. It's like 3 minutes, you know. I've got to watch like in full, like. Oh.
I'd say go about halfway then.
Oh, I think I see the thing now. Okay. Okay, so you were saying what now about the lighthouse and shit or whatever it was? Mountain behind that? What? Oh,
no, I said if there was a mountain behind that lighthouse, I mean, how far would it have to be for that lighthouse to block it?
Well, first off, we have to assume that the lighthouse isn't, you know, succumbing to, you know, drop, all right, or some kind of weird, you know, perspective or whatever, right? So
perspective. So Baller's videos that doesn't match your reality is perspective.
No, I'm saying before I tackle this hypothetical, we have to first address a few things, right? Like the thing is, in this video, it is dropping, all right, on a ball, all right. At least that's.
You know what's funny, dude? Every time we get you people to take an auto level out and check at different times of the day, every time we get the same shit. George did it, and fucking sure enough, he had to fucking reluctantly admit, because he's honest, obviously, but he had to reluctantly admit that the fucking ice in the evening was up higher. We said, go look in the evening, and sure enough, the fucking ice was up higher than his target. Same thing with Jesse and fucking Tim Osmond. Okay, they go out to fucking Salt Lake and shit and fucking set up the auto level, professional surveyor, and shows fucking Salt Lake blocking with what, 6-inch waves? Showing 6-inch waves block half a fucking Knob Hill. Okay, and I'll say perspective. Now B-Ball's the next victim. He's going to go out in the nighttime, but B-Ball I don't think he's as honest, so he's just never going to produce the video. And because when he goes out there, or it's going to take him a while if he's going to find a night where he sees the same blockage in the daytime. I don't think he'll ever find one at after the sun goes down with that much shit hidden. I never have, but so we're not going to get that fucking video from B-Ball. But the honest people who've done it and with auto levels, they show you shit doesn't drop like that in the evening. That's heat of the day shit. You see different effects. That's fucking. It could be the humidity or whatever, but we get them effects when the sun's beaming on the water. Man, is best I come up with. The fucking humidity. I don't know.
Okay. Anyway, let's see.
It kills me that we fucking we have these discussions and show ballers and show them and all kinds of different topics. We show them here. This is what we found. Upon further scrutiny, looking into the details and different subjects, we found different shit, and we show them, and they fucking just act like they never even seen it and accuse us of that very thing. Accuse us of fucking of just that when they do it constantly. It's like, are you fucking joking? And then accusing us to people who don't know any better at all. They say that we're the ones doing that. That's fucking crazy.
Well, anyway, just check out the picture Doofus Manfred sent, all right, with the mountain hiding behind, the whatever, right? In that example, there's no way in hell anyone could say a wave is blocking that mountain, all right? You can use any other flat earth excuse, but you cannot use fucking wave in that example. I mean, for crying out loud. Should it? I mean, if you look at it, you got land before the water that actually hides the mountain. So if that was a wave, that would be a really awkward wave in terms of perspective. I mean, like if you take the water out, there's still
I agree. On any model, that's going to be rare. I agree. On any model.
You're looking at the picture I'm talking about, though, right? With the mountain.
I've seen a million of them, dude.
No, but
I'll look at it. I'll look at it.
Yeah, it's the one that Doofus Manfred posted. If you look at that, right? In that example, there's no way in hell that the wave excuse could be used in that, because even if you take the water out, the water that's covering the mountain, there's still that land right there. I don't even know is that land? It's like land or something. There's still that land right there that would be obstructing the mountain, right? So in that example, it's not a wave excuse. It's literally like a land and water excuse. You know what I'm saying? Like that's you can't use the wave example. You can't use the wave excuse in that specific example. I just don't see this wave excuse ever really working.
There's no waves really in that. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but
the only way that ever happens, bro, is when the waves are on the horizon. You can't distinguish the waves from the water. You just can't see waves. You'll never see a picture with waves on a horizon because you can't see them.
That's fine. But all I'm saying is I think this wave excuse is really silly, because I mean there's never going to be a time where it's really going to really obstruct anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just, I don't know.
Allow me to respond to that. Allow me to respond. Silly. Why do you think along the coast we get more obstruction? Like I can show you more obstruction here off the coast of Florida and in Hawaii, where there's waves, than we get in lakes like up north, especially the lakes in between the mountains, even the 12-mile lakes where the wind's blocked, where you never see any fucking obstruction. Why do you think where it's wavier, we get more obstruction? That's crazy. Even if it's just the water undulating, of course, dude, that's what you say is blocking the fucking the shit in the warehouse is the floor not even. Okay, so of course the uneven floor blocking something. Waves are just comparable to that, right?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not saying they aren't going to obstruct anything, but it's going to be so minute, though. Like it's going to be so tiny, in the grand scheme of things. Like other things are going to play a bigger factor than tiny waves. Like that's not going to, that's not a huge, deal. And that argument I made earlier about like uneven, like not earlier, it was some other day. I believe it was me anyway. I mean, I have made it before, and I'm assuming you're talking about me. But the argument where
I've heard it before from other people, really.
Yeah, and that argument though, the thing is, you have basically the idea is that the camera is on the like pretty much sitting on that floor, right? So that works, right? So if
that's
if
for
you're gonna
goddamn ridiculous, bro.
no,
So
no,
the
no,
camera's
listen,
on the
listen.
floor with the lens. The lens
Yeah.
is a couple inches. The middle of the lens is a couple inches above the floor, and you think you're gonna have a fucking the floor fucking blocking light.
Yeah, because remember how I told you with the waves? The waves wouldn't really obstruct a whole lot if you're, you know, if your altitude is, well, not altitude, but you know, if you're taller than the waves are, right? So if the waves are 4 feet tall and you're 6 feet tall, you're not really gonna get, you know, get anything crazy. But if you're lower than the wave, right? If you have your camera sitting like pretty much like, you know, at sea level or whatever, right? Then yeah, they're gonna that can obstruct like a ton of stuff, you know. It can obstruct.
Our
you know,
argument has evolved since then, bro. Our argument has evolved since then. We've showed cameras a few inches up on flat floors, on flat water, and we've showed just changing the temperature.
My point
block shit and can lift shit up. Okay, our argument is way evolved. We've proven that shit that's not blocking the camera can be obstructed just by simple temperature changes over fucking 100 feet, bro. I mean, our argument's way evolved since then. We've
that's
proven
fine.
shit. We've at least demonstrated it. You know, if you don't want to call it proof, we've demonstrated atmospheric effects over short distances.
Yeah, I know. It's just all. Look, at the end of the day, my whole argument is that this wave excuse is the lousiest argument. I think. All right, the wave one. All right, that's all I'm saying. I think it's the lousiest one. All right, it's really, you're gonna get like minute obstruction. That's all I'm saying. All right, we can go to some other topic now if you want, but that's all I'm saying. Yeah, the wave is that's
well, it's called shoaling. I mean, besides the waves, where the whole ocean undulates as it gets in closer. You know, they don't even really compare that with part of the wave as they give you the feet measurements. Shoaling, though, especially with incoming tide and shit. But when the shelf, the continental shelf, when the water hits it, besides the waves coming in individually, you know, the whole bodies undulate. It's called shoaling, and Hawaii is the shoaling capital of the world. Look, you're just not going to see obstruction like B-ball shows anywhere with calm water, period. You're just not going to see it, bro. You never do, you never will, you never have.
Yeah.
So maybe it ain't the shoaling, but that's the only thing I can think of different between Chesapeake Bay and then fucking that one 12-mile lake with the ferry fucking in Heath Carmody's videos. You know, you never, ever see that. You see different effects, but you don't ever see what I can show you or B-ball can show you over the ocean. So the only thing different I can think of is that there's waves and shoaling here on the coastlines and not in them lakes. I mean, so that's why I attribute it to waves and shoaling and shit.
Yeah. These are pretty cool images. All right, yeah. All right. Anyone wanna argue? Anyone want to take over? Anyone? Anyone wanna do a thing?
Although the waves in B-ball's picture don't look like they're bigger than the mountain or bigger than the obstructed part of the mountain.
No, but I'm just making a point that the you know, there's probably 3-4 foot waves. They ain't that big, and on average, well, in Hawaii maybe they average a little bit bigger. They average about 2 to 3 foot from where I'm at, but you just can't see them. Is the point? Yeah, when you're looking long distances, you can't see waves, but you know they're there, but you can't see them.
Yeah, but
I'm just making a point. I'm not saying for sure this or for sure anything. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I get it, but like when the waves are bigger than you, or they to cover bigger stuff, the closer they are to you, the more they can obstruct. The further they are from you, the less they can obstruct.
Okay, well then you're just not, and you've never done the fucking photography. Then look, I showed you the best witnesses, the hostile witness. I showed ballers discussing it, showing 15-foot height and 3-foot waves blocking fucking shit that's in the distance, and it's all under their feet.
I don't understand how that answers what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they obstruct more when they're closer to you, and obstruct less when they're further from you, right? That shouldn't be in contention.
To me, it should have been over when they showed the fucking bridge from the side, 10 miles span of it anyway, with no drop. I mean, side to side. So you can't change the horizon equidistant. Here's a bridge from the side, a good 8-10 mile stretch of it, whatever, with zero fucking drop. But if you were on the water watching a boat go away, it appeared to drop. That should have been enough back in 2013, 14, whenever they presented this argument and showed that, look, there's no fucking drop. Here we are left to right, and there's no fucking drop. So if you're behind it, looking off in the distance, perspective and atmospheric effects, there's plenty of different shit. That should have been it right there. That should have been the end of the discussion. With any honest person would have took that into consideration and been like, yeah, we can't use this. Whether it's proven or not, maybe not. Okay, I'll be neutral about it. They should have at least dropped that argument. Because it's a no-win.
Well, I actually don't know which observation you're referring to.
A few of them, but I was referring to. I mean, the one I got stuck in my head is Travis Plain Truth with that other fucking the fucking bridge, and then he's got the that line of towers or where the power lines and shit hang on. It's perpendicular, no drop, right and left. I think it spans like 10 miles or something. Is that Pontchartrain? And lately, I've heard the argument resurfacing again. Another one we put to bed. It's just made shit, and these high altitude balloons and all this shit. And I'm like, dude, we've discussed this thoroughly and got concessions that on all Earth, the horizon looking down would be equidistant. Even on a globe, on y'all's ball, the horizon, 100,000 foot down, it's going to be equidistant from the observer. So you'll see part of a circle, but it can't be drop if the fucking horizon all around you, 360 degrees, is equidistant. I mean, what the fuck, dude? This whole argument's resurfaced again. It's aggravating if you're trying to debate a flat earther or a globe skeptic, and you put shit to rest, and get agreements on every side, and then fucking 6 months later they resurface. It's fucking crazy.
Mic check.
Hello.
Okay, check 2. So it just all of a sudden got quiet like this. Wow.
Yeah, I'm relatively new here. Just came in and everyone stopped talking. I thought it was me.
Who do you think wins?
Who do you think wins?
Yeah.
In what?
I'm kidding around.
Okay.
The topic before about the scrutinizing those 24-hour videos and all that. But it got a little emotional.
Yeah. Yeah, I stepped out of it when it was a bit too much. Crux Ada. That means something.
Okay, so I'm thinking about this.
Can you speak your thoughts out loud?
Okay, so have you seen that video that they're talking about where the sun looks fake, or it's got this animated looking glare to it?
I actually haven't. Which one?
It's a 24-hour Antarctic sun video, and half of it clouded over, and then as the sun kind of comes out of the clouds, it's like very sharp and pointy star looking.
Okay.
And
yeah, no, I don't know. It's just
Doofus kind of knows it too, but also kind of defends it. He was like, yeah, you're being children, but then he's like, yeah, it should look like that, and it's like, but why? Like, I've never seen it look like that.
Well, it's just, I mean, I haven't been to Antarctica with put my camera. I've got a Canon, and I don't know if I've subjected it to that sort of temperature, what it would do. So I wouldn't know how the sun looks, especially right on the horizon like that. So.
Okay, here's my only guess. The only guess. The way you're filming something.
Okay.
So, all right. Let's pretend we're on the paperweight dome, the paperweight pizza with the dome. The dome, like a paperweight, like a glass dome.
Oh, terrarium type of thing.
Yeah. So, like, no, well, yeah, maybe. Okay. So what if, like, the first half of it's real because it you're on the pizza and you can see up to the sun when it's on your half of the hemisphere. Hemiplane.
Yeah. Pizza. Hemi pizza.
But then, okay, as you follow it, where it would be, on the pizza going away from you, right? What if, like, this is so bad, I can't even, just wouldn't be clean. But what if somehow it, like, started reflecting off the far side of the dome to your close side of the dome, right? And then as you turned around, as these cameras was turning around following it, they're looking at the reflection of it in the dome. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? But it's really on the other half of the pizza, but since it's on that other half, it's hitting that wall, coming through the dome onto the, like, dude, that's the best. You know what I mean? There ain't no, that's probably the best.
That's it. Yeah, you got it. And it would have to be identical brightness, identical.
Yeah.
Rays, sunburn rays, I forgot what it's called. And exactly the same size. It would just have to be, yeah.
Yeah.
And there's no change from the one to the other either.
Yeah, it would be, and it's just too. At least in these videos, it is a little more crispy looking than that. As animated as I want to call it. I gotta respect Brian for standing up and just saying, "Yeah, I'm just gonna call it fake," and say that they're editing it and putting it like that's probably the, you know.
Well, I mean, he has no choice, I suppose.
Yeah.
He's got to call it fake, because if it isn't,
right,
that presents a bunch of problems.
Yeah, you got to make up nonsense like I just made up.
Yeah, exactly. You have to cover it somehow. So it's just easy to say, "Oh, it's all fake." It's the same with the ISS footage or rocket launches or any of the things. You just got to just call it all fake and be done with it. I'm actually surprised though that people like Bob and Jaren and others like that don't get a bit more sophisticated after all this time. At some point,
that was worrisome, and a little bit of finger in their ear animosity, hostility, like when you try to talk to people like Nathan Oakley and some of them who do at least try to put the appearance that they're opening up their channels to honest intent. But let me at least put some of my cards on the table. You're new, Hugh. I mean, I am pretty skeptical of a lot of the stuff. I'm skeptical of everything. I've definitely been a flat earth apologist or globe skeptic, so I don't want you to think I'm just totally hating. But I do want to disclaim this. Like how we said, all the stuff together, sure, like you got a lot of stuff, but even though I still think it's okay to be like, hey, even if I know, okay, I would bet 99.99 that it's a globe, that most of the stuff is real and the science, nobody's okay. Maybe I don't have as high. Maybe that's still a game, or maybe this part is a game. It's not contingent to me, like.
Yeah, I get you. Absolutely. Yeah, that's a reasonable position. I don't mind, or I don't, sort of like philosophically object to people who just doubt the moon landing or doubt, any of these things. Totally get it. Totally get it.
That's
but
a big
just
one.
shouting fake at everything. I mean, at some point. But we're quite a few years into this. So at some point, the sophistication level has to just go up a little bit.
Right.
I just watched a ISS tour video. I mean, like 10 minutes ago, and the level of detail, the watch on the guy's wrist, and the necklace, and the hair, and the everything you can see. It's just a level of what would have to be effects or whatever, just as completely beyond what I know that we can produce right now. So,
okay, I respect that position. The Keystone scene, and that one might go in like.
Say again, sorry.
I've always seen like a keystone in the middle of the argument, right? That one piece that if you take it away, both sides of the arch fall away. If you're familiar with Keystone Arch.
Yeah.
Okay. And to me, the weirdest pattern of stuff is the outer space. Some of the outer space narrative or propaganda. Like to me, that stuff has always looked a little bit more suspect than the rest of the stuff. Let's keep that on the table for a second.
Sure.
Maybe we can talk about this. Flat Earth seems to have investment behind it. It seems to have had a push, went viral 7 years ago or something like that.
Right.
It seems to be funded basically. And I've recently just, I mean, not like it's totally new, but gotten a more specific piece of a why would this be happening argument. Like, we could say, oh, it's Russian propaganda. Oh, it's just, NASA is fake and they're funding this flat earth thing to distract you from the fake moon mission. That was always one that
I
thought was possible. Was a lot of this Mars and moon is fake and they just wanted to, red herring us basically, or tinfoil hat. But also I've thought about it just being psychological, like some sort of psychological research project some sort of litmus test for other possible fake global stuff like Corona. Like it was.
It kind of is that. It kind of is that, man. But look, I'm an ordinary, everyday person. I've made.
I know you're awesome.
A couple hundred videos, but dude, I'm a fucking grandpa, fucking a father. You know, I didn't have any grandkids until about 4 years ago. Now all of a sudden I got 7 of them. It's like fuck. But
right.
I'm fucking middle-aged, fucking late middle-aged man, dude. And dude, I'm the type like there's a whole type of people like me. Look, like detectives and shit like that. People who are good poker players, people who could spot bullshit, bro. And maybe it is something else that they're fucking hiding. Maybe we're off track. But there's something there, dude, because I know bullshit when I see it, bro. And so no matter what shape of the earth is, whatever, man. The lack of proof is the lack of evidence is compelling, in my opinion. There's a lot of normal people like me, man, and it's hard to go away until we get some good explanations, right?
Okay. Thank you. And I could tell, bro. I could tell you're real. Like I've seen you show. Like I could tell you remind me exactly of me. Like when I'm looking at this stuff, I hear the way you talk, all that. You know, you was even hitting them earlier with, I'm not grasping at straws, I'm fucking looking at it. You know what I mean? Like, why are they calling you grasping at straws? Anyway, so here's one new one, Hugh Janus and Brian or whoever. I just had this one, man. I think I heard it overhearing some people. I've always seen the people lurking, or not lurking, but regular characters in some of these servers, like ready to defend the globe, like as if they were NASA or Army shills, right? But really what I discovered is it's more like you hear all these people hinting at the fact that they're like psychologists or data collectors. And what if
probably
this
sell globes, dude? There's probably 20,000 globe salesmen on the planet. That's probably all the globe salesmen, dude.
So there's exercises that they do in school, you know, where they lie to the students to test their critical thinking skills and stuff like that with the, you know, we're going to fail everybody because someone cheated on the test type of situation. What is it? Strategic, whatever. Anyway. But what if this thing is funded? What I'm saying, if Flat Earth was funded, why would it be? And here's a new hypothesis I have. It could literally be a research project to discover why people and neighbors and friends and family, why people, I'm like, okay, that could be the psychological funding, you know what I mean? Psych communities doing some sort of research on what's triggering people to, you know, like, even though it's something completely against what you believe and you think it's completely crazy, should you still not treat your fellow man with respect? I think just
that's how I feel, man. I get worked up a lot, but usually if I'm getting over talked, I'll just get loud, you know. But I've always calmed right back down, man, because I respect my fellow man. But if you ever find out about this funding thing, man, let me know, man. Drop my name in the hat, because I damn sure ain't getting shit. And I've met Flat Earth. I've met some of these people making videos, bro. I've met them. I've met them in person. I've hung out with them. I've had lunch with Travis from the Plain Truth and the fucking dude from Orlando. I mean, these are just normal fucking people, man. Like me. There's no bullshit with these people.
There's plenty of organic people, but that could have been, you know, a reaction from the fun. Like, dude, I'm talking about the fun, like the Patricia Steers, the Dearths, the Globe Busters, the motherfucker. I don't know about Nathan Oakley. He looks like he's pretty just average. But like some of this stuff, because some of these points, bro, like come in here and there's people that, I mean, I don't want to make a list of names, but you know, there's some of the people who are just overconfidently flatter and then say the shit illogically, make these illogical weird points. And if they're not trolling, it's like, bro, what are you doing? Like, why are you 10 levels behind? They still stuck in. And I'm telling you, you know, there's a difference, Brian, between me and you. And
bro, you just explained Globers who have no idea about this argument and make the dumbest old arguments like shit we've already debunked, and they still bringing it up like Professor Dave and shit. Like, why don't we see Mount Everest and shit? It's a fucking joke, dude. And they're the ones with the money. They're the ones funded. They're the ones with the money. We ain't got no fucking money.
Me and you are real. Professor Dave is real. Say if it was funded, that gets us fighting, and then they research it. But there's people like Jen who like either is hella stupid or fake, period. And he knows it. And people like SE Montreal who can have intelligent conversation, but just sitting here won't listen to shit and talking about the police car going by. I mean, he can't be real with that shit. He's not that stupid.
Dude, it's common sense, bro. If a fucking sun comes up, look, we see the moon in the daytime when there's just a sliver of it, bro. So when the sun comes up, okay, when the moon comes around, okay, we should see a glistening something, bro. It's not like we're looking at the sun and it's blinding us, dude. They're sitting there making this argument like the sun's blinding us during the eclipse, dude. You can look at a fucking eclipse, dude. And you can see into your soul almost, dude. It's a hollow fucking.
It is
like
weird.
Hollow, dude. It's weird, dude. If you look at an eclipse just for a minute, dude, it's not gonna hurt you like they say. And fucking, it's like seeing into your soul. It's like a fucking looking into another realm. It's weird, and
So
it's like that's why they don't want us looking at it. But we'd see glistening of something, dude. You know.
Fine, but I know you're not going to defend idiocy, and maybe this isn't the best point to reference about him, but I know damn well you hear SE Montreal stuck on stupid sometimes. If you don't want to admit it,
it's half of it's common sense that y'all ain't seeing through, man. Like the skateboard paradox. It's because we get in these arguments, and 1 second they'll call it fucking when we're talking about just a simple water level, and they'll fucking describe it as as drop. And the next minute they'll describe it as a fucking hump. It's like, which is it, dude? Is it a drop or hump? Okay, you can't have both.
Me and you can have that conversation, and then SE will come in here and talk about the skateboard paradox, and you know damn well he sounds like an idiot. And he will not say what me and you were just saying. He will say some fucking stupid ass retrograde kindergarten bullshit. You know what he said. Bring your ass back, SE, and tell us about your fucking skateboard paradox. I mean,
I don't think he's a good example because, man, I've spent a lot of time with him on Jose's and all that, and he's got a strong flat Earth opinion, and but I understand the way they're talking about with the drop and the curve and all that, and I don't think like Bev or SE, I don't think they can see it both ways. Their head set with that it's flat and the shit should obey, just general laws of physics, and in their mind, laws of physics on a ball don't work. But I don't know. SE might not. I see what you're saying though, but I don't think SE's a good example. I know exactly the kind of person you're talking about.
Bev is an idiot too, complete idiot.
Well, he went out there with the water level and he fucking got equidistant from the three fucking things. Showed it live on Discord and fucking sure enough, they were all the same level, bro. He lined up with the one in the middle, and the one way off to the right and shit. And if you look far enough, dude, you'll in the middle of the day, especially over water, you'll get effects, man. But these just ain't effects we see over. But we don't see them as much in the evening and shit. And, we proved that. To me, we proved that shit moves around. Mostly at night and in the middle of the day. I don't know.
Dude, I don't even want to get into the shape argument. I'm trying to talk about this propaganda because I'm sure you've seen it. They even brought it up even freaking within this week about how, dude, Bev will be in the garage drawing on his whiteboard, right? But then when you tell him to draw, he'll be like, okay, so wait, let's do this and do that. And then you tell him to draw a certain thing and he won't do it. Or he's got a certain thing drawn on there and you're like, all right, point to your A, now point to your B, and then draw. Like, he won't address certain things. So how do you?
Yeah, I've noticed that.
Right. So why does a person you get what I'm saying? Like, that shit is fucking weird, bro. Shit is weird.
There are ballers though do the same shit, man. When you try to explain flat Earth, they won't even understand our side of it. They won't even address it, But I know what you're saying. Won't even consider the fucking argument. I don't like that on either side. You're right.
And people who can admit this, like me and you, we know we real, or we at least repping a real skeptical position, right? We're going to be the ones that find out how fake the Mars landing is and that they're not touching a fucking asteroid out there. You get what I'm saying? These other people aren't.
Yeah. That's what pisses me off. It's like, man, if people would join us with at least the skepticism part, if we could get some of these people, instead of acting like we're stupid, just at least join us with some of the good points we brought up and some of the showing some of the NASA fakery and shit, whether it's all real or not. Look, we've showed shit that's enough to look into. You know, why are they defending fucking NASA to the death, dude? It's like we could probably, you know, they can't show us everything, but we could get some disclosure on a lot of things, man. On what's going on up there. It's like, dude, there's probably some cool ass shit, dude. Like Picard, like I was saying, if Picard went up in a pressurized container back, you know, fucking above where you could see in a balloon in 1930. Imagine what they got now up there, man. I've seen some of the container. I've seen some of the vessels they have attached to balloons, and they're chromed out, badass looking, dude. And that's public. And imagine what fucking NASA's got up there, dude. They probably got all kinds of badass shit. We could get some disclosure if they wouldn't defend them to the fucking with their lives, dude. It's like, why are they defending NASA when we're showing them? We're showing them fucking people flake out in the background, staying the same. In the same video, a dude going by with a harness. In the same video, a guy grabbing it, nothing. Like, what the fuck, you know? It's like, I don't know.
Let's let Hugh get in. What's up, Hugh?
You can count me as one of those NASA people.
All right. It's all right.
It's really down to the level of evidence. It's got down to this video looks fake, and that's really it. And then it doesn't go beyond this video looks fake, and here's the reasons why this video looks fake.
How about this?
Just a guy grabbing at nothing. Just a guy grabbing at nothing at all.
It's a guy grabbing something you
and then
can't
setting
see.
that nothing and setting that nothing off to the side.
And that's and that is the evidence of NASA fakery. It's literally it. You're looking at a video and saying that looks fake to me.
How about a guy? How about Tim Peake getting stuck
I know
upside
all
down?
of them. I know all of them.
No, you don't. No, you don't, dude. Because
Yes,
if
I
you've
do.
seen a motherfucker get stuck upside down for 5 minutes and his face turning red, if you had any common sense, bro, you'd get skeptical about it. If a guy gets stuck upside down and you see the guy next to him trying to reach and getting nervous, and then as the video keeps playing, the dude's face starts getting red and shit, dude, then anybody with common fucking sense will know that there's fakery afoot. Doesn't take rocket. It's not. You don't gotta be a genius, bro.
Have you watched the hour-long ISS tour videos?
So that's a great video, but
I've seen all of them, dude.
All of them.
All the events.
You'd have to go literally shot
There's
by
a
shot.
cut in the first fucking 20 seconds of that fucking supposed fucking uncut video.
You'd have to go through all of them and show shot by shot how it's all faked in order to convince literally anyone that knows anything about the production of CGI.
Me, all I got to do is see a guy get stuck upside down. If I see a guy get stuck upside down, that's all I needed to see, bro, to scrutinize.
Exactly. That's the point. That's the point of what I'm saying. Is all it takes for you. That's not a.
But Hugh,
that is enough.
You went to the other extreme as well. So like what you're saying is fair, but like you're also saying that you need this very high bar before you would believe.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yes,
now I just want to ask you, have you seen the montage of I guess you've seen a lot, and that's great, but there's a montage of them doing their flips, right?
Yeah. I've seen them. I've seen all of the accusations of fakery and all the rest of it. I haven't seen anything though that actually proves other than this looks fake and what he's grabbing at and he turned upside down. Nothing. We've been at this 7 years, and that is the sophistication level of the arguments. It hasn't gone beyond that. That's the problem. That's what I'm saying. There's no one that's sought after CGI experts or special effects experts and got them to say, yes, this is demonstrably fake. It's all just people saying it looks fake.
No. Jaren has demonstrated augmented reality software and compared it side by side to some of the floating items in NASA. So there's been some of that. But Hugh, would you take this as a fair position? Like, sure, maybe I'm not going to just call it fake, but I could be like, hey, man, I'm suspicious of this. This could be something that is going on. There's people who say these are anomalies and bad patterns on one side. There's people that say this is very difficult to fake on the other side. I mean, wouldn't it be fair to just kind of still be looking into it a little bit? Like,
if over this 7 years, like I said, sorry to keep using the word sophistication, but if after 7 years, the sophistication level had increased and there'd been more evidence brought, but as it
How about
stands,
the
there are still
stuffed animals?
people. There are still
How about
people. There are
yeah,
still
go ahead,
people
dude.
posting those videos,
Yeah,
saying,
bro.
"Ha
They
ha ha!
show a
This looks
stuffed
fake."
animal. They show a video to a school to little
I
kids,
know.
and they show a stuffed animal beam into the fucking screen, and the
Yeah,
lady grabbing it
I
with her
can.
hand,
I
bro.
can name that. I
Okay,
can name that
this
lady.
ain't fake,
I
bro.
know who that is.
This
Yeah.
is
Let him
them using
respond.
augmented.
Let him
You
respond.
just commented about his augmented reality when they demonstrated that they use it without even hiding it, and you're still fucking denying it, bro. When they showed it and don't even claim that they're not using it, and you
I.
still deny it, bro. It's weird.
It
It's
isn't.
weird.
It isn't weird. It's the standard of evidence.
Oh, dude, I know you're probably smart mathematician guy. You're the type of
I'm
guy
not.
with no common sense. Trust me. There's
I'm
a lot of people out
okay.
here. Look, there's a lot of people out
So I
here
have
with
no
way
common
more
sense.
common sense than you, bro. No offense.
I am offended. That is offensive.
Dude,
You're basically,
dude, you ain't ever seen the fucking the little GIF,
So
old
I
GIF
have no
before they
common
even come up
sense.
with the word GIF with the Midville School for the Gifted. This
That's
is old comic back from the 1970s. It's
yes,
Midville
the
School
far
for the
side.
Gifted.
Yep.
It shows the fucking it shows
Push
the
on the
guy
pull. Yep.
pushing and it's
So
pulled. That's just a mock-up because of people who are fucking extremely high IQ and shit, you know, and
you'll see
like
my. So
machine head math wizards got no common sense, bro.
wow.
And if you're gonna deny augmented reality when they've showed us augmented reality, there's no help for you, bro.
Why would they show us augmented reality if that's what they use?
Okay,
First of all,
because
why
they're
would
showing it to the kids.
why would they show us?
So
They beamed a stuffed animal beams into the screen,
I
and the
can't
lady
get a word in.
grabbed it.
Yeah, Brian, you
He
gotta
asked a
bring it.
question, bro. He asked a
Three of
question.
them.
I'm telling him. Go ahead. Go
Three
ahead.
talking, right? So let's
Okay.
try to.
Here's the deal. In order for flat Earth to be true, and in order for what you're saying to be true, you have to accuse me of having no common sense. Plus, you have to accuse literally everyone that works at NASA of being liars. Everyone that works in any of the science fields of being
That's
liars.
horseshit. Why
All
would I accuse anybody
astronomers of
working
being
at NASA?
liars. You have to basically just accuse so many people, including me just now.
No. If you work
That's
at
not
NASA, I'm accusing you if you can't see the
Yeah,
fakery
you are
going on.
accusing me.
Okay. Yes, I am 100% accusing you of not being in on it. Okay, or anybody at NASA being in on it. Okay, just the astronauts. Okay, not anybody else. And I even think they're going up there to some shit like I said, if Picard went up there in 1930, they got some cool shit, dude. There's probably astronauts. You might have to read instructions 50 times, putting something together. No offense, but you could build the plans, you know, and do the math. To fucking, you know, it's give and take, bro.
Okay, now let me back him up, Hugh, because I want maybe if you hear two, you can agree. I think it's a little misposition that everybody at NASA and or you would have to be lying. I think that's totally irrelevant. I would agree with Brian. It could just be the astronauts. I was trying to real quick finish the point with you, like, you know, they want to sell us, you know, if it was fake, they would want to sell us that, you know, to get funding or for whatever reason, to keep the model, to keep the narrative. They would want to sell us this zero-G stuff, and so they would try to do some staged demos of it. I mean, that seems fair, right, Hugh? Oh, he left, Brian. You fucking rumpus the shit out of him. So we need to ask him this, Brian.
He asked me a question. He go back and listen. He asked me a direct question, and I went to answer it, and somebody else started talking. Man, he asked me a direct question.
Yeah, he said stupid shit about people lying. Like everybody would have to be lying. That's completely dumb. But why do they never do like ice skater ballet fucking moves? Why is it always, or at least you know, until recently, it's always been that same fucking stupid move, like the same fucking flip, like why is it always that? You know, like you look at a montage of this shit. Then he said there's no augmented reality in this augmented. But Brian, you gotta bring it down some. You're so like you have such a strong voice, right? Like we gotta be able to say it quickly. Just be like, oh no, I don't agree with that. Then let them say it, and then we could go. You know, you get like more people to agree or disagree. But when it's
he
just
took that as an insult, man. Like I said, it was a partial compliment, and he knows that people high in math, you know, fucking are struggling in other areas. It's you could look at the national scale, dude. The people with the highest math score got low comprehension skills because I'm right underneath them, dude. And it's a national. This is public information, man. And like I said, it's a partial compliment because, like I said, a set of plans. If he's putting something together, you have to read it 5 times. Where we just put the shit right together, bro. But he could probably draw up the plans. You know, that's a compliment. You know, he's strong in some areas, lacking in others. Some people can't even read. I've seen a couple people who can read a motherfucker like a book and can't even read English.
Right. You do. That is what you do. Double. You 5 times down on what you say. I'm gonna give you. You don't have to. You should just say it once and then that's it. Right. I promise you. We understand it the first time. But I want to give you the funniest analogy I've ever seen with exactly what you just said. People being strong in one area, not there. There's that awesome show Bar Rescue where there is some scientists that bought a bar. Okay. These guys got the guy in there helping them. Some people are ordering slices of pizza, right? And this scientist has to be told, basically, no, you can pick up more than one piece of pizza at a time and bring them all to the table at once. You don't have to bring them one at a time to the table, basically. I mean, it is the funniest shit. Like, if that's not the epitome of the point you were just making, that people high in math are low in comprehension, like, it literally, my jaw hit the floor when I seen that shit. You know?
Yeah, but and I don't. They might not believe some of the shit we show, but like you said with the montage, haven't we shown enough to just get a little skeptical bone in your body tickling a little bit, to try and get some disclosure on some of the shit. They defend it like they know for sure that everything they do is real, no matter what, and they'll defend it just out of ignorance. They'll defend everything. And that's, they always leave. When we start talking about NASA fakery, none of them stick around, bro. I mean, that's the one subject. If you want to get rid of a baller, start talking about NASA fakery.
Brian, I was trying to talk a lot with you, so I was interrupting. You were a little like strong with it. Okay, Hugh, we apologize, Hugh. Let me please forgive us for being. Did you get this code or?
It's okay.
Were you mad at us for fighting? Like, look, because we're going.
It's okay, man. It's okay. Right. It's really okay. No, it was just that was kind of illustrating my point. Really, I had to book out right quick, and it looked like I was angry. I wasn't angry.
No,
everyone's entitled to opinion. It's all right.
And I'm sorry, but like,
no,
some of
okay,
the points,
cool.
Some of the points, like if I could appeal to your intellect,
I appreciate that.
Right, like the Wizard of Oz, right? And then there's little munchkins and whoever hanging around the wizard palace. They might not never have went behind the curtain themselves either. They might also think there's a wizard right there.
The wizard palace. That's good.
I mean, come on, like that. To say everybody at NASA and you yourself would have to be
it's
like
just,
this.
Yeah, it's no. Here's the thing: is I like the. I've heard it before. The
compartment.
That's a compartmentalization. Compartmentalization works great if you have a lot of the people that's in on it, if you will, or not in on it, that are unskilled. Once you get into scientific fields, once you get into technical fields, it's not as easy to do that, because it's, if you think of say for example, faking a rocket launch, okay, that's not as easy as you think to fake if you're going to make it all fake.
Who said they're faking rocket launches, bro? I've filmed. I've got it on my channel. A rocket going right by my house, bro. Going right by my house.
That's very, very common. People, flat earthers, say that rockets just fall back into the sea.
Me and Brian aren't in it. You got to deal with the real deal skeptics.
Okay. It's difficult because everyone has a different, a different take on things. So, generally speaking, what I've encountered is people saying that rockets fall back in the ocean. They don't go into space because space is fake, etc., etc. So,
they've showed graveyards. They've showed graveyards. The one graveyard with the diver down there with all the fucking rockets. What are you talking about? We're acting like we're not making it up, bro.
Who showed you that?
Seen it.
The boosters do come back. We should not argue about this. The boosters stay on Earth. So
okay. So who showed you this, Brian?
I've seen it on a couple videos, man. They're not even flat Earth videos. I've seen the fucking
the space graveyard, Hugh, or the rocket graveyard.
Yeah, yes, because first stages from NASA, they'll often just fall back in, or failed rockets. Yeah, they'll fall back in. But that's
so they're
not.
not denying the rocket graveyard.
No, I'm just saying. Think of it in this way. Why would anyone allow that footage to be shown?
You gotta figure, dude. There's a lot of stuff out before the flat Earth movement. That's why it's difficult to find shit nowadays, because they've fucking hidden it. I can give you an example of a video I made, or fucking some shit I even looked up, where fucking where, with the Google Loon shit, where fucking they had blanket coverage of fucking of South America with like a dozen, might have been 2 dozen, I don't know, satelloons and shit, and Google saying that that they used to make these things. However, they stay up for a few months, and now this plant can make are making a dozen a day, and there are dozens of facilities just like this. This is back from 2012, bro. This is back from before flat Earth. We try and find that shit now, And there's LTE that showed that they had blanket coverage of South America with fucking the LTE network, and try and find that shit now. There was so much stuff out before flat Earth. They've even changed the fucking article on the good philosophy or whatever with Picard, where he said what it looked like, the upturned edges. It looked like a flat disc with upturned edges.
Right.
That was his quote in the magazine. And if you look at the online version, they've even changed that, bro. I can give you examples where they're modifying shit and hiding shit. But there was a ton of stuff out before flat Earth that they couldn't take down fast enough.
But what do you mean before flat Earth?
Like if they had a picture, of divers down there with rockets in a National Geographic magazine or something, then they can't just fucking we're searching for shit, and before it even hit mainstream, we fucking found so much shit, before they could modify it. If they'd have known now, if they'd have found something, then they would have already changed it. We'd have never seen that it was a flat disc with upturned edge. They would have changed it before we found it. You understand? But they changed it after we found it. Now, would you address the fact that they changed that quote?
I'll deal with that 1 second. I don't know if they've changed anything about that. I can check on that. But I just typed in rocket graveyard. I just found an article from The Sun dated 11th of June 2019, talking about the graveyard, hundreds of fallen spacecraft. So I don't know if they're hiding things, because, I mean, for example, I've looked for every flat Earth channel that I know of. If you go on YouTube and you type in Dubai, you'll find him immediately. If you go on and then you look for Mark Sargent, you just type in Mark Sar, and it auto completes his name, and the top result is his channel.
Okay, see if you can find the LTE. See if you could find the satellite balloon LTE blanket coverage of South America, and then Project Loon about the dozens of facilities putting out, doing a dozen a day. And I'm reading for this shit, just about verbatim. But see if you can find that shit. You might, but I doubt you'll even be able to find it. It's going to take you forever. I had to fucking download OneSearch, Yahoo, fucking a lot of other search engines just to find this shit. It's insane, dude.
Well, I mean, okay, I don't want to be disrespectful, but you just said that about the rocket graveyard, and I found it in as long as it took me to type the words.
No, I wasn't using the rocket graveyard. No, you said.
Okay. Fair enough. Right. Right.
No, you said why do I was just responding. We were talking about the rocket graveyard. My examples were the Picard thing and the Picard. But what I was saying is there was already shit up that they couldn't take down, and shit that enough people have seen they can't take it down. There's certain shit they're stuck with, like you were saying that NASA
they can't take it down.
Well, we found the moon in the NASA blue marble. I mean, in the Earth from the moon. Okay, we put it in photo forensics. Okay, and there's a box around it. It was too late for them to take that down, bro.
No,
so they reluctantly, years later, had to just admit it. They had to admit
I can
it
answer
was
that too, but let's stay on this one. I can answer that too. But hold on. Looking at the Picard thing.
Hold on, bro. This was supposed to be original fucking footage from the moon. and with the Earth in it and a box around it.
Was it a photograph or moving footage?
Who cares? I mean, you see my point?
That's actually quite critically important.
Bro, put him when they released all that shit.
I know you're talking about
before photo forensics, right? So
no,
you don't see a problem
no.
Really?
No, I can explain.
Wow. Okay, you can. I can explain too. I can make up some shit too, bro. Go ahead, I'll hear your explanation before I mock you.
Sure. Was it a photo or a video?
I don't know. I think it was a photo. I think.
Exactly. It was a photo. So if you're in Photoshop, you can go in and you can draw a marquee, in which case, in this one, they drew a rectangular marquee around the area where the Earth is, and they brightened it up a little bit. That's it. And you would see a change if you took it into any software, any software. You can take it into Photoshop, you can take it anything, and you can pull out the detail, and you can find
or they added it, right? Or they added it, right? So if I concede that that's possible, that they took it out, brightened it, and put it back in, or whatever, or they added it, right? That's a possibility.
It's a possibility that they added it. However,
fair enough.
It's much more likely that all they did is whoever got the scan saw the Earth was a little bit dark, and they drew a marquee around it, brightened up the shadows, and then cancel the marquee.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. So when we see the moon, a half moon, it's a lot brighter. Well, it's about the same brightness as that picture. Okay, but that's with the atmosphere, with all this other shit. So you would expect the Earth to not only be brighter because it's bigger and it's shinier. Okay, but not only that, the big killer is there's no atmosphere on the moon. That Earth should be fucking a glare compared to the moon. Why would they have to why would it be dark, bro? I mean, use your common sense. Just try and stop and think about certain shit, bro.
I am. I'm a photographer.
That camera is supposed to detect light. It's supposed to be capturing light. And
I'm a professional.
Saying,
I'm a professional photographer. I've been a professional photographer since before digital for 33 years.
You ever photograph something with no atmosphere, bro?
Okay, so the thing about photo fakery is the same thing with the video footage from NASA. At this stage in the game, there should be photo experts and video experts coming forward and agreeing with you, saying, that this footage is all
edited, bro. What more do we need? They couldn't hide that when it was already out, well established.
I'm just saying that there should be experts, but by now you should have someone.
There are experts, bro. Look, you got to look at the moon debunking for them experts who've come forward. The photo analysts and shit. I forgot his name, but yeah, and dude, they get shunned when they come out and speak against that shit. You do realize that. You do realize that when you speak against NASA, you get labeled and shunned and threatened. I mean, you do realize
you're calling
that, right?
people liars, right? So
what do you mean? Well, who am I calling a liar?
NASA.
You just saying NASA, okay? Just because I say NASA, I'm pointing out the fake.
Okay.
Okay.
Big. I've forgotten his name. The guy who did the model.
Dude, NASA has been accused by a lot more people than just me in the government and fucking.
There's a lot of people.
The former director of FBI said it's the most crooked organization in the world.
There's a lot of
they call him the former director. He couldn't say anything while he was fucking the director of the FBI, but after he retired, he said that him and his colleagues and shit called him fucking not a space agency because they're fucking or never a straight answer because you can't never get a straight answer out of any of them. It's so compartmentalized that it's just, dude, if you're in the FBI, think about this. Not just me or you. You're a photographer. I fucking own a concrete company. Okay, look, we're talking about people who investigate shit for a fucking living, the best of the best. And they fucking call NASA never a straight answer? Bro, that's their job. So if you're looking for reasons to be skeptical, bro, go to the professionals, okay? But he couldn't say nothing while he was director, bro.
Give me 2 seconds. 2 seconds, both of you.
Go for it, Crux.
Okay, Hugh, this is hard to find, but this was legit. And then we've all, most of us have pulled it up before. But it's not the easiest thing to Google. I'm not the greatest at Googling, but maybe you could find this. And if not, please take my word for it. There was a supposedly $60,000 given to an investigator, whether he applied for the money and just got the money from Ohio, the state of Ohio, or if they actually had it on the books themselves and then he was the one to win the contract. I'm not sure. But this dude got paid $60,000 to try to validate, the moon landing to a high degree or something. And his basically the state of Ohio's position was that they weren't able to strongly validate it or whatever. Like it's, what I mean? That, do y'all remember that? You remember that, Brian? You remember this, Hugh? This was quite interesting.
I don't remember that.
Yeah,
I remember. He's the guy who put out the footage where they couldn't find the telemetry. None of it. Not any of it. They tried to come back and say they lost one reel. No, they couldn't find any of the fucking telemetry. And even if they did, couldn't play it.
I think what you're probably dealing with is an incompetent government agency rather than deliberate deception. That sounds more like what we're dealing with. Every government agent is incompetent to a degree.
You're right. Or we could also admit it's very rare type of situation and it's hard to put your tangible fingers on it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's not the easiest thing to validate. Let's be honest. It's not. So I don't know. You can't just be like, oh, we recreated a simulation, so therefore we know that it was real because we can recreate it. Come on.
Yeah, I get it. It's it's an interesting conversation, and that's why I'm here. I was in 24/7, and it's got too much. Now they're just a bit too. They've gone off the deep end. I think this sounds like a better place.
I credit you, man, for saying it's an interesting conversation. That's like the people I debate with. I usually lead with that. Like, this is a good debate, right? It's an interesting conversation, and if they won't admit that, I won't debate them. Period. The
if they don't think it's interesting,
say they're stupid, this, that, man. It's like it ain't like we have nothing. We're not coming to the table with just a fucking thought and a bunch of bullshit. It's a good debate. It's an interesting topic.
It really is. That's why people are here. Yeah, I've been involved in the conversation for a while, and yeah, it's interesting. Since the days of Patricia Steer, she's no longer around, which is a shame. She had a good show. It's a real shame.
Yeah, I try to keep open mind, man. I've never, I debate flat Earth, argue for flat Earth, but I'm never gonna 100% claim it. I see every people's arguments. I don't, and my personal opinion is that we'll never know exactly what the whole damn Earth is, or even how big it is. That's my personal opinion. That could be changed with new evidence. It'd have to be good evidence, man. I wish I could go to fucking Antarctica, man. It seems to me, man, where if they're taking a lot of interest in this topic and trying to shut it down, in my opinion. To me, we could do this. We could put the whole thing to bed if both communities got together and we took just half a dozen flat earthers and half a dozen ballers, and we've sent let's say a dozen of them to South America, a dozen of them to Australia, and we just made a week out of it, where everybody got to know each other, got to know the location and everything, and then they flew to one of them flew to McMurdo, the other one flew to Ross, and stayed there a day or two, and looked around, they could all make a film and all this shit of where they're at, and fucking they could show the sun and stuff, and how long it took during the flight, and then they They meet in the middle. They cross paths. So McMurdo to Ross shouldn't be that long at all, and from Australia to Ross should be what 4 or 5 hours
Yeah,
from South America. From
I
South
seem to
America to
remember.
McMurdo, what, a 5-hour flight?
Yeah, I remember Matt Boylan, saying that he was going to organise a trip to Antarctica. That was a while ago now. Gosh, that never happened, and I was kind of disappointed. But that should have been. I mean,
That's the one thing that makes me, when he was saying earlier, like the flat earth might be funded or something like that. Like I've met other flat earthers, sat down, had lunch with them and shit, and talked to them a lot. Other people who make videos like myself, and but so I don't really believe that it's like if it's funded, tell me, I want some money. But I don't think the whole debate's funded. But part of me that gives him credit for saying that is like they could have did this shit. This whole community, if we were serious about getting to the bottom of shit, and all it would take is going from. You couldn't just go from one base to another. Just let's do it. If we're gonna do it right. And it'd just take a couple flights, bro, and this shit would be put to bed. And so part of me says if it was fucking real, they would have did this shit and proved it and thoroughly with flat earthers if they were really wanting to shut it down. But then part of me is like, why haven't they fucking done that? Like maybe they are fucking maybe they are trying to keep this shit going.
I don't think. Here's my theory. I don't think people take it seriously enough to devote that much effort to it. I've thought about this myself. And each time I've thought about it, it's just been, do I really need to do that? And each time it's like, I really don't. I mean, like I said, if there was a high degree of sophistication involved in the arguments by now, which they should have been, I think people would be probably...
I'm talking about the people in the debate, though. Like us people
exactly.
in the debate who spend hours and days and weeks and years. Like we could have put something together. I see what you're saying. That does answer the question about them. But I'm saying, like us people in the debate as a community could put together.
I'm here. I'm at my computer. I'm looking at a chat, a couple of other things, and I've got my phone, and the most amount of effort involved is hitting push to talk and making sure it's held down while I talk. That's the most amount of effort. And if I'm doing something, I can still chat. But as far as actually doing anything more than that, most people are probably not going to think it's worthwhile. That's my theory.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we'd have
that's what they say. That's what they say. But then it goes to Congress and it's presented as a real problem. Flat Earth directly, and then it's fucking. It's shadow banned pretty much, and they say they're going to spend, in Congress. They say we're going to put in whatever it takes, whatever resources, however much money it takes, to fucking, and then they pretty much said they're going to do whatever they have to do.
Well, here's the thing:
to stop it.
Right now, Elon Musk is attempting to not take down, but deal with Twitter, because Twitter bans people based on their political opinions. They're very left wing, and so Musk is like, that's not how free speech goes. People are just like, finally, and that's what all YouTube is. It's run by left wingers, and left wingers don't like freedom of speech. That's just the way it is. Facebook is the same way. They don't like it when people.
Yeah, I know, but you said that they don't care, but they've made a conscious effort. I was
they
changed
the algorithm. They changed the algorithm.
Trust me, they do care. They care.
Yeah,
and they've made a monetarily and conscious effort to slow it down, but they'll never stop it.
They could stop it, but that's not the point. The point is that the amount of effort they put into slowing it down or whatever is just
the only way they can stop it is to fucking at this point. Is to shut down the internet. They can't stop it. What I don't know what gives you what fantasy land you're living. No, what are they going? They'd have to kill every flat earther. Yep. Okay, and that's going to be big news because trust me, some people are coming with me and all the people I know. It's spread, dude. It's like a fucking disease to you probably. but it's spread and it's not going anywhere, bro. And even the people that don't talk about it, the kids are so open to this shit, dude. It's insane. They don't look at it like they look at it like, I don't know. They don't look at, nobody watches NASA, dude. Nobody watches any of that. Through the wormhole, nobody watches that, bro. That's all fucking, you know.
do actually, but
only us. We're the people in the science, you know. Like I was into that shit big time for flat Earth, you know. I had my own theories on everything.
It's never.
But normal people, they don't care about that shit. They don't think about it.
I think what YouTube did is they did two things. They changed the algorithm, and they put a disclaimer at the top saying flat Earth is an archaic view of the shape of the world, etc., etc. The algorithm was changed to deprioritize flat Earth. So if you look at flat Earth, what happened before is if you search for flat Earth, you would get 20 recommendations, and you go down a rabbit hole. And then the more you search for, the more you got. And all they've done is change the algorithm so that doesn't happen. That is typical leftist behavior. That's not an attempt to shut it down. Shutting it down would have meant getting rid of Eric Dubay 7 years ago. Because from Dubay...
Dude, we've already got rid of Eric Dubay. Okay, flat earthers have got rid of Eric Dubay. He's nothing, dude.
He's still on.
Yeah, but he's nothing, dude.
He's been supplanted now by Mark Sargent and the rest of the second-gen people. And
dude, we don't even listen to Mark Sargent, bro. The real flat Earth.
Now
real flat Earth.
Okay, sorry. I can't talk too strongly. I have to talk a bit quietly, so I can't push my way through. Third generation is where you are. Oh, right. So the first gen was basically one guy. That was debate. Second generation is the top tier people like Nodell and Mark Sargent, Patricia Steer, and Rob Skiba, those people. And then Jeranism and Dearth and all those. Then the third gen are all of those people who watch those videos and then decide to make videos. That's third gen. That's where we are.
Can we put Powerland at first gen?
Yeah, I suppose you actually could, yeah. Not to this same degree, although he likes to think that he is at the same degree. But I like the guy, but he's, anyway. But yeah, he's probably up there. I would probably say he's up there.
So here's what I think is interesting, that the point I brought out earlier about like if this was funded, like it could be a mixture of chicken and egg, right? Like there could have been fanatics, and then there could have been psychological researchers who decided that it was a good topic and therefore put some funding and create more second generation fanatics. There could have been just funding from the beginning, and these first geners are straight shills, and then therefore creating second generation fanatics who think that it's real. You know what I mean? But that to me is just the most interesting. The origin of the push, like the mixture of sincerity versus shillery. You know, that ratio of sincerity versus shillery. That to me is the most interesting.
Well, I'm just telling you right now, the first thing I did is went to Jack's Beach, okay? And went down the beach with my fucking instrument, okay? I've been using it my whole life. I use it every week, okay? That's what I do. And the first thing I did is went and fucking checked and go measure it, okay? There's an excuse. There's a reason. They're saying I'm changing angles and I don't know it. But when you go to measure it, you don't measure Earth curve, okay? They can say whatever about measured. It's not fucking measured, period. I can personally attest to that. It's fucking
okay. When did you do
that? 3 years ago. Okay, it's in a video. It's my oldest video.
Okay,
it's what I first did when I heard about the shit.
Now, if you really want to know the shape of the Earth, you have to look at it from a distance, and the higher you go,
I can lay out a horizontal line, bro. I do it. I've done miles of curve. I've done a seawall that was a little over half a mile. That wasn't that long, I've done curve. Okay, and here's what we do when we go down the line. We call it, when it drops below the horizontal, we call it slope. Okay, you can't argue that, bro. This is practical shit. It's what I do for a fucking living. You could say I'm changing angles and don't know it. Okay, I'll give you that it's possible. I mean, as unlikely as it seems to me, it's still possible. But when we measure shit on the ground with instruments, okay, at short distance, the way these instruments are accurate and designed for, Anything lower than horizontal, we calculate and call slope. Okay, and anything above it, we call an incline. Period.
Okay. It still boils down to beyond the first measurements and the first observations. The typical thing I've heard is that someone will go by P900 and take it to the beach. That's normal. I've heard that so many times. But beyond that, that's not. I mean, the Go Fast rocket, for example, I'm not sure what the budget for that was. I have always considered that to be well within the reach of a very determined group of I'm going to say fanatics. You know what I mean? But people who are very, very passionate about something they believe in. Recreating the Go Fast rocket impact on the dome, which is what they said that was happening, or simply going up to an altitude that you would absolutely see Earth curve unmistakably. That hasn't happened. A trip to Antarctica, that hasn't happened. Simple radar or laser ranging measurements to the moon hasn't happened. Radar measurements to the sun, that hasn't happened.
Let me interrupt you, okay? I'll address every one of them points. But first off, yeah, we have tried to go, okay, and got turned around twice and put in jail, okay? Jarl Anderhoy. Jarl Anderhoy, a motherfucker with money, a flat earther with money, okay? He went down.
Anderhoy was not a flat earther.
They turned him around. Bullshit.
Dude, that was not anything to do with flat Earth.
Dude, that was somebody. That was a.
Jarl Anderhoy was a flat earther.
Wait. Brian. That was a public person trying to. No, flat Earth can use that because that was somebody not in the military trying to go to Antarctica, right?
Have you researched that at all?
Yes, dude, and he got permission from Argentina. He got permission from Argentina.
He got someone killed. He did a bunch of stuff that he shouldn't have done.
Dude, how do you know he got someone killed?
Could y'all help me with a riddle? What freezes after it's heated up?
What?
I can't figure this. What freezes after it's heated up? 8 letters. 8 letters.
Freezes after it's heated up.
No repeated letters either.
What?
MFIEUROPT. It's 8 out of those 10 letters.
Oh,
what? FIE what?
Say it slowly. Hang on. Give me a second to get to my keyboard. Hang on. It's not. It's going to be like freezes, as in stops moving. Probably when it heats up. Probably going to be an alligator or crocodile or something like that.
I gave you a bunch of answers, dude. But like something heating up fucking. Again. But with the amount of letters, that kind of narrows it down. But
MFMCEIUORPT. Tropic. No.
Is an anagram of those letters?
It's just some mixed up letters. 8 of those 10 letters spell it. I hate this. What freezes? What gets mad and stops moving?
That's what I was gonna say. Something freezing, like in a fight. If it gets heated up and shit, fucking gonna freeze in a fight. Like I was gonna say, a deer in headlight.
You want it? You want to hear it?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Computer.
Nice.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
I would have never got that. Never in a million years have I got that.
Computer.
Not me either.
Okay, thank you. The one stuck on the riddle.
I use an anagram solver. I'm not that smart. That was good though. What heats up and gets and freezes. That's it. Yes. I hate it because it's so obvious when you say it. You know, before you hear it, you have no idea, and then when you hear it, you go, "Oh yeah, it's so obvious now." That's annoying.
For a minute, I thought it was Mercury.
There you go. Yeah. That was good though. I like that. That's a good riddle. I like riddle like that.
Yeah, I knew Mercury was a stupid answer. Anyway, I'm sorry to distract you guys.
No, it was good. That was good. I like that. Test the brain.
What I was saying though is Jarl Anderhoy is just an example of somebody turned around.
Yeah.
So he's turned around twice.
Ryan. I heard that one. It was like 6 years ago, and he did a few things illegally. And the second thing about that is you know about it. So, I mean, my view has always been if there's a secret society that I know about, it isn't a secret society.
Well, where's the you'd say the North Pole is warmer than the South Pole, right?
North Pole, yeah, that sounds right. I don't know.
Where's the fucking where's the pictures underneath Polaris? Where's the North Pole base?
That's a good question, isn't it?
You know, where can't they show us fucking the compass pointing directly up and down in any of these places?
See that.
Like they claim it does.
I've been to North Pole, Alaska. Not the North. There's like 5 North Poles. There's a town. there's all sorts of. Yeah, if you go to North Pole, Alaska, Santa's house.
That's funny. There's a town called North Pole.
Yep, that's it. I've been there.
Funny.
Look on Street View. You'll see Santa Claus Lane, Reindeer Street, Snowman Road. It's brilliant. And then Santa Claus's house is there. You can buy Christmas stuff there. It's brilliant. I love that place. But it's not the North Pole.
Anyway, this ain't that to me. This ain't a stretch, you know. I'm sure they have flights constantly to Ross and to McMurdo, you know, constantly throughout the year. So this is not a stretch. This is not going to take.
It's not.
It's not going to take anything special.
No,
and
that's why I'm baffled, honestly.
From Ross to McMurdo should be 4 hours, 4-hour flight. I mean, as far as it could possibly get, would be 5-hour flight. If just to go from one side of Antarctica to the next would be no more than 5 hours, right? So
yeah. Well, here's
like
the problem.
said,
here's the problem for both sides.
There's no problem, bro.
No.
We should join and put this thing to bed or prove it, one or the other, right?
The biggest problem is that because the place is so dangerous, they don't allow anyone down there that's unaccompanied. That's illegal. So you'd have to go with the guide, and then you could say the guide was lying about where you were. And then the second thing is, if you want to find out where you are, you'd have to use GPS, which is
listen.
Global positioning. That's a little bit of a problem.
Listen, now listen.
Okay.
It's not a bit of a problem because GPS is one of the reasons so many people have joined Flat Earth from the south. That's why most of the flat earthers are down there, okay? Because of GPS down there, out in the waters. And but my thing is with the base, a common trip that they make from Australia to their base is not a far flight, okay? To get to their base there from Australia, and same thing from Antarctica. Okay.
So what would we?
I mean, same thing from South America. It's just not a far flight, right?
Okay.
So,
Brian,
what they don't do, though, listen. What they don't do. This is my main point.
Okay.
Is these people are probably going down there all the time and coming back, going down there, coming back, but they probably never go from base to base. You know, or that would be the best globe proof to me. Is
what would you prove?
The pilots that fly in between them. What?
But what would it prove? I'm just saying it's the standard.
It would
of
prove it would prove that to get to Antarctica, you don't even got to go all the way across Antarctica, okay? But it would prove that the base is a certain distance from Antarctica and a certain distance from South America. And then once they flew and seen each other as they crossed each other, it would prove that the bases are just, 4 hours apart.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad idea, but it's like I said, it's just a case of getting that, making that happen. I don't think you'll find.
Let me say this, even on other flat Earth models, like the Pac-Man model, if you were to fly from Antarctica,
the Darren Nesbitt model,
it's still more than a 4-hour trip, but on a globe, it's just a hop, skip, and a jump.
What you really want to do is you want to have you want to get someone to agree on a specific mic drop test like that, and it's very difficult because, for example, how do you know how far you're flying? How do you know the direction you're flying? There's all sorts of different things. Anything can be faked, and they could get all the data, and then what could happen is they would go down there, get the data, and say, "Holy smokes, we were wrong. The distances is what we're being told. In Antarctic isn't an ice wall; it is in fact a continent." And they come home, and they'll be called shills and liars and Ranty and Jose J.G. Gonzalez.
Yeah, no shit. That's why I said you get a dozen.
It's hard.
Dozen
It
a
is
beat.
really hard. Well, that's
It don't
up to
matter.
you.
They haven't come up with solid proof like that. They give us fucking one more orbit, and we've traced the route out and showed that it's a dog leg. All we ask for is no dog leg over fucking Antarctica. And
That
what
was
the
weak.
best they gave us is dog leg. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, Brian,
Before that world record, the guy gets halfway and turns around. That's like swimming halfway across the Atlantic Ocean. Hold on, dude. I'm almost done.
I told you this 2 days
The
ago.
world record, the guy fucking went halfway and turned around. That's like swimming halfway to England and getting tired and turning around. You dumb motherfucker. You would have done just as well going straight. And they gave him the record. Go ahead. Sorry.
Someone jumped in there. I don't know who it was.
It was ZQ Pilot. One more orbit supposedly went all the way around.
Okay. I saw the critic.
But when it got to one of the poles, it I think it's the South Pole, it diverts so it comes back up to Australia rather than just straight out over the ocean.
Yeah,
It's dog leg. Either way, it's a dog leg.
I remember that, and I remember thinking, yeah, that was weak.
Well, I mean, I think they're just trying to do a circumpolar flight. I don't think they're trying to prove to flat earthers that they can fly a single line of latitude. So it might be good as a proof, but I like we're trying to use it as a proof or for something other than what they intended when they did it.
Yeah, no, they went down Africa and dog-legged and come back up South America. They didn't go down Australia, just so you know.
No, I know. I was...
nothing from Africa to Australia or Africa to South America will ever prove anything. We've never said make a flight from fucking Africa to. I mean, that's fucking right next door. You got to go from fucking the west coast of Australia to the east coast of South America. Period. Or at least any coast of either one. But if you don't do them too, then you're gonna dogleg. Africa is the only way to do it. Even on a globe's a fucking dogleg, unless you great circled out to the middle of the fucking Indian Ocean.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I get you. I mean, it really is. It's a tough one. The idea is that you for me, the only way is to get up really high. To do that, that's technically challenging, and but it would solve it. But there's a few things that could be done. I mean, if you just went to one of the stations in Antarctica and observed the sun, because the claim was that the video is faked, and there are 2 videos, as far as I know, and both of them are claimed to be fake. If a team of flat earthers went down there and got their own footage, but then what would that really prove? Because you could just say it was a reflection from the dome. I mean, we need I don't know what it is, aside from a rocket. I don't know what we do that could positively prove it either way, to the satisfaction of all.
From South America to McMurdo is not even barely 20 degrees. Looking at this globe, a little bit further from Australia, but it's no more than 30 degrees. So that's 2,000 miles. That ain't shit, you know. So, I mean, we're all under the agreement that the fastest way to get from the southern tip or the southernmost populated city in South America to the southernmost populated city in Australia would be to go over Antarctica, right? If just for fucking general purposes, like that would be the quickest way. I'm not arguing that's the way they should go, but that would be the quickest way as far as measurements for measurement's sake on the globe, right?
Yeah, the other one is I suppose it would be. Ushuaia is the lowest city or town in South America. I don't know. Is it Cape Town in South Africa? I don't know.
No, not Africa. I'm talking about South America. Africa's nowhere near Antarctica. Africa's
South
nowhere
America.
near Antarctica.
South America is Ushuaia. That's the lowest city.
Okay.
And I only know that because it was where Ewan McGregor and Charlie Borman started their journey on their motorcycles to go up.
So not making the argument that that's the route they should go. I mean, you could argue that, but not making that argument. It's by distance the shortest route by a little bit. Okay. But on their way to their respected stations, they're working their way closer to one another. Going so if you're going to Ross from Australia and you're going to McMurdo from South America, you're going towards each other for the most part. So the point is in them two flights, whatever, it should be way shorter than the flight that they have publicly, just by flying from McMurdo to Ross, and it wouldn't be impossible to just cross each other, wave on the way past. But there's no flights in between them two bases, and they're right by each other. If you was one end of the continent of Australia to the next, you're no more than 4 hours away by airplane. And so why there should be flights in between the two, but I don't know. Maybe I'm not going to argue that, because why would there be? But they could still make the flight. It would put this whole thing to bed in my mind, because there is no flat Earth model that's where you could get from Australia to South America in 8 hours, and even if you didn't want to fly the whole way over Antarctica nonstop, so stop at the base, and that would be safer and even more proof, because them two bases on a flat Earth are way apart. So to me, I'd go right in the globe if I was one of the passengers on that flight, and I'd do that flight with a skeptic mind, with everything I could conjure up as far as any tricks they might try to pull. And I would for sure be a fucking go back to the globe. If even having measured the shit flat, I would accept the excuse that the ground's curving and I just don't know it. I'm changing angles and just don't understand it or realize it. I'd concede that I can't lay out a straight line, that it's literally impossible to lay out a straight line on a globe with an instrument. I swear to God, I would if they put me on that plane with not just me but other people, to put our mind together and look at our watches and see that, hey, these bases are they're right by each other, just like it shows on a globe.
Which stations are you talking about?
Ross and McMurdo.
I can't find Ross Station.
Ain't that the name of the one right there by Antarctica? I mean, by Australia.
The other one on Ross Island. You're talking about Ross Island?
I'm sorry, I thought that was a base. I thought they named the base after Ross. I know they named the ice shelf after him and all that. So there's no Antarctic base by by Australia or whatnot.
I just can't find. It's not coming up when I search for it. That's all. Oh, Ross Island.
Try Edmonds. Is it Edmund or something?
Wait, McMurdo Station is on Ross Island.
Okay, check out Edmonds and see where that's at. Maybe that's the one off South America.
Oh, you're talking about James Ross? Oh, I was trying to figure out what you're talking about. That's all.
I'm under the impression that there's a base that they fly to from South America. It's like old Little America or Middle America, and then
there's a couple bases on what is this little island called? There's Machu Picchu base Carlini base Presidente Eduardo Frei Montalva. Those are the only bases I can find on that end of Antarctica, the part that's close to South America. But they're not really on the continent of Antarctica. Oh, they're on the continental shelf, but they're not.
That's no good.
They're
man.
islands off the coast of Antarctica.
Yeah, that's no good, man. We got to go over an ice wall. Period. Them islands don't have ice wall. That's
Well,
where they
there's
take on
still
cruise
ice.
shit.
It's still like it's still frozen. Just
I can't believe there's no bases on the continent.
there are bases, but they're not. They're off the coast. There's not.
Yeah.
Probably not a good place to put a base on the coast of Antarctica over there.
Yeah, that's it only makes sense that they can't do my challenge because they fucking
Well, I mean,
there's no base there.
It's right by the tip of the part that sticks out, right? So you could fly there and then fly along the coast. You'd probably actually go out so you're not over the ice and fly over the water, because flying over the water is safer than flying over ice, I think, probably. I actually don't know.
I don't think it would matter when you're above the weather. When they tried to use the excuse that it's too cold up there, it's like, are you kidding me? It's cold everywhere, fucking up above the weather.
But it's significantly colder in the polar regions.
Yeah, I know, but check it out. The atmosphere is lower, right? At North Pole and the South Pole. Then so just fly a little lower, okay? I heard that they put extra fucking paint and a special type of paint on the Qantas fucking airplanes that make the trip to that supposedly makes the trip in between Australia and Antarctica because of the speeds and the heat. I can't confirm that because I have no idea they did, but a dude presented that before. I'm not sure if they deny that or if the guy made it up, but I heard that. But the point is cold ain't a problem for the airplanes nowadays. Maybe back then with piston engines, but with these jets, they're worried about heat, not cold. You know that, right?
I mean, I know more about the physics of how the jet engine works than actually what they're worried about.
Yeah, I'm afraid.
I mean, my understanding, you could see, some of these planes when they land, you see steam coming off of them and shit. I mean, if I'm not mistaken,
combustion is a very heat-intensive process.
Yeah, but just cutting through the wind at that speed is a lot of friction. I think I don't think that it's cold weather up there that they're dealing with. I don't think that's what gives them their ceiling. I think it's the air pressure that creates a ceiling for them for every respected plane.
Yeah, it is. Because the planes need air, and the higher they go, they get less lift and less air into the engines. So I did learn that.
So we don't fly over Antarctica because it gets to -50.
See?
Fahrenheit. It's pretty close to the same thing in Celsius. -40.
It's -50, and at 7 miles up, it's -50 everywhere.
Slap check. Slap check.
Interesting.
No bowlers be slapping in here tonight.
If birds can fly that shit, a fucking jet can fly that shit.
Get on the floor. Give me some more.
You got me Google Earth now. Thanks a lot. I don't know. I go backwards and forwards with Street View. Invasion of privacy, or on the other hand, it's incredibly fascinating to wander around these places. Be able to look around places I've never been to, and some places I have been to.
Keep your eyes out of my backyard, mate.
Yeah, I know, right? It's creepy. I don't know. Like I said, I go backwards and forwards.
I do not torture the cow that is in the giant hamster wheel. It loves being in there.
Okay. If you have I have a family that has their house is in a thingy neighborhood, not covered neighborhood, what's it called? There's a gate and everything, a guard gate. And Street View can't view in there, so there's no view of their street or their house or their car, so that's kind of nice for them. Gated community, that's it, gated community. It's a long story. They didn't actually want to be in the gated community, but they...
I was sitting there playing around with Google Earth and with the celestial navigation in the back of my mind, right? And I'm looking at these lines turn. Like if you try to draw a straight line along a line of latitude anywhere but the equator, it'll turn you. Period. It'll bend you. So I'm thinking.
Say that again. Sorry, Brian. Say it again.
If you try to draw a straight line, right on top of a line of latitude that's not the equator, you can't. Right?
Yeah.
It'll turn you. It'll turn you.
Because those lines aren't straight. They're only straight with respect to an external reference frame that's not the surface of the Earth.
Right. You can't draw a straight line. Okay.
Right.
So if I'm looking at a star and I determine if I'm 30 degrees north latitude, and I'm just going to go from here. If I navigate and I get the GP of a star that's 30 degrees north, but a couple thousand miles away, and I'm looking right at it. I'm looking at all the stars to the left and to the right. And I could fly straight lines I would think I could fly in a space shuttle or whatever, or the way they do it, I could just go straight and I would just keep gaining altitude and I could fly a straight line of sight right to that star that I'm looking at, and just watch the Earth do whatever underneath me. But according to Google Earth, you'd have to turn. You'd have to turn north or south one way or another. You couldn't. There is no straight line to that GP.
Brian, there are still straight lines, but the problem is that
no, there's not.
Yes, there are still straight lines. Straight lines still exist, but they're on a surface. If you try to project them onto a globe, it's curved, so it's in one projection it'll look straight, and another projection it'll look curved. But it's still, you can still beeline towards a location.
Not in a straight line, dude. You cannot.
It just won't. You won't maintain a heading, but that's not what is defined by a straight line. That's not how you define a straight line.
There is no straight line on a globe between 30 along 30 degrees latitude. You can't.
Right.
Period.
Right.
Not on a globe.
And I agree with you about that, because that line is not a straight line. That doesn't mean that straight lines don't exist.
I'm talking about line of sight. If in reality, I could fly straight to that star, where even if it's a gajillion miles away, but on a globe model, you cannot.
I'm not getting what you're saying.
He just keep saying that, if you maintain a heading of 30 degrees, you're not going in a straight line, you're curving. But if you try to draw a straight line on the globe, it won't follow that line of 30 degrees because that line isn't straight. That doesn't mean you can't go in a straight line.
So you can't go straight to a fucking star that you're looking at, and you can't draw a straight line to it because it's on a globe. It's not possible. If you see you can't go to the GP of a star in a straight line.
You just can't follow a line of latitude. That doesn't mean you can't go in a straight line.
No, you can't go on a straight line GP of that star. What I'm telling you. It's not straight.
Yes, you can. It's just not along a line of latitude.
It's not straight, though, on a globe, is what I'm saying.
Yes, it's still a straight line. It's just not along a line of latitude. How is that so hard to understand?
Right, but it's not line of sight, is what I'm saying. What do you think I'm arguing?
All you gotta do is listen. Not you.
No, what I'm trying to tell him is exactly what I'm trying to tell him is that the GP of the star, there's no way to go straight line to that GP. A GP from 2,000 miles away from me.
That is correct. That is not a straight line on a globe.
Okay, for fuck's sake,
but
dude.
that
Why would you argue that?
You can't go in a straight line to that location.
But not from where I'm at. But yeah, from other places you could.
From anywhere you could go in a straight line. It's just not along a line of latitude. Because lines of latitude aren't straight.
I'm not sure if he's fully comprehending that, Andy, but maybe if you say it 6 more times, he might.
I understand what he's saying, and I wouldn't disagree with that. Okay.
Okay.
I would not disagree with that. What I'm trying to tell him is draw a straight line from 30 degrees north latitude, any longitude. Okay. And then 2,000 miles away, draw a straight line. Try to draw a straight line.
Yeah, the straight line, it goes straight, but it doesn't follow the line of latitude. I understand that, and that's what I've been saying the whole time. It's still a straight line.
Well, then draw it and show me.
I did. I just did it. It's a straight line.
It's a straight line that's curved.
It's a straight line over the globe, which doesn't follow lines of latitude.
It's a curved straight line.
Yikes.
It's bendy and straight. Bend it like Beckham, straight into the goal.
Well, is it straight in the sense that shape that it's on is curving? Yes. Is it straight like a flat plane? According to the Globers, no. So straight can be curved, gentlemen.
Nah, straight is the shortest distance between 2 points. So by definition, it cannot be curved.
Well, you'd have to go through the earth to get a straight line on a ball, like a chord.
That's if it's actually curved. They're yet to prove that. On a basketball, of course, you're correct. Yes. But that still is the shortest distance, whether you have to go through the basketball or not. And that's the definition. Where's the curvature? Where's the curvature?
It's in your mind. It's in your mind.
Yes, Neo.
We are spellcasters. trying to make our own reality, our own globe reality, rather than submit humbly to flat truth. Yes, we must become wizards and mind effers, making people believe whatever the heck we want them to believe.
I think a lot have fallen into the trap and believe the bullshit themselves. The weavers have woven their own minds.
But the first step is making people see curvature that isn't necessarily there. Once we mind screw them with that, we can mind screw them with evolution or anything.
Yes, I do like a couple of lines from Mr. Nathan Oakley. And one of them, and I'm not sure if it come from him or one of his group, but in R, they must trust. I love that. The religion. 7/6 R. No proof of this R. Complete faith.
Except for all the proof. Aside from that.
What, like the way you get yeast to rise, like a cake mix or something. Is that the sort you're talking about? Exactly.
No.
Nothing scientific, of course. No.
None of this is scientific. Let's be honest.
If only, hey? None of us would be here. Which would be unfortunate, we wouldn't have made acquaintance with each other.
We could ask Mr. Dubé about that.
Yeah, I feel for the people that sit down at a desk and do this. If you're at work, that's one thing. That's, getting paid to do it. But if you're at home or whatever and you're at a desk doing this, you should be multitasking.
Actually, I am at my desk. I am multitasking.
Oh, that's good. So I said you have to be. I did caveat that you're at your desk. You have to be multitasking, and you are. Good work.
Yeah. Where's that accent from?
New Zealand.
Is it?
No, Australia.
I thought so. All right. Brisbane?
No.
I'm shaky on my Aussie accent. Sorry. I just randomly list a town, and if I happen to get it right, the person will say, "Wow, how did you know?" That's what you have to do. So I'm from the UK. If you just say a random town name, and you happen to get it right, I'll be astonished.
Wow, you've just
I blew it though, yeah.
You did. You blew the algorithm for all the betting bots out there. Flip a coin, and the winners will praise your bot. It's pretty clever, really, when you think about it. Some of those people that happen to be the anomalies of the flipping of the coin, and they just happen to be getting what's classed as the lucky streak, fucking hell, they can make some serious money really quick. Little do they know they're like 1 in 10,000. They just think it happens all the time. And they're like, fucking, this is awesome. It's amazing.
I don't actually know what you're talking about. Could you explain?
Just the flipping of a coin, how it's 50-50. And if you do it on such a large scale, there's going to be someone, for example, you had 100 people and they're all flipping the coin. There's going to be someone in there that happens to get the same thing often enough to have what's called like a lucky streak, a consecutive hit, if you will.
Right.
And if they happen to be doing bets where they're doubling their money, 200 to 400 to 800, whatever, and they get one of these lucky streaks, they make some phenomenal amounts of money. This is all happening online, of course, with cryptos or foreign exchange currencies or whatever. But these bots are put out like this happens for everybody. And the nature of these is that obviously the person that has the lucky streak, and even the ones that only win once or twice, will praise these bots. They will go online and post, I just made a fortune, blah, blah, blah. And those things will be promoted. And all the other people that lose their money and don't even think about it twice because they sort of half thought it was a scam, half thought it wasn't. They were just trying their luck, dipping their toes. They don't really care. They don't even put anything online. So it perpetuates. But it's just one of these things. I was mentioning how big the winnings can be from the lucky streak, and that the people who are the recipients of that lucky streak don't even actually know that they're a very unique person. They think it's happening for everyone who enters the scam. But anyway,
there's this.
Don't fall for it.
Statistically equal amount of time that people are going on a losing streak and losing a ton.
Well, of course. But they don't know each other.
What sites are y'all talking about?
What sites
are y'all talking about?
They could be friends, you're right. It's not a site. It's just a tactic used in online betting, particularly with currencies like digital currencies, foreign exchange, etc.
And what are the bots for?
Like gambling, 50-50. They double your money. You put money in, and they supposedly double it for you over and over and over again.
Oh, bots. So there's bots that you could send to gambling sites, you mean?
In essence, yeah. Yeah, you either buy the bot and run it yourself, or you surrender your money to an online bot that's running it for you. Yeah. I used to program these things many, many years ago for many people. I felt bad, but hey, I was paying to do a job.
If you let those bots run for an extremely long amount of time, in every single case, don't you run out of money?
No, these aren't. Yeah, the ones I was programming wasn't an algorithm for someone's, like investment portfolio. These were literally for scammers. That's the sad part.
I'm just talking about just the math behind the coin flip over long.
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh, the house always wins, no matter what, with any of these online
even
things.
if it's 50-50 though, even if it's not related to a gambling or a casino where there's an edge, if it is truly 50-50, even in the 50-50 case, you just like you said, you go on a huge win streak, but you're equally likely to go on a huge loss streak, and you don't recoup any money when you lose. So the first huge loss streak you go on, you're done.
Yeah, but the point of it was that you put a certain amount in, and it's all gone in the first bit, or it's doubled. So if it's all gone in the first bit, it's gone, and your time's over. You can either put more in and start again, or you won, and you're on to your next go, and then it does it all again, and you either win or you don't. Now, the lucky streak person, right, statistically out of the 100, is going to have up to 10 hits. Now, that's a lot of money. And then they don't necessarily have to put any more in. They could all lose it. They could lose it their very next thing, or they can stop. Now, a lot of people aren't that greedy, and they stop at like $5,000. That was like the average, hey? Most people were like stoked with $5,000, and they'd stop, pull the money out, and never touch the thing again, right? There's a lot of people that have the ability to do that. And then there's idiots that get it right up there, and then that's all gone in the next one, and they get nothing.
There's
But the house always...
There's a mathematical thing that says whatever your risk is, that's how much money you should bet of your bankroll. they found when people arbitrarily pick how much they wager, they can
No,
never.
see, what you do is you double your bet every time you lose. That way, when
Yeah,
you
but
do,
there's limits though. They protect
Yeah, I
against
know, I
that.
know.
Like the bet will be like from 10 to 2,000, and then from 50 to 5,000. Because if we could just keep doubling it, then you'd always win at least that first amount, no matter how many times it took. So if you put 50 down and you lost, you put 100 down, you lost, you put 200 down, you lost, you put 400 down. And when you did finally win, you'd only win that original 50. But it's fail proof. It's simple fucking math. But another good math thing with gambling is the law of scattered or uneven raindrops. In other words, it's like a mathematical law where in random numbers you're going to get clumps here, clumps there. There's no getting around it, and then you're going to get scattered clumps. It's random. So what you do is you bet for the clumps, the consecutive times. So because if you put let's say $10 down on something 50-50 or even 40-60 whatever, and you win, you put 10 down and then you double it up. So then you go from 10 to 20 to 40 to 80 to 160 to 320 so you just like set a number that you like. You start with you start with $25. Say you start with $25, and then so first one's 50, second one's 100, third one's 200, fourth one's 400, then fifth one's 800, sixth one's 1,600, the seventh one's 3,200. So you just bet and just double down until you hit like 7 in a row is pretty conservative. You'll hit that fairly often. And then you pull the money out.
7 in a row, Brian? Holy
7
shit.
in a row. Like 7 reds, like if you're playing roulette, 7 reds in a row. Just look at it next time you're at a place. If you ever go, just look, and you'll see the board occasionally with fucking even like 10 or 11 in a row. That's rare, but you see 7 in a row a lot.
I live in the industry, and the pros will take 4 in a row. Is what the people that play that way, they go for 4 in a row. The successful.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, 4 in a row. So in other words, if you win once and then you double up, win again, and then again, and then you lose on the fourth one, you've still only lost that $25. You see what I'm saying?
It's about 4 in a row. That's 12.5%. That's exactly what the other dude was saying. A 10% hit. Hugh clipped in and out. Chronic. Maybe I missed some. I don't know what he's talking about, but do you know the formula where it is like if you're flipping a coin, you just bet half your money always?
Well, none of this matters. None of this matters if you don't assume an infinite bankroll. You will always run out of your money.
Unless you have an infinite bankroll. That's right. Mathematically, he's right.
No, you will not. If you always bet half your money on a coin flip, you will not ever run out of all your money.
Oh my God.
He's talking about he's talking about the way where if you double and keep doubling, that you're eventually going to win that first amount, and that's heated with limits on the table, and that's also that counts for an unlimited bankroll. He's right.
Right.
But yeah, okay. Is that part of the stipulation, Chronic? Was you need unlimited?
No, I don't know what that specific stipulation was you're talking about, but.
You can scale in with what you're talking about.
You're still wrong.
But you're never going to double your money.
I think you're still wrong.
You're going to recoup.
But
okay, let me challenge Chronic for a second. Chronic.
A coin flip game. Okay, you start with what? A fixed amount of money.
Let me make the statement before you railroad me.
Sure,
okay,
go ahead, go.
Not that you're a railroad. I'm kidding. But this was the.
I'm loading into a league game, by the way. So talk fast.
Okay, this is from the math people. This isn't me making it up. This is from the mainstream people.
Sure.
They've tested putting people with random systems, right? To say, hey, here's your bankroll, here's your challenge, go. Okay, people who have varied their amounts, okay, or algorithms that have varied the amount have always done less successful than if you bet the amount of the risk. What if you're on a 50-50, you bet half your bankroll every single time. If you're on a 70-30, you bet whatever your chances of winning are, you bet that much of your bankroll every single time, whether you win or lose. You go from 10 to you bet $7, you're down, you lose, you go down to 3, you bet 70% of $3.
I understand. I understand. Here's my Here's my question though. You said they run those, they do it on a computer or whatever. They run so many trials. I guarantee you they run a fixed number of trials.
No, oh my god.
Yes, if you run an arbitrarily large amount of trials, you will always go to zero. You need an infinite bankroll.
Well, the way he's describing it, you can't go to zero.
Hold on, he's wrong just off the gate. If you're never
what am I missing? What am I missing?
Because
you can't go to zero.
You can't go to zero. It does. You have to fraction the penny.
Give me your So your example minimizes you all the way down to what, a penny left, and then you just can't bet half a penny.
Incorrect. Right? No, incorrect. If you continue to run it forever, you're going to come back up. This is what I'm telling you. They've said that the hypothetical is people in a room with a coin and $10, but it doesn't matter. The mathematician worked it out that no other random not a fixed system nor a moving random flexible.
Okay, let me ask you then. I'm following. I'm pretty sure. Let me ask you though. In the inevitable case of a very long losing streak, okay? Now I could certainly be wrong if so correct me. But a very long
forever. You can never go to zero because you're never betting 100% of your money.
Okay, so let me ask this question. Okay. You're on an extremely bad losing streak, losing, a bunch in a row. Your original $10 is all the way down to, let's see, you're always doing half. It gets cut in half every time for 800 losses in a row, and then you're down to what? You're down to 1/100th of a penny. 1/100th of a penny. Oh, so you're not talking
one penny to the negative 50th.
Yeah, okay. So you're not talking about in reality. You're just talking about pure math, the pure math behind it.
Yes, and in reality,
okay.
Yeah, and in reality, you could have $10 trillion, and then how many halves do you get until you still don't have $1? I mean, you could pick a number big enough, Chronic, to where you can afford.
No, you cannot.
The broker would pick you out and would run you down, mate. That's
there's no way. That's fucking fantasy shit, dude. Whoever told you that, dude.
Yeah, you cannot escape to reality, dude. With
you lose the first 5 hands, however much money you got. You lose the first 5 hands, you'll never make it back.
Yeah.
It's not true. You just have to win, have the streak go in the opposite. Or not even streak. It doesn't have to streak in the opposite direction. It just has to find some.
You should know the reality of it.
Absolutely. You never have to get dug out. But what I'm saying is also, if you think about pure random inevitability, like it could, there'll be a time where it hits back to the balance and then goes in the other direction. I mean, it's not.
Yeah. If you had $1 trillion, if you had let's say you had $1 million and you lost half, and then you're down to 500,000. Okay. You lost half of that, you're down to 250,000. Okay, that's only three. That's only 3.
Kindergarten numbers. I can't stand it, bro. You got to stop.
That's only kindergarten. That's 3 fucking hands, bro. 3 hands, and you got me in kindergarten. I'll put you in the corner, man. I'm only going to 5. I'm only going to go to 5 and let you know that you just turned from betting $1 million or 500,000 to betting fucking 50,000. How are you ever going to recover from that?
Easily. You got to get it lucky, but that's an easy answer. But the thing I'm stating is that system will do better on average than any other system. That's my point. Is that's what the math supposedly has shown us. That anybody's going to get lucky if people are more fortunate with the cards or more fortunate with the cards. The point is like
for every one you lose of 500,000. You have to win. If you're only betting 100,000, you have to win like 100 times as much. I mean, you have to win at least 10 times for every fucking one loss you lose at that much money. When you cut your money down, you got to win so many more times. That could not possibly work. That's straight from a casino propaganda.
But put it versus any other system and give them the same pattern of losses. Who could be?
I'll tell you why. Okay, the law of fucking random displacement. Okay. Tells you that you're going to get scattered amounts. So like just roulette wheel, for example, you're going to see some numbers hot, right? and some numbers not hit at all. And some people like bet the fucking numbers that ain't hit in fucking 100 spins. That's stupid, dude. I mean, it seems perfect. Yeah, you're thinking of the math. That number is eventually statistically got to come up eventually, but that's not how it works. The hot numbers are the ones that continue to hit. It's the law of random displacement. So that's what I'm saying. You bet for streaks. Streaks are what win you money. So you double your money and just set the bar at, like, if you set the bar at 6 and you're betting $25, then you're up to fucking like 3,200. And so then you cash out and go back down to $25, right? So you could lose so many times and it doesn't even affect you. Just that first time that you get 6 in a row or 5 in a row, bam, you fucking just bank. You go for streaks and you go for odds, man. That's the only way mathematically to win.
You got to press it and go for the streaks. I mean, I totally agree with you. That's how people beat the casinos without doing math or what, like just going for it. Like, you know, sure, if you're doing some blackjack system, create an edge, that's fine. But yeah, pressing it, going for the gusto, that's definitely where the winners are.
I risk 2 to make 10. That's my rule.
Yeah, go play the odds. Play the odds.
10%.
Yeah, he's basically risking 2 to make 10 though. Like that's the same thing. He says go for that's 20% or like 5 to 1. Like if you're going for 4 in a row, it's only going to happen 12% of the time, but you're risking, you know, 100 to make 1,600. You know what I mean? So like you said, like, you know, if you're risking 2 to make 10, the fair odds would be, you know, if they're paying you 5 to 1, you're only going to win it 20% of the time, right? So we could just extend that out to 4 50-50s in a row, basically, or something like that. It's the same thing. You risk 1 to win 16, 12% of the time. You know what I mean? Is that even right? 50, 25, 12. No, it's 6% of the time. 50, 25, 12. 6%. It's got to be even, right? 16 to 1, 16 to 1.
I'd probably go for the 7 in a row, man. And fucking that's 3,200.
Half. You're at 0.8%, dude. That's ridiculous. You're winning that 1 out of 120 times, Brian. That's 7 in a row is ridiculous.
Yeah, but the law of random displacement though is what is the changer.
Fucking go for it. But what I'm saying is,
think about it. If all you're originally ever putting up is $25. So I know what the math says, but you can't go strictly by the math because think about it. The couple times that you get 4 in a row and then lose, you still only lost $25, right? So you're not doing the math exactly right. So you're figuring on losing every single time, but you're going to get a couple in a row constantly, or even 4 in a row more often than that. But when you do lose, that only counts as 1 loss because you're still going off that 1 bet. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's the point, Brian. Your scenario is saying a 1% time thing. So you can't do that over and over and over. If you keep going for 1%, you're going to lose it 99 times. Or I know this isn't true, but it's possible on average you lose it 99 times before you win it. It's all going to balance out, man. But you can't expect to endure that type of, bankroll hit. Like you can do that one time. If you're like, hey, I'm going for this clump. I'm just going to blindly say, this is my time to get 7. But the pros do this over and over. They go for the 4. It's more playable within their bankroll. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about the difference. Like, think about it.
I'll be honest. Every time I've tried it, every time I've done it like that, like in real life, I've always pull. I've never made it past 5. I pull my money every time. I'm like, fuck that. I'm pulling my money. And then like most of the time that I pulled my money, not most of the time, but a lot of times I'm like, fuck, I should have left it up, man. Fucking one time the motherfuckers hit 11 in a row. And the casino fucking boss came over to the fucking table, and the person at the table called the casino boss, and even fucking gestured to fucking one of the other tables, like, look at the screen. There's like 11 in a row reds and shit, and but that's the highest I've seen is 11. But I see 7 all the fucking time, man. And there's streaks all the time. But yeah, more often than not, it's scattered. But they usually come in clumps of a few. It's just random displacement, man. That's what gives you the edge. And like I said, every time you lose, you're not losing all that money. You're just losing that original $25 bet. So you could get 3 in a row and then lose, and you only lost $25 after 3 spins, and then say then you lose 4 in a row. Okay, so now you lost fucking $125. Now you get 4 and then lose. So all them spins and you've only lost $150. So it's not like you're losing every time. The only time you're losing is on the initial spin. Every consecutive one, you're fucking you're just losing that original 25, right?
On average, you are going to lose as many as it costs for whenever you win your streak. It's going to be even. Okay, if you need to do that 100 times for 7, Brian, 120 times actually. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I understand that, but you're going to have a lot of streaks in between of 3, 4, maybe even 5 here and there, and every 4, 3, 4, or 5, they only count as 1 loss. You feel me?
It doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter? If it takes you 120 before you lost, you can't multiply that times $25 and say that's what you lost. Because
no, Brian, I'm not saying it takes 120. I'm saying it takes 120 strings of what you're doing.
Oh, strings.
Yes.
I don't know about that.
Yes. Listen, Brian. Listen. What's the odds of you winning 7 in a row? It's 1 out of 120, right? So that means
in that process, though.
That means you can play
in my process of losing
120 games. It means you're going to play 120 strings. Each one of the strings you're saying is a guaranteed loss until you have the win. So therefore, you could lose $25 99 times and lose $25,000 before you win the 25. But once you hit 7 in a row, you're going to win $25,000. You'll have 20, then 50, then 100, then 200, then 400, then 800, then 1600, then 32, then whatever. Right? Isn't that how?
I've always pull out at. I usually pull out at 400, man, but I've made it to 800. That's as high as I've ever made it. 800. I'm like, fuck that. I'm not risking much.
50, 25, 12, 6, 3, 1.5, 0.7.
Hey, Don,
you look at the roulette table, man. It's usually sometimes you'll see random, but I mean sometimes you'll see all day at them tables. Even though you look at the one you ain't playing on, you'll see streaks of red, streaks of fucking black, and yeah, I know they ain't all 7 long, but still you'll see fucking 4 or 5 all the fucking time. So maybe that's why the pros do 4. Maybe that's what the odds say. But random displacement is what gives you the advantage, because 50-50 you think red, black, red, black, red, black. But the law of random displacement says that it can't possibly be red, black, red, black, red, black, red, black.
And I meant 2,500. Why did I say 25,000? Anyway, yeah, I mean they go for 1 out of 16, bro. They'd be like, yo, they got $2,000. They're gonna throw up 100. Okay, if they lose, they're gonna throw up another 100. If they lose, they're gonna throw up another 100. They can do that 20 times. They can't do it 100 times. I mean, other people could, but then think about how fucking mundane that is. Think about the behavior of looking for something so rare. Now that's on average. It could happen, 1 out of 100. It could be 1 out of 500. It could happen 3 times within 100. But think about how the 99% losing sits there. You're just like, yep, lost again, but I'm waiting. I'm on Wall Street. Yep, lost again, but I'm waiting. I'm on Wall Street. They need more of a marker of a checkpoint. You know what I'm saying? They'd be like, okay, I won, I pressed. Whoo, I got that 1,600. You know what I mean? Okay. But all right. Thanks for the Chronic. What you just gonna say?
1 sec. I've been thinking about getting back on ACR and playing some of those tournaments.
Okay. Would you like some action for the I skipped New York 2 weeks ago, and I'm going down to Florida again. Playing a 500 on Saturday, 300 Monday, a 400 Tuesday, and then a 1700 next weekend.
Are you back on ACR or you never got back on?
No, I'm not on that. I'm playing on my private club still on UPoker. If you want some free chips, I'll hook you up. But I made, dude, this was amazing. Yesterday I was fucking around in like a 50 cent Omaha game, just at the game waiting for some of our stuff to get started. And I lost 20, I lost 30, and I was down to $6 in Omaha on the button, king, queen, jack 10, suited, double suited. I get it all in pre-flop, 4-way. It was like a raise to $1.50. I made it $6. 4 people, well, 4-way to the flop comes ace, ace, 9 with the suit I have. Fucking check, check, check. I'm all in. It comes a offsuit 5. Check, check, check. I'm still all in. The river comes an offsuit 3. The first guy in position bets $20, makes the other 2 people fold. I've got no pair, okay? He fucking had queen, jack, 10, 4, no pair. He bluffed him out of the pot for some reason, the other people. I won with king high, had $24 in front of me. Okay?
He bluffed him out the fucking pot, so you got the main pot.
20 minutes later, I had 220 in front of me.
Big Don, Big Don.
God bless that guy. His name was 180. And the guy's name was 180. Tell me if that's not synchronicity right there.
That's divine poker, man.
That is hilarious. But yeah, get on that, bro. You don't want to play with these guys, Chronic? They're fucking.
I think I would just want to do those tourneys again. They have them every day, right? Those little tournaments.
Yeah. Oh, they're really good. Yeah, they're good tournaments, man.
That's what I always did, man. I always just fucking just get money from the fish right at the beginning of the tournament, and then start playing conservative, man. Later on in the tournament till I make the money, and then start pressing again. But I fucking made a top 100 and party poker, and to play in the fucking free seat to the World Series of Poker. It was on a Saturday morning too. I had to wake up early, and I fucking they went by percentage, and I made it to the top 3 people. One dude hardly had anything. I had them both out chipped, but it came down to me and the other guy all in. I got him all in with I had pocket queens, and he had ace king, and he hit a king on the not the flop, but the turn, and I never recovered from that. But I was like, fuck, dude, I almost got a free seat to World Series of Poker, bro.
Good run. What if I told you I've won hundreds of poker tournaments, if not at that, cashed in thousands? For sure.
Yeah, I believe it, man. We play a lot. Yeah.
And you're still not 100,000-aire. I'm kidding.
That was my problem, dude. I fucking did great in tournaments, man.
I'm kidding.
I qualified in the fucking percentage. I think I was at like 64%, which is badass for tournaments. But I'd always fucking go to cash tables, man. With the money I win from tournaments, I'd fucking be drinking and go to cash tables and fucking lose it all, dude. I suck at cash tables for some reason. But tournaments, man, I fucking, when I'm in my game, man, I fucking, scored real well. But I'd lose it.
Right. Well, I've been look, I've been I be promoting. I say it during the morning, I'll say it at night. It's coming up. If anyone wants to get some action for some motivation, DM me.
No, I just want to play a tournament on ACR and you and stream it, and you coach me through it. That's all.
I don't know what I'd rather just.
When I lose all my chips, I don't have to blame myself.
Right. You should just do what I tell you. But Chronic, yeah. Why don't you? I don't know. Why don't you? I don't know. Why don't you let me go half with you on some of those tournaments? We'll just go half, and then you could go.
You go half. Okay, so I give half my bankroll to you, and then what? And then you lose it?
I'll pay you half the fee, and then we'll go half. We'll just go half. We'll partner it.
I don't even. You won't even get on ACR, so I don't know what this strategy even means.
I did that shit one time, dude. That one time going in half, man. Did it 250 each with a buddy of mine who played online, and we did a $500 tournament, and we were fucking just a couple outside the money,
and pocket kings come up, and we bet pretty good, and flop came, and nothing came really to help anybody, and like people are betting like retarded, and I'm like, dude, fuck that, fold. And he's like, dude, it's pocket kings, and there's fucking nothing on the board. I'm like, dude, we're fucking 2 out of the money, and we get $2,500 just for making the fucking money or whatever it was, you know. I'm like, just wait. Well, there'll be other hands. Just wait, dude. Just fucking wait. And he's like, no, we were out of time. And I was like, fucking, he talked me into betting it, and we fucking lost to some stupid shit. And I'm like, see, dude, because there's too many people in that fucking hand. I'd go heads up.
If you really need that
in,
money, right? But if that money is nothing to you, then you go for it. But if you really need that money, then you definitely wait. But
I mean, I'd go heads up. If you got fucking 4 idiots betting back and forth, and then get out the way if you're about to make the money. If it's heads up, that's different, right?
Yeah. Oh, especially, yeah. I mean, if you're going to go from 80%, 70-80% to 40%, then yeah, definitely. But you don't want to be like a favorite to not stay alive. It's a bad spot to be in a tournament.
We didn't even get second on that hand. We didn't even fucking like it. Ain't even like just one person would have beat us. I mean, at the time, I think we weren't even up, but you know, we wound up like in third fucking place. I think like half the fucking table was fucking betting on this damn dumbass hand. It was like almost in plan, like they do put hands out like this because everybody's stalling trying to make the money and shit. It was like one of them fucking hands, you know, to look out for.
Yeah. Let me get my business on with Chronic. Chronic, I don't know what you don't understand, but I'm saying, like, say you want to play a $20 tournament, I'll give you $10. And we'll play together, and then whatever we cash out, I get half of it.
We'll play together, meaning I'll stream it, and we'll just play every hand as a team, a 2.
Yeah, or anything you or just I'll make all the decisions, or even just you make all the decisions.
You don't have money in. I mean, maybe I guess I should ask. You need to have money in crypto to transfer to my ACR account? $10 to my ACR account.
Well, I can just transfer you ACR money. I probably got something on there.
Just direct account to account.
I'm pretty sure.
Remember that first ever tournament I played in, that you watched me play it? I think I almost made the money. It was like top 20 was money, and I finished in like 38th or something. I don't think that was that bad.
Right. You're a little stubborn. You're a little sometime. Remember that about you, and then you tried to throw me under the bus after you acted how you acted. Hey,
no. You burned me a few times, and then that lost a little bit of trust. No.
Yeah, you were like, "Oh, I folded 7 deuce and would have hit," and I was more like queen jacks and stuff like that. I think you were crying about missed opportunities.
No, I think you told me to stay in, and I lost some heads up bets, but I forget. I can't remember.
That is true. I think for the final hand, it was like a king jack or something. It's hard to remember that stuff. That was over years.
Are you depressed? Are you depressed, Don?
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe he doesn't want to let you know that, but
you had like 8 big one. I remember that shit, but it was like.
I went to DM you. I just DM'd you to get a link or whatever on the site, wherever you're talking about, and it didn't. Your shit didn't come up. It come up pressed on. That's what I was asking.
Yeah, that's me. Give me a second, but I'll do it because I have to open up my thing and put the link and all that. But give me a little minute. I'm sitting here with the wife. But Chronic, man.
Yeah, no rush. Just whenever.
I want the 2 minds praying together are as strong as 10 minds praying separately type of.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
I don't need your money, okay? But if you want to throw in $dollars, I'll give you dollar for dollar. Normally, like it's like, oh, buy me into the $500 tournament for the whole 500, and I'll give you 50 to 80% of what I win, and I'll take a free percentage for my playing. I will sell you dollar for dollar. If you give me 10% of the buy-in, I'll give you 10% of the cash out.
I'm not talking about huge buy-in tournaments. You know, the ones on ACR that are like, you know, $5 $10 $20 buy-in, like not.
I don't know what's huge to you, but I'm talking about for me. I'm going tomorrow to check in. I'm gonna wake up fresh Saturday. I'm gonna kill this 560, bro. It's a 2-day event. It's probably gonna be 50.
Oh, you want me to invest in your tournaments you're about to play in?
Yeah, you'd invest in spirituality.
How about I'll wait? How about I'll wait I'll wait this one out. I'll wait it out this time. You tell me what your placings are, and then next time maybe I'll consider it.
Why don't you just ask me my last 10 placings? Why don't you ask Kosho about the free money he got instantly 2 weeks ago? Why don't you didn't do that? Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna because I need to know your freshest results if they're coming up this weekend. So everything that happened in the past, who cares? Your brain could have changed in the past week. So
man, he's due to win though, man. He's due to win, dude. If he busts ass and wins first or second, he ain't even gonna offer you that shit, man. You know, he get it while he needs it. You know,
I just want the power of friendship. Look, here's what's funny is the structure is like medium, small, big. It's not like it's small, a little bigger, biggest. It's like the medium, the juicy ones first. Then there's kind of two small ones, and then there's the main event at the end. So yeah, but
can
if you
can I follow you as you play or no?
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably be blogging it.
Yeah, so there's no way for me to follow you in real time then as you play.
Who's gonna be covering this? I don't, man. You know what? It might be streamed. It might be streamed on the Best Bet stream.
Okay.
I mean, I live right down the road from a Best Bet. You said there was one in Florida coming up.
Yeah, that's where you at. Where you at?
I'm in Jacksonville.
Well, dude, bring your ass down there.
Where are you at?
That's where I've been playing at.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you playing Orange Park or at the other one?
Nah, I'm by the other one.
Bro, you seen me up there, dude. I've been up there.
I ain't been there in a while, man. I've only been there like about 5 or 6 times. I've never lost in real life. Like I've never lost money in real life. But I quit playing that shit a couple years ago.
Can I sleep over tomorrow? Like,
you can park your car out front and sleep there.
Don,
man.
you're a big bank, a high roller trying to get individuals to invest in your poker skills, and you're couch surfing, going to tournaments.
Bro, the thing is I got 2 different apps. The one hotel that I stay at, they book up like way ahead of time. The other ones are 15 minutes away, and also I'm not gonna arrive till like later at night. It sucks buying a hotel room when you're only using it half the day. Plus, it's like I just want to fuck with Brian. I don't know. There's like I don't say things unless there's like multiple reasons before. And also, people who get money like to keep their money. You know what I mean? You don't just like to give it away and shit. You know what I'm talking about? Like, plus the Indian lady also tried to fuck me again and tell me 170 on my second choice for the hotel. Like, dude, it was just a mess today. Like, I'm like, I got it booked through Sunday through the next week. I might fuck with some people tomorrow. I don't know. I might go stay on the street. You know, like, I don't know.
So my thing is, if I'm investing in money or spending money on something, I want to be entertained by it, or at least have some redeeming value, even if there's no return, no monetary return. So if I can at least somehow follow it and see,
you'll be
updates or something on how you're doing, or if you're big bank or little bank, how far into the tournament you're going, stuff like that. Then
I thought you meant like maybe them having it, like them posting results. But what I did for Kosho was I literally was taking picture of every hand and every chip change. Like I took him probably 50 pictures.
They let you do that at the tables with your phone?
Real sick, bro. Yeah.
What kind of tournaments are you playing in?
Bro, just ask Kosho, bro. Okay, just ask him.
All right, I'll ask him.
He got. I show every chips I can bet, like everything, bro. Like,
all right. So what was his return? What did he invest and what did you return to him?
We played. What was it? We played. Dude, there was a 160. End up having 700 plus.
What did he invest in you, Don? And
I told him of the 160. I think he gave me 50, so I gave him 30%. He paid 30% of money. I gave him 30%. And then
came out to what?
So I played down to 32 players. I think 70 players got paid like 250. Then the top 50 got like 300. Then the top 40 got like 400. And there was like 33 players left. Guy opened. I shoved with kings quarter.
120.
$250,000 chips. Yeah, and guy calls with jacks with 5-3 on his money, and he spiked a jack in the door.
All right,
and
so
then
you're out at 32nd place. What is that?
33rd place.
You got 120.
I got $460.
Okay,
Coach
30%.
more than 120 then.
No, I got 400 even. Kosho got like $100.
Yeah.
So anyway, this was 33rd place out of 700, Chronic. That's usually like, 5% to 20% of the field. That's where you want to be as like a consistent pro. That way you're hitting that 10% threshold to make the cut as consistently as possible. You know what I mean? You want to be like,
if you make the money 60% of the time or more, period, then you're considered pro.
Yeah, well, it's really about, return on investment. I mean, you could make the money only 20% of the time, but if you are a player,
if it's the big money tournaments, then
it's just
not the little pits tournaments. Yeah.
Some people more risky and like Brian, you're saying you go for it at a certain time, try to beat up the fish early, or you're wide open early. Some people get wide open around the bubble. But yeah, there's some people that just it's cool. There's consistent people that are like top 8%ers. There's risky people that are like 50-50, but they're way big winners because they're either out really early or they win it. The times that they're in the money, they'll win on a larger, more percentage.
There's usually enough dumbasses, man. I mean, more often than not, there's enough dumbasses to get your bank up early. In the first first quarter of the day.
You got the sneaky guy versus the safe guy versus the wild fucking cannon. I love the fucking rock, paper, scissors of it, dude. I love it. Like the sneaky guy, or like the wild cannon, he's gonna, lose 5 out of 10, but then the other half, he's gonna win the other 5 out of 10. Whereas the consistent guy, he's gonna just make the money 9 out of 10 times, but he ain't never gonna win it. And then you know what I mean? Like it's
all about intuition. Somebody said that shit the other day, and they're right. Like I'm not gonna call it psychic, but all the top players, man, they just know. Like even if their hand ain't that great, sometimes they know that. Just get that feeling, man. Like I had that feeling with the Kings, dude. I knew fucking to fold that shit. I mean, everything about the money says play it, whatever. You get the intuition, man. If you play for a while, dude, and you're playing your game, you just know what the fuck's gonna happen, man. A lot of the time, if you're on your game, dude, you're playing right. You fucking know what's happening at all times, man. You know what the other person has, just watching them play for long enough, and you pretty much can call the shots, man, when you play enough and you're in your game. Would you agree?
Oh man, I love being in the zone, man. They do some big science on being in the zone. It's some real deal science. Intuition, whatever you want to call it, intuition or psychic ability. I think
probably more scientific than all of the globe bloody bullshit, to be honest.
Oh,
stuff into intuition.
I know. Chronic looks at stars all night. Chronic Grim was in here earlier, man. About some dude, they were talking some really cool stuff, man. About they were keeping it real, recognizing what's, all accepted, probably true stuff. But then they were putting out some cool theories about quantum lockings and magnetic flux. But man, they was talking some sick magnetic shit, bro. It was great.
I'm sure it was great content.
No, Chronic. It was it really was. It was on there was a guy talking about whatever they was talking about, they both knew it. Okay, who was it? Realm was up in here, and it was dudes was yeah, that's what we've been, he's like, my idea is this, because obviously, the magnetic plane, bro, I can't even remember what the fuck they were talking about, but they were talking about the magnetic plane flipping. They say it's supposed to switch like 180 degrees every so often, but then it hasn't in this long. Like, bro, the shit they were dropping down, man, it definitely was cracking that skeptic door open, bro. I think you would have liked it, is what I'm trying to say, man. You should fuck with Grim more often, dude.
Who, Grim?
Yeah, he's really great.
Yeah, it's pretty
Right.
fun.
Fucking whoever's sucking one back, you've just made me now need to go and have one. Good on you. Be more considerate next time.
Yeah, join.
Don,
join me.
Don, what is PKO again?
Progressive knockout.
Yeah, okay. And GTD.
Guaranteed.
Okay.
Don't be testing me, son.
No. I'm looking at the list of tourneys right now. I might jump in one that's it's at level 8 right now, but it's a $10 buy-in.
Well, we got that discernment skills from Chronic coming right on in with the what does GTD mean right here? It says 5,000 GTD. I wonder what that could mean.
Man, I always when I'm playing, man, I always like, because I learned quick and early on that like you see so many hands, you're like, damn, I would have fucking won that. Damn, I would have won that. Damn, I would have won that. So I just learned that see as many flops as you can while the blinds are small and you're playing with some of the worst players and then some of the wild dogs, like you were saying, and see as many flops as you can with any suited connectors or anything, man, because see them while they're cheap, man. I don't like putting my money in early, pre-flop. Even if I had pocket aces, it just never works out. See as many hands as you can for cheap. Wait till you fucking have guaranteed or something close to it, and that's how you get your money up early and shit, man. That's advice I'd give to anybody.
Well, trust me, I know what I'm doing, but thanks for the advice. I take the chips wherever I can get them. I was really impressed. Like you talk about the zone, Brian, like a couple weeks ago when Kosher went in with me, I felt in a zone like I hadn't been in a minute. Like I was like, I was, gosh, it was great, man. There was like about 6 situations. I was like, I just knew I had that little bit of extra motivation to just do it. Just be like, I'm going to make Kosho proud right here. You know what I mean? Just not, to have more on my shoulders than myself. You know what I mean? It was great. Because I haven't fucked with people in a while. Like I had about 3 years ago, I had a partner. And then like I kind of fell out with him because he's a little young, stupid ass. But he's still, when I trained this kid, Brian, it's funny you mentioned Kings. I told him he has to fold everything. He has to fold. He has to just look at the cards and folds until I tell him he can play. I figured I'd give him about an hour or two, right? I told him he has to fold everything. It was going to cost me like $50, nothing. You know what I mean? And he did it. He did it, but he cried. He got pocket kings once and had to do it. And he fucking still to this fucking day. He still to this day fucking hates that shit.
I just assume fucking if I get pocket aces or pocket kings, I just assume fold.
I'm just talking about it was training. I was.
Oh yeah, I know what you're saying.
I just needed him to get us do things to his psychology. I needed to have him pay attention to other things.
Exactly. Learn to study. The first
and
thing.
I needed him to learn how
Wax
to not
on.
crybaby, because I don't care if you fold 7 deuce, you can hit that shit and miss and then be pissed off about it. So I knew that if he was forced to fold great hands, there would be more of those situations, and then he'd have to deal with it a lot sooner. It's just
So can I ask a question of you poker folk? I've never really been into it, and that's purely because I had a few uncles that were, had issues with it and, lost shit and whatever, right? So as a kid, I just never really got into it, and as a man, I just kept away from it. So is it about the game, or is it about making some money? Because it very much seems like it's not about making any money, although that's good if you can, but it's more about the strategy and the thrill of the chase, like fishing. Is that correct?
Nah, man, nah.
Well, it's the money
No?
that makes it. It's the money that makes it the thrill, man. I mean, the game is fun itself, but it gets fucking monotonous. That's why I could never do it in real life. Like in real life, like I said, I've been to that place 5 or 6 times. I never came down. I never came out down. I never won a bunch, but I'll come up every time I went. But I was used to playing online, fucking like 3 fucking tournaments at once and shit, dude. When you're playing in real life, dude, it's so fucking monotonous once you're experienced that if you're not playing for money, dude, I'd pull my hair out, bro.
No, so they say it's quantum. I would say I don't totally agree with what Brian said, but you know, they'll say you're not playing for the thrill of fucking victory. It's like, but you can, you know what I'm saying? You can be proud of what you do in life, I feel. You play for money, man. Like, I mean, I remember poker is what got me out of my parents' house when I was a kid, dude. I would have never been able to make as much money as I did in poker. I mean, poker's how, I was able to tour around the country. Poker's how I met my wife. Dude, like, yeah, it's about the money, you know. I mean, I wouldn't have been able to feed my wife, feed myself if it wasn't for poker sometimes, you know, without, you know, getting a bullshit job or something. Damn it, fuck, what tournament? Jesus.
Fair enough.
Hey Don, let me ask you a question. Is Don still here?
Yes, I just tried to talk to you. You were what tournament are you in? I got ACR open.
I was deafened. No, I'm waiting for a money transfer to enter. It's the one. It's the one going on right now. It's the one going on right now. It's like level 8 or 9 right now. 5K guaranteed. 5,000 guaranteed. PKO. I was gonna say, wait, so instead of investing in you, why not? So how about this proposal? You don't invest any money in me, but I play tournaments. Actually, sorry, you play the tournament through me, and it's all my money that's being gambled. And for your time, so you get paid 10% of the winnings just for your time, and you bankroll $0. Like you don't input anything, but you get paid 10% of the winnings.
Oh, that's awesome. So you
And
think
every hand is played through you. There's no input from me since I'm a noob. It's all played through you.
So yeah, so he don't want to get. He wants to. He's interested for sure, but he'd rather it go to him and him put up all the risk and get most of all the money and get most of the reward. So fuck, that's a fucking great offer.
He's offering me $2 for my time. Basically, he's got a $10. He's got a $10 tournament.
Don.
$1. He's offering me $1.
Don, no. Look at what the top 10 in that tourney gets paid out right there.
469.
Yeah, 10% of 469 for an hour of your. The tourney's only going to go an hour, 2 hours at most.
Yeah, so it is a turbo. It is a turbo. Which I'll be honest. Two things that are working against the team here. One is turbos have the most variance and are, the worst for the pros, period, because there's more variance. And two, I also do not play a lot of turbos, so that's not. I don't play.
Wait, are you making pre-excuses or?
If you want to call it that, I'm trying to put the cards on the table for you, man. Like, you're trying to play a turbo here with, what does it say? 5-minute blind levels.
But you remember the thing you said about how much risk you have and stuff, based on your betting. Your personal risk, the pressed Don's personal risk is literally 0.0. So why do you care what the rules are and shit?
You mean money risk? Fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What, you think reputation risk? So if we lose through your decision making, that like nobody will think you're a good poker player anymore?
Well, I mean, but it's any other money situation is what we would be referring to. Money and then non-money. So whatever. Time. Rep is one of them. Sure. Whatever. Butterfly effect for future. But no, man, that's what's up. Why are you not getting in yet? You have to wait for the money to get in there. I don't have any. I have pennies.
Money hasn't hit, ACR yet. But do you see one of the other ones upcoming right now that would be better to get in than the 5,000 PKO turbo?
Yeah, I mean the 5K guaranteed non-turbo, $55. That looks good. First place 1,200 before it's. Let me go back to the lobby because I clicked this thing. I don't know if these are even.
Yeah, I don't see the 5K one. I'm talking about one that's coming up in like less than an hour. All these ones opening in less than an hour.
Okay, bro, I haven't been on here in forever. Let me where are we at? It's the top. It's the top. Probably the ones that are coming up next. Sunday, Monday. No, those are tabbed. 6, 8, 9, 10. Late regging. Okay.
I'm on the low tab, by the way. Low buy-in tab. I think that's what that means.
You're an astrophysicist. What? We're not paying our astrophysicists enough, guys.
All right. I'll go to high. $400 buy-in. Let's go. 1 million? This payout is 1 million. The pot is 1 million. The prize pool is 1 million. Are you kidding me?
Here we go, Chronic. What is Thursday, April 21st, 12:30? At 11:30, there is a 2,500 guaranteed for $22. With
how many minutes from now? How many minutes from now?
Yeah. You got to get up in the morning though, don't you?
Yeah, I'm only looking at the next upcoming like 5 that are in the next hour, Don.
Okay.
You're gonna be the number 2 champion. We could do a doubles thing. You know?
There's nothing good, dude. This level 3, 600 guaranteed 6 max for $6 looks okay. The late reg on the 1650 looks good. The 2,500 guaranteed. Late regging with average stack is 130, and you start with
1650 buy-in.
Yeah, that one looks good.
That's a decent chunk of my. So I only transferred $50 to my ACR.
Okay.
So I was planning on doing 5 tourneys at the $10 buy-in.
That's fine too. I mean, the turbo's fine, Chronic, but it's just it's a lot more variance. I mean, it just is.
So.
Well, whatever. Chronic, I was playing on the app, bro. Oh my gosh, I was in the zone again. Yes, I was just in the zone till I fucking opened. Till I got in with a king 10 of diamonds versus a king 9 of spades, and it come 10 high all spades. And then I made 2 mistakes in one hand, probably 3 mistakes in one hand. I didn't check back the turn, called the check raise on the turn, and called off on the river. I don't know what, bro. I just was like.
Sounds like you're just a bad player. Oh, the money hit. The money hit. All right.
Yeah, well, I was terrible. You want to go to the side room?
Yeah. Which one? Let's go off live stream, somewhere. We got nothing. We got hop to gems.
I'm not in gem. I left.
Oh my god. You got a weak mental? You got a weak mental, Don? Just like on League?
Well, you want a room named Poker? Is that what's needed?
Just addiction. Just label it addiction. Let's not beat around the bush, eh?
Looks like they already went down to a different chat. I was just joking because they were like,
"Oh."
Chronic was like, "Oh, we can't. There's no other rooms. So it has to be named Poker Room."
Yeah, and I'm addicted to fishing, and the way poker people, fucking hell, poker people, the way poker people talk about poker, it reminds me of fishing. you don't necessarily always talk about the things that you caught, but you talk about your rig, your gear, the different setups, you know, the bait, you know, all about it, where you went, you know.
Well, you know what I say about poker? I don't even know her.
Poker, I don't even know her.
Yeah, dude.
Is that the line?
Yeah,
Haven't
it's
even
like
bought her a
it's
drink.
poker. I don't even know her, man. But yeah, it gets lost in nerdisms and jargon and specialized language and
What
you know.
poker in the rear, poke 'em in the rear, look in the front.
Exactly.
It's like a fun game. I guess the thing that attracts me, like, not well, I've never really been into poker, but I'm saying the thing that sort of makes me less interested. I don't even know if that's the right way to say it, but it's just the fact that, like, you have to depend on the cards, and you can't sort of, like, you just get dealt what you get dealt, you know. So there's like there's no way to, like, master the system really. You're just always, and I know that's part of the fun too for people that are into it, but.
Well, you can master it, you know, knowing how to call a bluff, you know,
It's like it's
knowing how to read people.
gamble because you don't know what cards are coming. So it's like whatever you're doing, it's always just a partial prediction.
Yeah, definitely. It'll never be 100%.
I think it's a good game to. It's more a game of psychology and knowing how to read people.
Exactly. That's why a lot of, like, the professionals always got sunglasses on. They try their best to hide their, like, facial expressions, you know, or to have, like, fake tell, you know.
Yeah, and the times I've played just like for fun with friends or family, it's like it is funny because whenever you get your cards, like there is a strange tendency, like you want to smile, you want to snicker, like, you know, if you have good cards, like there's all that stuff. It's funny.
Exactly, and that kind of gives away your hand, you know. It lets people know, okay, Gio's standing strong. Yeah.
I wonder what new account name Brandon uses to listen in on Geo. I know that curiosity has to fucking, always gets the better of people. He'd be listening in for sure.
Brandon, you talking about?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone's heard from him as far as I've heard. Or actually, I think I heard he was like. I guess I heard he responded to Ranty on Skype, and then I think he was putting posts on his Twitter account.
I heard he went back to the
Well, that's
Globe.
official. Yeah, no. I mean, he'd have a dummy account that he'd be logging into YouTube or even in here. Like, do we know everyone that's in here? I just can't imagine he's not listening in.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I mean he. At least in terms of discussing the shape of the Earth, it's like he's just totally has vanished for. It's been a while now, huh? Like 6 or 8 months.
Not even a boo. Hey guys, how you going? Yeah, sorry about that. Nothing. It's weird to me.
I don't think
almost like it was a job change. Like there was a career change or something happened and it just severed the connection with regards to his daily routine to the point where he just can't partake. But you'd still put a message out. I don't fucking know. This is weird. It's getting weirder.
You mean like a job change in his personal life, or do you mean more like an agent type job change, like that thing?
Oh, take it as you will, Gio. It could have been both, or one or the other.
A reassignment?
Yeah, a new deployment. I always pictured Brandon like in one of those shipping containers out in the middle of some base somewhere, and there he is at the computer, like with his flat Earth fucking server, and that was his task. You know what I mean? And hey, turns out his task's been shifted, and lo and behold, the whole server's gone. Cray.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's done one thing on his Discord server, like not even a "Hey guys," emoji reaction. I mean, just not one thing, as far as I know.
Nothing. Crit's done more than, yeah. I mean, that's Crit.
Well, and then in whatever way, he's kind of in the lineage of Ranty, whatever that's all about. Only because he got Ranty's whole show. I mean, he basically got Ranty's Discord and YouTube, so he just sort of inherited the whole deal, and then went, did a show there for that time, and then just totally vanished a little while after Ranty, quote unquote, went back to the Globe.
I know, and then you conveniently popped up, Geo. A little too convenient, perhaps.
I'm
joking.
Well, well, I had actually taken like a break from the Discord world for quite some time, for a couple months, which I never had before that. So I guess, but yeah. And part of it is, well, yeah, there's a couple of reasons why, but there just weren't really any servers I wanted to hang out on. And then when Brandon started doing his server, it was kind of cool because a lot of us that were not on other servers anymore or whatnot, kind of we're hanging out at Brandon. So it was kind of a cool energy there for a while. And I had been working on this server anyways for long before Brandon and all that, for way before. And then it was just sort of time to do this. And then, yeah, it did seem like Brandon vanished kind of shortly after I launched this, although it wasn't really any like reason. I mean, yeah, people were hanging out here more because we used to hang out there in the after show. So people were hanging out here more in that, but we still like went over there for his show. So it's like, he still had people coming for his show. So I didn't.
How good's your Brandon impersonation, Gio? Have you ever been spotted in the same room?
I don't think I've ever been in the same room with him. No, I've never even met him.
Really? That's convenient. Very convenient.
We both grew up in Michigan.
Oh,
He actually. Well, I don't know, but I mean, his. That's where he said he was from, and. Yeah, which actually is not even that far from where I grew up. If he's from that area, so.
I wonder if your ears match. If we got two photos side by side, your ears would match. Where's Realm?
The only time I saw what he looked like was he did like a debate, a couple debates, I think, but there's only one or two that I remember where he was on camera. I think like with cats.
He did one with Mr. Sensible. You see his face there.
Yeah. He had like a little flat Earth map in the background.
Interesting.
I mean, he said he was. I mean, I'm not saying that he was. You know, I don't know, but he did say that. Like, I mean, he was in the military, and then he also worked for that whole like defense. He actually worked for like a whole defense company thing that actually made parts for like space travel and stuff. Like, because he was on apparently like Alex Jones talking about that. Apparently, he like left the company. But yeah, shout out to Brandon. I always like talking to him.
Hey, anybody talking about anything?
Not really. We're not
Just got up on the way to work, so I thought, my daily digest, mate. So I asked this question last night, and it was to do with stars that we assume are in the background compared to the stars that we assume are in the foreground. How do we know which is which? Why I ask only because I'm asking, are we like if we know that the stars are behind the other stars and we see them move, when we move left to right, we'll see a parallax. How do we know whether we're looking outward or inward? Does that make sense?
I'm not sure I followed that entirely. Maybe try to.
Oh, cool, man. Thanks for even considering to listen. Thanks. If I'm we talk about parallax, and we say that, okay, maybe parallax shouldn't be used here, possibly. They say that there are stars that are closer to us, and they say there are stars further from us. How would they know which is which?
Okay, you're saying in the heliocentric model?
Yeah.
Well, they claim they have methods that they use to do that.
So what I'm saying is that if I'm looking at two objects, I've maybe confirmed, maybe is the best word, that object 1 is closer to me and object 2 is further away. Now, object 2 is behind object 1, so when I'm looking at it, they're going to pretty much be the same star. If I move to the left, the second star will move left, and if I move to the right, the second star will move right. Does that make sense? No. Yeah. I think in a heliocentric model, yes, because the second star is on a bigger circumference. So naturally, when I move, which star is going to appear to move more than the other? I'm trying to ask these questions. I'm trying to ask this question. It's like you said, they have to methods and techniques, and maybe it's just looking into it. Maybe that's what I should be doing, just looking into it. But it's easier just to ask, some knowledgeable people that kind of get it. I mean, if we all look at this, if all the stars, for example, were on the same layer, then at least I would have an answer to say, no, they're all on the same layer, and what you're seeing is this is why we're seeing what we're seeing, and this is what happens.
Yeah, sorry, Realm. I don't know, man. Parts of their microphone was really hard for me to hear what you were saying, and I still wasn't really able to follow it. Just being honest.
Apologies. Huh? Are the stars layered? And if so, how do we know? And if they're not layered, then is that just the case? They're just not layered. It's just a single celestial sphere of stars.
We can't get there to verify anything, Realm. That's the problem. We can speculate fucking out the wazoo, and that's it.
I get you, and I was just possibly seeing if anybody knew if there any information about it. But yeah, I get you, and if there's something that we observe, and it's something like we see two stars separate when we look left, not when we look left, when we move left and when we move right. And if that's the case, then there's a layering of stars. And if that's the case, then which is closer and which is further? And if we don't know, then actually we don't know what our orientation is, whether we're looking into something or out of something or inward, outward.
Yeah, I hear you, but then you're assuming that the movement that we see based on our movement is based on what you're assuming it's based on, and not some other phenomena that we don't know because we can't go there and check it out.
Oh yes, totally, and in simple terms, if we see two stars separate, but they look exactly the same and they look like they are the same distance away from us, we don't know, do we? But if there is a way of if there's a method we could use, no, all good, man, all good.
Yeah, if only, mate. I wish we could get up there and check it all out. I feel for the rocket man who had the steam rocket ship and blasted up and died on the way down. I feel bad for that guy.
He was. I remember reading up that he was trying to be run for governor of that state, and he was trying to raise money so that he could tip off his chances of becoming governor.
Kind of, yeah. That was part of that narrative, from what I remember. Yeah, with IPS and all those guys. Yeah, with all that.
Yeah, that was Mad Mike Hughes.
Yeah,
his parachute deployed as he took off. So when he came back down, the parachute had already deployed.
That sucks.
It really does.
Allegedly.
I wonder if he knew it.
He would have known it. He would have known it immediately.
Allegedly.
That really does suck, though.
I like it, Gio.
By the way, Whites, from what you were saying before,
allegedly,
I had a funny response. I was going to say, if I'm Brandon, then you're Wolfie 6020.
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't know why I thought about Wolfie, but oh my gosh. It's just funny.
It's a good question about the stars, though. I think there's parallax. That's one thing I think we can know, that they're not all on one plane. They're different.
Stellar parallax?
Yeah, I think. I'm not sure.
Well, yeah, that's claimed. It's claimed by heliocentric enthusiasts.
Well, it can be studied, and the more you study, the more you learn, and the less you study, the less you know. So, I haven't studied that much, but if I did, I could probably be more informed and give you better answers, or whatever. But the less if I just don't study at all, I could just say, well, no one knows. And that's totally okay, because I'm not going to study deep sea diving, or spelunking, or whatever. There's loads of things I don't need to study. Yeah.
Yeah, but those are all on Earth, and those are all things that we already know exist. This outer space story is sold to us by a very select group of corporations, all run through governments.
That's extremely conspiratorial and cynical.
You can call it that. It's extremely true. And the facts.
It's still cynical to say that, though, but because all of the agencies aren't run by governments.
I got you. The simple statement I made has nothing to do with conspiracies or cynical. That's just the facts of what organizations and corporations are selling us the space story.
Right. Well, that in of itself is a cynical view, that they're selling us a story. I don't know why any corporation or government would sell a story about what we can see in the sky. What possible advantage, or why would they do that? I'm just curious.
Oh, I was many reasons. Yep.
Okay.
One of the top ones being that they want to control people's perception of what the sky is. To have dominion.
Why?
To have dominion over their lives on multiple different levels, psychologically.
How would that give them dominion?
And spiritually.
Okay, well, I believe in God, but how would they do that? How would they get dominion over me by painting a false narrative about what's in the sky?
Because if you believe that narrative and buy into it, then they now are harvesting your energy.
Yeah, if they can fool you, they can rule you.
That makes no sense.
You can't rule nobody without fucking having information that they don't have.
It's useless information, though.
If this is the oldest fucking oldest civilization. If they can fool you, they can rule you.
That doesn't make any sense, because there's no there's no mechanism of control involved. So if they lie about what the Venus is, it's just something in the sky. How does that affect my life?
It's not just Venus.
Sense.
Well,
I need it explained. So do your best.
I gotcha. Well, let me ask you this: like, if you believe that Venus is a sphere, second rock from the sun type deal, if that's what you believe it is, and if it's not that, then are you not being controlled by the people who convinced you that it is?
No, because
Okay,
what
let
Venus
me
is
throw
in
it
the
to you this
sky.
way.
Wait, but what Venus is has no bearing on my life. How would lying about what Venus is control my life or give them control over my life?
Because
And in what way specifically?
Your mind is controlled by that belief, by that understanding of what reality is.
Wait, I got to break it way down for this guy.
Okay.
Okay. Let me just put it to you like this.
And by the way,
okay, if you're gonna rule people, like this, you like this, bro. Wait, go ahead. What was you gonna say beforehand?
I was just going to say, I'm a kind of a noob to this room, so I'm just
Right.
asking questions. Feel free,
Let me just break it down. So, like, let me give you examples of why you would have to fucking fool people to rule them. Okay. In fact, no. Let me do this. Let me say, if you're gonna fool people, okay, you got to have the people first, right? Okay. And the only way to keep them, the only way to rule them, is to keep them in your kingdom for one. So, like, take England. Okay. We found out about the New World. Okay, and people came in. By the ass load. Okay, and then what happened with England's rule over them people? They lost. Now we're competition, if you want to look at it like that, to England. So they're not ruling us. We found a new place. Okay, so what better way to keep people from finding or getting to these new places than making it a big fucking circle?
But they could go
You know
to
what I'm
those
saying?
places, though. Let's say they lied about there being America. Let's say America didn't exist, and all the people in England were told there's a place called America, but you can't go there.
They did lie. They said it was India. They said it was India.
They didn't know. They were ignorant. What I mean is,
when he came back, when Columbus came back, and all the people came back, they said that they went to India. They didn't just right off the bat say there's a new world. You kidding me?
it was the West Indies he discovered. That's not America.
You know that what's the first place he went to? It was that he went to Barbados.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, carry on. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, but what, if let's say that in England, let's say America didn't exist, and they invent a story. Let's lie to people about America existing. There's this great big land in America. There are Indians, all sorts of things, and you can't go there. How would that control people?
Well, like I could show you a documentary I just rewatched the other day, showing charted coastlands of Antarctica, lands past Antarctica, with over 16,000 miles of coastland with no ice, like, and no fucking, just actual land, sunlit, like warm climate, they said warm water, fucking, I think they said 12 or 16,000 miles of coastland. And then that stemmed from Bird saying, there was a fucking land never seen by humans before on his 5th trip down there. So they already had the whole most of that shit charted. And then all of a sudden he says they found an area bigger than the United States beyond the South Pole. And then in that documentary that I just watched, they're talking about all this land with warmer climate and actual oceans. In other words, how could you have 12 or 16,000 miles of no ice in Antarctica? Allegedly. Does that even make sense? It's crazy. No, this is a Navy documentary. In fact, I'll post it.
But that's allegedly still there, right? It's still just a documentary. It could be anything. Why they could be lying about that?
I reckon he was talking about the North, and they just glued the words together from when he said Antarctica and the second verb. I reckon he was talking about North, and there was hidden lands beyond the North Pole. Bird said there was hidden lands beyond. So it can mean anything, but also meaning that there are hidden degrees they don't tell us about.
There could be shit up north, but no, this was definitely talking. This whole thing was focused on Antarctica. In fact, they even showed it.
Again, but it's there's no point to a lie that doesn't affect anyone. If you just lie about something, you lie about the moon, you lie about space.
Well, after all that, that's when all that came about, bro. Right after that fucking, it ain't a stretch to say right after that discovery, then all those expeditions down there came to a screeching halt. And then all of a sudden we're talking about going to the moon and shit. And there's a treaty. I mean, why would they have a fucking treaty keeping people away from that place, man? That was where
The
everybody
treaty is
was
not to keep
talking
people
about.
away.
That was the talk of the town. And you know, if you got a fishing hole with all the fucking fish and shit, you don't tell everybody about it. You keep it a secret. You know, it's just the way men are.
Just like you were saying about telling people that we found America. Now, if you tell everyone, oh, there's more land, so everyone's going to just leave. You know, you're doing a show and there's the next show next door that's even better than yours, everyone's going to leave. So you might have found these things way before you were telling everyone else. You were just discovering those lands before, and then someone found out about it, and then loads of Protestants moved to America. But why the Dutch doing everything moving east and not? Why didn't the Dutch travel west? You've got.
Do you really think Australia was they put they put all the criminals there? Do you believe that for one fucking second? No, they said that. That's something they said. It's a story. When the people found out about America, they tried to keep it as long as they could. They tried to keep that shit under fucking wraps because, dude, you're gonna have a whole.
Where'd you get that from?
Dude, that's the nature of people.
They try to keep it under wraps. What do you mean? That people emigrated immediately.
What?
They as soon as they had some boats, they left.
Are you kidding me? When they found out about it, dude, all the French, the fucking Spanish came to fight over. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Once they found out about it, once it became mainstream and shit, then it's everybody for themselves and shit.
Why lie about a place that no one can go to? Yeah, I'm talking about space. We're on America, but I'm talking about space, about the nature of what when we look up at the sky. I'm still trying to figure out what the point of such a lie would be.
I got you. Here's what I'll say, man. Here's what I'll say. Okay, whatever was happening before, let's say 1800, let's just put a huge question mark on all that because none of us were alive then, and even our grandparents, great grandparents have probably only even shared information as not even 1800. But so let's just say we have some memories and of that within our family lines. We know that there was like Michelson, Morley, and the Bedford levels. We know there was all kinds of discussion about the shape of the earth happening back then. It was very, very heated, and there was huge activity around it. Then we have World War I, which, boom, just absolutely changed the world on very many levels. And then the sinking of the Titanic, which was followed quickly by the establishment of the Federal Reserve shortly after the sinking of the Titanic. So now the Federal Reserve's in place. We have the 1920s where they brought in the Roaring 20s, but they also brought in Einstein within science and started bringing Einstein in to abolish the ether and to replace it with the space-time idea, all sold with the globe idea. So the globe idea was sold, especially from World War I forward. Before that, a lot of questions. And certainly before 1900 or before World War I, they wouldn't have had pictures or anything. They had literally no science to back it, and it was just a theory. So even more so, people would not have believed it on mass levels. But World War I, and then the 1920s, the Great Depression, and then World War II. Now, after all of that, then they came hot out of that, created NASA and the United Nations. So now the entire world is essentially on this new system now after World War II that is homogenized and that they have control over through the United Nations. And then is when they launch all these space agencies, these government space agencies start to claim that they went up there and, oh my gosh, they're seeing a curve. And then they even went all the way out in the moon landing, and said, here we are, the first snapshot of the globe. And then we have the moon landing. So that is the sort of short of it. So I see this as essentially propaganda, deception designed to control a whole large group of people.
Yeah, trapping our minds. Yeah, trapping our minds, basically, right? Trapping everybody's mind.
How is my mind trapped, though? I don't
because all your extra time you're thinking about space and you're thinking about Venus and all these would be. You're not thinking about exploring.
I rarely think about these things.
Men are explorers by nature, bro. Men are explorers by nature, but they got everybody fucking all the smart minds looking through telescopes doing fucking equations, bro.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps technically, if you were on some kind of spinning globe with this perfect gravity thing and all that stuff versus on a stationary planar surface, those two things, And then if the sky above you is actually close and local and some sort of a force field above us, rather than some kind of expansive universe that goes out light years, I mean, it's possible that you could hold those two views and it really wouldn't be any different, meaning you still just live your life, you do your thing. You know the physics that you experience here, so whatever your beliefs are about it could be neutral. However, it doesn't seem like that's the case. It seems like people that believe in the globe usually, I would say overall, if I had in a sense where there's a whole bunch of other stuff that goes with it, like evolution. It's a whole origin story. Like it's been sold as an entire origin story of humanity.
Well, yeah. So now instead of colonizing America, or colonizing Antarctica down further past that, we're thinking about. That's what men think about, is fucking exploring, and even the ones who can't go, fund it and fucking and think about. Now it's colonizing Mars. That's still where everybody's minds are at. And heliocentric model, we're thinking about a colony, a civilization on Mars or on the moon first. They got to keep our minds, because men are explorers by nature. That's what we do. That's what we think about. So now we're thinking about colonizing a place we can't even get to. They have it controlled. It's perfect.
I reckon when the Antarctic melts, the people from yesteryear that are living under the ground, like they did for the rest of all the other lands, they're going to come out and they're going to fucking take over the world and they're going to be like fucking zombies, mate, fucking carnivores a lot. Some fucking bad things are going to happen, and they're going to fucking come out of the ground in Antarctica, man. It's fucking life.
Well, here's another thing about, Hugh, about the space law. Here's another big one. Now they have a story as to how aliens could be coming from other planets and could be attacking humanity. Now, there's an idea that within this kind of World War III scenario that is likely going to be playing out over the next 10 to 15 years, that it may culminate in a fake alien invasion. Now, if you had to get a whole group of, like an entire world, as it were, at least the world we know, at the lands we know, if you want to get that many people to believe that there's aliens that are coming, so that you can create warfare and then control people even more so, then the globe lie and the outer space story would have to be a precursor for that. And in this case, it would be, like an 80-year precursor.
There's something about men with money. They feel responsible for everybody. Men that are filthy rich, for some reason, they all have this complex where they've got to do something. They got to fucking, for the people's own good, For some reason, they all have this complex that they're over everybody, and they got to do things for our own good. We can't find this out for our own good. They're responsible. When you get to be billionaire, shit like that, you feel responsible like a daddy or something, man. And that's just the human nature also, man.
You want to give people hope. You want to give people hope. If you tell them there's no hope and there's nothing out there, then they'll get bored. But if you give them something that's going to keep them busy for the rest of their lives, then the heliocentric is definitely that way.
Well, hasn't, if I may, hasn't Flat Earth kind of taken over your lives?
Oh,
I don't know.
Interesting question. Pregnant pause too.
I don't think about the globe from day to day, but I would bet my bottom dollar that you think about Flat Earth pretty much 24/7.
Flat Earth is science, dude. We're science. We're 2022, 2016 and forward. We're science. We're modern science, bro. We're the skeptics. There are no other skeptics, bro. Just us.
Well, being interested in something like cosmology, the nature of reality, and cosmology and cosmography, which is the study of the actual physical layout of the lands, that is very different than, I think, what you were trying to relate it to, which is the idea that being sold a false story of what the Earth is and what this idea of outer space and how that controls people. That's very different than having an interest in discovering the nature of the reality.
It is basically
Flat Earth is breaking the chains, bro. It's breaking free of the chains, realizing that whatever the Earth is, they don't fucking know.
and you immediately recognize the crap going on in front of you, and then you look into it and you see all the deception. It's like, wow, how did you're mad at yourself for not seeing that shit sooner. You're like, how the fuck did I not notice this? You feel guilty. I guarantee you everybody, every globe skeptic is probably mad at themselves for not having discovered this shit sooner. It's you're breaking free of the chains that your mind is now free again. It's not locked in fucking in a ball going in circles. It's amazing. So you see everything else. It's liberating, man.
Are you sure that's how? Are you sure that's not backwards?
Bro,
Because
I don't know, man. I can tell. I can only lead a horse to water. I can't make them drink, bro.
We live in a universe. It's a massive, massive universe. But in flat Earth, it's a dome-covered disc.
In your universe, the universe is flat.
To be fair,
and so is the galaxy.
I'm not sure how long you've been in these discussions, Hugh, but many flat earthers believe in more land. So they think there is discoverable realms and places you can go and untapped resources.
Absolutely. Right. And another thing that I will say for myself, and I'm only speaking for myself, I think there are portals on the Earth. The reason the pole portal, because it's a porthole. It's a porthole. It's a pole portal. And that allows for literally an infinite number of possibilities of being able to essentially go to a place that seems like it's in this physical realm, but as you enter it, you transition into a different world entirely. And then perhaps you can come back. Now, that kind of gets into like the idea of black holes. See, that's the thing. They've taken the portholes on the Earth and transferred them into light years away and called them black holes, and then are running as part of the space deception. That's another thing. They want to distract us. They're keeping us away from the North Pole and the southern region, which I think is where the portals are, at least a lot of the main ones. And then they're taking that kind of black hole idea, blasting it light years away as they like to, and then just selling it to us in news stories.
Yeah, they said they seen birds migrating north. Like there's records of that shit. And then polar bears in Antarctica. There's accounts of that, and it's hard to find them nowadays. But when this first came out, there was more information available to everybody.
And they've gone to other lands. They've gone to other lands and found other people.
Yeah, like why? I mean, there's plenty of accounts of birds migrating north and they couldn't find them. Like, what the fuck, Why would birds?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
Why would birds migrate north for the winter? It's like it shows you there's some connection in from the south to the north. It's possible. But that Navy documentary, they had nothing to hide, man. This is fresh. This is fresh after, before World War II, I think, or after, not too long after, probably a little after. But and they're just saying what they found. They said what each individual team found, and the one found the fucking the beaches, the warm beaches. Thousands of miles, bro, not just a little bit.
How old is the deception?
Well, that's a question in and of itself. And that actually plays into a comment I was going to say, which is that, in my understanding of cosmology throughout humanity is that since the dawn of time, it's always been a plane of existence, stationary and planar geometry. The heavens above, hell below, as it were. And, the heavens are, the lights, the visual field that we see, but is not accessible as a physical human, perhaps like spiritually when we die or something, but not in a physical life. So it's like they're a mystery of sorts. It's like a time clock, and then we're on a stationary plane. Now there are the legends of like the portholes, like I said, going to the North Pole and entering into other realms, things like that. But in general, and then there's also like the outer regions as well in terms of the South. But having it as a plane like that with the heavens above has always been what humans have known the Earth to be. The globe idea is just that. It's like this. It's like this completely recent add-on, ad hoc kind of concept that has been sold to people, and they've just backed it with an enormous amount of propaganda and all the deception that they're running with it.
Wait a minute. If he's new, we gotta post Flat Earth clues, don't we? If he's new,
I'm not new to the argument, but I am new to the server.
Have you seen Flat Earth clues?
Mark Sargent, yes, I have.
Okay.
I'm really not new to this, so I'm just asking questions of what everyone thinks in this particular, in this
Fair
scenario,
enough.
in this,
Fair enough.
because I'm new.
I think retrogrades and stuff that we see in the sky. Now people say, "Oh, we don't know what it looks like," but you kind of have to compare a flat stationary plane to its level, and then whatever we've seen above us would be level to us, or adjacent, parallel, whatever the right word is. So, if we've seen retrogrades and things going on in the sky, then if we can't model the ground, at least we can model what shape the stars are. And retrograde, it's very hard to model on a flat Earth.
Well, I don't agree. I think retrograde is very, very simple and straightforward on a planar stationary Earth kind of setup. Essentially, if you have the sun and the moon, and then Mercury, Mars, etc., the things that are, you guys, they call planets, but those actual luminaries, they're all kind of like cars on a racetrack. They're all just circling around Polaris, and they're circling between the Tropic of Cancer, the equator, and the Tropic of Capricorn. So all of those things, basically the sun, the moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, etc., those are all doing that. So they're all like race cars, and they're all going, if you're looking at it from above, they're all going clockwise, and they're all just making their circles. But they're all doing it at a slightly different, it's like the flower of life, Fibonacci sequence, fractals. They're all moving at a unique frequency rate. And that frequency rate has to do with the speed that it's moving in comparison to the fixed stars. So like the speed of the car around the track, like imagine if it's, the different speeds, either faster or slower. And then also the time it takes to make a full cycle from the Tropic of Cancer to the equator, out to the Tropic of Capricorn, and then back to the equator, back to the Tropic of Cancer. That whole thing takes a particular time cycle. For the case of the sun, it's 365 days. Case of the moon is 28 days, etc. So all of the orbital cycles that they say in the heliocentric model are actually just the time and the frequency wave at which they're moving in circles, and that they're expanding and contracting between the tropics. And
Let me add to that. I was sitting here, I've been looking into celestial navigation more and more and everything, and trying to make a map and everything, and refine my formula for the angles to the stars and all that. And the more I look into it, it's like the more shit I find. It's like all the ephemeris and everything is the only star they give you. They give you the sun, the moon, the planets.
All right, hold on, Brian. That's it. This is a huge derail. Can at least Realm respond?
No, it's not. Listen, let me give you the quick version.
I didn't even answer your retrograde. This is a complete. But all right, go ahead, I guess.
Okay, I'll make the quick version. Okay, Aries is that's the only star they give you is Aries, right? And they go by the vernal equinox, and where it's at for the vernal equinox, that's the celestial equator, and the Aries it's been off Aries for over 2,000 years. So that made me curious, like how the fuck are they still using Aries when the equinox hasn't fell in Aries in 2,000 years? It's two signs off of Aries, almost 2 full signs. And how are they? I mean, that's crazy, ain't it? They're still using Aries. Like this shit's probably been around in ancient times, 2,000 years ago. It could be that old, man.
Well, yeah, that's the precession of the equinoxes, and that has to do with the difference between sidereal and tropical zodiac.
I would say in one way that you've got a celestial equator, which is a straight line across space, and then you've got the zodiacs, which the ecliptic, which follows the zodiacs, and that is a zigzag pattern or a sine wave either side of this equator. So that's different. There's two different variables, two different things happening there. So that makes me think that we would have to be on a moving object, and space itself would be moving as well, because there's two different things going on.
I didn't quite follow all that. I don't agree. I mean, if we're on the Earth, any place we look up in the sky, we're going to see a section of the sky. It's either going to be Polaris and the counterclockwise rotation, or it's going to be the equatorial region where we see the tropics, Tropic of Cancer, equator, Tropic of Capricorn, just right above us in their perfect cycles. And then as you get south, you're going to see one of the southern poles, and the stars are going to be moving clockwise, looking south. So I mean, that's just what we see above us, and there isn't really any zigzags. Everything is just moving in circles, like in my understanding. So you have like the fixed stars, which would be the constellations and the signs of the zodiac. If you split it up into 12 sections, you get the 12 signs. So you have those fixed stars, and then you have Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, etc. You have those planets, and then you have the sun and the moon, and literally above us, we just see them moving between the tropics. And to us, it just looks like declination as they're higher in the sky or lower in the sky. And then that also is connected to how retrograde motion works as well. But it's just like a multiple layered sky clock.
Would you agree that the North Pole appears to be an axis of rotation?
Absolutely. Yeah. It's the center of the whole toroidal field of the entire Earth. Yep.
South Pole looks kind of like a tunnel. When you look at time lapse, the South Pole looks like a tunnel with the middle of it all way off in the distance, where the North Pole looks like an actual, circles around Polaris. It doesn't look nothing like that if you put them side by side.
Dude, that's a fantastic point. It's like the southern; they almost look like corners, or like in that sense. The way you were describing that made me think of like corners, where it looks like it's like set back, like a tunnel, like you said. Whereas, the north looks like the center of a ceiling fan.
And you think when you said the southern poles, you hold to a view where there are multiple poles?
Yeah, I think there's 4.
5.
There are 3 on my model. I got 3 on my model.
5 total points of rotation. So that one axis appears to be in the north, and then four placed around the southern edge, right?
That's what I think.
How could an odd number of axes of rotation work?
Well, you would have if it's a quadrupole system, then you would have the North Pole at the center and the Polaris, and then all of those stars swirling around it. And then if you have like 4 corners, 4 cardinal directions, but if you have the 4 corners of it, then those stars would all be centered on their respective quadrupoles. One of those 4 is what they're centered on. But then the whole field would be moving. The whole thing is vortexing. So if you sort of like taking one gear in the middle and then take 4 gears, like one to the north, one to the east, one to the south, and one to the west, and made those outer ones like smaller, and then you just spin the middle gear, and as you spin the middle gear, all of the other ones rotate.
Yeah, but the more I model this on paper, the more I set a 3 on the outside. One below each continent. I'm starting to look more into this and map it and look at the navigation. And it's looking like I'm thinking more and more that there's 3, one in the middle, and one on each side. And but the rotation, as far as the rotation goes for the outer poles, it's the same stars. It's a reflection. One's a reflection of the other. So you have like Crux as it comes around. It's It starts back up, so you're going to see the same thing on the other side. It's a reflection of itself, and not necessarily a reflection of the North Pole, but a type of reflection, but kind of like a more parabolic. And if you put them together, you'll see that there's a fucking Big Dipper that lines up perfect with the Big Dipper in the north. There's a Little Dipper. There's another Crux, and then they don't line up perfect, all the stars, but all the clusters when they join. If you circle them both in split screen, every cluster joins up north south. It's eerie looking when you do that, but it's not exact. But I'll tell you what, the more I model it, the more I'm thinking there's just 2, because it's possible that you'd be able to, if there was 3 on the outside, there's a couple places you could go, a couple regions where you could see both of them in the south, and I don't think that would fly for this long. So I'm starting to think it's 2 just opposite of each other.
I would like to see that model.
Can I just ask here? Sorry, Hugh. What I see when I look at the stars, and what all reports since time immemorial have stated, is that the stars are fixed in their position in relation to one another. They stay fixed in their location to one another, such that the planets are called wandering stars. And what we've got is 2 poles, which is the exact number of poles I've ever seen on a rotating object. And an object must always, at least as far as every object I've seen, rotate only about a single axis. It can't rotate about two axes at the same time, right? Let alone an odd number of axes, right? Sorry, an odd number of, for every top in a spinning thing, along the axis it's spinning also must have a bottom. So
Well,
it needs to, top and bottom needs to be even. And what both you are talking about is either 5 poles or 3 poles. So what we have is a physical object that's rotating about multiple axes, which I haven't seen, but there's also an odd number of tops and bottoms to that rotation.
I'll post a picture.
I'll finish quickly. Sorry, Gio. If you're talking about cogs in the sky that are churning, what I would expect to see is some stars coming closer and moving away from one another as that cogs turn in opposite directions. And in both of these models, this reflection model as well, it sounds like what things would have to do is sort of flip away from one another again, or sort of diverge in their path, where all I've ever known stars to be is absolutely fixed in their position and rotating around 2 poles.
Yeah. I think I caught all that. It was a lot. I'm trying to think because there was the first part and then the second. Well, let's just, yeah. Okay. So those are several things you said. Yeah. Because, well, let's just maybe start here because that was the first thing I was going to say. So let's just get on the same page with this. So we have, like you said, the fixed stars. So that would be like, what we would call the constellations, Aries, Gemini, Taurus, etc. So you would agree that in that sense, we can split the sky into those 12 sections and see those fixed star constellations. Would you agree with that? I'm sure you would. And then, so we have that, and then that would be moving at 23 hours and 56 minutes. That would be a stellar day, a sidereal day. So we would have that whole thing rotating, and then, like you said, the wandering stars would all be moving slightly slower than the fixed stars. So they're always moving a little slower, and that's why they move through the zodiac. So if you look at a zodiac chart, those things are actually moving counterclockwise because they're moving a little slower than the stars. And then this plays right into the retrograde, and because when they go retrograde, all they're doing is they're picking up speed, and then they go the same speed as the fixed stars. Remember, the fixed stars are going the fastest, so they change speed. They start going faster, and it's like a race car track. And then they start going the same speed as the fixed stars. And then when they go retrograde, they start going a little faster than the fixed stars. So now they're moving clockwise through the zodiac, and they're moving in what's called retrograde motion. So all retrograde is, if Realm is still there, because you had mentioned that. So all retrograde is just those wandering stars literally changing speed and specifically picking up speed to go a little faster than the fixed stars. Then they go, that's called retrograde. And then when they slow down a little bit, then they start going slower than the fixed stars. That's what's called direct motion, which is like a forward motion. And
I posted a picture in Livestream with my model with 3 different poles on the outside. And if you're on any continent at the equator, any place that we can go to on the equator and walk on land, basically, you're going to see exactly what you see, but if you went way out in the middle of the ocean, there's a couple spots where you might be able to catch both 2 poles at the same time. That's why I'm starting to think it's just 2 on the outside. And that's just my idea of it. It would entail them connecting, them being the same stars going around, but you'd never see both of them at the same time. There'd be no way to prove it or disprove it, in my opinion, my new model, but I'm still working on it. But if you want to see what I'm talking about, the 3 triangles in the middle with the circular edges are they're the path of the sun. The middle one's the equator, but they're tried to draw it like 3D to show the one in the middle is higher, and the star's doing a sine wave like the analemma. So as it's going around that turn, it's actually coming back down, and so it's going to appear to be doing a circle if it's a dome apparent or solid, take your pick. But then as it gets to the outside, that triangle, it's doing kind of an inverted loop over each continent. So it's given, what we see as far as the shadows, and it's ever so gently convex line on each side of the triangle, but it's still doing the sine wave thing. It's kind of hard to explain, but if you look at it, you know, your imagination might. But it's just I'm trying to model it.
I got you. The other thing I wanted to respond, just because I know writing, you did say a lot too, so I want to jump back in and just say that I also understand writing what you were saying. Well, also Realm, I wanted to hear what your thoughts were on the retrograde thing, because you were saying you don't think it could work on a planar type Earth, and I just wanted to see if you understood what I meant by the retrograde on that in that way. But then also writing, you had said the idea of the poles, like, because I know what you mean. If you're on a globe and you have the North Pole and the South Pole, then yeah, like in that idea, like you're on this huge thing, and it's like this axis of rotation on this huge globe. So in that sense, the northern stars are like way out there, and then the southern ones are way out there. So you're kind of using that like perspective idea, it seems, and then flipping it to the idea where is if there were 4 poles and there's the one in the center, and you're at any one of those southern poles, that also is like the bottom of something rather than just the cluster of stars above you.
Yeah, it's a very good steel, man. Thank you. Yeah, I think that the fact that they rotate like about that same axis, that I know they're 180 degrees away, that small cluster of stars that sort of small turns tightly, to me most looks like if we're a fixed object, we can see one axis of rotation, there must be another one. You just go look for it, and it'll always be 180 degrees away. That's what I think we've got in the south.
Well, if you look at the star trails in the middle, I mean, if you're at the equator, the way what they show us, and even on Stellarium, you see the stars deviating ever so slightly, but still deviating at the horizon. You know, you see them going off the screen from each other. You don't even have to draw a line on the screen. And if they're separated away from each other, then that means there has to be 3 separate rotations, because they're going off in different directions, not just apparent. Because if we're moving only in one direction backwards, then they're not gonna deviate from each other. So it's hard to see, but on the horizons you can measure it.
You've read up this a lot, Brian. Do you know, I assume, what right ascension and declination mean?
Yes. Yeah. Right ascension is pretty much is what you call it. The right ascension is the freaking
like the
oh my god,
and longitude of stars.
Yeah, but I'm brain farting though. Yeah, the longitude's pretty much easy with the declination is pretty easy to find out. But the right ascension, what's the word I'm looking for, man? It's azimuth.
Azimuth.
Yeah, azimuth.
The right thumb rule, right hand rule, right ascension.
Yeah, so I mean, writing, what I think is happening is that I think we have the North Pole. I do think there's 4 poles, which connects to the 4 rivers at the North Pole and the 4 land masses at the North Pole. So it's all the cardinal direction, the 4s in that quadrupole. And then essentially, if you have that type of system, like that kind of gear system, then yeah, the whole thing would be rotating in like a vortex. And at each pole, there's just like a nodal point that's kind of pulling the stars in a magnetic swirl connected to the magnetic field at those 4 points.
Okay.
So if you took
if
you took a whole field of stars and then put a quadrupole on it, now you have this whole plasma flux pattern that's moving in that way.
Compasses only point to one pole.
Well, they don't point; they align with the magnetic field, is what I've
That's,
been told.
yeah, that's basically what I meant. So there's one North Pole. And then, as far as what we can see when we look up, it really only makes sense if it's a sphere, because you've got
I pretty much heard that compasses are unreliable in the
2 axes of
South Pole.
rotation.
They're very weak in the South Pole. They're unreliable.
Saying it's 2 axes is an assumption, because like if you're in the north,
we can see that.
Well, let me finish. If you're in the north, you see that the Polaris and the stars moving around Polaris, of course. But when you move south, as you move south, no matter what, you go further south on the Earth, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to run into the equatorial region. So now you're in the equatorial. And then if you go beyond the equatorial, the north is going to vanish. And then now you're going to be in, let's say, the south. And you're going to see those stars. Now, if you're in Africa or if you're in South America, no matter what section you're in terms of the continents, when it's nighttime, you're going to see that region of stars. So you have no way to isolate that those are 2 poles rather than actually a separate southern pole for each southern region that you enter.
Well, you can, because they see the same stars circling around the same point.
That's what I said. It'd have to be a reflection. It'd have to be the same stars.
But they're not the same stars, though. They're different stars.
If you have if you have a crux going around the same way south of South America, the same way south of Australia, opposite of each other, and just mirror reflected, then they're doing the same thing. So you're seeing the exact same thing on one side as you are the other.
Okay, but they're different stars, so they're not a reflection, because they would, if they're a reflection, they would be reversed of the northern stars, and they're not. They're completely different set of stars.
No, if you're looking and crux is going from left to right, looking south in South America, and then you go opposite to Australia, it's doing the same thing. It's following the stars are all going in one rotation. You're just looking out. So you have you basically, okay, maybe it's not like a mirror reflection, but it's the same rotation. It's just the same stars and both fucking south rotation. It's the same ones.
Yep, that's right. That's right, because they are the same stars, because they're all circling around the same point, which makes sense on a globe.
Yeah, but you wouldn't know, though. What he's saying is you would never know.
You wouldn't know. How would you not know?
You can't, because if it's the same stars,
right?
Okay, if it's the same stars, if you have a crux and a fucking Australia, whatever, Aurora Australia, whatever you want to call the shit, and all the same stars rotating in south of Australia, and then you got the same damn ones in South America. How would you ever know? You could never see them. They're on opposite sides
If
of
they're the
plane.
same stars, that's the point, Brian. They're the same stars. How could you not know?
Okay, well,
they're all looking at the same stars from all those different continents.
It's an assumption for you to call them the same stars. What we can say is that they look the same, but to say that they are the same would be an assumption.
It's a reasonable assumption, though, isn't it? Rather than, I mean, between the two of you, you can't even.
On the larger, did you cut out? On the larger spectrum of assumption levels, yeah, that one is it's not the most severe.
It's a pretty watertight. With the lack of any other information, you could pretty well assume they are the same stars. There's no reason to assume they're not the same stars, and if you want to assume they are the same stars, you have to invent different poles and toroidal ideas and things like that.
Ain't it an assumption for you to assume that they're suns and that they're light years away? Ain't that a pretty big jump, bro?
No, well, that's not the point. It's whatever distance they are. They're all the same stars.
That they're three-dimensional, that they're tangible. You know, that they're
they have to be.
You know, that's a lot of assumptions, man. So yeah, there's some assumptions, but no matter what model you choose, you're gonna have to fucking go out on a limb with wild assumptions.
I don't think.
You just think yours are normal because that's all you've ever known.
I don't.
The
Yeah.
stars we see that are the same stars are the same stars. Can I ask this question? I've been trying to get in for a little while to ask this.
Go ahead.
Have anybody who believes in stars being mirrored? Have you heard that anywhere else? Do you have any other reason to believe that? Are there astronomers who've said these might be double, or is this just a method that might save?
Just a model I'm making, bro. Just
this argument, because it's
what I'll say to that.
I'm making.
What I'll say to that is that since the dawn of time, the foundational structure geometrically of the universe has been just this. It's mirrored, like I said, at the North Pole. I just posted, this is a Tibetan sand mandala. These are essentially cosmological mandalas, and they're built in structure to the universe and in terms of the layout of the universe. So you have this huge circular structure, and then it does have like the four corners within it, and it has the four southern polar regions, and then it has the cluster at the center, and each one is unique. It also represents the zodiac, the entire circular, the outside of it. And so, yeah, I mean, that's like foundational within many ancient cosmologies. Also in the Vedics,
also in real life. Hold on, not to mention in real life, if you dude drilled a hole in the table and put his small camera underneath and put stars rotating reflections on the outside, no matter where you looked, you've seen if you every direction, you know, you'd see a mirror image going counterclockwise up against the dome that he put his phone under. So even in reality, that's what you see. So it's not that far of a stretch, man.
What I'm asking is, I haven't heard anybody else that said, I think that these stars are the same stars. I think that all of the cosmology I've ever had speaks about the constants and the singularity and the recognizability of stars. And the right ascension and declination question I asked Brian earlier, it says every star has a known latitude and longitude in the celestial sphere, apart from the wandering stars, obviously the planets.
Right.
You know exactly where they are at any time by their right ascension declination. Greenwich hour angle is the other one it's called, because if you know time, you know longitude. If you know the height of the pole, you know latitude. So
I agree with you, but don't say that to Chronic, because he'll go after you. Because the stars are all moving and they're not fixed and the whole deal. But yeah,
well, no, I should say they are not moving at a rate that is meaningful to us. I do think
yeah, well, they've kept changing their figures up to this day. It's not as exact as you think. They've made changes.
Yeah, they change it all the
They're
time.
they're still updating that shit, dude.
It's so accurate.
I mean, what I think ultimately is, I think it's an actual field. Like, if the celestial sphere contains plasma, if the stars are like sonoluminescent, entities of sorts, whether they're spiritual, but if they're like some kind of an emission of light, then that whole pattern, like if you took an entire plasma field with stars in it, like, and then put a quadrupole charge on it, then each of the southern regions would look the same, sort of like the four corners of a room. Like, usually the four corners all look the same, and then you have like the ceiling fan in the middle. So like the North Pole would be in the middle. You would have those four outer regions. And once they're charged in that way, which is also connected to like north, south, east, west, like the whole kind of cardinal structure. So it seems like all the land masses are coming out from the middle as well. You have like the America, South America stretch. You have like the Europe, Africa stretch, and they look like spokes of a wheel. There's four of them. The only one that's missing on the AE map would be like where Hawaii is, and seems to be a missing land there, but that's a whole nother question, whether there actually is more land there or whether it's underwater. But it seems like the continents are all coming out like spokes of a wheel. And so they would be coming out in like a direction to these four poles. And then each pole, the stars, they would just be the same. They would look the same, but there's actually four different ones in each of those regions. But they do look the same, like they're all mirrors of each other.
Yeah, I want to point that out. Have you guys ever heard of the Pierce projection map made by Charles Sanders Pierce in 1879?
Maybe,
Dude,
vaguely.
That's it. That's in a way what I'm describing. Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Here's the thing I noticed.
Any way you could post that?
He just posted it. Yeah, I haven't. This is awesome.
I'm just noticing when we're talking about flat Earth cosmology, we're talking about ancient cultures. But when we're talking about the globe, we're talking about modern science and observations that we can make just by looking up at the sky.
Yeah, they were stupid back then.
How do they? First of all, how would they on Earth would they know what they were looking at?
They didn't have very good tools. I don't think
They didn't have telescopes. They didn't have telescopes. There's a lot they didn't have. But we have all those things now. I don't understand why there's a need to reject the modern science in favor of ancient science. But ancient people didn't even know that germs existed until like 1900s. I don't get it. I'm just asking. Because when we talk about flat Earth, we'll talk about Michelson Morley, or we'll talk about Cavendish, or we'll talk about, and these all are 100-year-old things. At no point are we talking about anything modern, anything that's happened in the last decade or even century. It's just interesting.
Wow, I don't.
You know what I mean? We're talking about what ancient people believed, and then you think, well, I think that it's this, and I think that it might be that, and I think this may be the case.
Oh, you're saying all this about navigation and stuff, and it's like, dude, they don't even use stars beneath like 20 degrees and shit anyway, and that's way outside the realm of noticing that it was wrong. Because
I think just
why are they not accurate when they get down low? Why they start slowing down consistently? And it's like, dude, so something's going on out off in the distance that's not matching your model. I know you have an excuse, and there's an explanation for it, but it is what it is. And it's like, you don't know what's going on over long distances, man. You know what you're told.
Could you possibly model?
Is it at least interesting hearing like these different ideas? Is it at least interesting to you?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm looking for a cohesive model that could replace the current model. If you've got,
I'm working on it.
If you've got, okay, all right.
Well, I've often likened this to, like, let's say that we're in roughly about a 100-year complete indoctrination, a scientific tyranny of sorts that has pushed this entire globe model. Then I often like to think of it like in phases. So let's say that starting around 2014, 2015, we've started the process of unraveling that globe lie. Then, let's say it's going to be a 10-phase process. Perhaps we're only in like phase 1 or 2. And we don't, and until there's more like funding and resources and the ability to do more, we're limited. But there's also been a massive amount that's been done. I mean, you were saying that everything's been old from the 1800s or the ancients. No, not at all. There's been, the last decade, essentially almost a decade, the last 8 to 10 years have been flooded with all kinds of everything from experiments to tests to observations.
Okay.
Everything that's been possible to be done with the finances available has been done and done multiple times.
Okay.
And if we're in phase 1 or, possibly into phase 2, but this may be another 15, 20 years that humanity will be unraveling this.
So what exactly do you want a model of?
Functioning model of the Earth and what we see above and what we see on the Earth.
Okay,
that sort of model it would be, right? Just something would work so you could model out what the moon and the stars and everything else would look like on the model, and how the sun would behave, the moon would behave.
So you just curve the lines of light and then it'll all work. What's next?
No.
Yeah.
What I mean is by modeling it out to make it actually work just create an app, create it in.
No, I don't have to, because I understand the principle is that if you curve the lines of light from the various celestial bodies and you project them on top of a flat plane, it'll work exactly the same.
Can you explain
that's an
Because
interesting idea.
If you think that the lines of light from any celestial body are reaching Earth straight, then you will end up with a globe. But if you curve them, you can make where they are and their sort of location with respect to the Earth work perfectly fine on the flat Earth.
How though? How do you curve them? I'm happy to accept that if you could say.
Well, that actually, I just want to pipe in just real quick and just say that, that makes me think, because I was going to say this before when Hugh was asking about that. Like, in my understanding, if we have that kind of quadrupole system, the 4 outer poles and the 1 pole in the middle, and then the whole star field is moving to that pattern, in a way that would be indistinguishable from a globe, at least to some degree, or at least it like Jerry was saying, like it's cross, the geometries overlap to the point where if you have a celestial sphere over a planar Earth and that sphere is moving in the way that that celestial sphere is doing its thing, then that is going to essentially be geometrically almost identical to the concept of if you made the Earth a sphere, assumed it was a sphere, and then tried to put the stars outside of it of a sphere.
And then for the light, instead of the ground changing angles, it's the light. And then that's why I come up with that a minus 90 over 90 times d times point A. That's triangulated distance. The d's triangulated distance on a flat plane, and that's the refraction equation to make it work, to make the distances work. It's surprisingly accurate.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this universe is designed in a way that it can be explained as a globe, the way that they have. Like, there really is like a cross geometry. There's a lot of things that don't work. I would say a lot, but there's enough that does fit to where they could pull this off.
So that's
right. Did you say you curve light?
So it looks So this
Yeah,
quadrupole
refraction,
system
right?
would be indistinguishable from a globe, is what you said, I think.
Pretty much, yeah. Yep. I mean, I would say more indistinguishable from, well, first of all, the Earth doesn't have curvature, but if you tried to make it have curvature, and of course it's not going to fit exactly because the southern regions are going to be different, of the actual GPs of the stars would be different on a globe than on a plane of Earth that comes out from the center. So there is definitely differences, but on just like to use the term like a layman's level, like just kind of looking and the general layout, yeah, it can be interpreted as a sphere, but I would say more like a sphere with local stars, like a sphere.
Yeah, but it ain't that much different.
If you wanted to make let me just finish real quick. If you want to make the Earth a sphere and use that explanation, you'd have to put the stars local, which that one animation, I'll post it again, but I think it could be indistinguishable from that. The idea of the stars being light years away, I don't think so. That's because that just doesn't work. The inverse.
It's interesting. I haven't heard you made that concession before. That it does look, if you look at the star trails and you explain a star system, that does end up looking indistinguishable from a globe.
Oh yeah, I always say that. I always say that.
There's separation, man. There's separation.
Like the explanation of the southern stars on a globe Earth, I've always said fits with no issues in terms of.
Yeah, but these pictures they show about proof, they're showing the stars separate from each other ever so slightly, off in the distance, bro. That can't happen on a globe. They can't move away from each other. If you can't measure, if you're measuring
one another on a globe,
right? And that's what these time lapses are showing, man.
About that one, Brian.
Solarium shows that happen too.
About that, the star trails diverging. Could I ask you the question? What is the most accurately, like to within the narrowest error bars that you have measured that?
No, you can see it. You don't even have to draw lines on the screen. Just go to Stellarium and run it. Just let it run. You'll see them diverging. Not right up over your head. Okay, it's way off in the distance, but we're talking about long range shit. Let me add this real quick. The freaking, it ain't that much different. Like even with the refraction model, you don't even need refraction because it matches flat for the first such and such degrees, like 25 30 degrees. There's not much difference between flat and curved, but the refraction model that I'm talking about is long distance refraction. Up close it's barely any. In fact, past 1 degree there's none at all, and then and it's just barely any at the beginning. As the light gets further and further, it's just a gradual refraction. It's and then yeah, like I said, if they're moving away from each other and the ones in the middle are going straight, there's got to be 3 separate rotations if we can measure the separation.
Or 4.
Or 5.
Well, I had it as 4, but it just I can't. I'm seeing 3. 3 that you can't bust. It is a big assumption.
Make sense? Do you think, Brian? There only being one axis of rotation.
How could the stars move away from each other in a time lapse?
That's what I'm saying, Brian. If they have a right ascension and declination, if they've been described by all the ancients as moving, as fixed in their position and never moving in relation to one another, if people like Chronic are the only people on this planet who meaningfully study how much they move apart from one another, do you think that saying, "Oh, I've seen a photo of the star trails," is measuring it quite enough to upset all of that? Because, like,
you missed everything I said, didn't you? You didn't catch what I said, bro.
If you stood in an archway and you took a photo, an arch of even width would appear to get bigger as it went over your head, even though the parts of the arch were completely the same. If you stood at the
great, yeah. If you want to say perspective, then that's a globe killer too. But listen, let me make my point though real quick. My point is so it might change the way you're even commenting here. Is that it's only all the way at the horizon that we see the separation, okay? And where celestial navigation is inaccurate. In other words, it's wrong because there's something else going on. It's such a big place. This place we live. I think that comes down. You won't even get.
That comes down to
they won't even give you anything less than 10 degrees, but nobody uses it 20 degrees. But they don't even offer fucking in the ephemeruses, they don't even offer nothing below 10 degrees, but they don't even use them below 20 degrees. It's fucking, it doesn't work. So
yeah, we don't use stars. You don't shoot stars that are low because you get error bars. I don't understand why that changes.
So it's a big place, bro. A big place.
Well, I guess I'm trying to understand what Brian's referring to, because Are you talking about like if there's multiple poles and then the center star field, as it were, like the Polaris star field, is interacting with the outer regions, and there's divergence? Because it actually is interesting, like in terms of like the actual southern regions of the Earth. Travis has talked about picking up star trails that were diverging, when he was looking south, even in California. So that is an interesting component entirely, and doesn't necessarily fit the globe model. So that's where I think that's really where a lot of the hidden components are in the south. Because if you took like that map that Don posted, that Pierre, I want to look more into that one. That was very interesting. The Pierre Quincunxial. Quincunx is 4. So yeah, quincunxial projection. But yeah, anyways, if you took that one where you have like the continents all going out in those directions, the star, like there would be the southern region is really what would make the difference, is what I'm saying. Like if you're on just the line of the pole, let's say, like from the North Pole down to, let's say, South America, if you're on that whole stretch, it could look like a globe because you're just on one axis. You're on that line. But if you then took another route from the North Pole and you went south all the way like to the southern tip of Africa, now you're on that whole line. So it's going to look like a globe too, because you're on, that axis. Even though they're in this idea, they're actually separate axes. But in between them in the Southern Ocean, deep in the Southern Ocean, like 60-degree parallel, 70, out that way in the dead south of the Pacific and Atlantic, would really be interesting to see if there's anomalies there, and if that fits the globe model or not.
Yeah, so Bacon is trying to do some work with this, I guess. He said he needs some help, so I'm going to see if I can figure that out with him eventually.
Nice. How you been, Don? Good to hear your voice, bro.
Been all as well, man. How you been? Hope all is well with you.
Yeah, pretty good. We've had heavy rain here for the last week or two, so kind of been heavy rain, but I'm sure the sun will shine again soon.
Yeah. Summer's around the corner.
We need the rain though, so it's pretty dry up here. So yeah, it's good to get it. Actually, they got snow. They got like snow in certain parts.
I am not looking forward to summer at all. Like I'd rather we could just skip over it and go right back into fall. I hate summer.
Skip summer. What's up, Shines?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. Life is actually pretty great right now, so no complaints.
So you don't like summer, or you're just
I hate summer. Like I abysmally hate summer. Like with every fiber of my being. I cannot stand the heat at all. I'm like a total vampire. I'm basically like see-through. I have to use like a parasol if I go outside. Plus the heat, like I have back issues. I have Ehlers-Danlos. So the heat is like really bad for my body. I cannot stand it. I get really red in the face and everybody's like, "Oh, you have a sunburn." I'm like, "Nope. Haven't even been out in the sun. It's just because I'm hot." Like I hate the heat. I love it when it's like white skies are like my favorite. White, misty mornings, rain, anything like that. I'm good. I should probably live in like Ireland or Scotland. California. Yeah,
or
California.
maybe like Oregon or Washington or something.
No, I'm in California. Yeah,
No, but
Northern
I'm saying
California.
Oregon or Washington would be a little bit
Yeah,
cooler.
even that would be a little bit better, or even San Francisco. Would probably be better. But no, I'm in Silicon Valley, so we live in the valley, and it's brutal. It's to like 120 degrees. It's like nah, it sucks,
Yeah,
and the pollution and everything else. It's awful.
Yeah, the hottest places on Earth are the like Death Valley is like one of the lowest
Yep, the
elevations
valley
on Earth.
sucks.
Silicon Valley, all the low elevation areas you have all the record high temperatures, which is weird. It's like the further you get away from the sun, that's what another thing I feel like the sun is like a focal point. It's like because the lower you are, the hotter you get. It's weird.
Yep, that's true. The lower you get, the hotter it is.
Then you start moving toward the sun, like on mountains and shit. You'd think it'd get hotter. Everything about the globe model is back.
Unless you're on the coast, like certain coasts, like the California coast, you can be right at sea level, and it is super cold, right? Like in San Francisco, you go to the beach there, Santa Cruz, it's freezing, cold. But you go into the valley, and it's super hot. So I don't, just because it's not next to the water, like you have to go further inland to be in a valley that's not next to the water in order for it to be hot.
to me, everything about the globe model is backwards. You start going up toward the sun, you get colder. You get down on the earth in the valleys and the low-lying areas, it's the hottest. Then you start digging away from the sun, the surface, and it gets supposed to get colder as you're going away from it, and start digging. And instead, it's got it getting to a molten hot in the middle. It's like, where's that heat escaping to?
Well, isn't that because of
radiate somewhere? He's got to radiate out somewhere, don't it?
Isn't that because of pockets, molten iron pockets underneath the core?
No. There is no molten anything. Like if you actually dig into the ground, you can be in the desert and you dig and dig and dig, and it will get colder as you get into the ground.
No, that's not true. Actually, when they dig that 7.8 miles deep, every 50 miles they got like 1 degree change. They got hotter and hotter and hotter.
Yeah,
Where is that information? I've never.
50 miles. You meant 50 meters.
I don't know if I believe
Usually
that.
that's usually the case with mines where you're digging down. It usually gets hotter and more radioactive the deeper underground you are.
Yeah, I would.
Hotter and more radioactive as you go further down is usually a trend.
And the crystal caves, you need that heat and warmth for the crystal caves. I think it depends on where you are. I don't know, and I guess it depends on how far you're actually digging. But I know for a fact, like if you are in a desert or whatever, you dig, and you can go into the ground, and it will be cooler for you. Like you need to get below
It does
ground
get colder for a ways.
right? And then maybe if it depends on where you are or whatever is happening, but there are certain areas where you can dig and it will be hotter, just automatically it will be hotter.
Well, I think it gets colder for a certain, just right off the bat, getting out of the sun, it gets colder. Like the springs here, like I think the Fountains of Youth, I think this is what Ponce de Leon was searching for. They're about 2 hours inland from the coast here where I'm at in North Florida, but they're these crystal clear water, man. It's a constant 70 degrees year round. It's cold as shit, dude. I mean, it doesn't sound cold, but go try and get in 70-degree water. It's cold as shit. But I think so. At first, it gets colder, but when you start going far down, like past couple thousand feet is when I think it starts heating up. But and another thing about like the Fountain of Youth, like if you had water that clean way back in the day, the way they describe conditions, like if people probably lived a lot longer who had nice clean spring water to drink every day and shit like that, so they might have mistaken that with rumors. Fountain of Youth, just trying to put the connection together.
Yeah, I would like to actually also see the information about the Russian borehole and what I've never actually looked into that.
I'm getting it right now. I'm looking for it right now.
And again, I'm one of those people where I'm like, I don't know, I don't trust it. They could say that it was anything. They could be like, oh, we hit diamond at this level, and the next level was like,
It actually was like
or whatever.
Yeah, what if there's actually like some deception around that, where like they're actually telling us, oh, we've only gone 8 miles, to hide the fact that they've actually gone further.
Yeah, you never know. Like they could know. They could know what's actually deeper and further, and maybe they did hit like a solid barrier that nobody could ever get beyond, or that
doesn't anyone find it curious? Doesn't anyone find it curious that we just gave up? Like we got to 8 miles 40 years ago and then gave up.
Wait, hold on, I can't hear you. Each to their own. You were coming in kind of like staticky. Can you say that again?
Oh, sorry, my mic's pretty shit. Everyone knows that.
Okay.
Yeah, isn't it a curiosity that whenever this Kohler borehole went down, 30 years ago, whenever it was, from then on, mankind just said, "Oh, okay, that's far enough. We give up now." Like that's not what man does. Man presses further and further and further. That's what we do. But nobody cares. Nobody dug any further. I don't believe it.
Yep, they just abandoned it, and they also abandoned the moon, and now they're on to Mars, and on.
Have you guys heard about those Egyptian, like those fuckers that go underneath the Sphinx and they like go and they're like miles and miles and miles underneath underground, and they're like find like cities and shit underground in Egypt, or like they go underneath like some fucking ruins or some water, they go in the water, they dive and they come out another side and they're in some underground fucking like, I don't know, there's all kinds of underground shit, even in like Rome, Paris, like Germany, all kinds of shit. There's all kinds of subterranean shit.
And how
London
about remember the Cold War? when Russia said we're going to go to the moon. What did America do? Oh, well, shit, we're going to go there first. We're going to beat you. But when it comes to digging a hole, well, Russia started to dig a hole and America just didn't care. And that was all in the Cold War period as well. So, like I said, I just don't buy it that we dug one hole and now we give up. That's just not what mankind does.
Well, same thing with energy. We've had the same energy technology since fucking. You know, it's the same. We dig oil out the ground the same way we did like fucking 100 years ago or so. So like, you know, there's certain technologies that just like pause for whatever odd reason, and they don't go further.
I was just gonna say it's the same thing as like the moon. You know, okay, cool. We went to the moon. Then they were like, oh, we can't get past the Van Allen belts. We destroyed the technology. So now we're on to Mars. So we're never gonna go back to the
Yeah.
moon. Like, forget the moon. Now we're gonna go to Mars. We can totally get past everything to go there, but fuck the moon. Like, I don't know. It's just weird.
Yeah.
You know what,
And what is the moon? Just the same as the moon. Like technology, name me one industry where technology just stalled and we don't advance over 40 years or 50 years.
There's
no thing you cannot name one.
I just did energy.
Which one? Sorry,
energy.
which one?
Energy, as in the shit you put in your car, the shit that makes electricity. Anyways,
Well, you don't think cars are more? Hang on. Do you think cars are more fuel efficient now than they were in 1972?
No, getting the oil out of the ground, like the actual getting the oil and refining it out of the ground, not the car.
Yeah, but there's hydrogen technology. There's electric cars.
Listen. Are you driving an electric car right now? Anyways,
no.
I was gonna say before you start fucking whatever, the Glober told me that it's easier to go to Mars than to go to the moon, which I have no idea how that's supposed to be possible.
The industry, hang on, let me. The industries which have seemingly not advanced, like your automotive industry or your oil industry, have been intentionally retarded in order for the current regime to continue making trillions of dollars. Not because the technology hasn't advanced, but because we haven't been granted access to it.
Anyways, how is it easier to go to Mars than to the moon? Is my fucking question. How is that? Like, isn't the moon supposed to be right here and the Mars supposed to be like? Isn't Mars supposed to be circling the sun at its own rate? Like, it doesn't even make sense.
It's not easier. It's bullshit. It's just a bullshit narrative. It's not easier, and you will never find a way to explain that it's easy.
Well, even how they say that they drop down their little rover with a parachute when it has less of an atmosphere than is here, even if they were saying that they had little spurts of air to make that parachute blow up, no, I mean, that's impossible. They've never, like, they wouldn't even be able to recreate that here to test if it would work. Like, where were they even testing that at? Do they have any videos of how they were testing out that parachute in like a non-atmosphere, that parachute would actually open up and land so gently that this rover could like behave and not be crashed whatsoever?
What are you talking about, Shines? They just landed it the first time because they're that good.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry, I totally forgot. My bad. You're right.
I want to ask you guys a question.
Yeah, I mean, it's only 156 million mile radio controlled car.
Yeah, that's funny. I want to ask you guys a question real quick. So in the heliocentric model, right, they have Mercury and then Venus, if I'm not correct, then Earth, right? So how is it that people are seeing Mercury and Venus at night at like 2 hours after sunset?
Yeah, I've heard the Morgal go over this one. Yeah.
How is that possible?
That's the only time you can see it.
No, you're not understanding. The only way you will be able
That is
to
the only time you can see it is dawn and dusk. 2 hour like
Yeah, well,
you can't
right.
see outside those
But
windows.
you
So what
shouldn't be
you're
able
asking is
to.
why is it doing what it always does? That's
No,
not a
but
good.
you shouldn't be able to because the Earth should be blocking it.
Yeah,
from
the Earth
seeing.
would be in the way. Exactly. That's what I mentioned the Morgal because he did some early videos in the early days on this where he explained it really well and modeled it. But yeah, it's like the Earth would be in the way of the actual angles from your position of view to the actual orbits if we were going around the sun and Venus was going around, closer to the sun. Like there's like an actual there. This is one of the inconsistencies in the heliocentric model. Is that what you're referring to, Don?
Yeah. It just makes no sense.
Because you're facing the other way. Like on an Earth where like on a planar Earth where the things are just moving above you. That's why you can have the Cell and Alien because they're just literally close enough in the sky where you can just see them above you. But yeah, with that one with the Venus and Mercury, it's like when you make the Earth a globe, you now don't have an actual line of sight to the object in that orbit the way that we actually see them.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good one. They just gloss over it because they usually don't model it with that much precision. Like they leave out the actual geometric viewpoints that you would be having rather than just the actual, like they're somewhat precise on the degrees because they kind of have to be the way they make the heliocentric model, but the actual viewpoints on an Earth, it's all just like cartoons. None of it's actually solid.
I see the way they've tried to explain it and everything, but no matter how you do it, okay, if you take a globe and try it in reality and try and scale it, it doesn't work, man. And anyway, for me, it doesn't work. Maybe they can get it to work, but even if they try and say, like if the sun's still in the sky, so it's the twilight. Okay, in them cases, that's usually summer, and that's when you've had 14 hours of sun. You got to look at the horizon. You got to look at horizon to horizon. Should count as 180 degrees in the fucking solar system. Okay, so if horizon to horizon is 180 degrees, even if the sun just went down, then and you see Venus, it's not, like right over the sun. It's still beyond that 180 degree point from horizon to horizon. So if you run string lines, like you're well outside of the range it could reach. It's string line, the circle it could possibly make. It's well outside of that visually, but they got an explanation, but it doesn't satisfy me, And when you look at stellarium period and these models they try and show you, it's like you gotta it make you feel drunk. Look at them like if you got it modeled perfect, why does it look so fucked up? Just try to move around and look up and change the sky and shit. It's like everything's warped. It's crazy.
Almost as if they're reverse engineering it from, a flat Earth. And it just doesn't want to work.
Yeah, I would agree. So, but wouldn't that require, to even explain it on a globe, that would still require there to be a spherical nature to the universe? Don't you think?
Yeah. In some aspects, I definitely think that we're in a toroidal field. There's like we could be inside like a bubble. I call it the firmament, but I mean, to each their own.
Yep. Like a field.
Couldn't agree with you more, mate. To each their own.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost like, what do you think of this, Don? Like, even though like the heliocentrism, let's say for this conversation that it's not true in that sense to where it's just a complete fabrication, but would you go as far as to say that somehow in some way this universe was built in a way that coincides with the heliocentric model enough to where they could even pull this off? And if that's the case, then is it actually built into the creation to have that overlap for some purpose? If there is actually an actual purpose to this in that sense, the actual.
I would say the creator is not the author of confusion. You got, long as there's evil in the world, there's going to be deceivers. They're gonna warp the truth.
Yeah.
And what we perceive, I mean, I don't know if you heard my argument about the circumference of light over a plane. I don't know if I mentioned that to you before, but how you can get that apparent edge, like if you're looking out at depending on your altitude, right? If you're looking out, say at the y-axis, the edge would appear like a disc.
Yeah, the hula hoop.
Yep, the hula hoop. Yep, circumference of light. That can trick people to think that's spherical curvature when it's just the rim edge.
Exactly. Yep.
So I don't think it's just that, necessarily. There could be people that are falling for not being able to just look deeper into things. Maybe that could be the case.
Well, about that rim edge thing, what's wild about that? I think that it depends also on the atmospheric conditions. Sometimes it's more than others. Yeah, dude, there was one time in particular, I remember this was north of San Francisco, over on the coast. So it's look, the ocean in that region. And oh, sorry. And what I was saying is that in certain of those, the way that the atmosphere, the way the clouds and the rain and everything that kind of just the atmosphere in general with the ocean water, there's times where I've been up at some altitude looking out over the whole ocean. And when I look around me, it literally, the whole thing looks curved.
Right. Yeah. It's weird.
Yeah. Well, I can even just point my finger and the whole thing is like a bubble.
Yeah. Yep. You're right. Because I've done the same thing, man. I went from mean sea level to big bodies of water, and I went about 240 plus in elevation, and it spread out. The only thing that's funny, it's always the x-axis that appears to wrap around you, but the y-axis always goes straight out. So in your aperture, the center of your eye, you can see further, and the way our eyes are structured, I'm seeing to bigger objects as such as the earth, and not buildings and other stuff like that, but the earth. It will wrap in the way light comes in, like a circumference, a circle. We just see, that's how our vision works with our eyes. Aries disc. Have you ever heard of that?
I believe I have, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like a circle. It's kind of hard to explain without demonstration. Kind of hard to break it down sometimes.
Like the orbs?
No, not like that. Like with a small local sun, you're gonna get that effect. You're gonna get the inverse square law, right? Where light dissipates and it will vanish. So when you're going higher up, right? Okay, you know how at sunset and sunrise, right? That it's an apparent sun. We're not seeing the actual sun. The rays are so bright, it's blocking out the actual physical sun. So you need a solar filter. But the light also goes with it. It's kind of really hard to explain what I'm trying to get at. That's why I need to model it.
Are you talking about rim curve right now?
Something like that, yeah.
Attenuation of light and whatnot.
Yeah. And how people can mistaken that for as spherical curvature. It's just, the way our eyes work.
It is. And, this whole thing about how far away they got actual images that it actually looks like this blue marble. We already know that that's fake. We've seen them fake it on the Apollo mission. We know that all the other ones are photoshopped and completely fake. The things that they're showing where we see the dark side of the moon, that the clouds never move on Earth during a 5-hour period. I mean, the whole entire thing is just so fake. And this person is in here like, oh yeah, saying everything is a hoax and everything is a lie and everything is a fraud. Hasn't really accomplished much so far, has it? Yeah,
No,
actually
it hasn't really.
It
What
has.
has what
It
has it
has.
accomplished?
It's accomplished waking people up to the fact that these
That's
people
not
are
an
lying.
accomplishment. That's just convincing more people of what you're saying. But what has it actually accomplished?
It's accomplishing, showing people that lies are actually happening so that they can wake up to those lies and then they can go out and do their own tests and their own accomplishments and their own experiments and all of these different things that can happen once the
Okay.
lies that are being told are realized. So yes, waking somebody up to a lie can definitely accomplish things. Letting people believe in a fairy tale for the rest of their life is not a good thing, and that's what you're about. You're like, "Oh, no, just keep believing in the fairy tale. Keep believing in
No,
this.
I
Keep
believe
believing
in
in
I
this
believe
lie."
in what I can
What are
see.
you
I believe in
accomplishing?
reality.
No, I wanna know what you're accomplishing by believing in these lies. How is
Then,
that accomplishing
well,
something?
first of all, there's no evidence that any of that is lies.
Oh my gosh,
Um,
yes, there is. There's tons of evidence. That's why
there
we're
is,
here.
there
What
really
are
isn't.
you
It,
talking
not,
about?
not.
That was funny.
I'm looking
Oh,
as hard as I can and being as conscientious as I can to
I
find the
don't think
best
you
evidence.
are. I don't think you're trying at all to realize the lies. Okay, so let's talk about the one I was talking about. The time
Hmm.
lapse of the dark side of the moon and Earth. It's a 5-hour time lapse. You can tell just by looking at it that it's CGI.
You
Number
can
one.
tell just by
Yes,
looking at it.
you definitely can. Have you watched that time lapse? You definitely can. Number two,
Okay.
even if you can't tell just by looking at it, it's a 5-hour time lapse, and everything that is on the Earth never changes as the moon is going by. The clouds stay in the same exact place the entire freaking time. Is that normal for you? Is that how you think the world works? That clouds just stay in the same exact place for 5 hours, never change at all whatsoever? So that you're going to say that that's real?
No, I'm going to say that over a 5-hour period, if you're looking at the globe from that distance, probably not.
Wow. Okay. Yeah,
Wow. Wow.
You're asking
Wow.
you're asking me to believe you, right?
Wow.
You're
I'm
asking.
not asking you to believe me. I'm asking you to use your mind and
That's what I'm
understand
doing.
how the world
That's
works.
what I'm doing right now.
Use your brain. Use your brain. Use your brain.
Okay, thanks.
Look at
Yeah,
your
I'm doing.
sky. Stand outside in your backyard and look at your
Okay,
sky
hang
for
on. I'm going
5
to. Who was
hours.
that? Each to their own. Okay.
Yeah, challenging
It's
you.
not each to
Use
their
your brain.
own. This isn't an each to their own situation.
The guy's name. The guy's
Reality
name. The guy's
versus
name. Each to them.
fantasy. Oh, I thought you were saying. Okay, never mind. I'm so sorry. That was my bad. That was
I
my
don't even
bad.
know
I'm sorry.
who are you. I'm sorry. Who are you?
Huge. What about another one? The faking the 24
Oh,
hours.
wait. I'm just trying to.
Okay.
The
Yeah,
lady I'm talking to.
he's not going to concede. He's not going to concede.
Just look
What
at the
about the?
clouds,
Wait.
for 5 hours.
I just
Look at
need
the
to know
clouds.
who I was talking to just then.
I
Each
got
to their
one
own.
for you.
Look at the clouds.
I got one for you. What about the 24-hour sun faking the footages of that in Antarctica?
You're going to have to look at the clouds for 5
There's
hours
no evidence
first
that
and
was
tell me
fake.
they
But
don't
who was the
move.
lady I was talking to just then?
Oh, I'm Shines. You can see me light up. I'm Shines. Hey, how are
Oh,
you?
Vans.
Oh,
Yeah.
Shines.
Talk to you,
Okay.
Vans.
Yes. We were doing a back and forth in the chat. Okay. Hello.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay.
Hi.
I didn't realize. Hello. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Good.
I'm
Love to
relatively new here. Not new to the debate, but I am new to this server.
Well,
So
welcome.
thanks for
I'm
the.
sure everyone is glad to have you here.
Wait
I
a minute. So
appreciate you.
so the guy said there's no evidence of them faking the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
It's pretty weak.
Okay, we haven't even gotten past
Hang
the
on.
dark side of the moon one.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
not
we're
going to
just
concede.
skipping over
Well,
that.
yeah,
What about that one?
You're legitimately going to say that clouds stay in the same place for 5 hours. If you're far enough away from the Earth, clouds remain in the same place for 5 hours.
Not the
That's your
exact
answer
same.
to that? Well, that's
That's not.
exactly what is happening in that video that they show, which automatically looks like, if you have any kind of wits about you, it looks completely freaking fake. And then number two, on top of that, if it doesn't look fake to you, the clouds remain in the same position the entire freaking time for 5-hour time lapse. I mean, come on. No, that doesn't happen if you're just far away from the Earth. The clouds are just going to remain in the same place for 5 hours. I mean,
Okay.
that's like just plain simple logic of reality. So somehow the clouds behave differently if you're far away than you're actually in the world.
Yeah, things move
Outside of it,
differently.
I
The
mean,
further you are
no.
away,
Oh,
they
okay,
move
so now
different.
we're going to get into relativity and bending
They
space
move
time, and
slowly. Yes, they move slower.
somehow
They move.
it's the relativity of you being far away.
The
Come on,
moon.
dude. Come on.
The moon looks like it's standing still when you're
It's
driving a car.
disingenuous. It's like you
It
could
is
not
disingenuous.
sit there in good faith and say, yes, I think clouds don't change shape or position in 5 hours due to distance of the observer. That is
Yes,
just
I am saying that.
dishonest.
If you don't think I'm saying that
Well, then
in
you're
good faith,
disingenuous, or
then
you are
that's your problem.
disingenuous, or you are stupid. One or the other.
I was
I have to
given
say I
a
agree
list.
with Teach
I
there.
was given a list of things that I had to agree to come into this chat. I was given basically a code of conduct that I had to adhere to and sign off to in order to come
Yeah,
into
okay,
this
cool.
chat. Did you do that too?
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
Yes.
All right, let's stick to
Wait,
that.
Hugh, what did you just say?
I just said when I only been in here for a few hours, and when I came in, I had to sign off on a code of conduct. In other words, not insulting people. I have adhered to that. So
I didn't insult you, Hugh. Let's just hear me out here. I
said
said
you were
you are
being
either disingenuous
he's going to
or
repeat the
stupid.
insult.
It's not an
I do
insult.
not
He
think
said you are
That's
either
not an insult.
disingenuous. That's not. I
So-
don't find that as an insult. Gio, do you find that as an insult that somebody's either being disingenuous, or what was the other thing that you said, or it was that you're being stupid,
Or
yeah, or
I can
stupid.
explain
I'm
it.
neither.
Are the
Or
options.
stupid. And I
I'm
don't
neither.
think for a minute that you're stupid. Not for 1 minute. So that
Okay.
leaves disingenuous. Now, if you wish,
Do you know what the word
to own up,
disingenuous means?
if you wish to own up to
What does it
being
mean?
stupid, that's up to you.
What does it mean?
Being disingenuous means that you're not actually being truthful. That you aren't
That's not
actually
what it means.
looking. Yes, it is. Being disingenuous, it's basically like lying. Like you aren't being genuine. You aren't actually looking at the evidence that is provided to you, and you aren't actually owning up to the fact that you are wrong.
In
That
my
there is
opinion,
no possible way that that could actually take place. You're making something up that has never been stated that is actually what happens by anyone on Earth ever in the history of anything I've ever heard. Ever. I've never heard anyone say something like that. That, oh, because you're farther away from Earth, the clouds don't move. I've never once heard. Do you have a scientific paper that says that? Are you just bringing that up off the cuff because you don't want to admit that that was something that's probably fake? Like, I mean, I don't understand what's actually happening right now. I do think that it is disingenuous to say that clouds do not move because you are farther away and you're witnessing the Earth through relativity. Which
No,
I threw you that basket.
I never mentioned
I just looked at it.
relativity. I
No,
just
I
mentioned.
mentioned it. I just
Okay,
said that
okay.
I was the one that was like, is this bendy space-time relativity? And you said, yeah, it is relative. Like as far away that I am,
The further
therefore,
you
since
are,
I am further away, it's
gosh.
not going to behave the same. That's not true.
Okay.
Sean, this is beautiful. This is playing into his hands because it's obfuscating away from the actual point here. He's not having
I'm
to
interested in a
answer
conversation.
the point.
That this is not a conversation.
Answer the point. Just get back to the point.
Each to their own. I'm not interested in this. If this is how you're going to do it, I'm honestly not. I'd rather
I don't
talk to
know why you're
Science.
getting
Thanks.
offended. I don't know why you're getting offended by what he's
This
saying.
is confrontational.
I'm
It's
saying
just
no. He just his microphone. His microphone is just shitty.
I can't get a word in, and you keep talking. You keep saying, "I can't believe you," instead of just talking to me like a human being.
Respond,
I
Hugh.
think you-
Just respond.
Yeah,
Just
and I also
respond.
think, Hugh, that you need to understand that his microphone is shitty. So it might come across that he's yelling, but it's just that his microphone is crap. So don't, just because he's
Okay.
raising his voice, don't take offense to that either.
It's really not too hard from my perspective. Okay, in a 5-hour time lapse, clouds aren't going to move they're not going to move across an entire continent in 5 hours. And that's what they would have to do in that time lapse. That's the first thing. The second thing is, if it was so obvious, why would they put that out? If it was obvious to everybody, they wouldn't put something as obvious as that out, would they? That's just my 2 points on that. That doesn't make any sense.
I'd like to respond to that. So, the first point, he said that you can't see the clouds moving and shit. That's bullshit. I watch the news. There's hurricanes that come to the Pacific. You can watch the hurricanes turn from the fucking their supposed globe up view, and you can see them moving over the span of minutes, not hours. So first off, that fucks up with your first claim.
Not really.
I believe your second claim was that, they wouldn't release things that are obvious. Dude,
Yeah.
they released the moon tape landings, so like, they already released shit that's obvious. So both your points are fucking moot.
I'm sorry, they're not. First of all, there was no hurricane while that 5-hour time lapse was going on. Second of all, the moon landing hoax, what you call a hoax, hasn't been accepted as a hoax by anyone reputable. So, anyone I would consider reputable anyway.
Well, it's very simple. Like Nixon said that they were going to the moon for peace. Does peace on Earth exist?
Good one.
What?
Can you tell me why Nixon went to the moon? Can you tell me what purpose?
Nixon didn't go to the moon.
No,
It was
can you tell me
Kennedy.
what? No, can you tell me what?
I want to
purpose
point out
was?
something when you guys are getting
Nixon
done.
happened to be the president at the time that the mission happened, but
Before
Kennedy
we
was
move,
right.
Before
And
we
what
move
was
away
his?
from there's no evidence of them lying. I actually have a video of the so-called 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So they
We've
do.
dealt with that.
Bro, someone go
No,
look up.
because you said there's no evidence, and I'm showing you evidence. I'm showing you evidence. They splice videos. That is
Dude,
the
everything you're shown, you just claim it's fake.
They
That's
splice
not
videos.
an
Watch the video
argument.
from one. Okay, watch the video from 24 seconds at the beginning, and then watch it at 1:24. They put the video together. They splice
Okay,
it.
wait.
That's not an argument just to
Okay,
declare everything you see
wait,
fake.
Don,
dude, you're being dishonest.
Don. They
No.
admitted to splicing it. The guy who made it admitted to splicing it.
Oh, there you go.
They literally said
Okay.
like, I did splice it. So it's not even like a thing of like we made up that they spliced it. The guy who literally made the film admitted that he had to splice it.
Wow.
Made the film.
Yeah, I've
But
seen
you have to
this one.
splice it.
I've seen this one. It does look pretty cool though. I mean, it is like
It's 24-hour
Dude,
footage.
it's 5 hours. He just posted it right now. This is 5 hours. Dark Side of the Moon.
Yeah, okay,
Nothing
I've seen
changes
it.
at all
I've seen it.
fucking
Yep.
ever. At not even a little bit.
Shines. Go look up a fucking Shines. Go look up a 5-hour video above, like say North America.
I know.
Like a weather,
You don't need to tell me.
time lapse of weather. Go look up a time lapse of weather and tell me
Yep.
if nothing moves over 5 hours. We can directly compare side by side.
Yeah, I know. Trust me. That's what I've been arguing with him for the past like how long?
Don't they have a computer simulation of the clouds too? I've seen that before, where the
And I love
clouds are like all over the place. They're everywhere.
I love how it's
They have-
also a sad face. Like if you take a screenshot at the perfect moment, it's like the Earth is like meh. That loop-de-loo. It like literally looks like a sad face, and the nose is the moon. It's like it's so wonky and weird and fake. Come on, it looks fake on site. All the clouds, nothing moves over 5 hours. There's a hot spot. What's going on there? Like all of it is just it's bad. The whole thing is just wrong and bad.
Yeah.
The 5-hour time lapse hue of the dark side of the moon, and perhaps the clouds not moving, and your reasoning for the clouds appearing not to move is the distance, but they're going to move. If even with distance, they're going to move a little bit. Can you indicate where they've even moved a little bit, even if not to maybe the degree we would expect the clouds to move? Can you just point out if they've even moved just a little bit?
I don't know. I haven't analyzed it that closely.
The other thing I think about when I see clouds like this on a lot of these globe kind of things, sometimes it'll show like, a certain part of a continent and there's like one little batch of clouds, but that's not really what it looks like on the ground. Like on the ground, there's such a variety of different cloud structures. So I feel like the way that they've like interpreted the land and and to make the clouds all going around the globe doesn't even correlate with the way that we actually view them.
Right. When this is the funny thing too, when showing this EPR showed the image, that would kind of go against the Coriolis, right? I mean, because if they fly from like New York to California and then back, it would take less time back. Because the clouds are going with the Earth. Why don't the airplanes go with it? That don't make no sense.
I don't understand what the problem is.
Well, the choreo. So you guys, your guys' claim is that the atmo, the air is in well, not fully lockstep, but it's with the Earth when gases go in all directions. Yeah, Shines, you got a great point. Why I never really paid attention too much to that. The clouds are not moving. It don't make sense.
You know what's even funnier is that some dude named or girl named EPR came in here and said, or why clouds don't seem to move when you're flying through them. Really? So in that moment that you're flying through a cloud, the cloud doesn't separate against that plane and move as you're flying through it. And yeah, as you're sitting on the ground and you can watch the clouds move across the sky. I'm sorry, have you sat anywhere for 5 freaking hours and seen a cloud sit in the same exact position the entire freaking time? Like, we need to look up how the video is made before we can say that it was faked. That's just nature. We know for a fact that a cloud does not stay in the same position for 5 hours across the entire globe on every single position. No cloud moves whatsoever for 5 hours. The fact that this is even a conversation, that people are debating against this, and the fact that they are saying that, oh, because if you move far enough away from the world, the clouds wouldn't appear to move, has to be one of the funniest arguments I've ever heard in my entire life. This is very entertaining. Thank you for my entertainment tonight.
No, but gases are free to move in all directions. They're not stuck. They don't stick. You know what I mean? So in this image, right, in this gift or GIF, they appear to be stuck to the Earth. Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah, I mean, you know how quickly clouds move? Like, even in just a couple hours, I mean, you can see entire huge swaths of clouds that will just pass over an entire region, even with
but that's your perspective on the ground.
Yeah, but if that's what like if you look at, some section of land on there, imagine just being on that land. And if that's supposed to be the one cloud that's above you, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't even correlate with the actual size, because you could see a cloud and that could just move very quickly. But they're showing that in that whole region, there's just one little swath of clouds. And then on that, they're not even moving at all. I mean, the whole thing would be tumultuously moving like they do in other videos. So like, why didn't they do it on that one? That's the thing. It's not consistent.
Well, do we have any videos basically comparable to that? So you can see for sure?
Yeah, take a look at the Himawaris. There's all kinds of stuff they claim, and which will have all kinds of cloud movement.
Well, Himawari is also claimed to be fake.
Of course it is.
So it's all fake, right?
Yes, but my point is that they're faking it with different consistencies. So obviously it's not reality because there's different actual physical consistencies going on. So it's simply that they put it different in their CGI that time versus the other time. If it was reality, it would be consistent. Then the ISS footage clouds move even different than those two. Himawari move different than ISS, which is different than that one.
Yeah, because the different viewpoints. If you take a photograph of the same person in 3 different scenarios, they can look different. If you take a photograph of someone walking and you photograph them from 20 miles away, they're going to barely look like they're moving. But if you stand on top of them, they'll look different. It's different perspectives. One is an orbiting satellite, one is from beyond the moon, and one is your other perspective from looking up at the clouds. There's 3 completely different perspectives. If it was a great, here's the thing: is if this is such a great big lie and a great big hoax, that they would be consistent. Otherwise, people would notice. Not just people who already signed up on conspiracies.
You're saying people would notice, but we noticed, and now you're saying people would notice, but now we're not the ones who noticed?
No.
You can't discount our you can't say it's going to be noticed and then discount our noticing. That doesn't even, your fucking argument falls flat right on its face. The fact that you're
it doesn't. It
means
doesn't.
someone noticed.
No, what it means is you got into the conspiracy first and then started noticing all these things. That's all it means. It's exact same way as what most people have done in flat Earth. They got on YouTube and watch a video, and then they go and get themselves a P900. They go to the beach, and that's the backwards way to do it. It's completely backwards, and that's all I'm noticing. Is it?
You do realize that's how the heliocentric model was determined. Most of the people who the heliocentric model set out to build and prove a heliocentric model, not to experiment and find what they started. Conclusion first.
No.
There's whole books written on this.
That's the opposite of what they did. The heliocentric model is based on observations.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're ignorant to the fact. I have a whole book on it.
Have studied this. Thank you. The heliocentric model was.
You really have it.
Okay.
You have Newton, Copernicus,
Yep.
Kepler, and there was one
it's
more.
Based on observations, not based on some
Galileo. That's the one.
Some conspiracy.
All of them went into it with the conclusion of heliocentrism before they did their testing.
It was based on observation.
All right, bro. Well, that's not
there's
what
no
their
reason.
notebook
There's
said,
no
with their
reason.
notes in it. All right, whatever. You don't know what you're talking about, but keep blobbing about what you have no fucking idea about.
I do have an idea. There is no reason to invent such a thing. That's the bottom line. There isn't any reason to invent such a thing, especially multiple scientists over multiple generations in multiple nations.
Because you might not have the reason doesn't mean there isn't no evidence pertaining.
You've
to
got
it.
multiple scientists, multiple languages, multiple continents over many, many, many generations. You're saying there's a massive conspiracy.
Wait a minute. Wait, I have a response.
They all conclude the same thing.
Wait, I have a response for that.
Okay.
Is there not religions that span over multiple continents, multiple generations, and multiple languages? There you go. You have something that goes the same way. So there you go. You have a religion. Good job. Period. Good job. Good job, bro.
I have a religion, but that's not the point. You're talking about you're talking about a lie.
You just said it's impossible, but then
I didn't say that a religion was impossible.
What you said was impossible is in religion. We have multiple religions that prove what you said is impossible.
No, that's not what I said.
I just disproved your fucking claim by
No,
showing
you didn't.
evidence of
No,
the fucking
you didn't.
and evidence to the contrary.
You are claiming there is a conspiracy. There is no evidence of a conspiracy.
Well, let me throw this into the mix to you, and let me hear maybe your thoughts on this.
Okay.
So if
anyone there?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay,
okay. I think I'm back. Yeah.
there you are.
So, for example, the way that just a small example, and the way that, because you're talking about a conspiracy, but what I'm going to lay out is the concept that really only few have to be involved in the conspiracy. The rest are just following orders. That's the summation of what I'm going to say.
I get that. I get that idea.
Like, for example, and I was just going to use the example of medicine, and I'll just maybe say it this way. Doctors today are just brought up. They're trained. You know, they use this medication, this testing, this medication, this testing. They're always just testing, giving medication. They're on a whole protocol. Well, 200 years ago, that protocol was not what it is today, meaning that whatever was going on in medicine was completely different. And this gets into like Rockefeller, the whole Rockefeller medicine takeover. And all of that. But my only point is to say that if someone's born into this current system and they go become a doctor, they don't know what led to all of it before that. They don't even really know what's in a lot of these chemicals and pills and things that they're even giving. And so I'm only saying that in terms of like this, the other conspiracies, like in terms of NASA and all that stuff, there can be a huge amount of people working at NASA and actually doing engineering and living their life and thinking they're sending stuff to space. They're not lying to anyone. They think it's real. They just believe it. And then they're working in some field. And then that whatever they do gets passed off to another, sector, as it were. And meanwhile, the people actually doing the conspiracy are just the small knit group of, wealthy military clandestine, operations.
This directly relates to the heliocentric model because the fucking Medici court would fund any fucking astronomer who fucking proclaimed the heliocentric model. They were fucking shown to fucking fund all of them. They had no fucking reason to fund them other than to push their own fucking hermetic like philosophies on Europe. That's it. So it was a religious crusade to fucking upturn the fucking power of the Vatican.
I mean, we can
wait
get
a
onto
second.
all
Hold
of
on.
that and take it into that eye area, but
I thought the idea with the globe is to hide God. Hold on.
Even talking about what we're talking about, Geo is on point. It is compartmentalization. That is exactly what
We
goes
talked
on.
about that
Even
before,
in menial
Gio.
jobs, that is what happens at companies and corporations.
Not in technical fields.
Even when you're working, yes, it does work. Like, I know people who have worked for Lockheed and
Yeah, dude. What?
legitimately have different codes of how much your security clearance allows you to go into. You go into clean rooms, you have to leave your cell phones behind. You can't even bring anything in there, laptops or cell phones or anything, keys. It doesn't fucking matter. You go into your job, you're creating one thing and you're working on that job. You told that this job is for this one thing. It could be for fucking anything, because the next security clearance would know that, oh no, we're going to do this with this thing, and then the next security clearance, the next and the next and the next. I mean, that's how it's done. It's a pyramid scheme. It's always been that way. And if you work at Safeway, you're a bagger. You don't need to know what the people that are doing the boxing or the this and that are doing. You don't need to know what the managers are doing. Yeah, people
That's in
know about it.
non-technical fields. That's
Oh
non-technical
my goodness.
fields.
I'm giving just a simple little point.
I
But
know.
when you are getting into the technical fields, yes, it is. You are working on things that are like completely
Have you worked in a
hidden away.
technical field?
No, but I know plenty of people that did. I was a
Okay.
hairstylist in Silicon Valley, and I know people that worked for Lockheed. I knew people that worked for FMA when FMA used to be around. Like my grandfather worked for FMA. I knew a ton of people that worked there. I was a hairstylist in Silicon Valley for over 25 freaking years. I know how this shit fucking works.
But you didn't work in any technical field, so
No,
you don't
I
know.
did not personally, but I
Okay.
was spoken. So just because I didn't do it personally, and I didn't know this personally, me talking to these people that say this is exactly how it's done doesn't matter. That doesn't
Well,
matter. I had to actually do the job myself.
if you're working in a field that requires, for example, it requires that what you're working on can work in the vacuum of space, then you have to make it so it actually will work in the vacuum of space. And then if you're making a rocket that can actually fly into space, then you have to actually physically make it so that it can physically fly into space. And if you are not making it so it can fly into space, and you've learned physics, which everyone in those positions will have done, they will know immediately that this vehicle cannot fly into space. And everyone at any stage will be able to figure that out. The rockets are not aren't powerful enough, or whatever it would be, and they would figure out that this vehicle cannot make it into space. So then you have to. That's a basic. That's a very, very basic thing.
You are missing the point. It depends on who is working on what department of that job, and we're not just talking about rockets. We're talking about even fiber optics and where those fiber optics are actually going. Are they actually going to build the Hubble? Like my father-in-law, quote unquote, helped build the Hubble, right? But he was in security clearance, top security of his own department, and was working on fiber optics. And legitimately, when I started getting into flat Earth and stuff, I started talking to him about this. And he was like, you know what? That's really interesting. I don't know what they're doing with what I'm working on. I have absolutely no clue
That's true.
what
That's
I'm
true.
working on, what they
But
could possibly be using it for. It might not have ever been used for the Hubble.
Shines. That's absolutely
all.
true. That's absolutely true. But he would know, for example, if he's working on fiber optics that can work at the temperatures they would be working in space, then he's making
or the bottom of the ocean.
and everybody is making
So where
parts.
it's freezing cold in the bottom of the ocean or in space or
Yes.
up in the air. Yeah,
Yes.
it could go to those temperatures. It could also go to the bottom of the ocean and work in those temperatures. It would work in any of those areas.
Yes.
So for you to say that, yes, so you keep saying yes, but you're still not getting it. I don't know how you can continue to say yes, but you're not understanding what I'm saying.
Okay, well, I think
it's amazing, quite frankly.
Well, I don't know how many people you have in here that debate. I don't know if you. I don't want to say echo chamber. I really apologize if I'm implying that. But this is basic stuff in technical fields. Like I said with the example of the rocket, if people are working on elements of the rocket that can do the function that they're designed to do, and obey the laws of physics, and can function in those environments, then the vehicle as a whole will be able to function. And as you can see, as it goes up into space, obviously it can function like that. So in technical field, there's no this you can't.
Yeah, you can. Well, the thing is, so see, it's all compartmentalized though, because like the rocket program. Hold on,
You
let
just
me
said that again.
All right, just give me a second, man. What I was going to say is that the rocket program, that is the technology that claims to put the things into space. So that's its own department. A whole nother department would be. Hold on, bro. Let me just speak for a second.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
The other department would be perhaps
payload.
Yeah, payload, like whether it's quote unquote satellites or equipment and that kind of thing. So you have the equipment makers. Okay. They have to sign off on that equipment, which then gets transferred to a whole nother department with the rockets. So it isn't that people are not doing the entire from start to finish. There's a point at which they're cut off from any further data. And for example, for the moon landing, this was on a documentary that was not about the moon landing being fake or anything like that, being a hoax. This was like a mainstream documentary about the moon landing. And right there, one of the head guys in the mission control, and he said on this documentary, he admitted that they didn't know whether it was a simulation or whether it was real. They had no way to know the difference. He literally said that because they used to, they send those guys simulations. So those guys are sitting there and they're getting data and they're doing things, but they can simulate that. And of course they did simulate it all the time. That's how they practice or whatever. But when the real one happened, they didn't have any way to decipher whether it was the real one or just another simulation. And so there's a total compartmentalization there. And then you have like the film that's being shown. Then you have the astronauts that claim to have done it. So it's all separated.
Can we challenge you, Hugh? I mean, I would try to sell it to you kind of the same way he just sold it to you, but you're claiming basically just because they make a rocket and a vehicle that can possibly or can do things,
yes, and
right?
Like,
that means they definitely did it. Like that just doesn't follow.
It doesn't follow. It doesn't follow that every stage of the development of the vehicle and the payload is all designed and equipped to do the task that it's designed and equipped to do. It doesn't follow that it then can and does have the capability to do what it's designed to do. That's not logical to think.
No.
Okay. If you're talking about making satellites that can function in space, and then they get sent into space, and then they send signals down to the ground, and people track those signals.
Yeah. So,
the amount of fakery that would be needed.
It's all simulated through the technology.
All of it would have to be. That's what I mean. Everything would have to be simulated. The whole thing, top to bottom, would have to be simulated.
Outer space is a computer simulation and a theoretical concept.
There you go. Right. Like, I mean,
so outer space is that I can see is a computer. So the moon is a computer simulation.
Okay, check this out. If I was to build
a no, wait.
No,
he said it's a computer simulation.
I haven't dominated this at all, man. I need to challenge your logic a little bit. Just because I could build a machine that could dig the Grand Canyon, does that mean that that machine dug the Grand Canyon? Like things like this, just because it could have done it. Yes. One, doesn't mean it could do it. Two, you're also assuming that, the flat earthers are challenging what actually, space could be going on up there. So you really should steelman your opponents a little bit more, in my opinion, Hugh. That's all I wanted to say to you. Thank you.
I appreciate it, Crux. You're a cool guy. I'm. I really have enjoyed this chat. No one has been really, really insulting. It's been good. I've been in 24/7 and I've been in Gems, and they're both complete rubbish.
Oh
so
my goodness, you can't go into Gems. Don't
no,
do that.
I've given up on Gems. It's a mess.
Sorry, if that's rude. I'm just
it's
saying.
just I can't deal with it anymore. So you guys, I just want to say, I know that we don't agree, and I know that we're going to argue, and we're going to go back and forth and challenge each other, and but you guys are awesome. Okay.
Hey Hugh, just quickly, I recognise the voice. What
yes.
name do you usually go by, mate?
Is this Bandsaw?
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
Oh, we've chatted, man. Yeah. What would happen is, here's the thing, dude. I used to come into the server and Gems or whatever it was, and then it would just get so annoying. I'd get, I can't deal with it anymore. And I'd leave for 6 months, and then I'd come back in and forget what channel I had. And so I'd have to create a new one. And I did like twice. What was the last one? It was It was Channel X. Channel X.
That's right. Yeah.
Channel X was my channel before.
I thought it was bugging me. It was bugging me. I'm thinking, damn, I know. But you pommies all sound the same at the end of the day. So.
We chatted with not Jose, Sean G.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think we've chatted quite a few times. Actually.
Yeah, we have. I remember chat. I remember it now. Banswala, how's it going, man?
Yeah, good buddy. Good
Good.
to
All
see
right.
you here. Okay, we'll see you
Yeah.
around.
Yeah, like I said, this is actually this is a find for me because I was getting completely disenfranchised with gems. It's just a mess. So this is pretty cool. So
It is the place to be.
it is.
Pass it on to all your friends.
I will do that. I will recommend this channel to everyone.
Too easy, mate. All right then. Have a good one.
I'm not actually leaving.
Oh, you're not? I thought you were leaving. I thought you were signing
I was
off.
just
Okay,
no.
then.
I was just being super polite.
As you generally are.
It's a fault we have. Actually, that's not true. A lot of the British people are really horrible.
So tell me this, Hugh. Tell me this, right?
Go on, mate.
The moon is tidally locked to the Earth.
That's what they say.
Right? Exactly. I know. It's amazing. It's an amazing phenomenon, right?
Yeah.
And this is due to gravity, right?
Right.
Which this is what we're told. Like this gravity is very carefully kind of balanced to keep the moon just there. It keeps Mars just here, Saturn just over there, Earth just here. Everything is perfectly placed for this gravity to keep things, perfectly aligned, perfectly
Right.
orbiting and rotating and all this sort of stuff. So why aren't we tidally locked to the sun?
Distance.
Why does distance have anything to do with it?
Because I think we're like
remember,
320 times closer. Or
no,
six times, whatever it is.
But remember, this gravity is like perfectly balanced. Like it keeps things perfect. If we were 1 centimeter this way or 1 centimeter that way, the gravity would have a greater or lesser effect on things. So gravity keeps everything perfectly aligned, perfectly orbited, and all this kind of stuff. So we are in the perfect place, just like the moon is in the perfect place to stay where it is.
Right.
Tidally locked. So the whole gravity thing would logically seem to me to think, okay, then if the moon is in the perfect place to stay in this perfect orbit, but it has the effect of being tidally locked as well,
Right.
then this would have the same effect for the Earth on the sun, or Mars on the sun, or us on anything else. Everything would be tidally locked as well.
Okay, so as far as I know, most moons are tidally locked to their planets, but no planets are tidally locked to the sun, and that's, like I said, due to distance, and I can explain my theory as to why that is. And as far as the moon goes...
Actually, wait, hold up.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold up. I believe actually in your global theory, like the Venus atmosphere is tidally locked to the sun or something, and that's why its day is like longer than its whole year, something like that.
It's
or that's
still
like
revolving.
that's like one of the theories that the full atmosphere of Venus is tidally locked to the sun or some shit like that. So you're incorrect when you say that the planets aren't tidally locked.
I go look it up. See, go tell me if Venus is tidally locked to the sun.
That's a great point that you add there, Bansal. That's what I was going to jump in about retrograde motion of Jupiter. Well, it doesn't gravity affect that. What if gravity is a constant? It's why does Jupiter go and then comes right back around? Like, is it fighting gravity?
Yeah, it's elliptical orbit mostly. I mean, all orbits are elliptical slightly, right? Then no orbit's perfect. So they're all elliptical. So the moon isn't a constant distance. It comes closer and then it goes further away. Same thing with all the other planets. All our distance to the sun changes. Everything, nothing is a perfect orbit.
Well, true, but we don't shoot with even with us when we go in our orbit. We gotta we don't even feel that. A little wobbling effect, 23 degrees. You know, the wobble.
Yeah, Bansal, I can't remember what the exact question was there about.
But
tidal locking.
Yeah, but these distances may not be perfect because they're slightly elliptical. I think it was the word that
Yeah,
you used.
they go in and out. Yeah,
Yeah. But they go in and out. But they constantly go in and go out. They go in, they go out to the same
Right.
distance, and they come back into the same distance. So
right.
even though they're not a perfect circular orbit, they
Yeah,
are a perfect elliptical orbit. So they are still perfect as such
yeah.
because of this perfect balance of gravity.
Well, I tell you what, I'm not really au fait with all of the scientific terms and whatever else. I'm a bit of an idiot in some of it. People talk and I sort of my eyes glaze over. As far as the way I think of it, here's how I think of it. No one else thinks of it like this, but I do. I think of gravity in the same way I think of magnetism, and I think of like a marble circling around a magnet in the middle, that type of thing. So if you could get it to circle perfectly, of course you couldn't because it's got friction. But if you could get it to orbit. Let's say you're in space and you got a marble and you had a magnet in the middle. If you did it right, you could get the marble to orbit the magnet. And if there's
Yes,
no friction in space, it would do that indefinitely.
it's been done. There's already demonstrations done on YouTube. People doing that.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. So
Make
here's the thing about
orbit.
gravity. I haven't got a clue what makes gravity. Magnetism, if you ask people, they don't have any idea either. But they're both forces. So that's how I think.
Yeah. But my question isn't really what is gravity,
Right.
Because you don't have an answer for that, and no one
No,
has an answer
no one
for
else
what
thinks.
is gravity. All right, so I accept that, right? But what I don't accept really is that this apparent force of gravity will keep something in this perfect elliptical orbit, right? But tidal locked. But other things, right, that are in this perfect elliptical orbit as well, right? Due to the
Right.
distance and all that sort of stuff, because everything is perfectly balanced, right? Because if it wasn't perfectly balanced, if we weren't exactly where we are, right, we would be on a different elliptical orbit, or would be being dragged into the sun at a rapid rate or whatever. So we too are at that perfect distance, and we too should be tidally locked as well, because everything is working the same on each other. Like there's not
Yeah.
a different there's not a different gravity that is affecting the moon to keep it tidally locked. It's the same gravity that is making this phenomena happen. So the same phenomena that's happening should be happening too with other planets and other moons as well, but especially planets. Right? It should be working exactly the same with planets as well. In my mind, it should be working exactly the same.
I mean, you know what? I never thought of it in that way. That planets tightly locked to the sun. That's interesting. I've never thought of it. Sorry, I've lost what I was going to say. So there are two ways of thinking about this. There are two ways of figuring of sort of looking at how these things came to be. Because the real question is, how did that happen? How does it now happen, and how did it start happening? And so there are two ways of looking at it. The simplest way, which would be a naturalistic way, and the other way, which is in my mind just as simple, is that it was created to be like that. So either way, for me, either way, works. I take the position that it was made that way. So I don't know. It's a very good question about tidal logging. I like it.
Well, ponder it, and maybe you'll come up with a different answer. Like the whole created thing, yeah, is definitely my theory as well. Or,
Oh, okay, good.
my belief, like everything was created, but the creation of total chaos, total randomness, which is the other theory, right? Apart from the created theory, the other theory is just total chaos,
Total, yeah,
total
random chance.
randomness, right? So this randomness is, well, very specific with the moon, right? But it hasn't been random enough to do exactly the same thing with the other planets in keeping them tidally locked. Or why has it just been
I
random
don't
enough
know.
just to affect the moon? So to
Yeah.
me, it doesn't make any sense. This whole
Well, it's
total
ev-
randomness thing.
everything in the solar system that we see is different. There's not a planet that's alike. There's not a moon that's alike. No moon has. I mean, we got one moon. Mars has 2. Other planets have 10. You know, Pluto's got one so big it is actually another planet. It's a binary sort of thing.
Wait, hold on. How do you know that there are actually moons and planets? Like, you're saying that these things are factual. How do you know that?
Well, they're observed.
Yeah, you
And
can
then,
observe lights in the sky. How do you know that it's actually like the moon or this or that or whatever?
well, one way of doing it is to send a rocket to it and hit it like they did with the moon. I think it's the first thing ever sent from Earth to the moon was Russian. I think it was, and it hit the moon. I can't remember. You can land things on them.
Really? You know
Yeah.
that for a fact. You
Yeah.
know that you can
Like
land
Venus
things
or
on,
Mars or
really? You know you can land things on Venus, huh? That's interesting. How do you know that?
because people built things to be able to do that.
And so they told you that they could do that, and you just believe them?
I have no reason why that I should not believe them. There's no reason
Really?
to
You have
make up
no reason
this.
to think that they would
There's
just make that stuff up.
absolutely none. There's no reason to make up something like that. It'd be like me saying to you, I have a Lamborghini. Why would I bother doing that?
Yeah, people do that all the time. What are you talking
For
about?
what reason?
To try and get girls, to try and look like they are a certain type of way, to get a certain job, for a multitude.
To control
People
you?
lie. People lie all
That's true.
the time
That's true. That's
for
very, very true.
multitudes of reasons. And we always go back to this whole thing with Globers of why would they ever lie? Why would they ever do that? There are multitudes of reasons why they would lie.
Yes, I
And
know.
you are just blindly
I
believing
get
that
you.
they can land
Not
something on
blindly.
Venus. So they're
Not
landing something on Venus, and we know that Venus is like a solid thing that they can land it on.
okay.
And that there's all these moons that they can land things on, and they've landed on everything to know exactly what these things are.
Oh, I don't know
You
about
really,
exactly,
truly
but
believe that?
yeah. There's no. I mean, it's not a case of belief. I mean, it's a pose. I mean,
It is definitely a belief. That's definitely a
that's
belief.
not. That's
You have to
not.
come to
I
terms
wouldn't.
with that.
You have to put your
I wouldn't put that in the
faith. You have to put your faith in the integrity of other people, basically.
You do that all. Everyone does that all the time. You have to believe that the food you eat isn't poisoned. You have to believe that the
Not if you
cops.
grow your own.
You have to believe that's true. You have to believe that the cop that is going to pull you over isn't going to extort money out of you or beat you up. We put our trust in lots of people.
You don't have to believe that. I mean, you get pulled over and you just deal with the consequences. You don't
But
have to believe that
in
things can
America,
happen.
you can be confident that you're not just going to get beaten up by a cop for no reason.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that is pretty much like one of the things that's going
Yeah.
around right now in America. Cops just
But here,
people
They
over
don't
beat 'em
just
up. Like, my
believe.
God.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
They don't.
Wait, but here's the thing, dude. Here's the thing. This whole the thing is, this whole debate is about if these institutions in space are trustworthy. So to say like, oh, I know they're trustworthy, kind of just puts this whole. You're basically assuming you're fucking right from the beginning. You're not coming into this debate from like a equal standing. You're coming in like, oh, my side is right automatically, even though that's what's being questioned in this debate.
One, he was just questioning even if police officers are trustworthy, right? And he was kind of just insinuating that, like, oh, in America, police officers could like totally beat you up. So you are saying right now that you don't even trust that, but you're going to trust these space agencies that during a wartime.
That's the opposite of what I was saying.
That's why they were created. Was during this whole entire wartime, and it was the whole Russians and the Americans and who can get there first and all this different stuff. And then, of course, America made it there first, and they're all in cahoots. anybody who thinks that these countries aren't actually in cahoots, that I think that's funny as well.
So they're all in
I mean,
cahoots, but they go to war.
yes, of course.
They go
Because
to
they
war
keep
with each other, but they're in
yes,
cahoots.
yeah, totally. Why wouldn't you do that? If you were in
Yo,
power,
Shine.
Why
Shine.
would you do that?
Shines, I have something funny.
go ahead.
So you know what's the first thing Werner von Braun like did when he got to like the United States and stuff? He didn't actually start out by physically making rockets. He started with like creating comics of people going to space and like little fucking shows of people going to space and like booklets of people going to space and shit. They fucking started propaganda first, not even fucking engineering their shit first. So
All
funny.
right. Hugh, I put life insurance policy on both of my kids. Now I'm in cahoots. I want the money. I make them fight each other. One kills the other one. I get the money.
Yo.
Yeah, and during
cool story, bro.
during the World Wars, especially World War II, all of the banks were transferring massive amounts of money to each other. So meanwhile, when these countries are supposedly at war, but their banks are all exchanging and just
the rabbit
Running
trail.
War makes money. War makes money.
The rabbit trail is
jobs
bottomless.
and this whole thing about like, oh, we're gonna rebuild even though nothing was ever actually truly destroyed. We're gonna send the money here. They're gonna send money over here. All this. I mean, it's also a way to control the people. Like, there's so much going on that people don't even realize is actually going on. We only get like the snippets of it. And those of us who actually really look into this on a daily basis, you said you're new here. So welcome.
I'm new to this chat, but
Welcome to the craziness of
thank
looking
you,
into the
Shines.
truth of like what the craziness of what's going on in this world. Like, just sit back, relax a little while, get some popcorn, listen to what people have to say, and see what you think about it.
I'm going to do that. Yeah, I just have some time right now, and I thought I'd just engage in. But I will be back.
I want you to engage. I'm not saying don't engage. I'm
Cool.
also just saying, like, really listen to what people have to say. Like, don't just hand wave
I
dismiss
am.
it and be like, oh, that's silly or whatever. Like, there's merit to what we're saying.
I
And
appreciate
we've
that.
been in here for a really long time and studying this kind of stuff and what goes on in governments, what goes on behind the scenes, what goes on with compartmentalization, all of these kinds of things. So yeah, just take it with a grain of salt for now, but just kind of meditate on it and see what happens.
I apologize for my dismissiveness. Yeah, I apologize for my dismissiveness.
Yeah, you're all good. It's all good.
And Hugh has been around this topic for a long time.
A little bit. Yeah. We've had some good chats. It's been really funny. Some of them argued the toss. I mean, Sean was hilarious.
We've got a bit fiery at times too.
It's fine. You know what? That is okay. I don't mind that. It's like I said before, with going in gems or going in 24/7 and they just scream at people. I got sick of it because Nathan, here's the thing. I met Nathan Thompson. He came in the chat the other day into gems, and all they did was attack and attack and attack and attack and attack. And I talked to him for briefly a little bit, and I said, "Hey, Nathan, remember me? We met, blah blah blah." And no, I think he was actually drunk. Poor guy. So it was kind of obvious. He didn't remember me, but so I tried to make like a human contact with him, like human to human. And then as soon as I was done, they said, "Okay, Nathan, tell us about the flat Earth and your stupid ideas." And they just ragged on him and insulted him and berated him. And I just like, okay,
that gets old really quick.
It does get old. So yeah, that element, just not necessary. But it's the debate.
Isn't it so much better here where you can have like an actual conversation and listen to each other, and we can hear your side, and we might get frustrated with what you think. We might get frustrated with what we think. But you can have a conversation about it.
That's it. Shines. It's spot on. Absolutely. I will absolutely recommend this. Yeah. This is much better. But I like Bansor's. I like his idea, the title locking thing. I'll look at that.
Okay, look into it and get your peoples onto it, and get me an answer.
Yeah, you, since we've talked last, I did say I was a NASA fanboy, whatever earlier.
Yeah.
You have no idea. Let's leave it at that for now.
Exactly.
How long have you worked there?
I never worked. I never worked directly for NASA, but I worked with them.
Well, it's hard to bite the hand that feeds you.
I never was directly paid by NASA. How about that? But pretty close. I got pretty close. So that makes this conversation really, it's like you can understand, right?
You could be actually our first legitimate NASA shill in here.
Yeah, absolutely. For the Artemis 1 launch, I will be at the VAB, watching it from there. So
when exactly is it going to happen? Because they keep on putting it off.
Yeah, it's been put off and put off and put off.
How far away is it that you get to watch it from? Like, what is your distance? From the actual
VAB
launch?
to.
Like, how many miles do you have to be away from it?
Oh, you know what? Someone have to look that up. It's the VAB distance to the LC. I think it's LC 39 or 38. I think it's 38. I don't know what the distance is exactly. It's like 2 kilometers or not even that. It's as close as you could possibly get. How about that?
Well, it would be cool if you can actually get that on videotape. I would love to see an actual uncut version.
I will do it.
To end where it is uncut, scanning
Yeah.
afterwards, watching it. If you can bring that back in here, like add me as a friend, send that to me. I would love to see that.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'd love to do that.
You know, Hugh, Australia is getting its very own space agency, and it will, in the near future, also to be launching rockets. And
shooting it.
where I am situated in Australia, those rockets will be flying directly over my head, and I've got the perfect view of the ocean where I can watch them splash into the ocean.
It's Electron, right? Electron rocket, and what's the other one? Yeah, you can watch them all launch into the ocean.
Pretty much watch that parabolic curve just goes kaplank.
I know that's what you say. I know. Funny. Yeah, you get your own, so that's going to be pretty cool. No, I will definitely do that, Shines. I'll make sure I get some video. I was planning on taking my main camera. I'm getting a 2x converter for my camera. I've only got a 200mm, so I need to get something that's closer. So I'll get a 2x converter and get the launch properly. That's why I'll do that. Hoping to do that anyway.
Yeah, I would love to see that. Thank you. I sent you a message and a friend request, so yeah, please.
Oh, thanks.
If you remember, I would love to see that.
No, I won't forget. I won't forget. I'm in. By the way, I'm in Georgia. I'm in Atlanta, not the UK as it sounds.
Oh, cool. I was wondering how far you were going to travel to see it.
No, yeah, no.
Yeah, you're here in the States.
I haven't flown since they required masks.
Oh, well, they don't require them anymore, so you're free to fly again. That's pretty cool that you didn't fly. Is it because you didn't like them?
No, I don't do masks.
Yeah, likewise.
I never did. I basically refused. I was only turned away once. It was a Panda Express, and they turned me away. And I happened to have one in my car, and I went and got it and put it on.
You got to get your Panda Express.
Yeah, but other than that, I was like, I walked in, right in the middle of it, no mask, no one said anything. I was quite prepared, and I just brazenly walked in. Like, screw you in,
you're in Atlanta.
Your little paper mask. Paper mask is going to stop a virus.
You're a rebel at heart, and yet you're still a NASA fanboy.
Isn't it funny?
Total,
I know. Well, he
I
kind
will
of
not
seems
comply.
like foolish, right? Like he seems like foolish decisions. Like he's cool and he's chill and like he has a level-headed mind. But it's like, what is happening? Why can't we get through to you? You are so cool. Why? It's amazing. But those are the Gilberts you want to hang on to.
I'm a
We can
conservative.
have good conversation. Me too.
Yeah,
You
I'm a
can have good
conservative.
conversations.
I have liberal friends, leftist friends,
I
and
live in
we.
California. Yeah, me
Oh
too.
my
I
stars!
know. Please pray for me. I tell you what, pray for me, everyone. It's
Oh,
brutal out here. But yeah,
I bet.
same.
Yeah,
A lot of leftist friends, but a lot of them are actually kind of coming around. It's pretty cool.
that's
More and
good.
more lately, as things continue, it's almost like the worse things get, they're finally starting to see
Yes,
all of the things. And I'm like, they're like,
yes.
oh, did you realize this? And I'm like, I was talking about this earlier about something when we were talking about, I think Dyslow was talking to me about like planting seeds with people and like if you plant the seeds and they'll learn it. And I'm like, well, sometimes like I will plant seed after seed after seed, but they have to hear it from other people. And once they hear it from other people, they'll come back to me and be like, oh, did you know about this? And I'm like, dude, I told you about that like 10 years ago. Of course I knew about that, right? But they
How,
just don't get it unless they have those seeds planted. So just keep planting the seeds, whatever
how
those
do you,
seeds might be, and they might come around.
how do you deal with the wokeness? It's just
I really just don't. I don't. I always in myself, I never capitulate to the mob whatsoever, or even if it's a friend or
good for
a
you.
family member, I just don't capitulate. Period.
No,
Like this is who I am, and if you don't like me, then sorry.
yeah.
Like
Sorry, not
I
sorry.
am who I am. And what's funny
That's
is that
right.
they want to be who they want to be, but I'm supposed to change for them, right? But I'm not asking them to change for me, but they're asking
I
me to change for them. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to change for you, but I'm also
I
not asking you to change for me. And
yeah.
so slowly but surely people have come around and I have my close knit of family and friends that,
That's good. Yeah,
are
it keeps you
cool.
grounded.
But yeah, I've lost a lot of people, especially as
Mm,
the couple of past years have gone by.
yeah,
I've lost a lot of people in my life. It's pretty brutal out here in
yeah.
California. It's rough.
I say this because one of the things I don't do that anymore. Gosh, it's about 2 years since I shot a wedding. I'm a wedding photographer. It's one of the things I do.
Oh, that's really cool.
It's a cool job, but there's been a lot of competition. Anyway. But one of the things I would tell people, when we had this sort of conversation is, would you, if you decided you were going to have a nude wedding, would you expect me to attend that wedding and also take my clothes off as well? And of
Right.
course, right?
That's a
No.
great analogy.
And then if I had a nude wedding and I invited you and expected you to take off your clothes in front of everybody, would you do that?
That's a really good analogy.
So
I like that. I'm going to use that actually. That's a
you,
really good analogy. The whole nude thing. Like,
yeah,
but in California, they would be like, well, yeah, I
yeah.
totally would. So I don't know if it would work so well. Actually, they'd be like, duh, I would totally take off all my clothes for you. Oh my God. So it might not work, but I
There's a
still do
flaw.
I appreciate the analogy.
There's a flaw in that little tactic. I like that. Oh gosh, yes, you are in California. Whereabouts? Do you mind me asking?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Whereabouts are you in California?
In California? Yeah, no, I'm not worried about that at all. I
Okay,
live
cool.
basically it's like Silicon Valley. So where
Yeah.
Apple Computer is, I was born in San Jose.
Right.
I then lived in Sacramento for a while, San
Oh,
Francisco, and
love
then
it.
back again. I'm in kind of the South Bay, San Jose, close to where I grew up, right next to Apple Computers. And when I was little,
Cupertino.
Apple Computer, yeah, Cupertino. So I lived in San Jose. You cross the street is Cupertino, and all of that used to be
Right.
apple orchards. And the street we live on is like this windy road that was like a farm road, and now it's like one of the most dangerous roads that a house could freaking be on because it's so busy now. And they had to like try and widen it and do all these things, but people are constantly crashing into houses and backyards and all this crazy stuff. It's a trip, but yeah, it's right next to Apple Computers. Is
That's where you
pretty
are.
much
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah. I was in California about 30 years ago. I absolutely loved it. The
It
people.
sucks now. Don't come back. Just don't even visit.
Really.
Yep.
Oh.
It's bad. San Francisco is we don't even visit anymore. It is so bad. Like even the richest areas of there is nothing but homeless people that are complete drug
Yeah.
addicts everywhere that I live. Even on like our block, which is a suburb, on every single street light there's homeless people with tents. They're completely drugged up. There's encampments everywhere. Like it is really, really, really bad right now.
And the
Like it is
cops,
worse than ever. And there's
the
no
cops
cops.
can't do anything.
There's nothing. There's no
They,
cops.
they've been
There's no
instructed.
fucking police. It's insanity.
They've been instructed not to
Yep.
obey, not to
Exactly.
enforce the law.
Yeah, they're just we don't. You can go like 120 miles down the freeway and never get pulled over. There are no police officers at
Wow.
all anywhere. Like it doesn't matter where you go. There, like you never see a cop ever. Every once in a while, you'll see like ghetto birds that are like trying to hunt down like people that have murdered people. Like we'll see them like maybe every other night. We'll see ghetto birds and things like that, and so they're dealing with like something on scene, like something just horrible happened, like shootings at the mall or whatever. But yeah, for the most part, nah, there's no police. Nothing happens.
That's really sad.
Yeah,
I love
it sucks.
California.
Me too. And so we keep
Oh.
trying to stick it out, and we have family here, like right, like our whole family
Yeah.
is here, and they're old, and so
Right,
we
so
want
you
to
can't
like at
move.
least we can't move because of that. Like we
Oh.
need to stay close to take care of them. I do my grandma's pills. Like I can't get into the conversation because I know this is streamed.
Yeah.
But things have happened after a certain thing happened, and she ended up in the hospital. Same with my dad, and like so I have to do their pills and whatever constantly. So yeah, I can't go anywhere. We're stuck here. But that being said, even if we weren't stuck here, I would still kind of want to stick it out. Like something has to give, dude. Like California is an amazing state.
Yeah.
It used to be the golden state. It used to be like rock and roll and surfing and skateboarding and farming and rainforest and everything that's amazing. And now it's
Yeah.
just like it's hell. It's hell.
Oh, I'm really sorry about that. That's really. Was there? We went up Highway 1 and then 101.
I'm sorry, say that again.
We went up Highway and then Route 101. We went all the way up the.
Oh yeah, the
up the
101.
coast.
Shasta is amazing. I think that up north, like if you go up towards Shasta and things like that, Redding, Eureka, areas like that, I
Eureka,
don't know
Pleasant
that
City.
it's as affected. I think it's mostly like the Bay Area down.
It's the Bay Area.
Yeah, it's Bay Area down.
LA.
That
And,
is, yeah. I think it starts at like Santa Rosa and
right.
then goes down to LA. That is bad. I think if you move up into Shasta and those kinds of areas, they even have like their own policing system. You can conceal carry up there. You can even open carry up there if you have a license.
Really?
Like, yeah. So it's a completely different place up
Wild
there
West.
too, because it all comes down to, and I don't think people realize this, it all comes down to what is going on within your city council, your city sheriff, your city, whatever is going on with that. That is what
Right.
is important. Like, even when it comes to mandates or whatever, it's how they enforce what is being told that they're supposed to enforce, right? And
It's
so
a
up
mess.
that far up north, they're like, nah, we're not doing this. Like, we're in the
Yeah.
wilderness. We're not dealing with these city folks. Like, we're having a good time up here. Leave us alone. And so it's way different up there than it is down here.
Yeah, that's good news. I mean, so worst comes to worst, you just go more north. Yeah. But
Yeah.
where you are, you can't really move at all.
No.
That's kind of.
But it still is just a lesson in like get involved in like your cities, right? Like make sure that you're
Yeah.
going to, not doing what what's his name? Oh, I'm totally brain farting right now. What is it? Alex Stein going to his city council meetings and doing his rap songs and all that kind of stuff. But still like actually being a member of your society and making sure that you're getting your word out there.
I don't
But
know
I
if
think
he's the
he still has
best
done some good
or
things.
the worst. I'm not sure.
Alex Stein?
Yeah, is he the worst?
No,
Best.
I used to think that he was the worst. How do you guys feel? I don't know. I used to think that he was the worst, and then he was like some kind of shell or whatever. When I've known him for so long through the internet, like watching him, and I used to think that he was like absolutely crazy until I just watched. He was on. I subscribe to censored.tv. I don't know if you do, if you're a conservative, but I watch Gavin McInnes a lot, and
Yeah, he's great.
yeah,
Beard
he's
man.
amazing. And so he did an actual interview with Alex Stein. He had him on a show,
Okay.
and they did a sit down interview on censored.tv, and it was amazing. Like I actually, for the first time, looked at Alex Stein like an actual human being, not just some
Right.
like
Not a
troll
character. Yeah.
or whatever. Yeah, not just his character. He even talked about his mom's death and about how she actually died from COVID. what was on the death certificate, like all these different things, and how the day
She died on a ventilator. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. And then the day after she died was the day that he went up to the city council and did the whole skit of him with the hand sanitizer and was like pouring it all over himself. And he was like, it was like an homage to like when his mom was dying in the hospital, he would go down to get food. And I remember this kind of stuff. Like, you know, I would see nurses that were supposed to be taking care of my mom when she was passing away. And it's like, what are you doing right now? Like, you should be like helping me. And they're not. But for him, it was even worse because they were doing like TikTok videos, you know, like, oh, let's do a TikTok video and this and that in the hallway or whatever.
Wait, are you serious? They were actually
there was so
practicing
many
for the TikTok dancing?
Yeah.
Dude,
I was under the impression that was like all just like
No. Yeah. So that's what he was
there
saying
was
was
actual
going on.
doctors doing it.
there was so
No.
many TikTok videos
Yeah.
of this.
That
So
was the
many.
scariest
like
part
an
about the whole
homage to
thing.
that.
I got him.
Yeah, I'll post a link to it if you guys want to join or watch or whatever. I mean, it was
You know, he was
actually
on Tucker Carlson. Did you see him on that?
I didn't watch that one, but I heard it was really good.
He said
I
that
haven't watched that one yet.
we're under trauma-based mind control.
Yep, we are.
And
We
and
sure
Tucker
are.
even like he had the gall to like act like he didn't know and just say, so what's trauma-based mind control? Like, but the fact that they let him say it is cool, or that they didn't cut it, you know.
Yes, Tucker's cool.
Yeah. Well, and the whole thing is like I think that you know listening to this and hearing him say like his mentor growing up was Andy Kaufman. Like that makes a little bit more sense to me.
That makes
you know
so
what I
much
mean?
sense.
It makes a lot more sense to me. Like
Wow.
hearing this sit down, I just posted it
They're
right now.
comparing him to Andy Kaufman
Yeah,
now. Yeah.
he really is. Like that makes more sense to me. But I also do watch like Jaronism and the Baby Truther show, and I'm listening that you know he's not showing up anymore. Now you have to get a hold of his manager in order if you ever want him to be on the show. And if they do like a little clip of him saying something, it gets charged $4. They just said this last one that I just watched today, Conspiracy Guru. I didn't watch the whole thing. But they're like, yeah, if I play this little clip of Alex Stein saying something, it costs $4 each time I play it now. Like it's crazy. So he's definitely in it for you know he's making a living for himself. So we can't really hate on that. I don't want to hate on that. Like yeah, go get him and do something. But if he isn't going to continue to help this truther movement and it's all just about him getting famous, then I will be like, no, screw him. You know. But if he is actually being honest and is going to help continue to spread the truth, not just trying to get on platforms, I would think it would be a good thing. And I support him for making every single dollar that he can possibly make.
Yeah, me too. Absolutely.
Hugh, I thought it was interesting to hear that you were against the masks because you know we hardly ever get Glober that's not usually just like in lockstep with the mainstream opinion.
You know what?
About all of those things.
That is really annoying. I found that very annoying as well. Because people on what you'd say my side, and they just, oh yeah, let's wear the masks and
right. They could call you a face nudist. And like if you had a wedding and you asked everybody not to wear a mask, that would be kind of similar in a way.
Yeah.
To asking them to go nude in a way. But what's interesting is that the thing that goes along with it, the jabby jab, someone could make the argument that like, well, they made all of the things. Why would they make all the V's if they weren't planning on using them for, the reason they say they're using them, right?
Well,
and
just so you know, that's the other thing I haven't done.
And how about that correlation between the masks and censorship? I mean, that was just orchestrated to perfection. Yeah. Like getting people psychologically to cover their mouth, cover their face, they're mumbling, they can't see facial expressions. And then meanwhile, upping all the censorship across the internet.
Well, do you remember the best thing that happened? The very first meme that came out of wearing the mask was George Floyd and a bunch of people saying with t-shirts, "I can't breathe" with masks on. That was the very first thing that came out of it. I remember that when it first happened. It was like, what is happening? I can't breathe and you have a mask on. Take your mask off.
And that's the interesting part about it is like they totally played both sides of this whole argument and on the subterfuge during this. I mean, they wanted us at each other's throats. They wanted people to doubt the usefulness of masks, and it's obvious that they're not healthy for you. And they wanted people to see that there might be some question about the fortitude of the V's and all these things. But like, you know, all the production, the money went into it. And if it really wasn't for what they were saying, similar to maybe like a rocket going to space, if they built it and they did it for that reason, then it doesn't necessarily mean they're using it for the reason they say. That's all I'm saying.
Fair point.
Okay.
It's funny. We got
Yeah,
we have
just
all this
like
stuff in common. That's weird.
just like how the masks are more of a fucking tool of psychological operation than actually blocking a virus. Maybe a rocket is more of a tool of psychological operation than actually going to space.
I always ridiculed it because it's a piece of paper or cloth.
It's unscientific.
Since
Period.
when the heck has that ever stopped a virus?
It doesn't.
It
Not even
was
the
the
N95. Not even none of it. None of it will stop it.
stupidest thing.
It's
Well,
crazy.
let me ask you this. Has a chain link fence ever stopped a mosquito?
No.
Exactly.
No.
It's the same thing. Yeah.
I just can't believe there's that many professionals involved that are going along with just that, just the mask thing. Like the science on that's not hard to figure out. It's not. It's like in your face, on your face,
Well,
or like.
I'll tell you guys a little tiny secret. I have a friend that works for the CDC in Atlanta. Yeah. So he couldn't say anything, but he just looked at me because I was saying masks, really? He just looked at me. You know that look?
Right.
You know the look I'm trying to do, right?
He knows better, but he can't say.
Yeah. And I went, yeah, that's what I figured. But he
Okay, so
can't
you know
say.
what's funny, Hugh? You know what's funny? Is that I know people that work for Lockheed. I know people that work for NASA. I know people that worked for FMA and all this different stuff. And guess what? That's exactly what they would do with me as well when I asked them these questions. They could not say it, but they would just give me this look like, you're on the right path. You know what the fuck is up.
Yeah.
You know what's going on. You get it. Like there's something else happening here. But I'm in a job and I'm on top security clearance. And if I say anything to anybody ever, like I'm basically will never have any money. I could be put in jail. Like their top security clearance, like you cannot do anything. Same with CDC. It's the same thing. So yeah, welcome. Welcome.
It then is incumbent, or then it given that reality, as far I mean, again, we can go back to we were doing so well agreeing on everything, but we have to go back to disagreeing.
Well, it's just you could at least say I mean I've had a lot of crazy theories where I find it's a lot more appealing if I'm ever going to talk about one of my theories to someone is to say I think this is the case rather than I know this is the case, or instead of saying I don't have any reason to doubt whether they're doing it. Well, instead of saying, well, I think they're doing it. Like it's almost more appealing just to, not that I'm trying to put words into your mouth or tell you how to say things, but when you're saying you have no reason to doubt whether it's this or that, then it becomes like, wait a minute, well, you're a rational person. You're actually a really pleasant person and very rational about all these other things. And it seems like there's such a block when Globers, quote unquote, are so dedicated that they have to accept everything. Like you have to accept the Tesla car in space. Did you think that looked totally legit?
I mean, they put 3 cameras on, and the pictures that came back were consistent with a atmosphere-less environment. The way that the cameras behaved in the light is consistent with automatic auto exposure that you would have on such cameras. To me, it was pretty consistent. I mean, the fairing halves came open and the cameras behaved exactly how you'd expect them to behave. initially there was a flash, and then the auto exposure shuts it down, and then I mean,
but it sounds like even Elon Musk said it looks so fake.
it looks. He did say that, and I was
right, and that was like a big troll.
I actually did a forehead slap when he said that, and I went, "That doesn't help." It doesn't help when because he says stuff. He trolls people. He trolls everyone. He trolls the SEC for pity's sake. He trolled Putin for freak's sake. He trolled Putin. He's crazy. He says stuff, and so anyway.
But there's a whole documentary you can watch, like that. He's basically not even who we're made to think he is. Like he didn't grow up poor. He came from like a dad who had like an emerald mind or something like that.
He didn't grow up poor.
I mean, there's all kinds of like lies, and he's probably just the front man, just like Steve Jobs was, or all these guys they put out in front just to make a bunch of money and have somebody that could be a schmuck in any other life. And it makes people think that they could maybe be a success someday. There's a whole psychological thing that goes to that. Yeah.
Okay. Have you seen who his girlfriend or wife was? Who he had? I think she's pregnant now. Like, have you seen that? Like,
they say she
isn't like some normal fucking guy.
No,
he's
not at
definitely on some rock and roll type shit. He's like 69.420. Like
He's crazy.
He is crazy. He is not normal. Anybody who puts their faith in him for anything, like I don't get it. I don't get it.
Well, it's not him. It's just a conglomerate of people that use him as a like a
he has handlers, and then those handlers tell him what to do, and then he does what he's.
That seems pretty obvious.
Yeah, it's very obvious to me, but it's not.
And he's got Asperger's, I think, right?
Yeah, there's something going on there where he can be manipulated and like easily controlled. Just like most people that are incredibly famous, they have handlers, and it's so funny because even in the Johnny Depp, Amber Heard trial that's going on right now, I don't know if you've paid attention to it. I watched a little bit of it, and the whole entire time they're like his handlers, her handlers. I'm like, the fact that they are legitimately calling them handlers.
Oh, really?
Amazing. Yeah, in the court case, they're calling them the handlers of this person, the handlers of them, and that they have concierge doctors that they spend $100,000 a month on drugs on, and their handlers are like, use these drugs, or it's crazy. Like they are just like their handlers.
They have that term. They have the term. They use them in different fields. So for actors, I forgot what the term is, but I have a friend of mine in Atlanta who's an actress, and she had a friend who was on set with Robert Downey Jr., RDJ, okay, and he had a handler because he's crazy. So often they'll have people because they're crazy people. That's why they just Musk is just he's nuts.
I think they're probably all
that could be part of it, but it could also be that they're just there for the reason that we're talking about, which is a little more like not just because they're crazy, but because they're useful.
Or how about this? They're born into a family with a pre-scripted fucking events for this motherfucker's life, and they're trauma-based mind control when they're fucking little, and that's why they're crazy, and that's why they need handlers and drugs to keep them in line, to keep them on this track, so they can go through all these scripts that were made before they were even born. The scripts were made before they were even fucking born. Life determined before you were born.
They plan it out. And they're like, okay, we can use this person for that thing. We can use this person for this thing. It's puppets on a string. It's Pinocchio. And they wish they could say, I have no strings, but all they have is strings. Like, they're puppets.
And I'd even go as far as to say is they're showing us that these people are puppets. Like maybe they're saying that Johnny Depp has handlers, like blatantly, and just like they're blatantly showing us a lot of these things just to show us who's boss. It's like the emperor wears no clothes. The emperor wears no clothes just so that he can make sure everyone is saying that they believe he wears clothes, even though he's flaunting that he's not wearing clothes. He's just it's a mind control thing. It's like, I'm going to be perfectly naked, but you're going to have to believe that I'm not.
Well, I think about it like, at least in America, as like 3 levels. You have level 1, Like the people who like believe anything the government says, those would be like Democrats. And then you have people who kind of look into things a little more and like, wait, this doesn't make sense. Those are like, oh, okay, well, free market economy. Those are like the Republicans. They don't really think like, oh, corporations are good and shit. And then there's like the people who finally like get to the next level and basically they realize that, wait a minute, no, the corporations own the government. It's all fucking, all this shit is bad. None of it's on your fucking side. And those are the 3 levels.
And you can see, especially with the thing we've just been dealing with, that the media is on that same gag order that, you know, the people that you try to get the truth from, that you know that work for, you know, whoever, Lockheed Martin or the CDC, you know, it's like they know better. And there's definitely all the media, even some of the alternative media, that has this certain angle on it. You know, like I put a thing in the chat just a bit ago that was a comedian talking about spending the whole night with Elon Musk, and Elon Musk, he says, told him that we never landed on the moon. It's much easier to land on Mars. And so the whole spin on that is like, okay, so, you know, maybe the moon landing now is like, most people don't believe it once they look into it because it's so bad. So the spin on it, it was like, okay, we're gonna give people a way of like still believing in space and thinking we're gonna go to Mars, but then they can, you know, write off the moon landing thing and then, you know, accept that part of it, but then still think we're going to space and doing all these other things. There's so many psychological angles that they cover. And the thing that we just went through is a perfect example of that. Like, you cannot say certain things, you know, but then you could have like, you know, Rand Paul totally go at Fauci, you know, in court, questioning the origins or the you know the whole thing and how they found the you know the right to make certain, you know, V's and the way that they did it, you know. But the whole angle is that they're not going to ever acknowledge that the thing never existed and it was all just a psychological mind control. But they have to give you like a little bit, you know, of doubt and then still reinforce the main narrative. It's like it's very easy to see.
It's
like,
amazing.
think about it. Think about it.
Actually,
Why didn't that Florida fucking whatever the fuck governor talk about the ventilators and shit or the remdesivir?
Yeah,
or
exactly. Right.
because
Some of
he
the more
wants,
crazy
you know
shit.
why? You don't want to know why? Is because he wants to run as vice president as Trump runs as president. And Trump was also the one who created the V and was like, oh, yeah, but still, it's your choice. But we're warp speed and we're this. Like, that made me lose
Yeah, he can
all.
be against the masks, but he can't say
Exactly.
the V's fake, right?
Dude, like, come on.
Yeah.
Come on. And so, of course, DeSantis is like, they're trying to have a Ron and Don 2024, Ron and Don. Like, I think that's our Don and Ron is what they're really trying to do in 2024. I think that's who we're going to see run. And that disturbs me. Like, I don't know if we'll ever get anybody in
What's
there.
disturbing is he's got a truth app out now, right? And
Oh,
the
yeah.
way I see this is they're showing their hand. They're showing their hand on purpose because in 2024, maybe the script reads for him to come back and declare that there's this truth that we need to now reveal. And, you know, it'll be like a diet woke truth or whatever, but it's going to make it, it's going to be going through with his whole wanting all of the companies like YouTube and such not to have the protections that they have, because he was like 530, I forget, 530C or something like that. He was always pushing for that. But basically, it would make us unable to publish things without taking full responsibility on our own, and it would make them less able to publish free thinking minds, even more so because they won't be protected for anything that we say. That's the whole gist behind it. So it's like he's calling out fake news when he came into office, which was a total redefinition of what we knew fake news was, which was the school shootings and all that other stuff. And then it became fake news because of what they're saying about him, not about what they were showing us with these fake shootings. And then he's going to come back into office then and then declare that there's no more fake news because they're putting it out in the open so blatantly. But then no more fake news means no more freedom of speech. It's going to be like a declaration of truth.
I have to disagree with that.
You know,
Let me
could be.
disagree with
I'm
that
saying
just a little
that's
bit.
my fear.
No. That's I fear for that as well. But my
Mhm.
only disagreement with that and why I want to, like, you know, combat that a little bit is that even the people that I know that are like, oh, you're an idiot for flat earth and you're an idiot for thinking this, and people who even go and get the V and, wear masks or whatever, they still have this ability of realizing certain fakeness, right? Whether it comes to like the whole libs of TikTok thing, or it comes to, what's going on in schools, or what goes on here, or what goes on there. There are certain latitudes, right, of how far you are up in what truth you are in, and how far you have escaped like the hold that these handlers have on us. And even the smallest of them are so far away from where things used to be that I don't think that the wool could ever be pulled over their eyes fully ever again. I don't think
But
that
it,
they
it doesn't even matter. But that doesn't even matter. They could just say a certain amount of percentage of people are going along with it. But you have control over all the stats and what the media says is true. You can just declare the truth, even if it's not.
No, but
They're
you
not
can't. No,
declaring.
no, no.
They're
That's what I'm
not. They're
saying.
not. But
They
the
can't
people aren't
backtrack.
determining what they are able to get away
They
with.
can.
The people
So this
just
is my
don't.
point. This is my point. They can change like a story or a topic. They can't change something that's already happened. Everything that's already happened, there is no turning back from that. That is already aired out, and they know that they're fucked because all of these things are already aired out. I mean, we're
Right.
talking
Well,
about a
that's
lot of it right now.
that's what I'm saying. But
So they
that's
can
what they'll
create a new
use. They'll use
narrative.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they can
that's what
create a
they'll
new
use.
narrative or something that is different, but all the things that we are already aired out, no matter where you are on that scale of things that are, what you've realized is truth, there's no way for them to ever be like, "Oh, you aren't gonna believe
Right. That's exactly what they'll use,
Shines.
though. Go
Wait,
ahead.
Shines. There's like this whole new thing with the now the Klaus Schwab is not saying like now we're gonna start the great narrative or like the whatever. Like they're fucking literally planning on having a whole new narrative. They have it in their
That's
world.
what I mean. Yeah, it would be
Well, he
interesting.
said,
Great Reset book, and now
ma'am,
he said he's writing a new book called The Great Narrative or something. So it's like wow, like a new narrative.
ma'am, you had said mentioned TikToks, and you did say something about wool over their eyes, so I can't hold back. I seen some on
Hey,
TikTok.
Shines.
What's up, writing?
Hey,
They've
man.
been going
Hey,
pretty good
writing.
on this waking up stuff in here. It's great to listen to, y'all. Thank y'all for letting me listen.
Hey, chill, man.
What do y'all think about the whatever the word game where the lady said COVID-19? She said see is like see with your eyes. Ovid is like Latin for sheep or something, and 19 is like code word for run. And she was like, see sheep run. Like, do y'all think that's something?
I don't
Or
know.
that's
I don't know about that, but even Ovid, there's like the story about Ovid, right? I don't know how that actually translates. There might be something there, but I would have to look into it. Ovid is also a long story from back in the day. I don't know.
what?
I would have to look into it.
Okay, okay. Does anybody think 19 is really a code for? She's like, it's military.
If you're curious, what
AI.
I think,
AI.
I would
The first letter
run
in the
these
ninth letter.
past a null test. So get numbers that don't mean anything, that you confirm don't mean anything, and see if they also fit. Because otherwise, you're only going, does this number fit? And sometimes yes, but when it's no, it's meaningless. You need to count up the number of times that this number, the meaningful of the meaning, this number isn't meaningful. Do you get what I mean?
Absolutely. Like SARS-CoV-12. Did that mean it? Or like, yeah, just you need to get the frequency of how rare it could mean something or not.
Well, the lockstep program, the lockstep PDF was put out in 2010, and it basically outlined everything we're doing right now, everything we're going through, right? And then they had the event 201 or whatever, the thing that Bill Gates did, and you could look at it as he's just like very good at like predicting that we're going to have this problem, or you could see it as this is the plan.
Live stream. Sorry.
New perspective. We have a fucking there was another one. There was one called Claydax simulation. It was
Oh, yeah?
600. It was 666 days before the pandemic was declared in America.
Wow, I've never heard of that before.
Yeah, fuck, dude.
Hang on,
You just
just
What was that? Okay, never
The
mind.
fact that we have to be careful on this level about just talking
I hope
about
it
something
wasn't
that we're
something I
all affected by.
No, y'all been so
Is
careful saying like V and shit. I think I said the full word first, but it was like I
Yeah,
had
I
to
think
say.
you did say the full word.
But it was like that code.
it should tell us something right there. The fact that we have to be so careful about talking about it, right?
I get why that bothers you. Yeah, I get why that's sort of concerning or whatever.
Yeah, it should be something. If we're all affected by it, it should be something people are able to talk about. And they brilliantly made it so that disinformation is the thing. You know.
Dave, we
I
can.
mean, I can understand
We
that
can
for the
go
most part.
down. We can go
Let's
down
change
into
the
another
subject.
room.
Let's change the
That
subject.
isn't.
All right,
That
all right,
isn't
we're done.
Subject.
It's
Enough
4:20. I
said.
gotta go.
Enough said. Enough said. But the whole thing about it being a parallel to the belief in the mainstream narrative is what I thought was an interesting thing that I at least applaud you, Hugh, for saying fair point, because that is kind of what we're getting at.
Yeah.
Like you can see how the control is that clever, and that the money can be put into something without it actually doing what it's supposed to do. And that's not that we're not going to demand that they do what they say they're supposed to do in any way. We have to also realize that. I think there's kind of a false assumption maybe amongst flat earthers that somehow we're going to like all wake up and demand that they tell us the truth. But why would we ever expect the truth? I mean, they're just going to use the truth to sell us more lies. And that's what they do. And I think they're faking it poorly on purpose, just to gaslight, or to maybe even use it and absorb it and call it a flat earth and say we're trapped inside, and that now we don't have the air to breathe because this dome that holds the air in is contaminated. So you have to get in these little smart city domes, and that's how the long-term plan could be, scripted. Who knows? That's how clever these people are.
I can see where you're going with that. Obviously, I don't agree with it, but I can see where you're going with that.
Brilliant.
Maybe it's not
Bravo. I don't think it's a good thing that everyone realizes this truth, if it is a truth, right? I really don't, to be honest. I don't think a lot of people will be able to handle it. There's a point that Issa makes when he comes in here that it's giving us a way of having a non-secular society. I mean, the alternative could be that we grew up in, whatever the truth is, and they say God's watching over you and judging you all the time, and they have these ways of interpreting what God says like they used to do and making people oppressed in that way, which is another form of control and manipulation that's no good either, so anyway.
Well, I go from the perspective of I try not to let anyone control me, and I actually went into a situation where I worked somewhere, and it was a scam. It's difficult to explain it without going into specific detail, but I was introduced to some people, and they said, "Hey, come work with us. We've got this great thing going, and it's going to be amazing." And I was blown away by it. I walked in, and the office was incredible, and the environment was amazing. And they said, "We can't pay you right now, but we'll pay you when we can." And I never got paid, and I was scammed. I got scammed.
Color me shocked. They said we'll pay you when you can. Like
It was something I was doing on the
red
side.
flag.
It was something I was doing on the side, and I
It's
believed that
entrusting going into an office and being like, well, it seems legit.
it really, if you trust me, if they didn't just do it to me, they did it to the guy that introduced me to them, and he left and said, "You need to get out." And after I'd realized what was going on, it wasn't very long. It was, and it's not like I lost anything really, because I learned some things while I was there. So it was a good experience overall. But then something tipped me off. I know it's difficult to believe. I'm really cynical person. Really, if I suspect something, I will never let it go. I started to suspect. It didn't take very long. I started to suspect, and then I thought, I'll just wait and see. And I was, I was working happy, learning a lot of different things. And then when I finally figured it out and finally caught them red-handed, what they were doing, they gave me, showed me some photos that they'd taken It was a photography studio. They showed me photos, and the photos were stock photos. And I saw them, and I looked at the pictures they had produced themselves, and the pictures they showed me that they said they had produced, and they were at another level. And I just thought,
And wait. And you're claiming to be the guy who can tell if NASA's fake or not?
Well, that's my point. It's my point. Let me get to the end of the story. So I went, they gave me, I actually got hold of a few copies of the pictures. I took them into Photoshop, and I pulled up the EXIF data. Sure enough, it was registered to a photographer in Spain. I went, holy crap. I was out there. I was gone in a few days after that. But yeah. So it is, I have been a victim of a scam. And I kind of, I'm just telling you that because, yeah, it is possible. I get that.
Okay.
But I'm also
that
not
speaks
the type
a lot
of person,
for you.
Also not the type of person who's easy to, I'm always looking for potential. I give you other instances as well. There was a guy.
Doesn't it ever annoy you when like they show the launch and then it does that parabolic arch like you were laughing about a bit
Yeah,
ago?
I know.
And
Yeah.
then they cut to a graphic as soon as it goes out of the atmosphere, and they don't even like try to justify how now we're seeing a graphic because we can't show you the real thing. They don't say that. They just show you the graphic as if like that's just what it is. Like you don't have any really good footage.
Do you mean there's no video of
docking
that
with the
happening?
ISS?
Yeah,
I feel like I've seen a lot of those videos.
Yeah, SpaceX does. But I know what you're saying. They cut to either what the other? Oh, who was it? ESA does this when they launch the Ariane space rockets. As soon as the thing's above the clouds, they just start showing me an animation, and I just go, "That's weak. That is just."
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't that bother you?
Yes. Yeah, that bothers me.
And doesn't it make our point a little bit stronger?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
I mean, we can agree where we can agree, right? We can agree on the masks. We can agree on a few other things and stuff. We're not going to agree on the total package, but I can see where you're coming from on that. I'm not gonna tell you that what you're seeing
And then you add in like, and also everything about our personal experience would tell us that we're on a stationary level Earth. Everything about it would seem so. But it just so happens to be it's the opposite. Like that's a big thing for flat earthers. It's like, wait a minute. Okay, you're saying this is it's a perfect thing. It's in perfect rotation, and the moon's actually rotating, but it's in lock. It's tidally locked, but still rotating. And
that's the trick, isn't it? Right?
400 times further in the sun it happens to be than the moon. 400 times smaller. I mean, there's so many things that are just perfect. It has to be either just perfect or, reverse engineered, brilliantly reverse engineered.
Yeah, that's the thing. People say, some of the flat earthers said to me, why we wouldn't be here if this wasn't obvious to us. And in some respects, that's not entirely incorrect. So, with the Earth being the size that it is, it does look flat when you look at the horizon. You can't feel any movement. So, if you actually watch some of the really good debates, not the one with David Weiss and Professor Dave, not that type of debate, because that was a mess. Okay, not that's what. But when you watch really respectful, there's one guy that does respectful debates and chats with, and his name is Flat Earth Math. His name is Charles, and he is respectful with people. He
is, but he's also been caught out, and you can hear him smiling when he talks sometimes. And he's definitely one of those guys. He was roasted recently, basically, claiming things about being a pilot that just weren't true at all. And that's when you cross the line.
Well,
I'm
just pointing him out as an instance where you can have a debate that's respectful.
Yeah, you're right about that.
And you could say, I understand. So the reason flat Earth exists is because of those factors. So given that, that's why I don't think personally there is room or cause on a human level to treat people the way that, say, Professor Dave treated David Weiss in that debate. Uncalled for.
Yeah.
And he's been called out. He's been called out by everyone on either side. So just so you know, on the
I hope so.
Yeah, the comment section of his videos, he's called out again and again and again and again because
Even
he's
by
out of
the
line.
people on his side.
Yeah, it doesn't
Well, yeah,
help.
but it doesn't help, and it actually, yeah, it makes it worse for your side because
It makes it worse for everyone.
especially
Yeah,
when
really
there's like when we're even in here when people are just so defiant of like the smallest doubt in as far as NASA's claims or whatever, and then it becomes like, wait a minute, you're defending that, and it's obviously, and like if you're really going to defend the Tesla car in space, then it makes it seem like you're just believing everything, and it doesn't really do well for your side, not
you have
personally,
to.
but.
Yeah. No, but that's okay if you say that. Here's the thing, like I said about having been in GEMS, there's a line, right? There's a line where you can. I sort of try and deal with it. All of us should try and deal with it as if the person's in the room or we know that person. If you know the other person personally, you're not going to treat them like dirt, right? Or if the person's in the room, you would be much less inclined to do that. And that's how this debate should be going. That's why I appreciate this chat.
Well, yeah, I appreciate what you just said, and that's the thing. Is like, well, I would like to make a list of things that seem, at least from our side, which I've discovered, I have to admit, may not be the case because I thought there was a list of things that your side just didn't have answers for. And I know there's some answers that are like just answers, and then there's other answers that are okay answers, and other answers that are like, really, really like stretching the limits of believability, So it's like a scale in that way. And I think that there's probably some things on your side that you might list that are, impossible for it to be flat for these reasons. Like if we could just compare those lists and go one by one, checklist, what is it that we don't have answers for on our side, which are a lot of things because, we don't have quote unquote a model and all that kind of stuff.
There was, I tell you, yeah, exactly. So there was one, and it was, I think it was Feynman or someone, and he was asked a direct question, what causes magnetism? The dude spent 35 minutes not answering the question. And I remember watching that, and I remember immediately after about a minute of him talking and almost chiding the guy for asking the wrong question, which is, you should never do that. But okay. But that's what he started with. I went, And then after about 2 or 3 minutes, I went, he doesn't know. And I don't think he's ever going to say. And by 35 minutes, he gave no actual answer. And I went, Richard Feynman has no idea how magnetism works.
Oh, was it what causes magnetism? Because I thought that was one thing they don't
What
actually
causes
know. They admit not knowing what causes it.
I mean, they've got the theories and they've got it's the, this goes this way and that. That's all fine. I can't remember any of the words they use. That's all fine. That's all great. But what actually makes the things attract together? It's they don't know. And the same thing with gravity. They literally have no idea.
Right. Unless you accept that it's not really a spinning Earth and it could just be relative density and all that.
Well, there's that way. There's also the other way.
Acceleration, yeah. Maybe electrostatic.
There's I don't, I have the slightest idea. I'd love to figure that out. But by the same token, if you think about it, if they're perpetuating this great big lie, they would make us something up and say, this is what it is, instead of having these glaring gaps. And that's kind of the thing that tips me off that, I don't know if they're really intentionally, there's this plot and plan, because if that was true, they'd have this huge thing about what causes gravity.
Well, don't they say they know what causes gravity? It's a force that's being pulled towards the center of the mass.
Yeah, but what really makes mass attract mass? Space-time? What is space-time?
Yeah, warping the space-time and the contradiction of that between the mass attracting mass and Newtonian. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, that's what we're talking about. There's a lot of things that are just like, but then they act like it's matter of fact. And that's what's annoying.
It causes doubt. I get that. So, space. I mean, I always went, space-time. It's space. How can space have matter? It doesn't. That makes no sense.
And how can time, which is a concept, be a real thing?
How can that be a force? How could time which isn't
Right.
a force, and space, which is empty, be a force?
Right.
I don't know.
Right. Okay. Well, congratulations on being one of the blowers that's willing to admit that.
Get someone in here and see if they can explain how those two things create a force. I'd love to hear it, because I don't know
And then
any
they call it a
scientist.
pseudo force. It just acts like a force. It's not a real force. It
It's
just acts
something.
like a force. But that's the
It's
thing. When you start talking about pseudo forces and acting like a force, but then somehow holding everything together and being the main thing that is,
something.
we're dependent upon for everything to work, but then not to be able to single it out or be able to do any kind of experiment in the right way to show that it exists. And yeah, we talk a lot about that in here, like the thing that causes Cavendish or the thing that causes the so-called pendulum to do its thing, if it's actually doing anything other than the gearbox and the magnets and everything else that do it. I mean, there's all these like sketchy, weird, like excuses that your side has to get like totally behind and like, somehow finagle their way into defending it. And it just seems like really more obvious than ever sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
I get it. Yeah, I get it. Especially chatting with people who are able to elucidate, and explain what they're thinking and how they're thinking, rather than just shouting. Very helpful.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing though. It's a privileged conversation again to talk about what sometimes Issa says. It's like this is a privileged conversation, and I think that it'll go on forever now that there's enough people to actually compare videos and talk about things. It'll go on forever if they don't absorb it and use it as a way of selling us more lies.
It
I
will
don't know
go
why
on.
they're taking it so poorly on purpose. Like all the harness videos from the ISS, do you think those just leaked like one after the other? Like, have you seen the toilet? Have you seen the toilet demonstration on the ISS where they had that little 3-inch pipe hole that they're supposed to hover over with no seat? It's total gaslighting, in my opinion. Like, they can't be serious.
I've seen them. Yeah, I've seen them. I get you. It will go on. It will go on. And you know what? It's not a bad thing necessarily.
No.
Because you need, I'm a really a questioning person. That's just my nature. So I don't generally accept stuff. I didn't get the jab. I didn't wear a mask. I wore a mask like 3 times in a year. My wife would just roll her eyes, and I would just say to her, "I will not comply." She's like, "Can you park in between the lines?"
Right.
You can't get me. There's a great big parking lot, empty parking lot, and she wants me to park in between the lines. I'm like, I'm not going to do it. No,
right?
You can't make me comply. So from my perspective of having that as my sort of modus operandi, I understand from your perspective of taking that further. I sort of get it. So
there must be a bit of a struggle then, because I think that you can probably honestly say that most the ballers that come in here, at least we like to claim that they must be curious if we're right or not. Because then why would they waste their time if they really knew we were totally off base to think that this might be the case, that it's not a spinning ball?
I think it's novelty. I think it's just novel because here's the thing: it doesn't really. It crosses all lines, so racial lines and gender lines and politics. It crosses all of that. It sort of goes above all of that, right? So no matter what you think of all these different things, politics and whatever, wokeness, anything you can think of like that, it's sort of it's like a neutral ground that anyone can come into and talk about.
Right. Exactly. And it hits the deepest philosophical chord.
Yeah, I can't go into a chat about racial inequality. I don't know anything about that, or income inequality and that sort of thing, and public policy from the taxation and blah blah blah. I don't know anything about that stuff, but I can have this sort of conversation, and I think the people that come in are able to do that, even if they don't have expertise in different fields and different things.
Sure,
they can talk about this sort of thing.
And you could be on both sides of the political spectrum and agree about one side or the other of this. And it's something that you could actually prove to yourself that what a lot of fighters would say they've proved to themselves, or they've measured long distance,
Brian.
laser tests and stuff, like all these things, So these are things that like are tangible and at our fingertips and able to either show that it either is or isn't. And I think one of the best arguments on our side is if we were really on a spinning ball going 1,000 miles per hour at the equator and then going 66.6 thousand miles per hour around, a sun that's 93 million miles away that's going 500,000 miles per hour itself, there would be so many ways to know that that's possible, that that's actually going on, rather than just like seeming to be the opposite. That's what it becomes like, slap your forehead type. Oh my God, of course it's not,
It's not. Well, at that point, it's the problem is the sophistication level. I mean, it's saying, because I've heard people say that, for example, atoms don't exist. Well, in order to detect atoms, you need very specialized equipment and a skill and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Or whatever it would be, the oceans aren't as deep as they're telling us, or, whatever it would be. You need a specific type of skill and equipment to be able to detect or to verify.
Right.
Not
And that's
everyone
the
has.
thing. Yeah. And that's the beauty of it for them if they're lying, right? They could own the macro and the micro because they know that the special tools aren't affordable to the common man.
Well, right, but it doesn't help. So again, when we talk about the why this is a conversation, I think that's probably one of the things that contributes to it.
Right.
Because some of this is, I mean, to really verify if the International Space Station is there, you'd have to go to the International Space Station. And who can do that? I mean, really?
Right. And there is something flying around up there, which is,
right,
debatable about whether it's anybody on there.
I mean, when you look at the footage, yeah, it's in an enclosed space. And I saw one thing today, and after I'd been in here, actually, I went out and I did watch something, and I thought to myself, if that was, they could have faked that one incident. The rest of it, I don't think, but there is one incident I saw that
really
could probably, yeah.
Well, why would they do that then? Why don't they just show us the truth if they're actually doing it, right? Why fake any of it?
That's it. That's the question. Yeah. I know it's an annoying one to say, why would they lie? And the problem is, we've all been in this quite some time, so hearing someone say, why would they lie, is just like, at this point, oh, come on, please.
Well, I like to say, why wouldn't they lie? When you see the benefit that they could have, I mean, you got $65 million a day going to whatever they're using it for, just to begin with, and then you got the mind control and the narcissism and all of the things that go with the hiding God, quote unquote, or whatever that goes. But at the same time, I can look at it from the other side and say, well, if there could have been a lot of different people claiming that they know what the sky is and claiming that the gods are doing this and the gods are doing that and using it to manipulate people in ways that weren't true already. So they just monopolized what the sky was, if they're lying about it, right? They decided to make it a truth rather than something that anybody can make up any story about and manipulate people with. They're going to make it their story to manipulate people with and make it a grand industry that unites the world under scientism. And they might even unite the world under flat Earth at some point. And that could be the plan. Because like you said, it goes across all political boundaries, goes across all racial boundaries. It's something that across the plane, people have come together to talk about in the way that we're doing right now, that, is a unifying factor like no other. And they may use it against us. And that's kind of what I think they might do, or might have to do.
Hugh, yes, you said something interesting before. Something
wow.
along the line.
I said something interesting.
Well, no, not really. Something curious. It was curious, not interesting. All right, I stand corrected.
Okay, come on. Come on
Okay.
now.
Whereas, why basically would they fake it? Because too many people would pick up on it. All right. It was something along those lines, but generally, but basically, too many people would pick up on it. But I'll take issue with that because I don't think anyone, well, apart from people in our realm, are actually scrutinizing the footage. like we do. Okay, so your normal ma and pa are just sitting in front of their TV and they just see it. They see that 10-second, that 30-second shot from way to go, and they see it. It's in their vision. They go, oh wow, and then bang, it's on to the next news story type of thing. So they don't have time to scrutinize, and they're not recording it. They're not slowing it down frame by frame, picking up on anything, because the anomalies that are you actually see generally when you play them in normal time, they are very, very difficult to pick up at all. Right? But when these things are slowed down, zoomed in on, broken down frame by frame, they sort of are glaring. But the normal person just isn't going to notice these things, nor are they even worried about even looking into these things. Like, they just take it as a fait accompli generally.
That's a very good point.
Mm.
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, most people, why would they? There's no reason
So
to.
they don't have to fool all the people. They only have to fool a majority of the people, and the majority of the people will go along with it because they're never going to question it. Like, they're told this is what it is. This is what you have to do. Do it this way. Do it that way. Believe this. Believe that. And a majority of people, as long as they've got a majority of people on board, that's all they care about. They don't care about the crackpots.
And they don't even have to have the majority. They could just say they have the majority, and the majority will believe that they have.
Right. Yeah. And they can just go along with that normal narrative, as long as they can get away with it.
Well, they could get away with it forever. I mean, we could, like, the thing they just put us through. Like, it doesn't matter how many people buy it or not. They could just report that people are buying it, or just go along with it regardless of what people think, because that's the plan. I don't know what people really can do, especially if they're not really counting our votes, which seems to be the case. They're not really counting our votes. They're just making it seem like there's some kind of discrepancy between the votes, it seems, and making all this, like, voter fraud thing a big issue when it's really both sides in on it and going along with the script about it being a fraud. That's the craziness of it.
I think there does come a tipping point, Dave, where they do have to start worrying about it, because if you start getting up to a half to a majority, then they do have to start worrying about it, because then they have to worry about the repercussions of what is going to happen, or what the next phase of their story is going to be. Like, what do we do now? Okay, we need this contingency plan or that contingency plan.
Yeah.
So they do have to worry
But
about
don't you
it.
think that the graphs, and they have the predictions and the litmus tests and all that, like, planned out? And if it may seem like they're worried about people finding out, but they're actually hoping people do find out so they can use it for another, spark of, like, some big change that makes it worse for us rather than better, like we were talking about earlier. Like, you know what I'm saying? They're going to use the revolution. They're going to televise the revolution for their benefit, not for ours.
And they definitely do monitor, platforms like this and every other platform, to see how many people are logging in, to see how many views are, and they're reading comments, all this sort of stuff. So they definitely are monitoring these sort of things, and they have all their pie graphs and their bar graphs to tell them exactly where the mood, where the thought process is actually leading. Undoubtedly, it's analysed ad nauseum. But yeah, no, that was just one little curious thing that
I got you.
I heard you mention there.
I was actually listening to your accent as well, because you remind me so much. There's a British, he's not British, he's Aussie. He's a naturalist. He's getting on in years, if he's not already passed away. I don't think he has. I can't remember his name. He's Australian, I think, or Kiwi. A naturalist, famous chap, and he's doesn't buy the global warming, climate change thing. What's his name? Not Steve.
Are you saying Bandy sounds old?
No. Yeah. No, he's got that. Lenny Henry did an impersonation of him. Not David Goodall. What's his name? Oh, flipping heck. Oh, there he is. David Bellamy.
The sounds of things.
David Bellamy.
Prances around the streets nude by the sounds of things.
Have you heard of David Bellamy? Please tell me you've heard of David Bellamy.
Look, you know what? I may have seen it. I'm going to go.
David Bellamy, he's very, very famous in the UK. He's Aussie. He's not. He's up there with Sir David Attenborough, but only in the
I know
UK.
the face. Yes, I know. I've seen the face.
Oh, very
Yeah, I
famous.
definitely know the face.
It's the way you were talking. Is yes, well, this, and he talk this great big, whatever it would be, he was talking about. Ooh, look at this great big plant, and blah, blah, blah. It's the way he was describing things is fantastic. And David Bellamy, he looks like he did pass away. Obituary. Oh, I mean, he was around when I was a boy, so he was a fantastic guy. And he didn't buy the climate change thing, and so people were giving him a hard time about that because he wasn't buying into it. It was kind of as they do. 86 he was.
It's absolute bollocks.
I know.
Global cooling, global
Warming.
Yeah, like, oh man, it's it depends what decade it is, what word they're gonna
It's just it's so funny that we can agree on so many things, and I think that's one of them. I think it's just, whoa, the earth is warming and we must do something. Like when we were children, they said, "Oh, the earth is cooling and we must do something." Make up your minds. It's kind of stupid. Anyway.
I've got no problems with them concentrating on pollution and from whatever, call it global pollution. That would be a better name for it. Whether or not we're talking about whatever, human pollution, or in industrial pollution, what they do to the waterways and whatnot, with some mining sites, it's just absolutely horrific.
Yeah.
They just destroy the land for God, bloody, for states, if not countries. It's just absolutely horrific what they do.
My position now is, I think most people, especially the kids, are like brainwashed into global warming and climate change. And you know what? I think in some respects it's kind of okay. All right, as long as all they're going to do is they're going to pollute less, and so we don't have as much pollution. They keep corporations accountable to stop polluting. I think it's probably a good thing. I've sort of given up on the idea that I can stop people from buying into the climate change crap. As long as they're doing, it is at least going to give people a better perspective and stop polluting so much. America's terrible. I mean, I'm in the US. It's just awful here. They go on and on about climate change and blah blah blah, but everyone is so wasteful here. It's just unbelievable. It's really funny. I don't know how they are down under, but yeah, it's anyway.
I think every country has its own issues with that sort of thing, just on different degrees or different parts.
You're in the outback though, aren't you? You're out in the middle of nowhere, aren't you? If I remember right.
I'm kind of more in the middle of nowhere now because.
Are you really?
Yeah, I've moved probably since last time we spoke.
Are you?
We sold everything and bought a property in a little beach side town. So I've got the beach about 250 meters from my back door. I've got Kangaroo Island. Has a view on the back
cool.
porch. Yeah. The little town that I'm in has a population of about 100, and it's about an hour away from any major.
Wow, that's cool.
Any major town. Oh, it's just lovely. Best decision we ever made.
Kangaroo Island, eh? That sounds amazing.
Yeah, it's so relaxing. You just in such a different mindset. Like I'm not worried, even though I'm aware of stuff that is going around. I'm not really affected by things where I am.
So right near Adelaide.
Yeah, not too far. Not like I'm about probably an hour and a half from Adelaide.
That's cool.
So, yeah, like I
That
said,
was
right.
one of the. I tell you what, Bansal, the first thing I did when I got my first iPhone, and it was loaded with Google Maps, and I went straight to Australia. Was it Street View at that time? No, but I just it was satellite view, and I went down to Australia. I went around the southeast coast, Sydney, Newcastle, and stuff like that, Melbourne. Just going through all the coastal areas, just zooming right in on stuff and seeing the beaches and the back roads and little one-way streets, you know, the little tracks and things down to the beach. It was just, I spent hours doing that. I absolutely loved it.
Oh, it's glorious. We
Yeah.
are blessed in this country. We do have some spectacular
Yeah.
countryside and seaside. We are very, very blessed in
I tell you,
this country.
one of my favorite videos is it's Chris Hemsworth and this dude, and it looks like a movie trailer.
Right.
And it's not a movie trailer. Have you seen that video?
No, I don't know the one you're
Oh, okay. It's okay. I'm not going to spoil it. I'm not going to spoil it, but it looks like a movie trailer. Let me see if I can find it, and I'll stick it in the side chat, and you can take a look at it. And I hope you think it's as funny as I think it is. But it was, yeah, it's Aussie based. Let me see if I can find it. Be right back.
Okay.
Okay, I put it in there, but I think it spoils it with the title. But it's all right. It's still funny.
All right. Let's do you not have hold on, let me see what roles you are, Hugh. I don't think you have. Let me see if I can fix up your roles. Yeah, hold on. I'll fix up your roles here.
Okay, thanks. I just pasted it in the side chat, so it looks like it's in there.
Yeah, no,
Cool.
I'm just going to give you full roles so you can post clips and everything too. So
All right, sweet. Thanks.
you're welcome. Yeah, that's worked. So yeah, you can pretty much post whatever you want now. Let me check this out.
Yeah, take a look at that. Go watch that right.
I will.
Go watch it right now. It's brilliant. I'm going to watch it as well.
That's brilliant. That is brilliant.
One of my favorite videos of all time, like the
Yeah, that is so cool.
wait a minute, this isn't a movie. Nope.
Yeah. You're the best Crocodile Dundee ever.
So I'm zooming in on Cape Jarvis Penshore B23. That's not a road, so is that a ferry?
Oh, there's a ferry, yeah. There's definitely
It's listed as the B23, which is road. It counts the ferry as part of the road. That's hilarious.
Yeah,
That is so Australian.
we've got 3 massive ferries that
Big
go
things.
from Cape to Kangaroo Island.
I can see one of them.
Oh god, there would
They're big
probably
things.
be anywhere between a dozen to say 2 dozen trips a day, easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very, very busy. With everything, with their normal trade, because there's plenty of people that live on Kangaroo Island. So obviously you've got to take all the supplies over there and
It's not a
whatnot.
small island either, is it?
No.
Big.
And a few years ago, it was ravaged by fire. It destroyed 3/4 of the island.
Wow.
They just did not have the resources to tackle the fire at the time. Burned for days and days. Yeah, it was a horrific sight.
I'm just looking right in. Yeah, I love it. There's Kingscote Airport.
Yeah.
It's so nice.
If you zoom in there to the right of the ferry, you'll see a little beach, and that's pretty much my private little beach.
Really?
Yeah.
That's sweet.
Yeah.
That's
You
where
go
you
down there and you'll,
yeah.
it doesn't matter what day you go down there. If you're on the beach, and I go down there nearly every day. Wife and I go down there and we just go for a walk and just walk along the beach and sit on the rocks and stuff like that. But you're lucky to see anyone. You really are.
That's awesome.
It's like I said, it's just like your own private little
Your
beach.
little There's there are times in Georgia. We have some beaches in Georgia, Savannah and Tybee Island. And if you go at a certain time of year, especially when school's in and the vacationers are not around, I've been there a couple of times, and as far as you can see either way, you can't see another soul. But there's still you can see buildings. It's not like it's but having your own place like that, basically, Kangaroo Island, there it is. It's just brilliant. I love it. I like that's what I say. When I got my first iPhone, that's what I did for hours and hours. Just look at these images, and of course, it's not very clear and everything. You go in too close and you can't really see. But it's still fascinating.
It's kind of funny. Sometimes you kind of take it for granted a little bit at times, like when you are living it. But then all of a sudden, we'll go down to the to the beach there. Like I said, we go down there nearly every single day. It's just one of our things that we do, and there'll be that evening when you go down there and you'll see the sun setting over the water, and it's just absolutely spectacular, and it just hits you in the face once again just how lucky you are. You know what I mean? Like it just takes one of those. It just goes bang, and you go, yep, happy days.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of these little dotty islands just off the coast by Adelaide, right at the end of the road. Marion Bay, and a few little dots islands down there. Just Seal Island. What's the other one called? Haystack Island. That's awesome. I like the random names. There's some history to it, and you just like.
time is it over there?
It's flipping 5 a.m. I'm a night owl. I stay up at night.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quiet. You know, there's no one around. No dogs barking. No traffic. No planes. So I stay up at night.
It's a bit quiet here at the moment, but it'll start to pick up again, and they'll start to
12 hours.
wander in. Yeah.
You're 12 hours ahead there. Something like that.
Here it's about 6:30 here.
There you go. Yeah. That's great. I'm gonna study that a bit more. I should probably pop off now. I think we bored everybody with my presence. Everyone's left.
It's actually been good to hear your voice, Hugh.
Huh?
So, yeah,
Appreciate that.
definitely come back, mate. And like I said, bring all your friends, spread the word, make this the place to be.
Yeah, it really is. I'm going to do that. Like I said, there's a few people that I do like chatting with in some of the other chats and everything. And it's the other environments are just so toxic a lot of the time. I mean, of course, it probably can get a bit hairy in here as well. I no doubt.
And look, it has its moments, definitely.
Yeah.
But I think, in comparison, it's chalk and cheese in comparison.
I think it is. Because, like I said, I did look in on 24/7, and they're just so awful. And then Gems, they're just horrible people. There's like sadists. All they care about is making sure they know that you know that they think you're an idiot. That's not a way to be. That's not a way. You know, is that why you're here? Just to make sure that I know that you think I'm a moron? That's your goal. Okay.
I think the ethos here is to generally have more of a conversation rather than a debate.
Yeah.
We are looking to do debates here.
Yeah.
And more structured things. Maybe whether that's 1-on-1 or 2-on-2, 3-on-3 type of thing, but have them very structured where it's only those people participating, and you have your general sort of guidelines and confines that you work within. But that would be, like I said, a more structured type of thing, which we have been talking about. Maybe doing that, whether that's once a week or once a month or whatever.
Having such a thing, because here's the thing: a lot of times what happens is people they get used to the dumpster fires, and they just think, oh, that was a lot of fun, and they miss out on the the human side of it. Instead of just shouting at people, they miss out. And so I tell you what, whoever's running this, let them know that would be really, really good idea to have either a weekly debate of some kind, and just let people know that, and only invite the people that are able to chat like rational human beings.
Yeah.
Don't let some of the shouty people in. Just let them know it's a rational chat, rational chat. Come in if you can control yourself. Don't if you can't.
Oh yeah, well I think if we were to do a structured debate, it would be between particular people. Other people are more than welcome to come into the channel and listen in, but they would be muted so they can't interrupt the flow of the debate. That is up to the moderator, because it's hard enough sometimes when you've got 20 odd people in the room trying to moderate them. But if the participants of the actual debate know what the guidelines are and agree to the guidelines, it make it a lot easier.
Yeah.
Even if someone is getting strawed manned, or maybe, or a blatant lie or whatever, you just let them get it out, and then when they're finished, then you address
It's,
that point.
exactly, yeah. I mean, that is part of the debate, right? I mean, it's easy to strawman someone's position. It's easy to misrepresent the position, even if you don't do it deliberately. People, because I don't think that people really intentionally do that. I think they just don't know. But that's all part of it. It's learning how to avoid doing that. The best debaters are the ones that really accurately view the other side's opinion. I watched a debate. Who was it? I can't remember now. It was on Modern Day Debates, and it was actually really, really good because there was no straw manning, and it was, in the end, it wasn't as exciting, but it was at least, the two combatants at least didn't want to strangle each other in the end.
Me personally, these days, I like the more structured debates to listen to because, well, it's easier to listen to, and the points are made very, very clear, and you decide for yourself, who the winner is and who the loser is, type of thing. That's what debates are about, really.
Yeah.
But back in the day, I, I must say, I didn't mind the dumpster fire type of debate.
Yeah.
It's kind of like watching the Kardashians, what I mean, that reality TV, and I got sucked in occasionally,
Yeah, me too.
kind of enjoying it, but then,
Right.
but it grew old. It grew old very, very quickly, and I very quickly kind of grew out of it. That's why I don't tune into a lot of channels these days because I don't really like the dumpster fire type of thing. It's too hard on my ears, to be honest with
Yeah.
you. It's like I'm not getting anything of value out of it.
That's
And
that's yeah.
I
That's
think,
why.
and I think people that are here for genuine reasons wouldn't get anything out of the dumpster fire environment either. You just want
No
to.
one gets anything out of it.
No, no.
They get
It
to.
it it's fine to disagree. Like I said, you and I have disagreed, many a times in the past, but you can try and nut it out, and at the end, you still may disagree, and that's fine. That's fine. But you try and put your argument forward in the best way you can, and see where it ends up. Really.
Yeah, that's it. Just, I mean, dealing with people as people. If that was, that's really the goal, right? For me, it's just learning how to deal with people who disagree with what I think, and instead of just going, yeah, that type of thing, it's so easy to do. You deal with it properly, like a regular human being. That's it.
Just like sitting around the dining room table or whatever, just having a chat, or down the pub or around the campfire or whatever. I've had many discussions about controversial topics, and I remember the last one. I was telling the fellows here when the thing started up over in Europe that's going on over there at the moment. People were very clearly on one particular side. It seemed, and I went out fishing with a mate here, and we were out in the boat. Anyway, the topic came up, and I gave my point of view on things that I don't actually believe either side of the story here. I don't think we know the truth of what is going on over there. Well, all of a sudden, I was tarnished. Uh, a Putin supporter and all this type of stuff, and it ended up actually getting quite aggressive and quite nasty, to the point where I just said to Jeff, mate, we've got to stop talking about this because one of us is going to end up as Burley. We're just going to
Yeah.
stop talking about it. And it was really, it was quite strange because we have spoken about many a thing, many of the topics that that come up here. We've spoken about it, and some things we agree on, and some things we don't agree on. But we've always been able to do that in such a way that being civil. Sometimes
Right,
quite
right, right.
at times a little bit loud and shouty at times, but it's always been fairly civil. Except this one particular topic, I just could not believe uh, how aggressive it was from both sides, mind you. Like I'm not innocent, because
Yeah,
I participated as well. But I was just surprised that it evoked such emotion. To be quite honest with you, it was a surprising thing that I had to check myself on. And I got home and spoke to my wife about it. I said, I just can't believe what happened. I can't even believe that we almost destroyed a friendship over something that is irrelevant. uh, you know, something that we know,
yeah,
nothing about it. It was, it's all good now. The waters are nice and smooth, and it's one of those topics now that is taboo. We're never going to talk about it again. We'll talk about everything else, but not that one particular topic.
it's
Which
probably
is
wise.
yeah, exactly right. Anyway, all right, I'll let you go and do what you got to do. Go watch the sunrise, or
I think I might do that. I may actually go to bed.
okay, that's all
Crazy. I
right.
have to sleep. I do have to sleep. But
All
good
right,
chat
mate.
with you, Bansal. It's good to.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
got the kangaroo and bookmark down on my maps now.
too easy. All right,
Gonna
buddy.
take a look at that again tomorrow. That'd be great
All
fun.
right.
Have a
Okay.
great night. Have a good day.
See you next time, mate. See you
Bye.
next time.
you're not gonna like we'll go through this trip and I'll have it in my mind that we'll have everything uploaded 3 weeks beforehand. You will upload the night before.
What?
Because I want to stick to my 3 weeks beforehand schedule. But if you haven't edited yours, it might make for a less seamless transition.
Sure. Yes, they feel red. Ethel read the unready.
Wow.
I've got two names for you, eggshells.
Oh yeah.
Did you see that?
Two names for me.
Yesterday you wanted two name. Or you wanted
Oh
a
yeah, I
name
saw.
from the
I saw
video.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. What did you think about the thought I had after that, which is that nobody knew the names because nobody else has searched them? Did you think that was interesting?
No one knew the names because no one searched them.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Oh, so I might have missed that, Harry, or I might have tuned out. Maybe. What do you mean? No one's
The
searched
thought
them?
occurred to me after all that. I was like, of course nobody knew the names, nobody searched them.
Well, I did. I scrolled
Yeah,
through
no,
it and
no,
found.
I constantly find you an outlier in that respect. I find it's not just flat earthers either. It's like a lot of people in these discussions. It's like other people do the thing, find the thing, but you actually do go check.
I think that if there was anything iffy about it, I think there would have been some people over it already too, just like they were with that other doco type of thing. Because
Certainly,
the globe
yeah, I
is all.
agree. If there's something iffy about it, it will or is or will be known soon.
Yeah.
Known or will be known soon by all. So it's you versus me. I'm taking is what you're saying in this debate, Bandy.
No.
Oh.
No. I may mod it, but yeah, no, I'm not gonna debate formally. That's not my forte. There are better people, more skilled than me to be doing that.
Fair enough.
But yeah, no dramas modding it. Like I said, just agree to some the topic number one or topics, and the guidelines, making your point, finishing up, even if you're getting straw manned or lied about or whatever, you let that person finish, and then you tackle that point with your time.
Oh, yeah. So who are you thinking with?
I think I'm still waiting to hear back from Whites, actually.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that was kind of an Aussie thing, Aussie on Aussie. So yeah, maybe I may mod it. But Joe and I have spoken a little bit about maybe having some more formal type things here on the channel. once a month or once a week or whatever. Something a little bit more structured, but something where just the people involved in it, they're the only ones that can participate. So take it out to another room and whatnot, and you guys are the only ones that will be obviously permitted to participate, which should make it for easier listening.
All very quiet in here today.
Is rather.
Hey, Dross.
Hey, Mansell.
What do you bring for us today? What can we get our teeth stuck into?
I met a nice copper.
Really?
Yeah,
Did he let you off a fine or something, did he?
fucking huge one.
Oh, happy days. They're the best ones to be let off.
Well, I was coming back from. I went camping for a few days and went to see my mum. And coming back towards the West Country from the Far East, as we call where my mum lives.
Yeah.
And I'm rocking up, and there's this fucking car, and it's a bit close to me, and I hate cars being too close to me, when I'm traveling at speed.
Yep.
So I thought, fuck this for a game of soldiers. So I kind of like sped up to about 95, weaved between two cars on a motorway to get away from it because there was a car in front of me. And then sort of got some distance between me and the car behind me, then reduced back down to reasonable speeds. So going about 80. And this fucking car, bloody Skoda, was an undercover cop car.
Ooh.
So off go the flashy lights, at which point so I just stick on my indicator, and he sort of comes up beside me and just sort of says, follow me. So I do that. And gets out of his car, and he said, you know why I stopped you? I said, yeah, because I just did something very stupid in front of a police officer. Which got a chuckle out of him, to be fair. And he just said, well, why did you do the maneuver you did? And I said, well, I felt, to be honest, you were a bit close to me. I don't like cars being close behind me because obviously, our braking distance is quite different. Hence, I sped up, went between those two cars, and then went back to normal motor riding. He said, you do know that technically was speeding, dangerous driving, and a few other bits and bobs.
Mm-hmm.
And I went, technically, I can see how you'd see that. But he was a biker, and he said, I actually understand why you did what you did, which is why I'm not going to give you a ticket, which would have been like 6 points and quite a decent sized fine. And he said, I also like the fact that you've not got any points on your license. And I said, yeah, and you've never had any points on your license. And I said, yeah, I'm generally a fairly reasonable rider.
Yeah.
So we then just started chatting about bikes, but he was having an argument with his guy on the radio, and he said, oh, and I said, well, is there a problem? And he went, yeah, the guy at the station can't believe you can have a full driving license without having a full car driving license. He finds that weird. And I said, well, I've never owned a car. That's probably why. And then we went back to talking about his bikes because he's got a ZZR 1400 and he's just bought a Triumph 1200 sports adventure bike. But yeah, what a lovely guy.
Nice.
Yeah.
I had a very similar experience about 2 months ago, maybe slightly longer now. Time gets away from you, doesn't it? But I was going through this little country town anyway. Here, we have our speed signs, that go through towns, but the change in speed isn't consistent. Like it's very, very erratic, and it's very easy at times to kind of lose track of actually what speed zone you're in, because they, especially in the towns, they tend to change so quickly from 40 to 50 to 60 to 50 and up to 80 and whatever. They're all over the place without much distance between them at all. Anyway, I was coming out of a country town, and I'm pretty much between farms now, and then I'm just driving along, and I'm speeding up, and I'm speeding up, and I'm speeding up, and I noticed a car in the distance on the right hand side, just outside a farm paddock entrance, just sitting there. Didn't really like think too much of it. Anyway, as I got closer and past him, I've looked over at him, and it too was an unmarked cop car with his radar gun pointing straight down me. And I've looked down at my speedo, and I've gone, "Oh damn!" So straight away, right, without him even moving, I put on my indicator and I pulled over, and I just sat on the side of the road just waiting, right? And I look in the mirror, and his lights come on, and he comes up and pulls up beside me, and he said, "Any particular reason for doing 79 in a 50k zone?" And I said, "Look, no reason whatsoever." So he asked me for his license, and that was pretty much all that was said. He's gone back to the car, and he's come back, and he actually said to me, he said, "I actually cannot believe that you pulled over immediately and you just waited for me, but I can tell by your license that you only had one infringement in the last 4 or 5 years, whatever it was, not too much at all." And he said, "Let this be a warning to you. All right, it is 50 up until," and he points up in the distance to the 80k sign, "up until there." I said, "Thank you very much, officer. Have a lovely weekend." And on my way I went. So, because that would have been a $700 fine.
Yeah.
It would have been probably, I don't know how many demerit points you'd get for doing 29k over the speed limit. Because if I had been a couple of k faster, it would have been instant
Instabat.
suspension of. Yes, bang, off the road you go, young fella. So yeah, I was very fortunate there. So
Yeah, I mean, I was looking. We have a system. It's a 12 points. You lose your license. Basically, is how our system works. And to be fair, it's not the fact that I don't speed and I don't do the rest. I just haven't been caught in 30 plus years. Well, I've been caught once by an automatic camera, but it was so marginal. They gave me what's called a speed awareness course, which doesn't give you points.
right.
Basically, it's a day where they can lecture to you for half a day about how stupid your maneuver was. But yeah, so I mean, yeah, that was I was just utterly surprised, to be honest, because I thought, oh fuck, I'm gonna not have a good. And he and he said, the reason I didn't give you a ticket was because you made your maneuver and then you went back to your normal pattern of riding, and I've been following you for about 10 miles, and I quite like the way you ride. And I thought, oh, cheers, that's a nice compliment. I'll take that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I'll take the compliment.
I've generally had no issue with the coppers when they pull me over. I think well, 99% of the time it's about your attitude, really.
Yeah.
How you portray yourself, and
It's a bit. I always equate it, and I've got a mate that's a copper, and I said this to him, and I said it's a bit like going to a restaurant and being incredibly rude to the people serving your food. Chances are you're going to get a little extra with your salad.
Yeah.
And I think it's the same way with the police. If you're stopped, you can at least be polite. I won't. I do stick up for my rights to a reasonable degree, but I'm not an asshole about it. Which I don't think you need to be, and I think.
End of the day, they're just doing a job, and when some people say all coppers are assholes type of thing, it's just, well, you know what, they're doing a job, and what a prick of a job really to actually sign up for, if you think about it, because all you are ever doing is delivering bad news. You are only there ever for bad news. It doesn't matter what the situation is, it's bad news, right? They never knock on your door randomly and say, "Oh, just notice it's your birthday today. Happy birthday." Like, they're never delivering good news. Doesn't matter what the situation is, it's always under bad circumstances. And like I said, it must be a prick of a job and a prick of a mentality to have to be in all the time, having to prepare yourself for all the negativity you are going to get from the general public, because most of the public don't like police officers, because you're getting picked up generally for something you probably shouldn't have done.
Shouldn't have been doing, yeah.
or possibly at times been aware of. You know, whether that's the roadworthiness of your car or something. You know, they picked you up for a broken tail light or whatever. These maybe are things that you should be aware of. It doesn't matter what it is. Obviously, there are some out there that take their job probably a little bit too seriously and a little bit too vigorously. But yeah, no, it would be.
Well, I would say every group has its arseholes.
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
But yeah. But yeah. It is the way. Anyway, I just popped in to say hello quickly because I thought I saw some people here. I'm going to bugger off and go and do some shopping in a second.
All right, well then, goodbye quickly.
I might catch you later.
All right, buddy. Catch you later.
It's been a while since he stopped by. I was starting to think he went back to the flat.
And was ashamed to show his face.
He goes.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
He goes flat and then he never comes back.
Yeah, that's right.
Hello guys, my new question for today is, why would they lie about atoms?
Why would they lie about atoms?
Adam and Eve?
Well,
Atoms?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, the name's got a symbology and meaning.
I think because they have to make a model that's false in order to cover up the what's real, and that free energy can be extracted from the ether ultimately. And so the whole atomic story is like a massive sidetrack into materialism.
Okay, so to give like a false foundation for what stuff is.
Pretty much, yeah, like the nature of matter and physicality.
So if it was known, widely known, there was no atom and stuff is just stuff, so wood's made up of small bits of wood and maybe, or it's all flowing with ether energy, some other version that doesn't include atoms, how would that be any different? As we would find out more stuff, you reckon?
Yeah, there's a lot of deep questions. I mean, if physicality is not what they're telling us, then yeah, what is it? And then what are its potentials that they're trying to hide is kind of how I see it.
I mean, this is a good theory. Possibly, if we knew the truth about stuff, we'd be too powerful, so that's why they lie to us about stuff. But that's just a theory. You don't really know what would happen if they didn't lie about atoms. So you're just hoping there's a reason. You don't know really why.
Well, I mean, isn't the entire the modern Newtonian Cartesian materialistic paradigm based on the entire model of what's physical and how it all interacts?
Yeah. We even try and make space physical. I see what you're saying. But why?
Oh no, I was going to say I think it has to fit in with the relativity thing, where like atoms don't exist now, but they exist, sometimes, and it's got to fit in with the infinite space and subjective frames of reference. It's got this whole subjective idealism thing where reality doesn't really exist. It's all subjective, and I know that conflicts with what Geo said, but I think that's what it is. I'm not saying that it's right.
Another good reason. So it helps them push the idea that nothing is permanent and real, and they can then theorize with weird relativity stuff.
Sure. I mean, I'm not saying that it's good or bad, but I think that's the motivation of a lot of these theories.
Yeah, you both made me think. Maybe my reason is if they're lying about atoms, it's just to make us fundamentally wrong about stuff. So we're completely off the wrong track.
Right.
We think it's too complicated and mystical. You know, oh, I didn't study it from a teenager, so I'm never going to understand atoms. So I'll just let the experts do it. But on the face of it, it seems like how would pretending little things that no one can see exist really have any effect on anybody? First instinct is to say that wouldn't make any difference.
I mean, I think on a psychological level, it could kind of, play with your head. Like, do we really exist? Because these, quantum particles are, they don't exist all the time. Like, do I even really exist? I think on that level, maybe, but I mean, I don't really care.
It's almost a stretch past materialism into back into a weird animism
Oh yeah,
or something where your body's not real anymore and it could just like fade away.
yeah. It's called subjective idealism.
Yes. Yeah, I can see that. Maybe we're at the beginning of the atom story and it will just get worse. Yeah, they'll keep adding quantum weird shit to it.
Very sci-fi, isn't it? The whole atom thing. When I think of atoms, I almost think of I think of Star Trek, or when they used to beam themselves from one place to another. You know what I mean? And that had that fuzzy sort of thing where it gave the illusion, that you're broken down into nothing, and that nothingness is then transported to another planet or another place
through
on a
technology.
ship. Yeah, exactly right. So you're basically broken down to the smallest possible particle, and that particle.
Yeah, you're right. When we hear the story of quantum entanglement, we think of Star Trek, don't we? Now.
Yeah, that's kind of where my mind goes straight away when thinking about atoms and that sort of stuff, which to me is science fictiony sort of stuff.
I think some magicians get lost too. The idea that you could evaporate and change form and stuff. Some of the science magicians might get all nerdy and believe in atomism. I was going to ask you about. I also agree. Atom comes from the word Adam, or vice versa. They're probably the same root. But what was first? Is Adam and Eve a symbol about coming from the atom, or have they added the atom on later as a symbol of Adam? Or is an atom a trick and it's actually the Aton, like the god of Egypt or whatever?
I think that's what it is. The Atum, ATUM.
I think atom might have been another pronunciation of that same god, right? Aton and atom and atom. There could just be different ways people said it. And the idea that sci-fi. The idea that if I believed I was made of atoms, I'm made of stardust, right? It's the same material. It's not just bits of skin and bone. It happens to be the same material that the whole universe is made out of. So that's almost making Buddhism true.
And if everything is made up of atoms, right, if that's the base of everything, does everything have a different atom as well? Like, is there a blood atom? Is there a skin atom? Is there you know, whatever atom? Is there a tree fiber atom? Is there an apple atom? Like, are they all different individual atoms that make up, or is it the one atom?
One atom everywhere, like repeating.
Well, then how does that atom materialize into different things?
That's good. How does it decide to be wood or bone? What does it have to do to become these different things?
Yeah, like what gives the atom the property that it turned into a particular thing? Like, if that's the basis of it,
and could you,
or the basis of the atom is what the nucleus, the proton and the neutron, isn't it? Like, that's what makes up the atom, I think. So then you have the atom. Sorry, you're talking.
no, sorry, I was getting excited. Could mad scientists in the future shine like some type of beam at the atoms and force them to change from a leaf to a bone or a leaf to soil?
I don't know. Like, when they do talk of atoms, like, that's what everything's made up of. Like another one of my thoughts, as I just said, well, like, do you have a totally different atom for every possible thing? Like, is it just one atom, or is it, a quadrillion different atoms that go into, that all have slightly different properties? I've got no idea. But whenever they talk about atoms, they just talk about the atom, like one atom.
Yeah.
Like, they don't talk about, like I said, they don't talk about the apple atom, or the bread atom, or the wheat atom, or whatever, the blood atom. Like, they don't talk about atoms in this sort of way. They just talk about the singular atom.
I know Jarvis is a dumbhead. He's said something in the text, which I think is a tiny bit important. Isn't it amazing that we get to talk about small things? He's called that quantum mechanics, because at some point Glober's decided to look through tools and study reality closer. And he says they could have just been looking at horizons, but they decided to explore and look through tools. And then it made me think, even if they're wrong and liars, at least could we all agree that there is something going on the minute scale, and we need to look into it?
Yeah, I think that a good case could be made that, quote unquote, they want us to think that we're more than just, meat and bones.
That would be kind of a weird psyop, wouldn't it? Because that's the same as like Buddhism and religion and some nice psyops. It's like convincing us there could be a spirit, almost.
Mm-hmm.
Right, because there's no consciousness, Adam. Like, there's no explanation for where that comes from.
No.
Yeah, I mean, that's the extreme of what Bansal said. How does a few atoms turn into consciousness, right? What the fuck?
Mm.
Do you get designed? Do atoms design themselves into a brain and create consciousness?
They had to. Otherwise, how were they going to study themselves?
Yeah, that's nice. If it's atom the god, it splits itself into infinite balls, and then it's built itself up into different things to study itself. Yeah, I don't mind that.
It's also just the other pair of the balls. You got your big balls in outer space, and you got to have your little balls at the atomic level.
Yeah. See, that's weird and cheesy, but it helps. It also helps it make sense to me.
Yeah, it does to me too. I'm like, oh, it's just balls all the way down.
God just makes balls, spinning balls.
Forget turtles all the way down. It's balls all the way down for riding.
Balls up.
Why wouldn't it be balls? Like, we might be just as shocked if it's pyramids all the way down and all the way up. Right? We'd be shocked for a little while, and then we'd just realize, okay, that's what God did.
Well, isn't like the concept of atoms and what matter is like intimately connected to the whole Big Bang theory and how it all came to be as well?
Yeah, I'm sure they've tried to make atomism explain all the other things, so it links.
Yeah, there's a lot of parallels between that, quote unquote story and the Hindu story of creation. There's, I think it's all some kind of universal creation story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most religions tell it too, but they occult it more, so it's hidden behind other types of stories. And the same with science, like we're picking this story out. Most people don't see this when they think about science.
What if matter is really like light and sound frequencies that are harmonizing and that are vibrating at a certain frequency? And if we could tap into that frequency, we could either manipulate it or create it.
Even if it's that way around, we can affect atoms with sound. Just watch Dan Brown's The Lost Symbol, the TV show, and the master mason who's trying to take over the world. He's an expert in vibration. He can change matter and become God through being able to vibrate stuff.
Or so he would think he can.
Yeah, there's a scene at the end when he's making sacred geometry in the water of his temple, and he's started a human-made technology that starts like a death sound, so everyone's screaming. So he's using half technology, half ancient powers. Also, he can heal wounds by this. He'll like touch your wound and start going, "Woo," and then take your pain from your wound into himself and deal with it.
There has been stuff in regards to wave technology that's been out there for years.
So an atom could be some type of part of matter, and the way it forms could be through vibrations or sound, a wave type function.
Maybe if there are atoms.
Yeah, that's kind of like light, isn't it? That's like the photon argument. Wave function is making loads of little things do patterns.
Well, they're great theories. They're great mathematical theories.
Yeah.
But we're not yet to see one, are we? Like we've got plenty of pictures of these things. We've got plenty of pictures of that describe what they do. But
still a concept for me.
Yeah, it's definitely still a
I believe the phenomenon could be split into parts, and some people could be trying to measure it, and it could happen in waves.
Yeah, it's almost, it's the same idea. You get a ruler and you cut it in two and cut it in two again and two again and two again. Like you can continually to cut it down in two and still always have two. Doesn't matter how small it gets, you can still always divide it by.
You made me think about what I want to say. So the only reason you're seeing stuff in parts is because you're trying to cut it. With your mind or with a real tool.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's all just one. It just happens to look different in different spots. It's just one wave.
Yeah. So they've got they've got a cell underneath a microscope, and they're looking at a microscope. Well, okay, then what happens if I cut this in two? What's it going to look like? Well, they cut it in two, and it looks like maybe half the size of it. Now they have the powerful microscopes that they have to observe things. But they're not powerful enough yet to be able to continue to cut that down into.
I guess Alan was saying the better and better tools we get, there'll probably be no limit to it. We'll just keep cutting things into all the way forever.
I I think, Dawn, there's always going to be a limitation to the technology. Well, we think that it'll just get better and better, and, technology does get better and better. I would agree.
Theoretically, we haven't found the smallest thing before we've designed the next tool that could possibly split it again, sort of thing. I think that's how it might go.
Well, we've found a particle, haven't we? Have we found a particle?
I think in my head, science has told me that we found the atom. We said that's the smallest thing ever. Then we cut that and we found more particles. But if I believe in Alan Watts and my theory that humans are just pulling apart an infinite pattern, it would go on forever. We'll get better tools to split the particles and realize there's something inside that. Maybe we could have already be there. It's quite impressive if we've already got to the smallest thing and that's it now. That's quite impressive.
So the atom represents the smallest piece of matter. So that's the smallest piece. So a particle is actually bigger.
But we've now split the atom, haven't we? That's the whole thing. We called it the atom, the smallest thing. Non-cuttable. I think that's what atomos means.
Well, have we split it?
Yeah, I swear. Well, the theory is they've split it. Whether you believe it or not, I don't know.
Like what? Firstly, how did they? Firstly, if they can't see an atom, right? How do they know that they split an atom?
Right. Well, Nate would say they observed the effects, and that's how they knew somehow.
You should pick up an atom splitter from your local
hardware shop.
Just think of it like a theory. They thought they'd found the uncuttable, the smallest thing that everything's made out of.
Yeah.
And then they claimed that they managed to split it into a few more things that they're now looking into.
But how do you cut it? Like if the tool that you have is bigger than the thing you're trying to cut, like how do you cut it?
Well, we can imagine, can't we? Buying a big knife, cutting a vegetable, and then instead of making a mess, we get out a smaller knife.
Yeah.
You could do that a few times.
And I'm not suggesting that we're using knives to split and divide these things. They're probably bombarding them with some sort of.
But you know the idea of there's always a smaller knife, right, to get more detail, or a smaller paintbrush.
Yeah, obviously.
So it's just, could that go on forever or not?
Well, I wouldn't think so myself.
I haven't seen it in space. Like, we haven't found bigger and bigger planets, have we? Bigger and bigger suns. We've found huge ones already. But I think in space it works, whereas we find more and more space going further and further. So we never find the edge. And even though we're getting better zoom tools, it just carries on as we look out.
Well, are we finding more and more space, or are we just finding more and more lights?
Yeah, both, I think. Black bits between the lights and lights. So it just seems to be going on and on.
So between those black bits which once looked black, now we have a tool that can see between those black bits, and we see another
Yeah,
light.
that's it. You zoom in with a slightly bigger lens, and you see lights between the lights.
Yeah, but it doesn't actually mean that light is further away in more space.
It could be, if you use your theory, it could be another closer star that you couldn't see for some other reason before.
Well, or a dimmer star, like I give the example of the fairy garden that I built.
I mean,
yeah,
the bigger lens has brought back a closer, dimmer star. I'm sure that happens.
Yeah.
So you're not only going further, you're finding more and more things at different levels.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe there's a limit to that. Maybe one time we'll see like the edge, and there'll be like somehow with a radar or a heat sensor or light sensor, infrared. I don't know what we'll use. Some type of tool, where we're seeing stuff in a cool way. We'll see the edge of space, and it won't be black, and there'll be no more lights. There'll be something else.
In your mind, is space infinite? In your mind,
I think it's, as humans try to find out if it's finite, it becomes infinite to them. I know that sounds weird. That's what I think.
Yeah, but in your mind, does space just go on forever? and ever and ever.
I don't know.
And never
I'm
stops.
50-50 on if it ends or not, but I think it's so big, I treat it as infinite.
Okay, so you're not going to commit one way or the other to being.
No, I've no idea.
Okay, fair enough. So then, if it's just so big, if space is so big, like when people